when the game arrived, while everyone was rushing to level up. I spent a whole year practicing in the beginner's training ground. It's because I knew that by completing all the training tasks, I could obtain the one and only supreme level weapon, and even receive a divine level profession transfer token. Billions of races in the universe were forced to participate in this game, and the races that failed would be mercilessly wiped out. In his previous life, the male protagonist fell in the final battle for the supreme god position, and the human race was also wiped out along with his failure by the gods. But when he woke up again, he found himself back in the beginning of the game. Just at this moment, the system prompt sounded. Ding! You are the first player to complete all the beginner's tasks, and you have received the reward, Yin Yang Supreme Token and the God Slayer Bow. At the same time, the world channel also sounded. Congratulations to player Chin Han for obtaining the unique treasure, rewarding 1 point of the heavenly Dao value. Since Chin Han is the first player in this game to obtain a unique item, an additional 10 points of heavenly Dao value are awarded. The name Chin Han appeared for the first time in front of all the players in the infinite universe, and Chin Han looked at the world channel with a speechless expression, immediately hiding his name above his head. As an experienced player, he actually disliked exposing everything to others' sight. Chin Han focused his gaze on the 11 points of heavenly Dao value, and an involuntary smile appeared on his cautious face. Heavenly Dao value is one of the most precious things in this game, and its benefits are endless. If you have enough heavenly Dao value, you can even directly exchange it for the Supreme God's divine status. In the previous life, he went through countless hardships and only obtained 1 point of heavenly Dao value in the end. But now, just after being reborn, he obtained 11 points. He then looked at the top-level archer's profession transfer token. The top-level profession transfer token for archers has a growth value 5 times that of ordinary players, and it increases the profession's aura, bow and arrow damage, speed, rate of fire, and arrow sharpness value by 70%. It also has 4 passive abilities and 1 growth value. In the eternal game, things that can increase attributes by a percentage are extremely rare, and they have a significant impact in the early, middle, and late stages of the game. Having a top-level profession transfer token means that the attributes gained when leveling up are 5 times that of ordinary players. As the game progresses, leveling up becomes more difficult, and the value of profession transfer tokens can be infinitely magnified. Top-level professions are not the highest level, as there are even higher existences above them. Combining 2 top-level profession transfer tokens can allow one to transfer to a saint-level profession. Chin Han slightly focused his mind, his gaze falling on the Divine Slaying Bow. The Divine Slaying Bow, a precious weapon of growth. Attack power, 100. Ignores defense, and its attack increases with the owner's improvement. With a 1 in a billion chance, it can deliver a fatal blow, cannot be dropped, and cannot be traded. Just as he was binding himself to the Divine Slaying Bow, the system voice sounded once again, detecting that he had bound the unique supreme weapon, the Divine Slaying Bow. He received an exclusive mission, Nightmare of the Gods. Chin Han's face was filled with joy, unexpectedly gaining an unexpected reward. A black mist emanated from a horse with glowing red eyes, which appeared out of thin air. Please recapture the Nightmare Horse within 1 minute. Hint, this horse will not submit to the weak. After a brief thought, Chin Han began the mission. He straightened his body and walked confidently towards the Nightmare Horse, locking eyes with its glowing red gaze. I want to reach the top of this world and see for myself. The path I walk is destined to be filled with thorns. I hope to have a lifelong companion. Can you be that companion? The Nightmare Horse seemed to understand his words, its eyes flickering with red light, its limbs and hooves slightly shifting, and it lightly snorted as if contemplating. When the countdown reached the final 10 seconds, a loud neigh accompanied by the sound of hooves suddenly rang out. Ding! The Nightmare Horse was successfully bound. Nightmare Horse, the unique and precious divine horse of growth, the only supreme treasure. Its base movement speed increases with the owner's improvement, with a speed bonus of 100%, unlimited energy, able to traverse water, and cannot die. The saddlebag has a capacity of 1,000 slots. Meanwhile, the world channel rang again, congratulating player Chin Han for obtaining the unique treasure, rewarding 1 point of heavenly Dao value. Looking at the world channel, most people from various realms were dumbfounded. It had been less than half a day since they entered the game, and most people were still wandering around the newbie square, enjoying the scenery. Meanwhile, others had already obtained 2 treasures and reaped all the benefits. Chin Han was about to leave when he was called over by the professional instructor standing nearby. Young man, since you have obtained the Godslayer Bow, you have the opportunity to go to the spirit realm. If you can help me find my wife, I will be loyal to you in this lifetime. Ding! triggering an epic level quest, the redemption of the lonely soul. Please go to the spirit realm to find the soul of Hongling, lift the curse on her, and reunite her with the archer instructor. Qin Han was instantly delighted upon seeing this. Epic level quests were unique in nature. By completing the quest, he would at least receive some heavenly Dao value, and there was even a possibility of obtaining a treasure. Qin Han flew through the mountains and soon arrived at a misty forest, which was his destination. The level 10 wilderness, maze forest. It was one of the most mysterious places in the beginner's village. In the previous life, during the entire beginner's stage, there were only 2 outcomes for players who entered the maze forest. 99% of them would get lost and retreat after going around in circles, while the remaining few who entered never came out again. It wasn't until the final battlefield that the mystery of the maze forest was revealed. Inside, there lived a special boss, the ancient Witch Queen. The initial strength of the Witch Queen was not strong, but she possessed a terrifying ability, infinite killing enhancement. In the endless dimensions, as long as any of the Witch Queen's avatars killed a player, the abilities of all the avatars would be synchronized and enhanced. Most beginner players were not strong, so entering the maze forest was like sending themselves to their doom. Although only 1% of players could successfully enter, the player base was too large, and the number of players who mistakenly entered the beginner's village was astronomical. In the final battlefield, the Witch Queen stood tall as the supreme god and was unbeatable. In the end, the Witch Queen attempted to devour the universe, which prompted several supreme gods to join forces and kill her. Most importantly, the Witch Queen possessed a unique treasure, the Witch's Poison Pearl, which countless people in the heavens coveted. If it weren't for the fact that the Witch's Poison Pearl was a treasure that Qin Han must obtain after his rebirth, he would not have come to this place. Moreover, now was his only opportunity to confront the Witch Queen. Once missed, even if he became a supreme god in the future, it would be difficult for him to resist her. Half an hour later, based on the experience from the previous life, Qin Han arrived at the central area of the jungle. In the center of the clearing, a small wooden house with smoke rising from its chimney suddenly appeared before his eyes. Before he could approach, a middle-aged woman in plain clothes, around 40 years old, appeared at the door. Qin Han's heart tightened. The Witch Queen's strength had improved faster than he had imagined. Initially, the Witch Queen was an old woman in her 70s or 80s. As her strength increased, her appearance would become younger and younger. Judging by her current appearance, she had obviously killed many players. The Witch Queen did not step out of the threshold but leaned against the door, looking kindly at Qin Han. "Child, come over quickly. I have something I want your help with." If an ordinary player were here, they would probably think they had encountered an NPC quest. Qin Han's horse did not move, not falling for the trick. The horse was too big to enter the house. "Why don't you come over instead?" The Witch Queen was taken aback. She didn't expect this young man to not fall for it. If she were at her weakest, she might have had to put in some effort. But now, she didn't consider the spiritual level little guy in front of her as an easy target. The witch's gaze became fierce, and she unexpectedly rushed out of the house with swift movements, not at all like a middle-aged woman. At this moment, Qin Han's heart suddenly became excited. If the witch had stayed inside the house, it would have been difficult to kill her, but now that she has come out, it will be much easier. "Nightmare, stop her!" Shouting loudly, Qin Han dismounted and immediately created distance, raising his bow and taking aim. The nightmare understood immediately and charged straight towards the Witch Queen. He saw her conjure a cloud of poisonous mist in her hand and suddenly slap it towards the charging nightmare's head. The nightmare's speed was evidently faster than the Witch Queen's. He lifted his front hooves and unexpectedly caused the Witch Queen to stumble, interrupting her spellcasting. Qin Han was overjoyed at the sight. Although the nightmare's attack power was not high, with its infinite life and endurance, it could continuously interrupt the Witch Queen's actions, leaving her no time to attend to anything else. Qin Han found a gap and shot an arrow. -1010. A bright red number floated out of her body. At the same time, the name of the ancient Witch Queen appeared, with a shiny golden skull symbol behind it. Qin Han's gaze focused, as a golden skull represents a boss-level monster. Elite monsters have about 66,000 health points, while boss-level monsters have 50 times more health than elite ones, which is a terrifying 3.3 million health points. Ordinary level 10 players would probably not even be able to break through their defense when facing a level 10 boss. Fortunately, the Divine Slayer bow has the attribute of ignoring defense, giving Qin Han the possibility of killing it. In the next moment, the white energy sword shot out like a rain of arrows, each one hitting the Witch Queen's vital points, causing yellow numbers 1010 to float out one by one. The Witch Queen felt pain and her movements slowed down slightly. she was both shocked and angry, wanting to get past the nightmare and tear Chin-han, who was shooting arrows from behind, to shreds. Unfortunately, the nightmare's speed didn't give her the slightest chance, and she could only passively endure the attacks. 10 minutes later, a piercing scream was heard, and the Witch Queen actually fell to the ground and couldn't get up, as if she had died. However, the atmosphere in the air became even more oppressive, and Chin-han quickly summoned his mount and mounted it. At this moment, the witch on the ground began to emit a strong green light, and her body started to undergo continuous transformation. Vines grew out from inside her body, and on these flying vines, pink flowers bloomed, releasing pink pollen that filled the air, dyeing the entire space pink. Ding! You have been poisoned. Chin-han's heart sank. He currently only has a constitution of 10 points, which translates to a mere 30 points of health. The toxicity of this pollen is unavoidable, as it forcibly reduces his health by 50 points per second. It would only take 1 second to kill him. Fortunately, he had collected a lot of red snake fruits on his way here, which increased his health by 1000 points and provided a healing effect of 10 points per second for 1 minute, allowing him to withstand this poisonous mist. I will definitely tear you into 1,000 pieces, never to be reincarnated. After transforming into a monster witch, she controlled the vines to attack Chin-han like a gust of wind. At the same time, the ground began to tremble, and the vines from underground broke through the soil, transforming into giant mouths of blood, biting towards Chin-han. Fortunately, the nightmare was highly alert and easily dodged with extraordinary speed. Chin-han raised the Godslayer bow and continued to shoot, causing the witch's health to decrease again. The central open space was large, and the vines were ultimately limited. Even if the attacks were fast, it was difficult to touch Chin-han. After 15 minutes, a desperate cry was heard, and the witch was finally about to fall. I never expected to lose to an ordinary person. Although I am about to die, you won't live either. In the next second, her body exploded, and a green light centered around her illuminated the entire central area as bright as day. Above the green light, the wailing souls transformed into skeletons, seemingly seeking revenge against Chin-han. These ghosts should be the players killed by the witch, and they have now become the witch's final means of attack. Chin-han controlled the nightmare and quickly rushed into the nearby cottage, with the ghosts and green lights closely following behind. On the altar in the center of the room, there was a bead emitting a red and green light. Chin-han grabbed the bead in his hand, and at the same time, the ghosts and the green poison instantly surrounded him. Looking at the rapidly decreasing health bar, Chin-han immediately shouted, "Bind voodoo bead." The next second, the bead emitted a halo, protecting Chin-han and stopping the decrease in his health. Ding! Detecting the poison and witchcraft, the voodoo bead automatically absorbed them. The entire room was filled with poison and ghosts, all rushing into the voodoo bead like swallows returning to their nests. In just 10 seconds, everything returned to calm, and the introduction of the voodoo bead also appeared in front of Chin-han. Voodoo bead, the one and only treasure, feeds on voodoo and counters all forms of witchcraft in the world. Attacks inflict an additional 200 points of poison damage per second for 10 seconds. Skill, Soul Harvest, absorbs the lingering resentment of slain creatures and can be released actively during attacks. At the same time, the world announcement resounded once again. Congratulations to player Chin-han for defeating the special boss, Ancient Witch Queen, and receiving 2 points of Heavenly Dao value as a reward. Congratulations to player Chin-han for obtaining a unique treasure, also receiving 2 points of Heavenly Dao value as a reward. At the same time, in the Myriad Realms, all the players in the newbie village felt depressed again. They had worked hard to fight monsters and level up, but couldn't even get a single piece of equipment. Yet Chin-han kept consecutively obtaining treasures. The toxicity outside the wooden house was completely absorbed by the voodoo beads, and the courtyard once again became silent. Chin-han walked out of the house. The place where the ancient witch queen fell is charred, but there are scattered equipment left on the ground. First, a pile of gold coins catches the eye, with a quantity of 10,000 in the previous life. Even having 1,000 gold coins on a high-level player in the late beginner stage was considered top-notch. Not to mention the first day of the game. Chin-han's gaze then falls on the remaining equipment, and his face lights up once again. Surprisingly, there are 3 pieces of dark gold level equipment. After putting on the equipment, Chin-han's attributes receive a huge boost. After taking stock of his gains, instead of leaving, he walks into the Witch Queen's room with a hint of anticipation. Chin-han looks around, but surprisingly doesn't find anything good, only some ordinary items. Just as he is about to leave disappointed, a book on the bookshelf, emitting a faint light, catches his attention. The book's game system didn't give a hint, so much so that he almost missed it. The books were thin, with 4 big hot gold letters written on the leather cover, Land of Heavy Shadows. Flipping the book open, the content inside told of a magical experience of the Witch Queen of the. In the ancient era, the Witch Empress had once mistakenly entered a strange other dimensional space in the ancient god's domain, and had obtained a piece of heavy shadow crystal block in it. This kind of crystal block could actually create a doppelganger that was exactly the same as her main body, and even shared her strength. In other words, no matter whether it was the main body or the doppelganger, as long as either side increased their strength, both could progress at the same time. The Witch Empress had been copied countless times by the Heavenly Tao, and after she became the novice village boss, she even copied countless times along with the heavy shadow crystal block. The strength of the witch queens of all worlds were connected and improved each other. It was because of this that the last life's almost unrivaled absolute giant murderer was created. When Shin Han saw this, his breathing became shortened all of a sudden. Late in the game, there would be such a top-notch item as a god's grimoire that, after fusion, one can immediately become a god. However, the average person can only fuse one god's sigil. But if you have this shadow crystal block, doesn't that mean that it's possible for one person to have more than one godhead? The value of such a treasure is greater than that of an ordinary treasure. This kind of treasure could definitely shine on the final battlefield. Shin Han made up his mind that he must obtain it in this life. It was only a pity that the ancient god's domain he remembered was a late stage of existence, and didn't have the strength to go over there for the time being. He could only hold off for the time being and, closing the book and putting it into his saddlebag, Shin Han mounted his nightmare and galloped out. He still had a lot of things to do. 688 Inside the novice village. Deep within the bison grasslands, Lu Maniac was constantly brushing cows to upgrade. He was lucky enough to come across a huge herd of bison. The large number of bison allowed him to upgrade very quickly. After killing all the bison, Lu Maniac has successfully leveled up to 3. Congratulations to our village player Lu Maniac for being the first to level up, rewarded with +1 physique point. Seeing this, Lu Maniac stopped. He opened the rank list. The first ranked was clearly his name, Lu Maniac. Besides him, there were 10 other people who had reached level 2. The rest, mostly level 1, there were even a small number of level 0 players. And in the morning chat area, there were a bunch of people praising him. Lu Maniac, who seemed to have gotten used to it, wasn't shy now and, with a self-satisfied smile, he said to himself, really expert lonely However, other people are also chasing quite tightly. While it's still early in the day, it's better to hurry up and continue to upgrade. The experience from level 3 to level 4 has risen by a huge amount, and the experience given by killing the bison again will become less and less. It's time to go to a new wilderness area. At this moment, he was already in the depths of the grassland, and the habitat of wild wolves could be seen not far from the side. These wild wolves don't look like they're easy to mess with, and I don't know if they're good to kill, but I have the experience of killing cows, so killing this kind of wild wolves with a little bit of fumbling should be fine. With anticipation, Lu Maniac closes the chat area, carries his sword, and heads to the wild wolf area. And at this exact moment, 688 Newbie Village. Suddenly a village domain message popped out unexpectedly. Congratulations to our village player Lulu for taking the lead and transferring to a new position, rewarding him with +1 physique. This sudden message caused all the players to freeze. Then a series of follow-up questions appeared in the chat bar. Transformation? What's that? It's actually a system announcement. It should be something important, right? At Lulu, can a brother show himself? That Lulu didn't know about the scarcity of professions yet, and very painfully replied in the chat bar. Bro, transferring is transferring into a professional has a professional aura, and there is also a growth value bonus. I am a beginner professional, according to the explanation on the description. I just need to upgrade and I can get a 1.5 times growth value bonus. Wow! This means that you have to have 5 more points of physique than us when you level up. This is too awesome. Bro, can you tell us what the conditions are for transferring? How many levels do you need to transfer? Lulu, it's not much. There's a sword hall 2 kilometers north of the village. I went there by mistake when I was brushing monsters, went there, trained, and then took the test. As for the conditions, there doesn't seem to be any. I'm still at level 0 now. So good. Then I'll hurry up and go too. At Lulu, bro, I'm level 1 now. If I transfer, is there any physique bonus for the level I've already ascended? Lulu, I'm afraid not, judging by the description. What? That's 5 points of constitution. It's actually gone. What grass, brothers, doesn't this mean that the correct way to open the game is to transfer before leveling up? It's the same as saying that the leveling up we did today was a loss instead? You guys look at the first place on the leaderboard, Lumad, he's already level 3, with a career change, there's a 15-point bonus to physique down at level 3, and the reward for him being the first to level up is only 3 points. It's a big loss. Lulu, it should be more than that brothers. I learned that the primary occupation is only the lowest level occupation, there are intermediate advanced and even higher levels above, the higher up the growth multiplier the higher. What grass? This is too exaggerated, right? Then I'm still ascending a fart level, stop in time and hurry to transfer to a new profession. Oh my god, this is too magical. In an instant, Lumaniac, who was ranked first, became the tail end of the car. I can't bear it anymore. What's not to bear? The game, everywhere is a surprise. Originally I thought that in the future Lumaniac is the novice village overlord, now it seems that he is afraid to become the joke of the novice village. Ridiculous, there are still people in the morning to hold his stinking feet. That's right, but just a butcher who kills cows, relying on a body of brute force temporarily rush to the top of the level. What kind of ability is it? People's universe level game, sweeping the heavens. Can't it be so simple as upgrading and fighting monsters? Relying on brute force can't go far at all. Brothers, let's go, hurry up and go, transfer. We have to use our intelligence to let some people see what is called a real game player. Wild Wolf Area. Lumaniac gradually found a way to kill the wild wolves. The speed of brushing monsters was gradually improving. After killing another wild wolf, he found a big rock and sat down. Then with a smile on his face, he opened the chat area, ready to talk to everyone about the fact that he had been able to skillfully level in the wild wolf area, believing that he should be able to get a piece of everyone's mind. I believe that he should be able to receive a lot of praise from everyone, right? Although it had only been one day. But he had already gotten used to everyone's compliments to him. Even now, when he didn't see people praising him, he felt a bit uncomfortable. However, when he saw those messages, Lumaniac's body froze on the spot, his smile froze directly on his face, on his forehead, on his back, sweat came out as if he was desperate. A groundless, even to the point of despair rose from his heart. Originally, he was planning how to accept everyone's worship when he returned to the village when it was dark. He even thought about the scene of those female players surrounding him like concubines. He also thought about whether to use his left hand or his right hand when signing to those fanboys and fangirls. He had practiced 1,000 times in his heart how to greet everyone. But now, just for a moment, ever since that Lulu showed up in the chat area, ever since that transfer story came to light, he immediately went from being the hot star of tomorrow, the future king of the newbie village. He's instantly been turned back into the opposite of what he was. He became a negative example for everyone. Why is this happening? Lumaniac cried without tears, threw away the knife in his hand, stuck his hands into his hair, and sat down in agony. Y520131 Novice Village. The white-clothed, snowy, stunning beauty took the top archer transfer token and prepared to go back to the village to try out the transfer. On the way, but coincidentally came across the Sword Dao Pavilion. In front of the Sword Dao Pavilion, dark players were all scrambling to squeeze inside. What's going on? The stunning beauty curiously walked over. She walked with an extremely graceful demeanor. Her lotus steps moved lightly and she looked around. Her every move was full of beauty. As she appeared among the black-packed players, I don't know who shouted, "Her Majesty the Empress is here." Immediately, the field became silent. All the players, coincidentally, lowered their heads without the courage to even look up. All of them bowed and shouted, "Grass folk." Subject, greetings to Her Majesty the Empress, may your Majesty be well and the great summer last forever. The stunning beauty gently raised her hand and questioned, "What are you all doing?" A female player with a palace hair bun hurriedly stepped out and, bowing, she said, "Your Majesty, this is the Kendo Hall, where you can obtain transfer vouchers." Oh. The stunning beauty sniffed and pondered carefully. Going into the game she was lucky enough to come across an archer transfer location and obtained a top-tier archer transfer token. This sword dojo should be the same. One top profession transfer token could transfer into a top profession. What about two? Would they be different? Whatever the difference, it was always good to get one more. She chose to look around when she entered the game and didn't even upgrade today. After all, it was just too easy for her to upgrade anytime she wanted to. Instead, there were some things that were hard to get back once you missed them. Without much thought, the stunning beauty smiled faintly, "Then I will participate in the examination as well." The hearts of the crowd tightened, and immediately an official who had been passed over together stepped forward from the crowd, and, "Her Majesty the Empress is taking the test, all of you stand down for now." But there was also someone who stepped forward and quietly said, "Your Majesty the Empress, this Sword Dao Hall is rather difficult to break through. Our people have already mapped out the experience up to the 20-odd levels. Would you like to take a look before making preparations?" The stunning beauty gently nodded, "Then let's take a look first." 688 Novice Village. After Lulu's present statement, almost no one was brushing monsters in the wild area at this moment. All the troops are looking for the transfer location. The knife pavilion that Lulu mentioned is now a hotspot in the 688 Novice Village. Most people have converged here. Under the setting sun, not far west of the village, at the foot of the mountain, there was a large-scale knife dojo. The main body of the dojo was like the main hall of an ancient palace, tall and brilliant. Inside, the candelabra were continuous, the red carpet was spread on the floor. Outside the rows of orange lanterns hanging, the first lights. At this time outside the knife museum, crowded, sweeping eyes to see at least said there are thousands of players. And Chin Han, also at this time, came to the neighborhood here. Outside the crowd, Shin Han put away his nightmare, Godslayer bow and slowly walked forward. Here, there was something he wanted to obtain next. The Sword Museum. It was a training trial place for novice knifemen. If you pass the first level of the Trial of Knives, you can obtain a white plate long knife. If you pass the second level, you'll receive a blue longsword. If you pass the third level, you'll receive the beginner swordsman transformation. By passing the final 36 levels, one would be able to obtain a top-tier blade guest profession transfer voucher. Although this place was very close to the novice village, and there were very many players who could seek out this place. However, the 36 levels of the Trial of the Blade are getting more and more difficult. The further you go, the more dangerous and complicated it gets. If you're not careful, you'll die. If you don't have enough strength and luck, you won't make it to the final level. Moreover, all the levels of the Trial of the Blade are dynamically enhanced according to the strength of the person who breaks through them. That is to say, here, even those who were the strongest among the peak races did not have any advantage other than battle experience. At this time, at the entrance of the Sword Museum, there was a round dresser mirror that had been enlarged countless times. The mirror was displaying the scene of the people who were trying out in this novice village breaking through. In front of the mirror, quite a few players were sitting on the ground, their eyes firmly fixed on the mirror for fear of missing a single piece of information. Obviously, these people were drawing on the experience of other people's level breaking so that they could go farther. Shin Han shook his head. These people still didn't know that the blade trials would be limited in terms of the items obtained from the first level onwards, and if they delayed, they were afraid that they wouldn't be able to get anything at all in the end. In his last life, he was also one of these people, and only panicked after realizing that there were no more spots for the junior bladesmen. In the end, he was also the one who had an outbreak of luck and found a hidden secret passage to the 36th level at the third level, thus obtaining the top-level bladesman transfer quota. If it wasn't for that, he wouldn't have made it to the final battlefield in his last life. Sinking his heart, Shin Han stepped into the knife pavilion. Inside the knife pavilion, in the center, a teleportation door stood, and at the same time, it could only accommodate one player for examination. In front of the portal, a number of players were waiting in advance. Other places in the museum, 36 training sites, there is a knife museum. Disciples are giving new players basic knife training. At the entrance of the knife pavilion, players who were still gathering over were registering in an orderly manner, and Shin Han was also in the back of the line. There were a lot of players at the registration desk. It had been half an hour before Shin Han's turn came. In front of a table, the disciple of the knife museum sitting in front of him had a cold gaze and he could not help but say, "Newcomer, take the training token, you can come over for basic blade training after your turn." Shin Han shook his head. "No need, just sign me up for the blade trial directly." The corners of the knife pavilion disciple's mouth moved lightly, and did not dissuade him. Conducting a trial without training was either self-confident or stupid. Anyway, the future was his own, no one was paying for him. "Take this token and get in line, you can come in after the token warning." The knife pavilion disciple threw Shin Han a trial token before impatiently rushing him off. There were flashing numbers on the token, which showed 563. That meant there were still more than 500 people ahead of Shin Han waiting in line for the test. Normally, even if they came one by one, his turn would come at dawn. But he, a born-again person, knew what was to follow. Naturally, there was no hurry. Shin Han took the token and he found a big tree and sat down silently, indifferent to everything around him. Even if someone sees that he has equipment on him and wants to come over to ask, he closes his eyes and becomes a wooden man. There was still a hard battle to be fought later on. After a busy day, he had to seize the opportunity to rest. How could he have the time to chat with others? As time went by, people kept coming out of the door. People kept coming out of the doorway. These people were either holding a white long knife or a blue long knife in their hands, all of them looking sad. In front of the mirror image, those players who were watching the mirror image were as if they were watching a fire. Can't even break through the first 3 levels if they're that simple, what a waste. Yes, as long as you sell a little bit of a break, you can easily defeat the guards. Are these people really brain-flooded? After watching for so long, there are only 1 or 2 people who have broken through the 3rd level. I can't even take a look at the scenario behind. Why don't you step in brotherly? With your strength it's easy to break through the 3rd level, or let a few of the brothers observe what's going on behind them. Do you think I'm stupid? The 3rd level will be able to obtain an elementary occupation token. What if it's the 36th level? What occupation level would be obtained then? The man smiled awkwardly and rounded off the conversation. As it happens, little brother, my ambition is also to break through to the final level, so we might as well watch it together. Break in. It's best if all the players from the entire village rush over to break in. We'll step in when everyone has finished. By then, even if we can't break into the 36th level, but with the people in front of us exploring for us, we can still go farther. Being fat first isn't considered fat. Being fat afterward overwhelms the Kong. True masters tend to be the last to make a push. It won't be long before all of us here will become the bigwigs of the novice village. Reasonable. A few people were chatting. Suddenly, an urgent voice appeared from the crowd in the mirror image. Everyone, look at the mirror image. 688 Novice Village. outside the Blade Dojo. In the mirror image, a player had successfully passed the third level at this time. The people watching outside in front of the mirror image exclaimed, "Another professional is about to be born? This should be the third one to switch professions in our village, right? Yes, it's the third. If we count Lulu who was the first to transfer, then this counts as the fourth. Come on, brother, hurry up and continue to break down or let's see what the fourth level is like." In the mirror image, that player didn't continue down, but instead cautiously chose to give up the test. "What the hell, you're not going to break in? What a wimp. Brother, you can't say that. I saw that he was already struggling a lot when he broke into the third level. Going down again definitely won't work. If it were up to me I would have chosen to give up as well. Forget it, just keep watching. Hopefully, someone will be able to break through to the later levels next. I just can't figure out why these losers are so trashy. They can't get through only the third level. It's really a disgrace. If I didn't want to learn from the experience, I would really want to personally go up and show them what it means to be awesome." Just as they were chatting, suddenly, a shocking piece of bad news came through. The players who had just broken through the third level hadn't received their profession tokens. Not even a blue longsword reward. The crowd in front of the mirror image couldn't sit still. "Brothers, there are no more spots for beginner professions. What should we do? What can we do? I've worked so hard to watch the battle here, and in the end, there are no spots left? I haven't heard that these occupation tokens are still limited. What's the point of panicking? It's just that the primary occupation token is gone, the 36 levels of the Trial of the Blade. As long as you break through to the back, there will definitely be more advanced tokens." "Brother, not me, the third level is this hard, the back will definitely be even harder. Do you think we can break through to the back? What's that to be afraid of? Any level can definitely be passed as long as we find a way. We can definitely do it if we keep pondering." "That's right. We can't give up just because of a little difficulty. We must know that this is a game against the players of the heavens. We smart people have to carry the burden of humanity." "Agreed. Whoever wants to give up can go. I'm going to stay and study the way to pass the level anyway." Just as well, one less person is one less competitive. Everyone in the field was divided. Some people left, and some chose to stay. On the other side, the rest of the players who were training their sword skills and were still waiting didn't have the heart to do so. They all gathered at the entrance of the knife pavilion and they were filled with righteous indignation. How could it be gone? We've only just turned a few people, right? Is it possible that there are only a few professional slots in a village? How can the rest of us play? It's not fair. I protest. How can this be played? I'm not playing anymore. For a while, the group was in an uproar, and many people wanted to rush into the sword hall to ask for an explanation, vowing to seek justice for everyone. Then, a cold voice suppressed the crowd's anger and all shut up. Seeing that the knife pavilion disciple who had registered Chinhan just now walked out with a face as cold as ice, he said, "There are over 1 trillion primary blade profession slots, fair competition in the novice villages of the heavens, grabbing others is your incompetence. Tell you guys, now not only is the primary quota gone, even the intermediate quota doesn't have a few more. Just you guys who are only now breaking into the third level of the waist, are also worthy of protesting, and don't take a piss and look at yourselves in the end how many kilograms and how many twos. Also, is the cosmic eternal life game not something you guys can just say you won't play? A bunch of mole crickets are just that. Who cares what you guys think? Do you guys think this is a game? If you don't want to play, just wait for death." After the knife pavilion disciple finished speaking, he turned back coldly, leaving behind the crowd of players frozen in place. The crowd of players felt the cruelty of the game for the first time. Originally, everyone still thought that the transfer resources in every novice village were the same, and it was nothing more than insider competition. But they didn't expect that the truth would be so cruel. The game of eternity, where all beings were mole crickets. One could only desperately survive under the rules of others. The group of players who had been in front of the mirror image heard that, immediately felt as if they had lost their lives and felt remorse. It was a mistake. After looking at the mirror for half a day, they actually made such a big mistake. The back fat overpowers the bed? That also has to be able to get fat. All worlds contest, people are almost finished grabbing the intermediate places, we are still just wandering around the beginner's place barrier. It's only been open for less than a day. I reckon that tomorrow at the latest, even the places at the back will be snatched away by others. Alas, after trying to watch half a day of researching the strategy, it's actually useless. Who would have thought that the quotas are actually fought for by all the heavens together? I always thought that each village would allocate some fixed quotas. Brothers, forget it, go somewhere else and look for another opportunity. Opportunities are fleeting. In the future, take any benefits immediately, don't think too much. I remember there's another Kendo Hall a mile away nearby, why don't we go over there and see if there are any spots left? Anyway, work hard to find a transfer opportunity. 1. 5 times the growth value of a beginner profession. Once you transfer, you'll be able to widen the gap with ordinary players, and the road behind you will be smoother. The crowd got up despondently and left quickly. The remaining players saw that there were no more benefits, and most of them threw down their assessment tokens and left. Of those who stayed, most of them were also just for that whiteboard longsword reward at the first level. Not long after, The blade dojo that was bustling just a moment ago immediately became sparsely populated. Moreover, with the white plate long sword reward gone, the last group of people in front of the door of the sword dojo also dispersed cleanly. And because of the spread of the chat area, Knife Museum, this originally lively place, has instantly turned into a deserted place. However, the crowd gave up the examination, also allowing Shin Han's examination time to be advanced. Soon, the token in Shin Han's hand lit up and the number on it turned to 0. He opened his eyes, stood up, and took a step into the sword hall. As a reborn person, he naturally knew that all of this was happening. That's why, before, he was so calm. Otherwise, if he really let him wait until tomorrow morning, I'm afraid that he would have been unable to sit still. Inside the knife pavilion, the same disciple who had just registered him greeted him. The disciple looked at Shin Han. He looked at Shin Han with a strange expression. People are almost all gone. I didn't expect that you actually didn't leave. However, even if you stay, it's useless. I'm sorry to tell you that the intermediate quota is now completely gone as well, and if you want to obtain the advanced transfer quota, you'll have to break through at least 30 levels. It's impossible to break through with your strength. I suggest you give up. The corner of Shin Han's mouth moved lightly as he handed out the token. No need to say more. Let's start the examination now. Seeing Shin Han's indifference and stubbornness to take the test, the reception disciple also stopped talking nonsense and directly led Shin Han to the teleportation door. A stubborn person like you is really rare. Go in. Remember, if you want to come out, crush the token. It might allow you to pick up a small life. Shin Han did not respond and took a step inside. The Trial of the Blade. The first level. It was an island in the center of a lake. The island was sparsely vegetated, with only a handful of trees, less than a mile in circumference that a single glance can see through. A black-clothed sword hugger gently leaned against the only crooked willow tree on the island, resting his eyes. Shin Han came in, 50 meters away from him, with a long sword stuck in front of him. On the canopy in front of him, the 100-second countdown kept pulsing numbers. As long as the countdown ended without killing the gatekeeper, the trial would fail. A normal person encountering such a situation must have pulled out the long knife in front of him and quickly rushed towards the sword hugger. But Shin Han didn't. Only to see him retreating instead of advancing, twisting, and jumping into the lake not far behind him. Outside the sword museum, the disciple who received Shin Han happened to walk outside to make his rounds. The front of the mirror happened to be empty. Only that disciple was in front. He glanced at the mirror image, and Shin Han's movements inside instantly attracted his attention. Inside the mirror image. At this moment, Shin Han had just jumped into the water. What is he doing? What's the point of jumping into the water properly? The knife pavilion disciple was somewhat dismayed that time passed little by little. The countdown even reached the last 10 seconds. And Shin Han actually hasn't come up yet. It's over, there are still 10 seconds left. Even if he runs up now, it's impossible to pass the level again. What is this called? It's not good to break through the level properly. He probably knows that he can't break through and is doing the opposite, right? The knife pavilion disciple smiled disdainfully. Humph, fancy is useless. Stop watching, he should be coming out soon. With that, he was about to turn around and go back. Suddenly, only heard the sound of water clattering. The knife pavilion disciple saw a scene he would never forget in this life. He only saw Shin Han coming out of the water and rushing towards the sword hugger like a stray arrow. As he passed by the long sword on the ground, his footsteps did not stop at all, and with an easy pull of his right hand, the long sword broke out of the ground. Holding the long sword in his hand, his speed was surprisingly even better. Closer again. He was getting closer and closer to the sword hugger. The countdown on the canopy was nearing its end. 5, 4, 3. Will he succeed? The knife pavilion disciples subconsciously couldn't help but sweat for this person. 2 seconds, fleeting. Shin Han on the island brushed shoulders with the sword hugger. In the next second, a portal suddenly appeared and Shin Han stepped in, almost stepping on the last second of the bell. As the camera panned around, the sword hall disciples outside just happened to see the line of blood on the sword hugger's throat. This scene, watching it made his scalp explode. Goosebumps rose all over his body. Terrifying, too terrifying. Although this man's skill is nothing, but this kind of confidence that he had in pressing the time to pass was 1 in a million. Too confident. Even the head of the Kendo Hall, that powerful man, would not be able to achieve such a level of confidence. Immediately, the hearts of the disciples of the sword pavilion began to fire up that a man this powerful might be able to break through even farther, right? Let's see just how many levels he can break through. In the mirror image, the camera panned out. It's on a dirt road in the wilderness. This time, 2 sword holders appeared in front of him. On the canopy, the countdown is still ticking. And this time, Shin Han didn't kill anyone first. Instead, he rushed into the nearby bushes. He found a shovel from somewhere and dug at a certain location. Not long after, a box appeared. He opened it. This time, the sword hall disciple saw very clearly that inside was actually a pair of boots with a black iron luster. He couldn't help but wonder, How did this player know that there was a chest in here? However, wasn't it stated in the rules of the Trial of the Blade instructions that it was impossible to take out everything obtained inside except for the reward items? Since that was the case, what was the purpose of this person going through so much trouble to find something? Frowning, the Blade Hall disciple saw the player in the mirror image step into the third level with his tail pressed once again. The third level was located in a dueling arena. There were 3 sword holders here. The countdown was a bit longer, totaling 150 seconds. Inside the dueling arena, Shinhan didn't do the opposite this time. He directly went forward and killed the 3 in 3 strikes. A light door lit up. He didn't enter the light door. Instead, he walked forward 10 meters, and with a swing of his long sword, he cut a plaster statue. The next second, a chest armor with a black iron sheen and a pair of pants of the same color fell out. His face was overjoyed. It's all together. It was time to continue breaking through. This time, there was plenty of time. He walked to the other end of the dueling arena, in front of an iron door, without any panic. He found one of the gaps in the door. He slammed his body into it. Then, the whole person actually crashed into it. Outside of the Blade Pavilion, in front of the mirror image, the Knife Pavilion disciple couldn't help but cover his mouth. Trembling all over, he said, he is going to. This was a strange space. It was as if the world had become a mosaic of. As Shinhan kept moving forward, a scene actually flashed beneath his feet, while above his head, there was darkness. Where the darkness linked with the scenery, a huge jagged tooth kept lengthening and shrinking. It was as if the world was crumbling. That's right. Shinhan actually walked into a bug similar to the wall stuck in the real game inside the Game of Eternity. This was a method left by the Heavenly Tao for weak civilizations to increase their strength. Many players from lower civilizations in the previous life had relied on this method to achieve a class leap. That was how he came to be in his previous life. In this life, he wanted to do it again. After all, it was getting harder and harder behind the 36 levels. Even if he was confident enough to break through, it would just be a waste of time for nothing. As time gradually advanced, Shinhan suddenly stopped and looked down. In the apocalyptic wasteland world, dozens of sword-wielding red-haired monsters crowded the streets of an abandoned city. Bloodthirsty eyes constantly searched for prey that they sensed. However, no matter how hard they searched, they could not find their prey. Shinhan smiled faintly and took a few more steps forward, and a safe room came into view. This room, according to the rules, could only be opened after killing this group of red-haired monsters. But with a bug stuck in it, there was no need to engage at all. He jumped straight in. The room was empty, only a token engraved with the word knife was placed on the wooden table. Top Bladesman transfer token. Outside the mirror image, the Knife Pavilion disciple's eyes widened, his body couldn't help but shake, trembling so much that he couldn't even breathe. That's inside the room. Taking the token into his hands, a strong color of joy surfaced on Shinhan's face. According to the rundown of his previous life, the 2 top-level occupation tokens would be able to go to the novice village altar and synthesize a saint-level occupation token. Saint-level occupation tokens are not plentiful in the game, and there are only 36 spots. In his last life, almost every recipient of a saint-level occupation had developed into a top-notch existence. However, he wasn't in a hurry to leave, because there was still a supreme treasure to be taken here. After putting the token away, only to see Shinhan unhurriedly put on all of the sets of equipment obtained from levels 1, 2, and 3. The next second, he was wrapped in armor that glowed like black iron. Including his eyes, they were protected by a glassy mirror. After putting on the equipment, Shinhan directly pushed away the wooden table, revealing an iron buckle on the ground. Pulling open the iron clasp, a downward-facing passageway instantly appeared on the ground. A stone step came into view. Inside the passageway, a wave of heat surged up and a green-colored tongue of fire drilled out like a giant dragon, and wherever it passed, everything inside the house was instantly burned to ashes. And Shinhan was actually unharmed. Good treasure. This is a set of top-notch fireproof suit, which can block high-temperature flames. The location of the fireproof suit parts was something he knew from reading the 10,000 Realms Raiders in his previous life. He had gone through the trouble of obtaining this set of equipment from the first 3 levels for the purpose of the hidden level after the 36th level. Sinking his heart, Shinhan stepped in step by step along the ladder. Inside the passageway, flames burned to the sky, colorful flames filled the entire space, blocking the line of sight. The terrifyingly high temperatures, even in a fireproof suit, the body is also unbearably hot. Gritting his teeth, Shinhan violently rushed forward. The bottom of his feet, the top of his head, the left side, the right side, the flames from all directions continuously sprayed on the armor. The color of the original black iron was actually gradually turning red. Hesitation is defeat. Even a fireproof suit can't last long here. He pulled his speed to the limit. Just when his body couldn't stand being baked by the scorching temperature, a bright light opened up in front of him. After passing through the passageway, a world of birds and flowers came into view. On the ground, a sharp blade was stuck in the flowery ground. The Tomb of Knives. It is said to collect the best swords in the world. Players who arrive here can pull out a blade at will and take it away. Once chosen, there is no turning back. The attributes of the treasures depend on luck. Looking at the densely packed knives, there are at least tens of thousands of knives. Shin Han shook his head inside. This link is really pitiful. It's not the same as the first place in the archer's test where you can get the most precious treasure. Like the Knife Museum, Kendo Museum and other assessment locations, even if the first pass, there will not be the most precious reward, unless, in front of the hidden pass like this. Unless you reach a hidden level like the one in front of you. Just like the first 3 levels of the fire suit. Even if one's luck exploded to the extreme, it would be nice to come across one. To put it politely, anyone who could come to this hidden level. In the 10,000 worlds, I'm afraid that if there are 10 of them, that would be heaven's general luck. In the last life, some people said that those who could come here were afraid that their luck would run out in their lifetime. But this is it. At the end of the day, they still give people such a show. Although there are many knives here, but the vast majority of them are expected to be dark gold level equipment, of which there are not many treasures. After all, in the last life, the people who came here chose all the dark gold knives. Only one lucky person got the most precious treasure. The person who got the supreme treasure shared the experience. But the specific location he passed over, there was no way to start. These knives at this time are back to basics, the appearance of the plane. Even the best knife connoisseur is difficult to find the supreme treasure from among them. I was under the impression that that person said that the location of the most precious treasure was in the northeast corner. Shin Han discerned the direction and came to the northeastern location. This was a small hill, on which there were close to 1,000 knives densely packed to say the least. How can this be chosen? The probability of 1 in 1,000, absolutely blind. Shin Han's brain was spinning rapidly. In a trance, he had a flash of light. It seemed that he had heard someone say before that a supreme treasure had a spirit, and that 2 supreme treasures could resonate when placed together. This method might be worth a try. When he thought of it, he did it. Just see him directly summon the deicide bow, bowstring pulled full, sweeping in all directions. But those swords on the ground, actually no reaction. Could it be because the deicide bow hasn't grown into a full body? Thinking, he took out the voodoo pearl again. Between the urging of his mind, a red-green light radiated out, gently brushing past the knives on the ground. After a few seconds, those knives remained unresponsive. Are you kidding me? Is this legend a fake? Suddenly, Shin Han held his forehead and laughed. Being fooled? Ah. He originally had the Godslayer bow and voodoo bead on him, and he hadn't seen these two have any resonance reactions. The so-called treasure resonance is just a joke of those good people. He was the recipient of 2 supreme treasures, but he could actually believe such a poor excuse. It simply left one with no place to go. Sedated. Shin Han was completely blindsided. Could it be that he really had to rely on luck? Standing in the 10,000 swords forest for a while, he was lost. In the end, Shin Han finally took the attitude of treating a dead horse as a living horse. He even summoned the nightmare. On the mountainside, after revealing its figure, the nightmare's eyes emitting red light curiously surveyed the surroundings. Shin Han said tentatively, "Good brother, quickly help me see if there are any supreme treasures inside the knives in this neighborhood." The nightmare was psychic, and could actually understand. Only to see the red light in its eyes, it locked onto a knife between the twisting of the horse's head and, then a gallop ran up, the horse's mouth directly bit the hilt and pulled it out. After breaking out of the ground, the white light of the knife body shook, and even shook off all the soil on it, and the nightmare's horse's mouth seemed to be affected by it. Nightmare's horse's mouth seemed to be shaken as well, and subconsciously spat the knife out. It was a sword similar to a Miao sword, and its body was as silver white as moonlight. Shin Han took the knife into his hands with an arrow step. Famous knife Moon Shadow, dark gold grade, unlocked, supreme treasure. Attack 100. Full resistance weakened by 100. Full armor breaking defense plus 10. Then, it was gone. Looking at the dismal attributes, Shin Han was shocked and confused. It's not that blade. Remembering that in his last life, someone else had obtained a blazing blade, a blade that could pull a side of heaven and earth into purgatory. And this famous knife Moon Shadow never heard of in the last life. Looking at the attributes, it was very average. Ordinary dark gold equipment attacks were also around 100 points, this point was mediocre. Full armor breaking defense plus 10 was okay, but compared to the regicide bow's ignored defense, the difference was simply not justifiable. All system resistance weakening 100 points, the general equipment is fixed against a certain element to weaken or strengthen. The whole system weakening is a kind of oil, but oil also means all kinds of will but all kinds of sparse. The 100 points of weakening is not bad. 100 points of weakening in the early stage is still a bit useful, to the late stage is a drop in the bucket. It's not as bad as fixing a system to weaken 5 or 600. The most precious treasure, even if not unlocked, attributes cannot be so pull crotch, right? Thinking about it, Shin Han is no longer entangled, since it is the most precious treasure that must have its unique features. Wait for the future unlocked will know. At this time, Nightmare came over with an inviting expression and, intimately rubbing against Shin Han's body. It seemed to be saying, see how good I am, I picked the best one in a handful of times. Seeing this, Shin Hanwei couldn't help but cry and laugh. He reached out and touched the nightmare, and he found a carrot in his backpack and shoved it to it. The nightmare took a bite of the carrot, swallowed it in its mouth and chewed it slowly with His face was full of enjoyment. Shin Han shook his head with a bitter smile. Since the nightmare chose Moon Shadow, it might think that Moon Shadow's ability was stronger. At the same time, the World Chat Bar once again posted an announcement. Congratulations to player Shin Han for obtaining the unique Supreme Treasure, rewarding him with 1 point of Heavenly Dao value. Outside the Knife Pavilion. In front of the mirror image. The Knife Pavilion disciples witnessed the entire process, and after seeing the world announcement, their bodies involuntarily collapsed to the ground. Not only had this person cleared the level, he had even found the hidden level that the equipment he found in the first 3 levels was for the final hidden level. Shin Han. Supreme Treasure. The Knife Pavilion disciple muttered. It must be him, he must be the one who got the Supreme Treasure. And the 3 Supreme Treasure recipients in front of us, 9 times out of 10, it's him too. Although he was an NPC in the game, he was still a living human being. He could also read the game notices. He even knew what it meant to obtain the greatest treasure one after another. It could be said that if this person didn't die, he would definitely be able to rise to the sky in the future. Such a magnificent character actually appeared in what is almost the weakest civilization in the heavens, the 688 Novice Village. It's unbelievable. The ranking of the Novice Village, the smaller the number meant the weaker the opponent was. Compared to a Supreme Treasure, a top profession token is nothing. If he could befriend him, he might be able to obtain this person's help when the game ended later and he returned to his home world. The Knife Pavilion disciple's voice was like a mosquito fly as he whispered, just now, my attitude was a bit bad, I might have offended him, should I apologize to him later? No, if we apologize, we will flatly pull ourselves down, we will be looked down upon by him, we still need to think of a way to do so. Inside the Blade Pavilion. Shin Han pinched the broken token and teleported back, having just stepped out of the light door. The Knife Pavilion disciple who had received him earlier was standing near the front, his demeanor still arrogant. Seeing Shin Han, this person said, not bad, being able to pass 36 levels in a row, you're also considered a small expert, you're qualified to be friends with me. Shin Han froze at his words. What? Being friends? There's a qualification? Others might not know, but he knew exactly where these low-level NPCs came from. The achievements of the top professions in the future were far beyond the reach of this Sword Hall disciple. What made it possible for him to say such arrogant words? After all, friends, helping each other was what could be called friends. This person did not help himself in the slightest, and in the future, he wouldn't even be able to help at all. This is still arrogant, as if with him as a friend they have earned the look. Slightly shaking his head, Shin Han indifferently said, I'll leave if there's nothing else. What? The Knife Pavilion disciple snapped. Why did this player react in such a manner? With his understanding of the players, at least 99% of the players held respect for NPCs. Speaking like this, the vast majority of players would probably be curious and think that they must have a quest on them. But this person's reaction was completely unexpected. Just as he was at a loss as to how to respond, a disciple suddenly walked inside the Knife Pavilion. This disciple's demeanor was also arrogant, and he glanced at Shin Han and condescendingly said, the fact that you have broken through the 36 levels has already been known to our pavilion master, and he has some interest in you, so come with me and prepare to be received by the pavilion master. Meet me? Shin Han stared blankly, then remembered something. As long as one obtains a top-tier swordsman token, one can be received by the Sword Pavilion's Lord Pavilion Master. One could receive a quest to go to the Sword Pavilion for an examination. The content of the mission is also simple. Without transferring to another job, you can sneak into the Kendo Hall not far from here and obtain a top-level swordsman's profession token. As long as you obtain a top-level swordsman's profession token, the Sword Hall owner will present a dark gold outfit. There are also 36 levels in the swordsman's trial, in which the guards are all people who wear swords. The difficulty level is also comparable to that of the trial of the sword, but there is no shortcut to the trial of the swordsman, and Shin Han hasn't read the strategy guide for the trial of the swordsman. The son of 1,000 gold can't sit in the hall. It wasn't worth it to risk his life for a superfluous profession token. After thinking about it, Shin Han returned, no need, I still have things to do. That new Knife Pavilion disciple froze for a moment and, suddenly, he laughed coldly. If you dare to refuse our Pavilion Master Lord's reception, I'm sure you'll be in big trouble next. Trouble? Shin Han smiled disdainfully, he was Jiling Tian, would he be afraid of a little trouble? If your Pavilion Master wants to find me in trouble, then let him come, I'll take it. Saying that, he stood out with a long stride, not wanting to pay attention to this group of self-conscious people at all. Blade Pavilion. Shin Han had just stepped out of the gate when he saw a prompt pop up that read, you have refused the reception of the Blade Pavilion's master. The Blade Pavilion's power's favorability towards you has dropped to hostility. Shin Han rubbed his nose and smiled helplessly. This Blade Pavilion master was really a careful one. He remembered that he did the Sword Pavilion quest after obtaining the top blade profession token in his last life. However, due to his limited level, he only made it to the 3rd level of the Trial of the Sword before failing. At that time, the mission had just failed, and the Sword Pavilion Master's favorability towards himself had dropped to contempt. Now it was good, it was directly hostile. However, after taking the profession token and the Supreme Treasure, there were no benefits to be gained here in the Blade Pavilion. Hostility is hostile, whoever you like. Anyway, we won't be seeing each other anymore. With a carefree mood, Shin Han rode his nightmare back to the novice village with a relaxed expression. On the way back, a world notice popped up again. Congratulations to player Jiang Ningxue for being the first to transfer to a saint-level profession, rewarding 1 point of heavenly Dao value. Immediately after that, another world notice rang out. Congratulations to player Jiang Ningxue for obtaining the only supreme treasure, rewarding 1 point of heaven's Dao value. Y520131 Novice Village. At the transfer altar, the stunning beauty Jiang Ningxue held a snow-white longbow in her hands, and a golden saint-level career aura blossomed around her body. On her stunningly beautiful face, a hint of a smile surfaced. I didn't expect that 2 career tokens could actually be transferred into a saint-level career. What's more, I didn't expect that the first person to transfer to a saint-level profession would also be able to obtain a supreme treasure. It seems that being cautious is really right. Looking at the attributes of the supreme treasure and the saint-level profession, her face was filled with shock. Snow God Bao, growing supreme treasure, a super divine object from the endless snowy realm. Attack power, 100. Frozen, attack comes with 100 points of frozen damage lasting for 10 seconds. Monsters below elite level, 100% chance of freezing. Ice elemental weakening, 50%. Lianju, the light bowstring allows the speed of drawing the bow to be maximized, and 12 ice arrows can be sent out in one strike. More attributes to be developed with upgrades. Arrow Saint, saint-level profession, unique in the heavens. Growth value tenfold. Passive, Arrow Saint Aura. Bow and arrow series damage increased by 100%. Speed increased by 100%. Archery speed increased by 100%. Bow sharpness value increased by 100%. Defense increased by 100%. An incomplete body of a supreme treasure is this powerful. If it were to reach the complete body of a supreme treasure, what kind of a situation would it be? There's also this Arrow Saint profession, it's really powerful. The growth value alone is 10 times, and every time you go up a level, you can add 100 points of physique. There's also this Arrow Saint Aura, it's even more powerful than a supreme treasure, with 5 increases added up, it can easily double my strength, and it's all percentage increases. No matter how high my achievements are in the future, it'll be of great use. I guess this saint grade profession should be one of the most important things in the game. Those who are able to obtain a saint position will certainly have an unlimited amount of achievements in the future. Involuntarily Jiang Ningxue's mind Shin Han's name. I also don't know if that Shin Han can transfer into a sacred profession. But with his strength, I'm sure he can, right? 688 Novice Village. Shin Han was riding on his horse, his eyes looking towards the world announcement. The corners of his mouth slightly hooked up. So it's her. It seems that the trajectory of the game hasn't changed much except for me as a variable. Jiang Ningxue, the peak power of the universe, the saint daughter of the supreme divine kingdom, the great summer imperial dynasty. A powerhouse like this who stood at the peak of the universe should have been classified in the final battlefield. However, in his last life, Shin Han heard something. The supreme divine kingdom's divine throne is passed down from generation to generation. When the divine throne alternates, the successor is required to divest himself of his divine power for the infusion of new power. There is a short vacuum of strength when the old and new powers are replaced, and it's like being immortal at that time. Jiang Ningxue was recognized as a novice by the game during the vacuum period at the Empress coronation ceremony and teleported here. However, with a status like hers, even without her divine power, she could still stand at the absolute pinnacle of novices by relying on her physical strength alone. Even the most ordinary players in the Supreme God country had a body mass of 4 or 5,000, and someone like Jiang Ningxue should have an initial body mass of around 8,000, definitely the most top of the line amongst the entire game's newbie village players. Moreover, the law of the Supreme God's kingdom was extremely strict, and it was feared that if Jiang Ningxue entered any novice village under her country's flag, her subordinates would try to enhance her strength by all means. It made sense that she would succeed in obtaining a saint-level profession token. I'm sorry to say, the two of them hadn't met in their last life, but he had seen clearly the post where Jiang Ningxue had posted the deicide Bao Raider. Speaking of which, it was also himself who robbed her of her chance. However, this kind of big family, not lack of these. Now her hands should be another treasure, Snow God Bao. This Bao grows to the end, and can even pull a side of heaven and earth into the extreme cold, very domineering. The moon jumped out at an unknown time. The white light of the moon sprinkled the ground with a silver-white color. Shin Han also came to the novice village altar. At this time, there was not a single player here, even the village chief responsible for the transfer was not there. The surroundings were silent, with only the chirping of unknown insects. However, he didn't come to the altar this time to transfer, but to synthesize. Transferring required the village chief. but synthesizing, anytime. Only to see him come directly to the center of the altar and took the 2 occupation tokens out of his pocket and placed them in the middle of the stone table in the center of the altar. 2 top-level occupation tokens detected. Is it possible to synthesize the Saint-level occupation Blade Saint token? Jin Han, yes. As he selected OK, the 2 tokens suddenly floated 3 feet in the air from the stone table and intertwined as if they were vortexes. They spun for roughly 10 seconds, and then he saw on the altar, a golden light flashed violently and soon, a holy level occupation token that emitted a golden light and had the words Blade Saint written on it was completely completed. Seeing this, the Jin Han let out a sigh of relief and there were hundreds of millions of top-level occupation tokens in all the realms of the heavens. Different top-level occupation tokens could synthesize different saint-level occupation tokens. However, because there are only 36 saint-level professions, so once the person in front is the first to synthesize it, it will be useless for the person behind. The good thing is, as long as after synthesizing, even if you don't transfer, no one else can snatch it away. Although he couldn't see the attributes of his profession, but he knew the attributes of the Blade Saint profession. Blade Saint, saint-level profession, unique in the heavens. 10 times the growth value. Blade weapon attack increased by 100%. Attack speed increased by 100%. Movement speed increased by 100%. Sharpness of blade weapon increased by 100%. Defense increased by 100%. 10 times the growth value. When you rise to level 20 as a novice, you'll get 2,000 points of body mass. When one rose to level 100, one would have 10,000 points of constitution. With this upgraded profession alone, plus the passive aura, once he switches professions, even if he were to lie completely flat from now on, doing nothing but brushing monsters and upgrading, his achievements in the future will not be low. At the very least, walking to the final battlefield would be easy. Even if he moved his fingers a little, he could crush everything and become a numbered figure among the heavens. However, there were still 36 saint-level professions in the heavens. Moreover, strong people like Jiang Ningxue, with a top-notch bloodline, a heavenly background, and an initial physique that had all reached as many as 8,000 points, he had also obtained a saint-level occupation. If he only had a saint-level career, even if he had many opportunities in the future. If he was only a saint-level career, even if he had a lot of opportunities in the future, his ultimate achievement would be equal to Jiang Ningxue's at most. Not to mention that when it came to the final battlefield, he would have to face those super-old monsters who had lived for hundreds of millions of years or even longer. The good thing is, saint-level professions aren't the end of the line. Further up, there are still god-level professions. In the last generation, no one had ever obtained a god-level career. The news of the god-level profession was still announced by the game system and the World Forum later on. The synthesis method for this god-level occupation was, to put it simply, a saint-level occupation token plus a hidden occupation token would suffice. In the game, in addition to the profession tokens on the surface, there are also some hidden profession tokens. There are not many of them, only 100 in total. Except for the passive difference, the growth rate is 7 times stronger than the top tier, but weaker than the holy tier. These hidden profession tokens, not only is the way to obtain very tricky, but also, all hidden profession tokens are unique in the world. In the last generation, players who were able to obtain hidden occupation tokens were basically obtained by mistake, or even in a haphazard manner. There was fishing, and fishing out. There were those who brushed monsters and exploded them. There are also in the copy in the wild area lost, inexplicably take a task, and inexplicably completed, obtained. In short, this hidden profession token, at the very least, 90% of them do not have reproducibility. Totally depends on the face. Hidden profession, to put it bluntly, is a special benefit that the game distributes to players in all realms. It doesn't matter if you're a low-level civilization or a high-level civilization, the chances of obtaining a hidden profession are equal. So, for those players who get a holy level token, and then want to get a hidden profession, the probability is almost the same as buying 1,000,000 worlds in a row. The probability was almost as incredible as buying 10,000 lottery tickets in a row and winning the jackpot. This was also the reason why there were no god-level professions in the previous generation. However, there are always exceptions. Jin Han remembered that there was a hidden occupation token located in a hidden location on the Bison Prairie. It was not very difficult to obtain. As far as I can remember, this token was only obtained by chance by a lucky person a week after the game started. He had also read the strategy guide written by the other party. Now it's only been less than a day since the game started. He was confident in getting it. Let's get the hidden profession token first, and only after transferring into a god-level profession will we be considered to have initially laid a good foundation. At the altar, Jin Han loaded the Blade Saint profession token into his backpack, turning around to leave. Only, when he walked out of the altar, he still didn't see the village chief's shadow. This made him feel a little strange in his heart. Normally, as long as a player walks up to the altar with a profession token, No matter when, in a few minutes, the village chief will come. After all, the village chief and the players are complementary to each other. The more powerful the players are, the more successful the village chief will be. If the players are not good enough, and the village is attacked and destroyed by others, the village chief will not be any better. The relationship between the two is one of honor and glory. The birth of every professional player is a huge boost to the village. It was impossible for the village chief not to pay attention to it. Now, from the time he synthesized on the altar to the time he left, at least 15 minutes had passed. There was no reason for this village chief not to come. There must be a demon when things go wrong. There might be something going on here. Being keen on the game, Shin Han immediately felt a hint of something unusual. Generally, when NPCs make unusual moves, there is a mission involved. The transfer of such a big thing does not come. I think this task must not be small. With a doubtful mind, Shin Han directly left. When Shin Han had just left, he saw the white-haired village chief and the master of the sword museum walk out from the dark ground together. The village chief leaned on his walking stick and looked at Shin Han's gradually moving away figure, and, sighing, he said, I was thinking of whetting this kid's appetite and letting him honestly go back to the knife pavilion to take the task you gave him. But I didn't expect that in this novice village, which is almost the weakest in the 10,000 worlds, there is actually someone who was able to obtain a sacred level profession token. No wonder when you arranged a quest for the other party, they simply ignored it. It's just that without the son's help, who's going to save my good granddaughter? If we really can't, let's just give him the teleportation order. Maybe there's a ray of hope that way? The Blade Pavilion's pavilion master changed his arrogant temper at this moment and nodded in agreement. It seems that this is the only way. Before leaving the village, Shin Han bought kerosene, torches, and other miscellaneous items when he passed by the grocery store. He also casually bought some food and other necessities inside other stores, and then quickly left the village. At this moment, most of the people had either gone to look for a transfer location, or had returned to the village to rest. South of the village, on the road leading to the grassland, there weren't even a few silhouettes to be seen. Seeing this, Shin Han also stopped hiding. He directly summoned his nightmare. He sped towards the bison grassland. Not long after, he had already arrived in the grassland. At this moment, under the moonlight, the entire grassland was shrouded in a silver-white haze. The breeze blew with a slight coolness. Sweeping eyes. On the large grassland, the bison were almost all killed cleanly, and, within the line of sight, there were almost no traces of bison. There were a certain number of wild monsters in the novice village of the Game of Eternity. After killing them, they can only be refreshed after 3 days. However, even so, there were still a few players walking on the grassland, looking for the few bison. Shin Han was riding his nightmare. Using the moonlight as his guide, he rode through the grassland. In a short while, he arrived at the center of the grassland. This place looked plain and ordinary. No one could have imagined that there was a mysterious graveyard buried 5 meters below the ground. According to the player's strategy, there is one way to open this place. It's to kill more than 10 players here, and then the spell will be triggered, opening the passageway to the underground. Killing people, Shin Han didn't care. In his last life, he didn't know how many players' blood had stained his hands, gathered together, and was afraid that it could dye the Yangtze River red. However, apart from killing people, he had plenty of ways. As a player of the Ashes, it's not that difficult to break the spell formation here, as long as you use kerosene to burn all the grass here. Find the veins of the spell formation and modify it slightly. In an hour at most, he would be able to crack it easily, only to see him take a few steps back on his nightmare and, taking out the fire oil that he had prepared long ago, he was ready to throw it on the ground. But at that moment, an urgent cry suddenly rang out behind him. Brothers, run quickly, someone is chasing us. Shin Han turned around. He saw 3 stumbling figures running wildly in his direction. Not far behind them, there were a dozen players with weapons, chasing hard towards the trio. Under the blessing of the ancient suit's black night vision, he was able to clearly see the trio's appearance. 2 of the 3 were clearly the 2 brothers who were toppled by the bison that he encountered in the opening of the game. Inside the village, there was a free healing place for newbies. It looks like these 2 are saved. However, in the middle of the night, they were being chased by a dozen players. This scenario makes him a bit puzzled. It was just that it was none of his business. He wasn't going to mind his own business and, putting away the kerosene, riding his nightmare, he took a few steps towards the side end. He waited quietly, ready to wait for the 2 groups of people to pass. Compared to the grudges of these people, the hiding place was more important. But when the 3 people ran past him, they, still not forgetting to continue to remind, quickly go, don't freeze. That gang is going to kill someone, it'll be too late if you don't leave. Shin Han looked calm, still riding the nightmare, waiting in place. It seemed to not take anything to heart. Seeing this, the 3 of them were ready to continue running away. But coincidentally, at this moment, behind them, 5 or 6 sharp arrows flew rapidly. One of the arrows happened to penetrate the knee of one of the players. With a thud, one of the 3 fell. One of the three fell. The remaining two saw that someone was injured. They wanted to escape. But when they saw the other player lying on the ground holding his leg in a miserable state, I don't know where they got the strength to do it. The two looked at each other. They looked at each other and clenched their teeth. They took out their long knives and put them in front of each other. At this moment, behind the pursuit of a dozen players, also quickly surrounded up. These people have obviously had training. Like a hunting circle, they surrounded the three into a circle. They blocked all their retreating paths. Shin Han was riding his nightmare, and took a few more steps back. But seeing that the other party didn't seem to intend to let him go either, 5 players came towards him intentionally or unintentionally. Shin Han's expression was calm. I'm too lazy to care about your grudge, go settle it elsewhere. Don't bother me. But those people acted as if they didn't hear him and, still surrounded towards him. On the nightmare, Shin Han immediately summoned the deicide bow and he shot 2 arrows, which accurately pierced through the thighs of 2 players. His voice was ice cold. If you dare to take another step forward, die. Those pursuers saw that not only did Shin Han not panic when facing so many people, they were actually so strong. They also saw that the other party's equipment seemed to be good. They didn't know what was going on and didn't dare to come forward. At this time, a girl with a ponytail came out from the pursuers, with an innocent smile on her face. Looking at Shin Han, little brother, don't misunderstand, we have no malice. Which 3 players stole our equipment, you have nothing to do with this, we won't make things difficult for you. The 3 people who were surrounded by them heard this and immediately retorted. Bullshit, along with us, you tricked 5 players in the village to go out of the village in the name of teaming up to fight monsters. When we arrived at the field, you guys were ready to kill and grab the equipment. If not for the 3 of us reacting in time, we would have been killed by you guys just like the other 2 players. Girl, little brother, you judge, where is this defamation of people? Speaking as if we people are the kind of great evils that are unforgivable. But I didn't even kill a chicken before entering the game, how could I possibly kill someone? On the side. Originally, Shin Han didn't really want to take care of these people's rotten business. But after hearing about the matter of killing people and exploding equipment, his face instantly became ice cold. In his last life, in the game, there was a group of animal players. Those animals usually look like normal gamers. In front of people, they also pretended to be the same as normal players. But once in the wild, when no one is around, they will find those players who are alone, lured to the corner of no one to surround and kill. They'll even use some favors to trick some players into forming a team in the name of brushing copies. When they get to the shadows, they'll kill them and scavenge their equipment. There's no surveillance in the game, and no so-called sin value. Plus, this bunch of beasts are picking hidden places, and they are very decisive. Every time, they strike when others are unprepared. And, this gang of animals all anonymous, even if you kill someone, the other dying in the chat area before asking for help is useless. The gold belt for murder and arson. This gang of brutes relied on such black work, hard in the case of no transmogrifier participation, became the best equipped, the richest group of people. They have even stepped on the corpses of their fellow clansmen to reach the middle of the game. The number of people is also getting bigger and bigger. At its peak, the number of these beasts gathered hundreds of people. If it wasn't for their unfavorable actions, they were surrounded by several professionals. I'm afraid these people would still be able to continue to get away with it. In his last life, when this incident happened, Shin Han was on a mission and did not participate. But for this kind of thing that trampled on the bottom line of the human race, there was no way he would tolerate it. He gazed at the 3 people who were being hunted down and killed. You guys said that they killed 2 players just now, are the bodies still there? Yes, it's right by the bison grassland. They shouldn't have had time to pack up the bodies in order to chase us. The 3 of them saw that Shin Han had wasted 2 people in a row and seemed to be very capable, so they immediately pinned their hopes on Shin Han. Upon these words, the faces of this group of pursuers changed drastically. Many of them wanted to make a move right away. But the girl with the ponytail was still all smiles and she looked very sincere. Little brother, don't listen to their nonsense, we didn't do this. You want to investigate the truth can also, we are willing to go with you to see, have you testify can also return our innocence? These words sounded as if they were very sincere. But it was a typical seduction technique. Relying on this trick, the girl had tricked several players into dropping their guard today. She was already expecting the other party to be tricked into dismounting from their horses, walking into their encirclement of their own accord and becoming prey. Unfortunately, they were facing Shin Han. How could this kind of retarded technique of entrapment possibly fool him? It was also these words that allowed Shin Han to completely determine the identity of these people. He immediately raised his bow and shot decisively. Swift arrows flew towards the crowd. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Up to 1,000 yellow fatal damage continuously appeared under the moonlight. Those people didn't even have a chance to react, and they suffered 5 or 6 casualties. In the face of the storm of killings, the killers fell like wheat. The survivors all had a huge change of color. This kid doesn't take the bait, damn it, he's even more ruthless than us. What a high attack, what a precise arrow, we've met a tough opponent, we can't beat him, run. Shin Han's gaze penetrated with icy cold. His hands did not stop at all. The girl slumped to the ground, her face no longer resembling what it was just now, and she begged, little brother, please don't kill me. As long as you do not kill me, let me do anything. But what she received in response was a sharp arrow that went through her throat. With an incredulous expression, the girl's consciousness completely fell into darkness. Whoosh! In just a few seconds, all the pursuers present were all killed in action. Only the 3 pursued remained, full of confusion. A dozen or so players that they thought they couldn't even beat actually died in the blink of an eye. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed that there were such bulls in the novice village. Big brother, thank you for saving my life. My name is Li Ran, and the one next to me is my younger brother Li Hao. The one on the ground with an arrow in his knee is called Lu Maniac. Obviously, after a day's time, coupled with the darkness of the night, these two people obviously didn't recognize Shin Han. On the contrary, the guy on the ground was actually Lu Maniac. I remembered that in my last life, this Lu Maniac only appeared on the first day of novice, and then disappeared. At that time, many people guessed that Lu Maniac was eaten by wild monsters after going to the advanced wild area. Now it seems that this cargo was slaughtered as a fat sheep on the first day of his previous life. At this moment, Lu Maniac looks a bit ashamed. Since he knew about the matter of transferring to a new job, he immediately hid his name and quickly returned to the village, ready to find a chance to change jobs. However, in the end, the occupation did not change into, but met an angelic girl, also ready in each other together, and with a group of free team players, holding group overnight out of the village upgrade brush monsters. But in the field, the angelic maiden turned into a demon and almost devoured him alive. He had at least been a celebrity in the newbie village for a day. He was a celebrity in the newbie village for at least a day, and then he encountered unlucky things one after another. This made him somewhat afraid to look at Shin Han's eyes. Muttering a thank you on nightmare, Shin Han put away the deicide bow and nodded his head gently. All the while, his gaze was firmly fixed on the ground at this moment, under the erosion of the blood of the dead players. On the ground, it actually began to emit a demonic dark red light. The spell formation was activated. With the activation of the spell formation, the ground began to rumble. The 3 people in the central area couldn't even stand still. What's happening? Is there an earthquake in the game? Li Ran and Li Hao hurriedly assisted Lu Maniac to walk aside. When they had just walked to a safe place, they saw that on the spot, rumbling, something was breaking out of the ground. The corpses on the ground were pushed to the side. Not long after, a tomb door appeared in front of them. From the doorway, there was a downward staircase, extending to an unknown place. Coming! Shin Han wrote his nightmare, and without saying a word, directly sped down. Outside, the 3 of them, Lu Maniac, look at each other in dismay. Lu Maniac, that's strange, how did a secret location suddenly appear here? Li Ran, it's not strange, this big brother just happened to appear here so late in the evening. I'm afraid that he's waiting for this secret location to open up, and the 3 of us have kind of rubbed off on people's luck and retrieved a small life. Li Hao, brother, will there be any great benefits down here? Should we go down and take a look? Li Ran shook his head. This place was discovered by that big brother. People must have something to do when they go in. We'd better not disturb them for the time being. What's more, brother Lu Maniac's knee is injured and he still has to return to the village to save his life. Lu Maniac sniffed and suddenly felt some emotion. Just now I thought that you two were going to throw me away and run away, but I didn't expect that. At the critical time, you actually stayed. Li Ran, how do we say is also a brother in distress, really leave you behind? We hard also intentionally do not go. Besides at that time the brain is hot, also did not think so much. Thinking about it now, it's actually quite scary. If that big brother wasn't there, the 3 of us would be the ones to die here tonight. Lu Maniac nodded. Speaking of which, it was this big brother who saved the lives of the 3 of us. In the future if there is an opportunity, we must return the favor. Li Ran, with the strength that he has just shown, he is an extraordinary person. With our current strength, not to mention helping, it's good not to drag our feet. Li Hao, hey, brother, have you noticed that this big brother looks a bit familiar, as if he has been seen somewhere before? Li Ran was stunned when he heard this. His brain flew around rapidly. In a flash of lightning, he seemed to recall a scene and he blurted out, by the grassland in the morning. These words also stirred Li Hao's memory. Yes, it was at that moment, when we met that person, who seemed to look a lot like this big man. At that time, that big guy didn't seem to be anonymous. I think he was called Shin something? The moment these words came out, the bodies of the 3 of them shook violently and they couldn't help but spit out a name that Shin Han. After uttering this name, the 3 only felt their scalps tingle and hands were trembling. Li Hao stammered, difficult, could it be that he's the one on the world notice? Lu Maniac, this big brother killed a dozen players in a few seconds. This kind of strength performance, it is estimated that the average professional would never be able to do it, so I guess he is definitely the one on the notice. Li Hao's teeth chattered in fear. 688 is actually hiding such a true god. That's just unbelievable. Then what should we do now? Li ran, since Big Brother has hidden his name, he definitely doesn't want others to know his name, so let's just pretend we don't know anything, and in the future, it's also best not to discuss Big Brother's matters in front of people. Let's go back to the village. As he was leaving, Lumaniac looked at the equipment popped out by the dead players, not far away. What about those people? There's still so much equipment. Li ran, put it away, leave it here, I'm afraid it will be cheaper for the players passing by. Since these people were killed by Big Brother, the equipment is Big Brother's stuff, even if people don't see it, we have to collect the stuff, and when we go back to the village and sell it for money, we'll find a chance to return it to Big Brother. Of course, if there is suitable equipment, we can also wear it. When we improve our strength we will also upgrade faster, and when it comes to repaying the favor, we can also contribute more. Driven by Li Ran, the three of them quickly gathered all the equipment on the ground and brought Lumaniac back to the village to heal and sell the items. On the other side, after Qin Han sped into the graveyard, the area in front of him became empty. Surrounded by a thick load-bearing pillar, the entire space was piled up with sand-colored stones. On each pillar, there was a long bright light, illuminating the space through and through. Inside the space, a black sheep was wandering aimlessly in the space. He lifted his bow and arrow and shot a black sheep at random. As high as 1,000 bludgeons floated up. Then, the damage carried by the voodoo bead also appeared. The opponent has been poisoned, blood level -200. At the same time, the monster's name also appeared. Tomb Goat, level 2 monster. Blood, 2,000 points. This was a type of sheep that was active in the middle of the graveyard and would attack anything unfamiliar. When that tomb sheep was attacked, it turned its head and charged towards Qin Han. However, just a few steps into its run, the toxin damage carried by the voodoo pearl drained its blood bar. With a bleat, a cluster of experience floated into Qin Han's body. Experience value +100. Enough experience, is it upgrading? No, not upgrading for now. Qin Han chose not to upgrade. At the same time, he was somewhat surprised that these sheep had a ridiculously high blood volume, 5 times higher than the average level 2 wild monster. However, the high blood quantity, the experience value given was really high. It's 3 times higher than the average level 2 monster. Moreover, this tomb sheep is very easy to kill, and its efficiency is much better than killing high-level monsters with the same amount of blood. It was a good place for novice players to practice leveling. But it's also true that this mysterious graveyard, due to the place being really remote, there aren't many that can be opened in the 10,000 Realms novice village. If it wasn't for the 10,000 Realms forum, I wouldn't even know that Bison Grass Original was this place. It makes sense that a hidden location like this would give generous rewards. After sweeping the environment for a while, Qin Han continued to steer his horse forward. This level was a very large place. Even if he rode his nightmare, it took him more than 10 minutes to turn around. At the walls of this layer, he found a total of 5 passages downwards. According to the guide written by that person, this mysterious graveyard has a total of 19 floors, and each floor has 5 downward passages. You have to walk through each passage correctly in order to successfully walk to the bottom, otherwise, these passages are interconnected, and if you walk in a stifled manner, I'm afraid that you won't be able to walk to the bottom even after a lifetime of walking. I remember that the method written on the strategy is left right left right left left right. Luckily I remembered it, otherwise, it would be difficult to walk down. Trying to recall the strategy in his memory, Qin Han kept walking down. There was something magical about the monsters in this graveyard. The level of the monsters would increase by 1 level for every next layer. And they were all sheep. Woolly sheep, lake sheep, beach sheep, yellow sheep, all different. The good thing is that the speed of these sheep are not fast. The number is not too much. He didn't have to fight along the way. Smoothly to the 18th floor passageway entrance. He took a deep breath. The 19th floor is the boss room of the entire hidden graveyard. The level of the wild monsters on the 18th floor have all reached level 19, and the monsters in the boss room are afraid that their level will reach level 20. After a little rest, Qin Han rode his nightmare and jumped down. 1 step into the boss room. Qin Han almost thought that he had come to the wrong room. Unlike the 18 floors upstairs, which were all in stone, this boss room, on top of the large space, there was a crystal chandelier. The ceiling is covered with complex mural patterns. Even one of the stone pillars is engraved with bas-reliefs. The center is paved with red carpets. 1,000 strong long-haired white sheep neatly like a square blanket toward the front of the pious kneeling. And at the very front, in front of a semicircular golden bookshelf, a goat-headed man with a golden crown on his head and a high head, was sitting on a throne made of a metal wagon. At the front end of the carriage, there were actually 4 large white oxen with golden horns pulling the carriage. This bizarre appearance made Qin Han somewhat jaw-dropped. A half-man, half-goat monster, letting oxen pull the carriage? This was simply unheard of. Seemingly sensing Qin Han's arrival, the half-sheep man on the carriage throne instantly agitated and stood up on the throne, holding his scepter in his hand, and pointed in Qin Han's direction with a bleated twice. At once, like a hornet's nest had been stirred up, nearly 1,000 long-haired sheep stood up from the ground and, neatly turning their bodies around, they bowed furiously towards Qin Han. While bleeding, they launched a collective attack. Seeing this, he immediately bent his bow and shot an arrow. White Sheep Guard, level 20 monster. Blood, 30,000. The White Sheep Guards were extremely loyal to their king, and any enemy that dared to offend the king's authority would be annihilated under their horns. Looking at that horrifying 30,000 blood count, Qin Han suddenly went Spartan. Good lord! The blood quantity of this sheep monster was more than that of a normal level 20 monster. With his current attack power, it wasn't difficult to kill a few of them, but without group attack skills, 1,000 of them would have been killed. But without group attack skills, 1,000 sheep. Let him shoot them one by one. I'm afraid he won't be able to make it until tomorrow morning. Seeing that the flock is getting closer and closer, he had a plan. He took out the fire oil that was originally used to burn the grassland and threw it furiously on the ground in front of him. A dozen cans of oil were thrown down, spreading a large area. When the sheep were about to rush over, he lit a torch, threw it violently into the oil. In an instant, the fire shot up into the sky. Those long-haired sheep seemed not to know the power, and actually rushed towards the fire without any hesitation. The wool, which is flammable. When it touched the fire, it burst into flames. Almost instantly, the fire quickly swept through the sheep. In a short while, the entire 1,000 sheep square was ablaze. Countless -500 damage constantly jumped out. Countless blood bars in front of his eyes weakened downward in a flesh-like manner. However, unfortunately, these blood bars when reduced to 2/3 of the time, harangue stops, because the fire source is gone. At this moment, the kerosene has been burned clean. The long-haired sheep have now turned into crispy sheep with a meaty flavor. And the half-human, half-sheep guy on the wagon, holding a scepter, actually launched a group healing. A white light enveloped the sheep. Then, green healing symbols started to appear above the sheep's heads. The +50 healing effect popped out continuously. With the naked eye, the injuries on their bodies began to heal, even regrowing their hair again. Good guy, this still comes with healing, but there's no way to do it without healing. These long-haired sheep's blood quantity is too high, and the kerosene they carry on their bodies isn't much, so they definitely won't be able to be killed if they wear it down. With a turn of his eyes, Qin Han pulled while writing his nightmare. Finding an opening, raising his hand, he shot an arrow at the guy sitting on the throne. The Godslayer bow ignored defense, and the energy arrow was extremely fast. With a poof, it accurately shot into the monster's eye. A 1010 yellow fatal damage floated up high. Dark green poison damage -200 kept popping up. The monster's name was revealed. Sheep Guardian, level 20, chief level monster. The amount of blood is as high as a horrifying 20 million points. This exploding blood volume made Qin Han's eyes jump continuously. What was even more perverse was that, after being injured, that half-goat, half-human guy, a green light started to emerge from the top of his head. The +200 healing amount kept popping up. In the blink of an eye, the disappearing blood was restored. This is still a fart. As far as my damage is concerned, it's clear that I'm scratching this master's itch. It's a good thing that I don't have to kill this thing to get the hidden profession token, or else just grinding the blood would tire people out. Looking at the guide, it says that there's a passage behind the bookshelf behind the throne on this 19th floor that leads straight to a marvelous place. Listening to that person's meaning, as long as one walks to the world behind and finds a fenced yard, that token can easily be obtained without the need to fight again. At this moment, on the throne, that sheep race guardian ate a damage blow from Qin Han and stood up bleeding in anger. But it seemed that the hatred was not enough. The guy did not leave his position and he was just on the throne, raging with impotence. You're not coming, are you? Then I'll come with a few more arrows. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Only to see Qin Han on the back of the nightmare opening his bow and shooting rapidly. A continuous rain of bead-like swords continuously shot at the half-man, half-sheep monster. The -1010, -200, -101. The -1010-200-101 damage keeps popping up. Even if it had a good recovery speed, it couldn't withstand the constant stacking of damage. It slowly began to drop. Finally, this guy can't help himself. He threw out his reins. The 4 white oxen in front of him stomped their hooves, charging forward like they were trying to kill each other. The huge throne carriage also finally left the bookshelf. Seeing this, Qin Han, after waiting for the carriage to get closer, he quickly pulled his nightmare speed to the maximum. He turned a corner and came to the bookshelf. He stood in front of the bookshelf and quickly searched and twitched the books in one of the areas. Suddenly, when he pulled one of the books, the entire shelf began to rumble and rotate, and an eerie passageway gradually appeared. A gloomy passageway gradually appeared in front of his eyes. Seeing this, that sheep guardian, the reins were about to whip those white oxen to death, and he tried his best to rush over. Unfortunately, by the time it reached the bookshelf position, Shin Han had long since put away his nightmare and drilled into the passage. In the passageway, it was quiet. There was nothing. Occasionally, the sound of water drops could be heard. This place looked eerie. To be on the safe side, he summoned Nightmare out. One person and one horse walked forward cautiously. After an unknown period of time, a bright light appeared in front of his eyes. Almost there, the place stated in the guide should be just ahead. A few minutes later, the light was becoming more and more prevalent. When Shin Han got out of the cave, the light is getting brighter and brighter, and when Shin Han exits the cave, only a dreamlike world came into view. As far as the eye could see, flowers, green trees, the river flows, rabbits on the ground. From time to time, colorful birds fly through the air, and the sky was a turquoise blue. The blue doesn't seem to be earthly, and the contrast of this world is very high. It was as colorful as an oil painting. Discovered the hidden place Peachland's realm, experience plus 100. Enough experience, are we upgrading? About 2 hours have passed. Li Ran and the three of them took advantage of the darkness and came to this place again. Looking at the cave that Shin Han had walked into, he followed suit. If Big Brother went in to do his business, it should be about time. Let's go down and take a look, and return the money we sold to Big Brother on the way. If there are any edges that Big Brother doesn't want, we'll see if we can help out with that as well. On the first floor of the hidden ancient tomb. What grass, this place doesn't seem very big when you look at it from the outside, but once you come in, there's a whole other world. This place is so big. It's just that the monsters in here don't seem to have been touched. It looks like Big Brother didn't kill the monsters. The three Lumaniacs looked around and couldn't see Shin Han's figure at all. Look guys, there are downward passages here. Big Brother shouldn't be on the first floor. Since Big Brother doesn't want the monsters on the first floor, let's just clean it up. Facing unknown maps, monsters that they had never touched before. As players, they definitely wanted to practice leveling that. Undeclared. Finding a black sheep that had fallen alone, quietly surrounded it. When the black sheep was not paying attention, the three swords stabbed it like hell. -9, -9, -100. The red damage floated up continuously. Compared to the monster's 2000 points of blood, this attack power of theirs was really low. Li Hao, I'll go, these are just level 2 wild monsters. How come their blood level is so high? This damage I'm hitting up is just tickling these sheep lords. But, Brother Lumaniac, why is this damage so high? Lumaniac avoided the black sheep's toppling and quickly said, hitting the vitals will have 10 times the damage. These sheep don't look very smart. Aside from their ridiculously thick blood, they're actually much better than the wild wolves. The two of them followed Lumaniac's words and struck again, specifically aiming their knives at the neck and abdomen of the sheep. The damage really skyrocketed. In less than a moment, the black sheep died under the trio's chaotic knives. Then, several people who saw the experience. They were all startled at once. Li Hao, the bison outside, I heard that one is 10 points of experience, and a level 1 requires 100 points of experience, so as long as you kill 10 bison alone, you can upgrade. And this black sheep is even more of a cow. The three of us split the experience equally, and each of us can actually land more than 30 points of experience. It's really awesome. Lumaniac was also very happy to see this. It's going to get harder and harder to upgrade later on in this game. Don't look at his one day to rise to the 3rd level, that is also the desperation. Kill a few hundred head of bison in exchange for the result, and the 3rd level to the 4th level is the same as the 4th level. Moreover, level 3 to level 4 is a watershed. The experience bar has increased by a huge amount. If you brush wolves normally, you'll need at least a day or two to reach level 4. And now with the birth of professionals, he's the one who prioritizes levels, and he's going to fall behind soon. But today, when he came across this hidden graveyard, it's a great opportunity. As long as he is the first to level up to 4, he'll be able to gain another constitution point. But when I think of this, Lumaniac suddenly realized a problem. He looked at the two of them. You guys said, the Big Brother who saved us, his damage is so high, it is reasonable to say that upgrading is just eating and drinking water for him. But until now, the first place in the rankings, or me? And when I look at the rankings, he still seems to be level 0? Li Ran, people's Big Brother must have their own understanding of the game. Let's not speculate wildly. We've also experienced what happened today, when we know that this world is a lot more cruel than we thought. Danger doesn't just come from outside, it can also come from around us. If you want to live, it's best to be careful with what you say. After Li Ran finished his words, Lumaniac and Li Hao were both stunned for a moment and, thinking about the passage of almost dying today, they immediately fell silent and, picking up their long knives and long swords, they each looked for monsters to brush. On the other side, Shin Han rode his nightmare as he sped through the forest. The brightly colored light and shadows made people feel happy, with a hint of sweetness in the fresh air. According to the guide, following the stream, constantly going up, the fish in the water keep rising up, seemingly competing with the nightmare for speed. In a cheerful atmosphere, not long after, he saw a fenced yard. Inside the yard, a stone-built hut came into view. This is the place. At that time, after that person mistakenly entered here, he entered the house and took the token and left without encountering a single danger throughout. Such a beautiful and safe place. If it can be used as a hermitage, it would be perfect. Leaving his horse, he came to the front of the hut. There was no one inside the house. Shin Han walked straight into the house and he saw a turquoise token sitting on the table inside the house. He took the token and realized that it was the hidden profession, apothecary. He took the token and realized that it was the hidden profession, the pharmacist profession token. It's exactly the same as what the guide said. Although he hadn't changed professions, he couldn't see the attributes of the token alone. But the attributes of this token are written in the strategy guide, and he knows them. Apothecary profession token, unique to the heavens. Growth value 7 times. Pharmacist aura. Healing effect increased by 90%. Blood quantity increased by 90%. Blood quantity restored by 1% per second. Poison damage increased by 90%. Sanctioned enemy blood recovery by 50%. To be honest, if an average person switches to the pharmacist profession, going for the poison system and going for the healing system, or even both, in the later stages, the power is simply unimaginable. If this kind of person assists, it's equal to having a mobile spring behind you, and it can also sanction the enemy's recovery, and it can also increase the output by quite a bit, so it's simply perfect. It's just a pity that once the divine tier token is synthesized, this apothecary token disappears. But there's a give and take. Before the lure of a god-level profession, this apothecary token is nothing. It's time to go to the altar to synthesize. This time, it'll be my turn to transfer. I'm really looking forward to how powerful this god-tier profession, which has never revealed its true face, will be. Storing the apothecary order into his backpack, Shin Han headed out with a look of anticipation. But just as he left the door of the hall, just after leaving the door of the hall, he saw a man in a black leather jacket, with yellowish red hair, a hideous mask, and a medicine bag on his shoulder walk in. As soon as the two parties met, this person became angry. Who are you, and how could you possibly come to my peach source realm? My pharmacist order breath actually disappeared. It's definitely you who stole my order. As he spoke, this person's face under his mask seemed to be trembling with rage, only to see him quickly take out a medicine jar from his medicine bag and threw it between the two with a snap. At that instant, a poisonous mist filled the courtyard. Immediately, a red alert came from the system. You have been attacked by evil Dr. Hua Bird. But the next moment, Shin Han's supreme treasure, the voodoo bead, instantly jumped out with a whirring sound. It swept away the poisonous gas within the courtyard. He didn't even receive a single bit of damage. Not only that, after the voodoo poison bead had absorbed the poisonous chi, its attributes changed. Voodoo pearl, the only treasure. Feeds on voodoo, the nemesis of all voodoo in the world. Attack with poison 200 points per second, lasts for 10 seconds. Skill, soul storage, voodoo art, draws on the grudges of living beings it kills, can be actively released during an attack. Skill, desperate evil poison, group damage, reduces the enemy's life by 500 points per second, comes with a 35% life returning restraint, lasts for 10 seconds. When Shin Han took a look, his heart was startled. 500 points of damage per second. Good lord, fortunately, he has a top-notch treasure like the voodoo pearl. Otherwise, with this skill, in less than 3 seconds, he would be dead. Moreover, this skill actually has the effect of restraining the return of blood. While Shin Han was shocked, evil Dr. Hua Bird was even more shocked. Impossible, you're a mere level 0 human, or the weakest kind, and you're actually carrying a top treasure like the voodoo pearl on your body. Inside the small courtyard, Shin Han spoke as the evil healer Hua Chao. He immediately rolled over onto his horse and he fled out of the courtyard in a desperate manner. After running a dozen meters, seeing that the other party didn't catch up, he immediately turned back, bent his bow and shot an arrow. With a poof, the energy arrow directly hit the opponent's heart. A yellow damage of minus 1010 points appeared. The toxin damage from the voodoo bead was even less. At the same time, the evil healer Hua Bird's bloodstain appeared. Evil Dr. Hua Sparrow, a level 20 special monster that actually had an orange skeleton on its name suffix. Silver-colored skeleton elite monster. Golden-colored skeleton leader monster. And the orange skull was an emperor-class monster. Royal-class monsters were rare in the entire game of Forevermore. Each and every one of them has the strength to destroy the earth and the sky. The guidebook says that this is a realm of paradise, and that it's very safe. How can you call this safe? If I didn't have the most precious treasure, the voodoo pearl, to protect me, if it wasn't for the fact that I have the most precious treasure of all time, I would have been annihilated in a flash. According to the game's dynamic increase in monster strength. According to the game dynamic increase in the strength of the monster counting, 688 Huajia damage, a second in 500 points, that changed to other more advanced novice village, afraid of a second of damage can have 5,000, or even 50,000. Just this move, afraid of the entire novice village, all upgraded to level 20, full of dark gold equipment, also no chance. Moreover, this Hua Sparrow's blood quantity is to the amazing 70 million more. The thickness is simply sensational. What's even more exaggerated is, this goods was injured, the soles of the feet actually automatically appeared a green aura. In an instant, a horrible green number appeared on top of Hua Bird's head, plus 1010. Shinhan quickly fired a bunch of arrows, and directly cleared Hua Bird's blood level by more than 10,000 points. Immediately after, above his opponent's head, another exaggerated green number appeared, plus 12,000. This horrible recovery number almost broke Shinhan's defense. Good guy, his own effort to fight off the blood, but not as fast as the other person's recovery. What else is there to fight for? In front of the small courtyard, Shinhan shot a bunch of arrows one after another. Hua Bird's anger was at its peak. Kid, don't think you can do whatever you want just because you're protected by the voodoo pearl. Before I learned the medicine path, I played with swords. Saying that, he saw the medicine capsule on Hua Bird's body immediately disappear, and in its place was a scarlet-colored curved sword. The aura of Hua Bird with the sword changed dramatically, as if he had instantly transformed into a samurai. As if he had instantly transformed into a warrior. Holding the sword, he killed towards Shinhan like a gust of wind. Nightmare, run! As soon as Shinhan's words fell, the nightmare quickly ran in a humane manner. But this time, even with the speed of a divine creature like the nightmare, it was almost caught up by that Hua Bird. Fortunately, at the critical time, Shinhan took out his bow and arrow, and once again shot towards the other party's legs, and a few arrows in a row, the opponent's speed slowed down by 3 points. The speed of the opponent slowed down by 3 points. But before Shinhan could catch his breath, in front of the horrible recovery power, in just a few seconds, the opponent's speed increased again. Frightened, Shinhan hurriedly replenished his arrows. Immediately, a chase scene in this birds and flowers in the peach garden place completely unfolded. Two people from the middle of the night. They chased each other until dawn. Nightmare's speed did not decrease at all. Hua Bird also ran more and more bravely under the support of its superb recovery power. But Shinhan, who was just sitting on the nightmare and didn't need to run but only needed to shoot arrows, couldn't stand it. His body is still just an ordinary person. He hasn't slept all night, he's already tired. He hasn't had a drop of water. At this moment, his body state is really sleepy and evil. He was even dizzy. Several times he missed his arrows. He was almost hit by the sparrow several times. And the arrows he shot in the middle of the night, I'm afraid that Zhuge Liang, who borrowed arrows from a straw boat, would be ashamed of himself. But Hua Bird, froze a drop of blood did not fall, although the voodoo beads restrain each other. But in front of the level suppression, and super recovery power, it doesn't work at all. Elder brother Hua, look at this horse of mine, it's a super divine horse from a different time and space, even if it runs for 100 million years, it's impossible to get tired. You can't catch up with me anyway, why don't we take a break for now? It seemed that Shinhan's words had worked. The Hua Bird surprisingly did stop his pace violently and, plunging his sword in front of him, he sat down on his knees. Seeing this, Shinhan carefully rode his nightmare to a stop 10 meters away from the other party. His eyes were full of caution. But after looking for a while and seeing that the other party didn't make a move, he hurriedly took out a piece of beef bought in passing from the bag and feasted on it. After eating the beef and regaining some of his strength, only then did he tentatively ask, Elder brother Hua, what do you think? What do I have to do for you to be willing to let me go? Hua Bird closed his eyes and said indifferently, return the things to me, and I can pretend you weren't here. Shinhan was suddenly torn. I'm afraid this won't work, this token is very important to me, without it, I may never find another replacement. How about this, let's make a deal, give me the token, you let me go, and when I grow up in the future, I'll help you with one thing as well, or maybe I can help you find a healing Dao type of supreme treasure. Hua Bird glanced at Shinhan and, with the weakest race in terms of strength like you, even if I give you the medicine master order, so what? You can't see that your eventual growth will be higher than mine. This supreme treasure of yours, although it's not bad, it's still far from being able to do things for me in terms of substance. Bring the things. Shinhan heard this and was immediately delighted. Listening to this hint, it seemed like there was a chance, only to see that he smoothly took out the saint-level profession token and waved it in front of Hua Bird's eyes. At that moment, Hua Yao's eyes were as if he had seen a ghost. Saint-level occupation token. Why didn't you take out the saint-level profession order when you have it? What I'm waiting for is the one who carries a saint-level token to find me. Shinhan froze. This, as an Ashes player. In an instant, he understood the truth of the matter. In an instant, he also understood the logic of all the links. The game couldn't possibly arrange for an NPC that people absolutely couldn't defeat to be in the novice village that. There should be two ways to obtain this hidden profession token. The first one is to take advantage of Hua Bird's absence and run away after taking it. If you're unlucky enough to run into Hua Bird at home, you'll just be sent to your death. The second one is to bring the holy level occupation token to visit the door. Hua Bird will naturally give this pharmacist order in person. The person who wrote the guide doesn't have to be the first one to come in. Rather, he was the one who had the best luck among the people who came in and didn't encounter Hua Bird throughout the entire journey. Thinking through this section, Shinhan immediately had a feeling of having survived a robbery. If he didn't have the voodoo pearl and the divine horse nightmare, he would have absolutely hated this place. If he didn't have the saint-level profession token, he would not have been able to take the hidden profession token. It was also this moment that gave him the impulse to go even crazier with his treasures in the future. As long as the bottom line is thick to a certain extent, then the dangerous places in the world can be like nobody's business to him. Quickly adjusting his state of mind, Shinhan asked in a cordial tone, "Elder brother Hua, you said that you're waiting for someone with a saint-level profession order, what's going on here?" At this moment, Hua Bird changed his previous indifference and, only to see him violently unveil his mask, Shinhan suddenly saw a face, which had been burned by fire. Back then, I was pushed into the pool of 10,000 poisons by my fellow disciple, and although I was lucky enough to recover my life, my body also became completely disfigured. The skin damaged by this liquid of 10,000 poisons, among the 10,000 realms, only the sap of the Tree of Life can restore it. But where the Tree of Life is located, it is far from being able to be entered by someone of my strength. Shinhan, so, you want to find someone with infinite potential to trade with, and wait for that person to grow up and help you obtain the sap to heal the injuries on your body? Hua Bird nodded, yes. As long as you take the saint-level profession order and the hidden profession order, after you arrive at the altar to synthesize the transfer, in a matter of moments you will become one of the people with the greatest potential among the heavens. That kind of you will have unlimited achievements, and will have the certainty to help me fulfill my wishes in the future. As long as you can help me find a drop of sap from the Tree of Life, I will not only let you take the apothecary's order with you, but I will also give you 3 of my original pill bottles, which will allow you to gain 50% of my ability for 1 day for every bottle you use. Also, if in the future, you can still help me kill my senior brother who assassinated me in the future, I will swear eternal allegiance to you, even if hell descends, I will not regret it. Shinhan heard these words and, inwardly, there was a burst of joy. In the game, it's easy to find people who can heal and use poison. But most of the healers and poisons are at a poor level, so the average player can barely use them. In the later stages, the demand for healing is tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of life values. Ordinary healers don't have the ability to do this. If you have a horrible medical expert like Hua Bird on your side, it's like having a mobile spring with you, it's hard to die. More importantly, NPCs and players are different. Even the most trusted players might stab you in the back at a critical time. But those NPCs whose loyalty has reached full point, when the time comes, they can really die for their masters. There is no hesitation. Shinhan decisively said, "This matter I promise, if one day I am strong enough, I will definitely help you fulfill your wish." Even, in order to show his intention, he even patted the nightmare's butt, which, causing the nightmare's hooves to stir and a burst of discontent. A gentleman's promise is hard for a nightmare to follow. What I, Shinhan, have promised, has never counted. Hua Bird's eyes showed a hint of hope when she heard that, and, then, only saw him take out 3 fist-sized bottles that emitted purple light from his medicine bag. "Come over here, these bottles are my intrinsic pill bottles, they are yours now." When Shinhan heard this, he, just with a smile on his face, he, did not easily step forward. Instead, he smiled and said, "Elder brother Hua, I'm a bit tired, let's chat for a while." Even now, he always maintained a certain distance from Hua Bird. Vigilance was pulled straight to the top. Hua Bird's gaze went cold. The air seemed to be filled with a trace of icy cold that, it seemed as if even the temperature around him began to drop. "You don't trust me?" "Shinhan, how can I? I've just been laboring for so long, my body is a bit cramped, so I'll slow down again and again." In fact, he had been waiting for a prompt from the system that, like Hua Bird, it must be a special NPC that the game can arrange here. What he said just now, 99% of it was a quest. However, the two of them have just said their words to that extent. The system's quest prompt actually didn't come. As a veteran player, he clearly knows that this is Hua Bird. Up to now, Pressure fundamentally did not completely trust themselves. Now he rushed forward. In case the Hua Bird rises up and kills him with a knife, then who will he find to justify? After waiting for a while, seeing that the system prompt hadn't come yet, Shinhan suddenly added, "Elder brother Hua, how about this? I won't take these bottles of medicine from you first, I'll talk about it when I have time, I'm tired for the night, I should go back to rest and relax." With that, he wanted to turn his horse around, preparing to slip away. However, as soon as these words came out, the system's prompt immediately came. Epic quest, save the evil doctor. Help the evil Dr. Hua Bird find a drop of sap from the Tree of Life. Branch mission, help Hua Chao kill his fellow disciples. It was also at this moment that, it was then that I saw Hua Bird's tone soften a lot. "Not bad, you were somewhat vigilant, the heavens are treacherous, if you don't even have the slightest sense of self-preservation, then no matter how high your potential is, your achievements won't be much higher. Back then, I was a recognized genius of the medical path, and it was because of my gullible senior brother that I fell to this point today. You must not follow in my footsteps." Shinhan also finally breathed a sigh of relief at this moment. As long as there was a system prompt, it would prove that this matter was nailed down. he finally got down from the nightmare. He walks to Hua Bird with a big smile on his face. He put the 3 bottles of potions into his pocket. These were 3 good things. In the early stages, when used well, he was afraid that they could be worth 3 lives. Then, he generously took a large chunk of cooked beef and handed it to Hua Bird, and, "Old brother, come and taste this, it's delicious." When Hua Chao saw this, his expression was stunned for a moment. It seemed he hadn't dealt with anyone in a long time. Nevertheless, he took the beef into his hands and ate it slowly and methodically. Seeing that he was eating, Qin Han took out another large piece of beef and sat on the ground and nibbled on it. While eating, he said, "Older brother, when we finish the mission, where will I find you? Or here?" Hua Chao swallowed a mouthful of meat, nodded and, "After the apothecary's order was taken away, I became a free man, and when you leave, this world will also be sealed, so no one will be able to enter except for me. However, as long as you help me complete my mission, I will naturally come to you." Qin Han nodded and, then he asked, "By the way, are you clear about the 19 layers of ancient tombs outside? There's still a big guy at the bottom there. This will be afraid that it's blocking the door. How am I going to get out later?" To be honest, just when he was chasing with Hua Bird, it wasn't that he didn't think of escaping from the passage. But again, he was afraid that the half-sheep monster would block the door. Hua Bird sniffed and, nodding lightly, "That ancient tomb was built by me. You said that big guy, it's the sheep guardian, right? It was also transformed by me. There's my scent on the medicine master's order. As long as you walk over there with the medicine master's order, it won't dare to give you a hard time. Let's go, I won't see you off either. The road ahead is long, look to cherish yourself." Hua Bird finished eating the beef in his hand and put on the mask again, clapped his hands, stood up, and turned around and walked towards the direction of the house. However, just a few steps away, there came Hua Tiao's voice. "By the way, thank you for the beef, it's quite tasty." Qin Han stood up and, "Tasty, then I'll bring you some more when I come over later." Hua Bird shook her head slightly and did not say anything. What he had just said was clear enough. As long as Qin Han left this place, amongst the heavens, I'm afraid that only he can enter and exit. This brat would definitely not be able to enter. He only took this as a joke. After bidding farewell to Hua Bird, Qin Han turned back along the gloomy passageway. To put it mildly, it was depressing. In this game of eternity, there were no shortcuts to most of the locations. Wherever you come from, you have to go from there. In the later stages, there are maps that can take months or even years to explore. The amount of time it takes to get there and back is simply massive. The treasure that can teleport between 2 places, in the game, the scarcity is pitiful. Even if he went to the final battlefield, he did not see a few people can have teleportation props. Fortunately, the current map is not complicated. In a short while, he returned to the entrance of the bookshelf on the 19th floor of the ancient tomb. At this moment, the doorway was still open, and that half-man, half-sheep boss. He waited for a pair of sheep's eyes, and looked straight at the passageway. When Qin Han arrived, the bastard started waving his scepter and bleeding. He was so scared that he almost fell down. "Good guy. I've been walking for so long, but I haven't gotten rid of the hatred yet." Tentatively took out the physician's order. When the sheep guardian saw this thing, nose actually smelled curiously. Then, see that sheep face, suddenly covered with panic. In a flash, it ran away. The effect is so good? It seems that this Hua Bird hadn't been so this monster in the past, otherwise it wouldn't have been possible to smell the scent alone and be scared out of his wits. Obviously the once tragic experience has left a heavy heart shadow in this bastard's inner heart. This is also a bitter sheep. With a sympathetic mind, Qin Han walked into the hall with a big smile on his face. At this moment, that sheep guardian, who had actually given up his throne and hiding to the farthest corner of the hall from Qin Han, holding the scepter shivering. Seeing Qin Han come out, the cargo directly buried his head under the file, as if only in this way could he hide his inner fear. Alright. Originally, when he saw that the physician's order was so good, he wanted to take advantage of the fact that this guy was afraid of him to scavenge around and see if he could get some favors out of it. Especially the scepter in the hands of the goat race guardian, he was very interested in it. But when he saw the poor thing, the appearance was very different from before. He instantly lost most of his thoughts. Forget it, let's just hurry back and change jobs. Compared to the treasures that might exist here, it was far less tempting than a god-level profession. He had been reborn in a new life, and many things had changed. If there was an accident, and someone else got a chance to transfer to a god-level profession before him, then he would be finished. Mounting his nightmare, Qin Han followed the way he came and quickly sped upwards. As Qin Han sped along the road, the village's chat area once again transmitted an announcement. Congratulations to our village player Lumaniac for being the first to level up to level 4, rewarded with +1 physique. The moment this message came out, it shocked the players who were preparing to go out early in the morning to practice leveling. This Lumaniac is actually the first to level up to level 4 again. It's really unexpected, has he also changed his job to become a professional? Brother, don't think too much, there are only a few professionals in the village, I know them all well, there is no Lumaniac in there at all. If you're not a professional and you can still be the first to upgrade, this skill is really powerful. Why, this is nothing, he was the first to rise to the 3rd level, if he is diligent, the first to rise to the 4th level is nothing, after all, the gap between the beginner professional and everyone is not big. Moreover, the professionals also all appeared only yesterday, many of them are level 0, it's not surprising that they can't catch up. However, as the professionals gradually grow up, Lumaniac won't be able to make up for the gap even if he's more diligent, and it won't be long before he's out of his depth and obliterated. It's still brother that you see through. If you ask me, Lumaniac, this person just has no eyesight, he's an ordinary person, even if the first upgrade can be of any use. The pathetic bit of physique added is not as good as a fraction of a professional's 1 level up growth bonus. But if this little bit of physique is given out to the professionals, this can make the strong stronger the stronger. Reasonable, the game world is so cruel, should have to give up all the benefits to the professionals, so that in the future, these strong people will be able to better protect the village and protect us. That's why some people are just selfish and don't care about other people's feelings at all. It's really bad luck to be in a village with this kind of people. Lulu, don't say that, it's the result of people's hard work that they were able to be the first to rise to the 4th level. Lulu, yesterday, after I changed jobs, I started to brush monsters all night, stayed up all night, only rose to level 3 more than a little, tell you guys, the experience of level 3 to level 4 has gone up a lot, with my current strength, even if I don't rest and brush for 24 hours again, it's not possible to get to level 4. What grass, actually Lulu big brother have said so. It seems that this 3rd level to 4th level must be very difficult, hehe, then why Lumaniac can upgrade so fast? Hehehe, this is something I actually know. Early in the morning I went out with a few companions to look for brushing monsters to upgrade, and inadvertently saw a hidden spot in the center of the bison grassland, which is very big and full of black sheep, and killing one of them will give 100 points of experience. And that Lumaniac, he's in there upgrading. What grass, such a big thing brother, you only said it now the truth is revealed, that Lumaniac just found a holy place to practice leveling. Brothers, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, everyone hurry over and try to upgrade today. Seeing such favorable news, even Lulu couldn't help herself. In the chat area, she said, let's go together, let's go together. Some of the people who were holding up their feet echoed, big brother Lulu, hurry up and go over there, with your strength of being the first to transfer, you will definitely be able to be the first to reach level 5. Yes, the body points rewarded for being the first to upgrade will only be put to good use if given to a professional like big brother Lulu. When big brother Lulu becomes the number 1 level in the village, he will definitely be able to protect us in the future. Back then, Lu Bang, the Pei County rogue, became a generation of emperor, then Lu Xiao, the Nanyang farmer, became the lord of Zhongxing, after that, Lu Bei, weaving mats and peddling shoes, one of the 3 worlds, and now Lulu, taking the lead in transferring to a new profession, will surely be able to soar to the heavens. Brother, this word I remember you seem to have used. Why, that's because I miscalculated, I didn't expect Lumaniac to be so indisputable, the same surname Lu, how the gap is so big. It seems that the fate of the heavens is that Lu is no longer maniacal. When Qin Han folded back from the 19th floor to the 1st floor, when he came to the 1st layer, it was simply overcrowded. At a rough glance, I'm afraid that there are not thousands of people, typical of the many and the few. Seeing him come up from the passage, handsome nightmare, and the ancient suit, it's a sight to behold. Many people gathered around. Brother, what's going on down there? Are there any benefits? Did you get this warhorse from down there? Qin Han didn't pay any attention to them, but in his heart, he was a bit depressed. If he had known that there would be so many people, he would have collected the nightmare in advance. Now in front of thousands of players, riding a divine mount that directly became the center of attention. Countless people saw his face. He, who was already somewhat socially terrified, with his eyes on the nose, and his nose on the heart, he walked stiffly from the crowd to the grassland At this moment, there are still countless players coming from the newbie village. They're aiming for the tomb. This scene is similar to the rally back home. Outside the tomb, more and more players are heading inside. But apart from Qin Han, there are 3 other people who are rushing back in silence. They are the 3 Lumaniacs. It seems that in order to avoid people's strange gazes, Lumaniac's name is once again hidden. They are the same as Qin Han. Like Qin Han, they have been brushing monsters all night, and are now sleepy and tired. They are ready to go back to the village to recuperate. Moreover, after a night of brushing, there weren't many black sheep left on the 1st floor of the tomb. But with so many players coming in at once, it wasn't enough to fight. It's not enough to fight. The monsters on the 2nd floor of the tomb have a much higher blood count than those on the 1st floor. Even if the 3 of them were to join together, it would take a long time to kill one. For the time being, they didn't have the heart to continue down. The 3 of them looked at Qin Han, who was riding his horse far away. They couldn't even think of chasing after him. Li Hao, last night, we brushed the monsters all night long, but we never saw the big brother's figure appear. We originally thought that he had gone back a long time ago, but I didn't think that we would actually encounter him again early in the morning. It's a pity that we can't catch up. Big brother is big brother, even riding a horse, running so handsome. Lumaniac, this ancient tomb is a bit evil. When we were in the middle of the night, we tried to explore it, but it was just those few passages. It didn't work to go over and over again, and if we didn't pay attention a little bit, we went back to the first floor. After working for half an hour, we can at most go down to the third floor, and there's nothing we can do further down. I think Big Brother should go and understand the map below. It's just that I can't figure out how Big Brother went down. Liran, Big Brother's world is really not something we can speculate on, just mind our own business. Let's go, let's also hurry up and follow back. If we meet Big Brother, we'll return the money from last night's sale to the people. The three of them nodded their heads and walked towards the village in pairs, looking at the players of all shapes and sizes on the road. Liran suddenly felt some emotions. This game is just a beginning now, the road ahead is still unknown. I don't even know how long we can survive. Brother Lumaniac, we are also considered to have experienced life and death together. Why don't you partner up with the two of us in the future and take care of each other? Lumaniac sniffed and agreed with his mouth full. Okay, after experiencing life and death, I can trust you too. In the future, my old loseback will be handed over to you. On the other side, Shinhan sped all the way, not stopping for a moment. By the time they reached the village, the players were much sparser. At the altar, there was even no one there. Seeing this, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. He found a corner with no one around, and put away his nightmare. He quickly walked towards the altar. Once on the altar, in order to avoid a long night's sleep, he directly took out his saint-level token and hidden profession apothecary token and immediately placed them on the altar. This time, it was still the same picture as the last synthesis. The two tokens intertwined, collided violently and merged into one. However, this time the synthesized token, the body like white jade, surrounded by even emitted a dense purple gas. Shinhan took it in his hand. A cold feeling, straight through the body, so that his brain, which had been simmering for a day and a night, instantly woke up quite a bit. Next, just wait for the village chief to arrive, and you'll be able to transfer. I'm really looking forward to how much of a boost this world's only god-tier profession, one that no one has ever been able to obtain in their previous lives, will actually be able to bring me. On the altar, Shinhan waited slowly, even though the village chief hadn't appeared, even though he had gone up to the altar until now. But he wasn't in the least bit anxious. After all, the token was already in his hands. After all, he already had the token in his hand, and there was no one else in the world who could compete with him. It makes no difference if it's a little early or a little late. What he's thinking now is, what is the village chief's purpose in leaving him out? What is the possible mission of the other party? Besides, the other party has already stood him up once. No matter what, he should come this time, right? Sure enough, just as Shinhan's thoughts fell, I saw a hobbling old man with white hair, leaning on his crutches. One step at a time, he rushed towards the altar. Look at that speed. Slowly even compared to an old lady crossing the street. Shinhan swept a glance at him, and ignored. He let him drag towards the altar. In his last life, he had also dealt with this village chief. This old dang, his health was so good that he could even walk with the wind. He wasn't in the same shape as he is now, with half of his body in the ground. I remember in my last life, this old dang was even interested in the village clothing store waitress. Players have seen the village chief secretly standing in front of people's doors in the middle of the night several times. In short, his impression of the village chief was that of a money-grubbing, colorful iron rooster. Now the village chief is doing this. Is clearly messing with his own mind, acting in front of him. Since you village chief is not in a hurry, then he is naturally not in a hurry either. Time passes little by little. After about 5 minutes, the village chief only dawdled to the altar above. At this moment, he is bent over, with both hands on his crutches, throat huffing and puffing like a bellows. People old cannot walk just walk a few steps cannot stand. The village chief pretended to act for a while, and then pretended to have just discovered Shinhan. Then he pretended to have just discovered Shinhan's appearance. Surprised, he said, another child who came over to change jobs, it's really good. Quickly, child, let me see what level of tokens you have obtained. Shinhan sniffed and, holding down his mood, he directly took out the divine grade token that emanated a dense purple aura. When the village chief received the divine grade token, his bold hands were trembling. This is a god level token. The only supreme profession token in the heavens. Even if he had come over long ago. Even though he knew the first time Shinhan synthesized it. But his heart was still trembling uncontrollably. The supreme order of the worlds, this kind of existence, the future achievements can no longer be described as boundless. I'm afraid that when this kid grows up, in the heavens, there are not many people who can compete with him. To be honest, this kind of person, pressure is not his district a small village chief can pinch. If it were usual. If it were any other day, he would have come over at the first opportunity to help with the transfer. But now, under the difficult to say, he can only choose to follow the previously thought. He can only choose to follow the previously thought of method to deal with each other. Forced to hold back his trembling heart, village chief, struggling to show an amiable smile, it's actually a divine profession token. I didn't expect that our 688 village would be able to have such an outstanding character like you. It's just that there are times when the level of the token is too high, it's also a worry. Child, if you want to change professions, then you'll have to give me 100 gold coins first, so that I can gather enough materials to change professions. Otherwise, this occupation of yours, I'm afraid that you won't be able to change your occupation. After these words were said, the village chief's palms behind his back were drenched in sweat. He could not even dare to imagine that one day, he would actually be facing a super character with unlimited potential, destined to stand at the top of the heavens, and he would not dare to imagine that one day he would actually face a super person with unlimited potential who was destined to stand at the top of the heavens. When Shin Han heard what he said, his brows suddenly furrowed as he, thinking of the village chief's popularity in his last life, could this old dang be simply eating, taking, and demanding? He doesn't have a mission at all? Does he see that he is capable and is ready to take advantage of the transfer to take advantage of the wave? Damn it! He's asking for 100 gold coins. That's a big ask. It's only the second day of the game. The average player who has a few silver coins on his body is afraid that he can already be counted as a big dog. 100 gold coins, that's simply pushing people to the brink of extinction. Even if he has the money, he would definitely not give it. I'm sorry, if you're not prepared to transfer me, then I'll leave. Only to see Shin Han take the token as soon as he could and put it in his pocket, it seemed that he was really ready to leave. Seeing that Shin Han seemed a bit angry, instead, the village chief smiled and said, "Child, don't be in a hurry. In fact, as the village chief, I also want to let a good child like you to be able to transfer as early as possible. But things like transfer charges are not something that a village chief in my district can decide. There's nothing I can do about it. Besides, transferring before it's too late will be endlessly beneficial to you, so if you don't transfer, wouldn't it be a pity?" The implication. Besides me here, where else can you go to transfer? If it was an ordinary person who encountered such a terrible thing, I'm afraid that they would have begged softly and played the emotional card long ago. At that time, the village chief would be able to logically guide the other party to help solve their own matters. However, Shin Han's next few words, but let the village chief directly broke in defense. Shin Han, transferring a job is such a trivial matter, but you make it sound like it's so difficult. Since you don't want to transfer, I'll just go to another village to transfer. Village chief, child, this is the eternal world. Transferring villages like this is no joke. How can it be that you can just transfer when you want to? Shin Han, really, how come I heard people say that the first kill of the bandit leader of Falling Cloud Peak can obtain a village transfer token? Although I don't know if it's true or not, I can go and try. Anyway, with your high transfer fee, I can't stay in this village. The village chief's face went white as he heard this. The entire person was struck by lightning. Although he didn't know the full extent of Shin Han's strength, he had more or less guessed that although Falling Cloud Peak was a level 20 map, even ordinary petty thieves were not something that current players could provoke. However, for Shin Han, he was afraid that it would not be difficult. If the other party is really pissed off by himself, not only will the mission be lost, without Shin Han's unlimited potential, I'm afraid that in the future, it's hard to say whether he can keep his life as the village head. Seeing this, the village chief was like an eggplant in the frost. His whole body wilted. He hurriedly looked for a remedy. Hey, I didn't expect you to be so persistent on the matter of switching occupations, which makes me very moved, so I'll pay for it out of my own pocket and help you switch this occupation. Originally, I thought that after saying this, Shin Han would comply. However, he did not expect that. Shin Han's attitude was very resolute. I don't want to owe you as the village chief a favor, let's just leave it at this point. I believe that the village chiefs of other villages should welcome me there. The village chief sniffed and he was speechless and choked. He also finally realized that a character who was able to obtain a divine level token, even if the other party is still very weak today, even if the other party was still very weak today, it was definitely not something that he, the village chief, could easily pin down. His face changed again and again. The village chief sighed quietly. He finally showed his cards. AI, forget it, since the words have been said to this point, the old immortal will not dare to hide it from you anymore. In fact, transferring doesn't require money, it's just that I had to do it for an unspeakable secret. He let out a bitter smile. Truth be told, the Blade Pavilion Master is my son. Shin Han frowned upon hearing this. The village head is avenging his son's death with this move? He didn't expect that the source of this incident was actually in that mission of the Blade Pavilion. What's more, he didn't expect that the Knife Pavilion's Pavilion Master was actually the village chief's son. The village chief hastily waved his hand and said dishevelably, "Child, you've misunderstood. You'll know when you hear me out. It all still has to start with my little granddaughter. My granddaughter has been naughty since she was young and has repeatedly gotten into trouble, but with his father and I protecting her, it has always been peaceful until one day last month, my daughter teased a walker who came to the village tavern to drink. In a fit of rage, the walker took the youngest daughter captive and left a note to go to the Blackstone domain to find him if he wanted to save my granddaughter. Shin Han frowned. Blackstone domain? I've never even heard of this place in my last life. However, the game world was so huge and the unknown places were endless, even if he had once walked to the final battlefield, it was impossible for him to know everything. He said, since people say they go to the Blackstone domain to find him, with the strength of your blade hall and the village chief, going to the door to rob people isn't the answer. The village chief shook his head. Alas, you don't know, the space-time barrier at the entrance of that Blackstone domain is so thick that it can't be broken by unusual means, so to break the barrier, one must need a divine object to do so. As it happens, that divine object is in the hands of the Sword Dojo Pavilion Master, Sword Idiot. It's just a pity that Sword Idiot is greasy and salty, and won't let go even if my son and I beg again and again, and in the end, he was so distracted by our grinding that he set an almost impossible task. Shin Han, don't tell me that mission was the Sword Hall sending someone through the 36 levels of the Kendo Hall's trial? The village chief smiled bitterly. Indeed, you're the only one from our village who passed the Blade Pavilion trial, so my son and I agreed that it was possible for you to pass the Kendo Pavilion trial as well. It's just a pity that you refused. Last night, I had wanted to card you for a bit, so that you would honestly go back and take the quest. But when I saw that you had actually synthesized a saint-level token, I could only dismiss the idea. Shin Han nodded at his words. He was aware of this. Once he synthesized a saint-level profession order, he would be rejected for examination by all the ordinary trial grounds. Even if the village chief wanted him to help, it would be impossible. Village chief, however, as long as you transfer into a saint-level occupation, your strength will greatly increase, and perhaps you can help me save my granddaughter from another way. And you actually synthesized another saint-level profession token today, so this method, I think, will definitely be a sure thing. Shin Han sniffed. Tell me, what method? The village chief rubbed his beard. That Sword Idiot's wife had been captured by the high priest on Thunder Poison Island a year ago, and at that time, he threatened that no matter who it was, as long as they rescued his wife, they would agree to any of the other parties' demands. It's a pity that this Thunder Poison Island is a Jedi. Not only is it full of thunder, the island is even full of poisonous barriers. Except for the natives on the island, no one can survive on the island. Wanting to enter Thunder Poison Island to retrieve Sword Idiot's wife is simply as difficult as climbing into the sky. Moreover, that place, only you players can go in. People like us are simply not qualified to go. After Shin Han heard this, his body immediately shook. He had still heard of the name of Thunder Poison Island, one of the novice-held difficulty copies. The conditions for entry were very harsh. One must have a Thunder Poison Island teleportation order. It's extremely difficult to get a teleportation order. Either you've done a unique and special task on Thunderbolt Island, or a big burst of luck in the late novice game activities have a very small probability of obtaining. The entire novice period can enter the island of people, the heavens and the world, afraid of less than 10,000 people. Moreover, a teleportation order can only go once back, want to go again, 1,000 times harder. What's more, that Thunder Poison Island is covered with poison barriers and thunder. Without a certain attribute of anti-poison, anti-thunder equipment, go in is to send to death. But, the tougher the place, the more benefits. The more benefits you can get. Risk and benefit are often proportional. Thunder Poison Island is rich in gold. Even if you go in and casually turn around, you can get tens of thousands of gold. A little bit of hard searching. I'm afraid to earn 100,000 or even more gold is not a problem. This alone was enough to drive players crazy. What's more, there are rumors that there are many mouth-watering treasures on the island. I've heard that there's even a treasure. Besides, what is a jungle for others is a blessing for you. With the voodoo bead in my body, all toxicity is ineffective against me. The ancient suit also has 300 points of lightning resistance. If you search for more lightning resistance equipment, the threat of thunder to yourself will also be reduced to the extreme. In this way, the two major problems have been solved. This Thunder Poison Island is even more dangerous. He also has the conditions to go in and break through. Fixing his mind, Shin Han then said, Village Chief, do you mean to say that you want me to go to Thunder Poison Island and retrieve Sword Idiot's wife, so that he can use whichever artifact he wants to use to help you guys break through the time-space barrier of the Blackstone domain? The village chief nodded. That's right, that's it. I happen to have a Thunder Poison Island's teleportation token on me, so if you're willing to help, I'll give this token to you. Shin Han sniffed and refused tenfold. That place, Thunder Poison Island, was very important to him. There was a certain thing he was going to obtain afterward, and there was a real shortage of money. It would be great if he could go to Thunder Poison Island. But, since it's a mission, and it's a mission issued by the village chief, who's an Iron Rooster, then he will have to ask some things clearly in advance. Shin Han, this mission, I'm willing to go. The village chief was filled with excitement. Then thank you. But before he could finish his sentence, he heard Shin Han then ask, it's fine for me to help you, but what will you give me as a reward? The village chief was stunned when he heard this. Reward? What is that? But since the other party had made it to this point, he could only hesitantly say, that must be very generous, there must be something, only, that. Shinhan finally came back to his senses by now. He said incredulously, "Did you start out thinking of jamming me into a transfer, claiming 100 gold coins, and when I'm softened up, you'll take the opportunity to use that 100 gold coins to offset the payoff for this mission?" As if being poked in the heart, Village Chief Soul's face was red to the roots of his ears. If it was a different person, he would not be able to admit this kind of social death. But this person, surprisingly, nodded heavily. Well, Shinhan was dumbfounded. His image of the village head's iron rooster once again had a deeper cognizance that, worthy of being you can even think of this method. Village chief, child, you also know that in order to save my good granddaughter, the old man emptied out his family's wealth, looked around for people to ask for information, and now, is already penniless. Please don't blame me for doing such a thing. Shinhan. If it wasn't for the fact that that place on Thunder Poison Island was a treasure trove, he really wanted to just give up on this mission. Whoever loves to go should go. The village chief continued to ask with a thick old face, then, child, this favor, do you want to help or not? Shinhan sniffed and sighed, alright, I'll take it reluctantly. Consider it a good deed done to save your granddaughter. The village chief immediately smiled with joy, you child, at first glance, you are a kind person, good people will definitely have good rewards. With that, he took out a token made of sandalwood and handed it to Shinhan. Child, although this is an urgent matter, the Thunder Poison Island is very dangerous, you must go there after you are well prepared. Shinhan took the token and nodded slightly. From the village head to now, this old deng finally said a human-like word. At the same time, the system also gave a prompt. Epic level quest, save the wife of the sword, please go to the High Priestess of Thunder Poison Island, save the wife of the sword and bring her back safely. Shinhan saw the system's prompt. He was instantly nonplussed. This is actually an epic level quest? Are you kidding me? Not only are any epic quests unique, the rewards are even more lucrative. Like the Archer Mentor quest, and the Evil Healer Hua Bird quest. The guaranteed income is almost as good as a treasure. But this mission, it's just to save someone, and even the stingy village chief isn't going to give a penny. What does this have to do with epic level? With doubts, he looked at the village chief. Village chief, is there something else you're hiding from me? The village chief was puzzled. Son, no, I've told you everything I need to tell you. As long as you go to the island and get the people back. No, it shouldn't be that simple. Wait, let me recall. Shinhan's mind kept recalling the details of the village chief's said mission. Suddenly, in a flash of lightning, he realized something. You just said that sword fiend loved his wife very much, and if he could save his wife, he would be willing to grant someone a request? Any request? The village chief nodded. Yes, it's like this. Although that sword fiend is a curmudgeon, his words have always counted. Shinhan sniffs and instantly comprehends. Village chief, then if I really accomplish my mission, and at that time make Genji agree to become my disciple, and then ask him to do you a favor as the master of the house, wouldn't it be 2 birds with 1 stone? The village headman shook his head when he heard this. I'm afraid that won't work. In his life, Genji has never been one to condescend to others. If you ask him to become a disciple, I'm afraid that it will backfire when the time comes. Shinhan nodded his head slightly. His thoughts might have been too plump. All people had a bottom line. There were some things that they were afraid they would rather die than do. To really use this to pin down the other party would be forcing them to die. But since he couldn't stand sword idiot, what good is this mission? Without a heavenly benefit, it wouldn't be worthy of an epic quest at all. After turning his head around for a while, Shinhan asked again, that artifact of sword idiots you said, what is that thing? If I ask him for it, will he give it? Hearing these words, the village chief's eyes actually stared for a few moments and, to be honest, if it were someone else, there are some things I wouldn't say, but since you're a divine profession, you're still qualified to know. That divine artifact in sword idiot's hand, the name is called the Heaven-Breaking Stone. This item, indestructible, is claimed to be able to break through all space-time barriers. This item is precious and extraordinary. If you insist on asking Genji for it, I think, with his character, he might give it to you. Heaven-breaking stone. The moment these words came out, rarely was Shinhan's determination amazing. At this moment, he was also a bit unable to stand still. His pupils widened violently and his body was trembling. Excitedly, he said, are you talking about the heaven-breaking stone that can break through all temporal and spatial barriers and is indestructible? The village chief was surprised once again. You've actually heard of it? Shinhan was thrilled. He had more than heard of it. It was simply like a thunderclap. In his previous life, he had heard more than once that there was a top-notch heaven-breaking shuttle that could break through the boundaries of time and space and travel from one world to another. With the heaven-breaking shuttle, not only could one travel through the game world, one could even travel back to the real world, and even more terrifyingly, it was rumored that it could even break through the boundaries of the universe and go to other universes. The Skybreaker shuttle had a total of 3 components: the core, the shuttle body and the Skybreaker stone. It was only a pity that, in his previous life, until the final battlefield, only the core and the shuttle body appeared in the world. The most crucial component, the heaven-breaking stone, has never been found. He never thought that the information on the whereabouts of the heaven-breaking stone, The information about the whereabouts of the heaven-breaking stone was actually in this Thunder Poison Island mission. Shin Han knew how to obtain the core and the shuttle body, and was confident in obtaining them. If he could obtain the heaven-breaking stone, then he would be able to form a true top-tier heaven-breaking shuttle. At that time, traveling through the heavens, there were many ideas to enhance his strength that could be implemented. It must be obtained. On the novice altar, Shin Han's mood was difficult to calm down for a long time. Who would have thought that such a top-notch treasure was stored in a novice village? At the same time, he also understood why no one was able to obtain the Skybreaker stone in his last life. Only by obtaining the Blade Pavilion's top profession token could one receive the Blade Pavilion Master's quests. Only by refusing the quest and then synthesizing a saint-level token could one pick up the Thunder Poison Island quest. And only by possessing a god-level occupation token could one learn the news of the 3 words heaven-breaking stone from the village chief's mouth. This quest was a chain of quests. If it wasn't for the fact that he was reborn and had asked one more question at a crucial time. Otherwise, it would have been absolutely difficult for this heaven-breaking stone to see the light of day for the rest of his life. Seeing that Shin Han did not say anything, the village chief urged, "Child, since things are clear, why don't you hurry up and change jobs now? There are still a lot of things in the village that need me." Shin Han heard the words and reacted instantly and handed over the divine profession token. The village chief took the token and pointed at the complex spell formation in the middle of the altar. "Child, stand in the middle and don't move." Shin Han did as he was told. Then, he saw the village chief take the token and walk over to the stone table and put it down and pressed a few times around the altar and mumbled something that seemed to be reciting a kind of sacrificial language. After about a minute, I saw the token on the stone table burst violently and turned into a mass of purple energy scattered into the formation. Immediately, the formation emitted an intense purple light. Even Shin Han's entire body was wrapped in it. The purple light lasted for 5 whole minutes before dissipating. Then, Shin Han seemed to have changed his appearance. Under the soles of his feet, a purple-colored professional aura was dense and unceasing. Even his body seemed to be covered in a hazy purple halo. At the same time, the world notice arrived as promised. Congratulations to player Shin Han for transferring to the only god-tier profession, the God of Wushu, rewarding him with 10 points of heavenly Dao value. As Shin Han is the only player to transfer to the only god-ranked profession, an additional 10 points of heavenly Dao value are rewarded. Unlike the previous announcement, even if the people of the heavens were shocked, they didn't have much of an idea of what a supreme treasure was. Most people actually didn't have a concept in their hearts. After all, with the scarcity of a supreme treasure in the entire game, not many of them appeared today. But the profession, basically everyone more or less have contacted. Everyone knows the terror of professional players. At this moment in time, all the worlds, all the novice villages, all of them have been shaken. It's this Shin Han again. I thought he had finally stopped, but I didn't realize that he was holding back a big move. Good guy, god-level profession, this name looks scary. Grandma, I just obtained a high-level occupation, and I feel like my life has reached its peak, and my future is boundless, but compared to others, I feel like I'm just like a dirt chicken. When that Shin Han not more get notice, I hard to catch up the mind, and now also get a holy level occupation. This thought certainly over the other side, but did not expect this in the end. Others actually transferred to a god level occupation, this occupation level, a realm, afraid that from now on, no longer difficult to exceed this person, right? This Shin Han, did he save the universe in his last life? Why are the benefits all his? I'm damn hard pressed to even get a primary occupation. Who can tell me why? Inside Novice Village Y520131. Jiang Ningxue, a stunning beauty who was brushing monsters, saw the notice and her beautiful eyes were filled with astonishment. A god-tier profession, it's actually still the only one. He really didn't let me down. It's far beyond my expectations. My saint-grade profession only rewarded 1 point of heavenly Dao value, while this god-grade profession actually rewarded 10 points of heavenly Dao value. No need to think. The power of this god-grade profession must be far beyond my imagination. It's a pity that there are no attributes written on this notice, or else I would really want to see it. At the same time, I'm also looking forward to meeting this Shin Han someday. If I can pull him over as an ally, Great Xiao's power in the heavens will be even more unbreakable in the future. ZZ549527 Novice Village. A strange man with white hair and black pupils carrying a dark golden greatsword and a golden armor was practicing at the Yellow Lion grassland. Around him, a group of humanoid monsters of various colors and shapes were escorting him to the left and right, carefully as if they were watching over a baby. When he saw the notice, the odd man viciously threw his greatsword onto the ground with an incomparably exasperated expression on his face. Even this person swept the surrounding those monsters, did not come from the bottom of his heart to give birth to a resentment. You bunch of dogs, you might as well raise a dog. After entering the game, I rose to level 5 before you guys told me that there are occupation tokens. It was only when I had just transferred to a top-tier profession that I realized there was such a thing as a saint-level profession. Now, there's actually another god-level occupation popping up. As the youngest son of the Demon Emperor, Laozi has the most honorable bloodline in this world flowing through his body, and there are actually so many people who are stronger than me. Jiang Ningxue is just fine. I've heard that she's already become the Empress of the Grand Xia and is above me in status. But what is this Qin Han? There's simply no one with the surname Qin among the 6 peak forces of the heavens, and even among those first-rate powers, there's no surname Qin. This is a completely silent and nameless little character. However, from the very beginning of the game, he started harvesting supreme treasures. There are announcements about him everywhere, and now he's even gotten a soul god tier profession out. Look at me again, I haven't even been on any announcements since I started playing the game. I haven't gotten any benefits. If this gets out, where will my face as the first son of the Demon Emperor go? Anyway, I don't care, I'll give you all 3 days. This emperor will at the very least hear clues about the supreme treasure. If not, there's no need for you dogs to live. As soon as these words came out, the surrounding demonic clans were so scared that they immediately fell to their knees, their bodies shaking like sifting chaff. The devil race had a strict hierarchy. If this prince really wanted to kill them, they could only lead their necks to the slaughter, and could not have the slightest bit of resistance. But at this time, there was suddenly a fox-like person who came to report. Your Great Highness Feng Qianjie, your servant Chu Xing greets you. Feng Qianjie frowned when he heard this. Say what you have to say and fart quickly. Chu Xing, your servants have discovered a top-secret place not far away in the depths of the forest. Inside is a labyrinth. The labyrinth is very difficult to walk through. However, there are already servants who are good at cracking labyrinths who are struggling to push inside. I believe that it won't take long for good news to come. I believe that if your highness is the first to enter the depths of the labyrinth, you will definitely be able to encounter heavenly benefits. A maze? Benefits? Feng Qianjie immediately became excited at the words. As soon as he picked up his great sword, he urged, Go, take this prince over to take a look. Inside the 688 novice village, on the other hand, was quite quiet. Although everyone was shocked that someone was able to obtain a god-tier profession. However, this thing was too far away from ordinary players like them. Moreover, most of them were exploring the ancient tombs and looking for monsters. Basically, no one cares about this matter. However, there are 3 people who are not among them. They were Lu Maniac, Li Hao and Li Ran. They searched around but didn't see Qin Han's figure. Undeterred, they happened to pass by the altar. They saw the scene of Qin Han's transformation. Looking at the world notification, the 3 of them trembled in fear. With fear. Lu Maniac stammered, the reason why this big brother has been level 0 has finally been found, together with the fact that he is rushing towards a god-level career. Li Hao nodded with deep empathy. Compared to this big brother, those so-called professionals in our village seem to be a joke. Li Ran, on the other hand, said with a suddenly firm gaze, do you guys know what this means to us? Lu Maniac, I'm not sure. Anyway, this is all about people being powerful and has nothing to do with us little shrimps. Li Hao, yeah, we only have envy. Li Ran, on the other hand, shook his head, wrong, this game of immortality must be getting more and more treacherous. If we can steadfastly follow this big brother's footsteps, we can also be safer, and will go farther in the future. Lu Maniac, that's the word, but with just the 3 of us being unprofessionals, someone with the status of big brother is probably not going to look at the 3 of us straw men at all, right? Li Ran shook his head again. I'm afraid that we are the only 3 in the entire village who know this big brother's secret right now. This is our advantage. There will also be errant pawns under the emperor. If we perform well, we might be able to become this big brother's men. At that time, under the big brother's blessing, we will be able to go farther too. Lu Maniac, as far as the strength of the 3 of us are concerned, although I'm currently ranked number 1, sooner or later I'll be overtaken by those professionals. That is to say, as far as the strength of the 3 of us are concerned, we can't even convince the public in our 688 novice village, so on what basis will we be able to help this big brother, and what things can we help with? When Li Ran heard this, his eyes immediately became a bit deflated. But soon, he raised his spirit. If we don't try, how can we know? It just so happens that we have to pay back the money, so let's try it then? At the altar. When Qin Han saw the announcement, he was somewhat delighted that the transfer gave 10 points of heavenly Dao value. An additional 10 points of heavenly Dao value were rewarded. Together, this time, he had earned a total of 20 points of heavenly Dao value. If this continued, he was afraid that he would become the person with the most heavenly Dao values in the entire game. If he reached the later stages of the game, after the usefulness of the heavenly Dao values was exposed, he was afraid that the people of the entire heavenly realms would die of envy. After fixing his mind, he turned his gaze to the attributes of his profession. The martial god, a god-level occupation, unique in all realms. Growth value 30 times. Passive skill. Martial god aura. Martial god's aura, god-level aura. Physical damage increased by 100%. Physical sharpness value increases by 100%. Physical attack speed increased by 100%. Increase in resistance by 100%. Defense increased by 100%. Movement speed increased by 100%. Toughness resistance increased by 100%. Attack blood absorption by 50%. Passive skill, Martial God Guardian, after receiving fatal damage, generate absolute defense for 10 seconds. Cooldown time, January. Seeing such delightful attributes, Rao Han, who had been a man for 2 lifetimes, I couldn't help but feel my body tremble. Worthy of being the only true God tier profession. The growth value alone is 30 times that of 3 saint level professions. This is more than the growth of the 3 saint level professions combined. In other words, he only needs to go up 1 level to have 300 physique points. At 10th level, it's 3000 points. At level 20, it's 6000 points. At level 100, it would be 30,000 points. This was 3 times higher than the highest physique of the top races. If you add in the benefits of physique points that you can get later in the game, it's easy to raise this gap a few more times. And the passives. Every single one of them is awesome. The whole system increases those. Needless to say, this is better than those holy level professions can only increase a certain category, more than half a star. It's worth mentioning. Attacks absorb 50% of blood. In the game of immortality, any equipment that has the attribute of bloodsucking, every one of them is very impressive, but even if it's a treasure level bloodsucking, it's a very good thing. But even if it's the most precious level of blood absorption attribute, in his previous life, he had only seen 25% of blood absorption. To be able to reach 50% of the attack blood absorption, this is simply equal to have an unlimited blood super equipment plus body. As long as you don't encounter the kind of super pervert that can kill with one blow, having this attribute is simply a little strong that can't be beaten. And another passive, 100% toughness resistance, is even more remarkable. Throughout the game world, the further into the later stages, mind control, deceleration, freezing, bog, tidal wave, poison, hypnosis, illusion, taunt and so on. All kinds of evil control methods are endless. Even the most cautious person can't avoid getting hit. And 100% toughness resistance, Tian Ku means at the moment. The voodoo beads only take effect on those poisonous arts and spells. Inevitably there are places that can't be protected, but once you add this 100% toughness resistance, it's not enough. But once this 100% toughness resistance is added, from now on, he basically declared immune to those means of control. Toughness resistance, plus 50% blood absorption, plus the regicide Bao's defenselessness. Together, he's an undead man. He is simply an undefeatable little strong man. In the end, Qin Han looked towards the last passive skill, Martial God Guardian. This skill was a deadly damage defense that could only be triggered once in January. Triggered once, it was equivalent to having 10 seconds of absolute invincibility. To an ordinary player, a short 10 seconds might not count for much, but for a veteran player like him, not to mention 10 seconds, even if it's just 3 seconds, or even 1 second, he can use this opportunity to turn the game around. Of course, it depends on the target. If he encounters that kind of absolutely powerful existence, even if he is given another 10 minutes of invincibility, it will not help. However, if he can obtain the Skybreaker shuttle, 10 seconds, he could easily use the heaven-breaking shuttle's ability to escape. That way, the most powerful people in the universe would be powerless against him. After realizing the shocking secret of being able to reach the limit value, Qin Han was no longer calm. He wanted to immediately start planning everything about the limit value. Village chief, since there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Since he had already switched jobs, and the teleportation order for Thunder Poison Island was in his hands, it was time for him to go and busy himself with other things as well. After speaking slightly to the village head, Qin Han turned around and was about to head down to the altar, but his hurried appearance made the village chief's heart feel weak for a while. This little guy couldn't have just been playing games with him, could he? After all, he took the money first, and didn't even give any favors to others later. In all fairness, a person who encountered this kind of thing, I'm afraid that all have grievances although the task is given smoothly. But, what if they don't do their best? What if the mission fails? If the mission fails, nothing will happen to anyone else. But he could not hope to save his granddaughter's life. When he thought about it, the village chief was not calm anymore. He quickly said, "Little brother Qin, wait a moment." Qin Han, who had already walked to the bottom of the altar, heard the words. He only turned back a little, not even turning around. He had important matters to attend to and didn't want to waste time here. He subconsciously said in a perfunctory tone, "Is there anything else?" The cunning village chief instantly caught the impatient expression on Qin Han's face. The perfunctory attitude that. The village chief's heart instantly fell to the bottom of the valley. Good man, just as he thought. This kid is afraid that he doesn't take his mission seriously. This attitude. It's as if he's a scumbag who's not going to admit his debt. He tricked himself into transferring to another job, and then he tricked him into getting the teleportation order. He has no value here. The other party doesn't even want to pretend anymore. But, the situation is stronger than others. He was in the wrong first. The village chief could only patiently say, "Oops, I almost forgot. Just now after your transfer, as the village head I was also rewarded by the game with a lot of benefits. There are also 5 advanced physique increase orders in this, see if they are useful. Advanced physique increase orders? Shin Han heard this and directly took the increase orders. He was a little surprised in his heart. The stronger a newbie player was, the more they did things to increase their bottom line. As the village chief of the player's honor and glory, he would be equally favored by the game, and would be bestowed with quite a few things. Although he's only been in the game for a day or so, he's also received many world notices. The village chief can get some small benefits given by the game, he is aware of it. But he didn't expect. But he never thought that the village chief would actually get something like an increase order. This is really unexpected. The increase token is actually a weaker version of the occupation token. In short, it is a profession token that only has a passive attribute increase. The senior increase order is the standard of the senior profession's physical growth, every level, to give 3 times the physical increase. However, without the career passive, compared to real professionals, the strength gap is not a half a star. In other words, the growth prospects of the advanced increase order were, at most, on par with intermediate professions. However, no matter what, a 3-fold increase in physique was a wonderful treasure. And this thing doesn't even need to be transferred at the altar. You just need to crush it, and you can use it at any time. Although this thing is not comparable to a treasure or something like that, it is also far from something that money can buy. For the village chief to give this kind of increase order to himself, it seemed that he had put down blood money. As you know, this thing is only useful to players. To me as the village chief, giving it to that person is giving it to that person, but my understanding of players is definitely not as deep as yours, so if you take it, you might be able to help. The village chief said continuously. It is also true that I have nothing long on me. I only ask to use this small favor to let you put a little more thought into saving my granddaughter's life. With your strength, if you want to do this, it should be a handful. Shin Han heard this and, in his heart, he felt amused. Epic level quests with a guaranteed little bit of heavenly Dao value, not to mention the component of a super supreme treasure like the heaven breaking stone. How could he possibly miss it? But that's right. A single heaven breaking stone is an indestructible weapon when used properly. Not to mention the super treasure Skybreaker shuttle after the combination. The village chief, this old man is afraid that he doesn't even know the importance of this item to him. Otherwise, like an iron rooster like him, how could he pull out another hair? Don't worry village chief, what I have said, are all counted, that thing you said, I will help you complete it as soon as possible. Giving the village chief a peace of mind. After leaving behind a determined look, Shin Han took the newly acquired 5 increase orders and left happily. Walking out of the altar, Shin Han hid that divine grade halo. This thing was too eye-catching. From afar, it looks like a saint in front of people, like a god coming down to earth. Really open this thing, then he will not want to have a good life in the future. Good thing. This aura, even in a hidden state, is also able to work. This point do not have to worry. After leaving the altar, he walked directly to the commercial street. This was the center of the entire village. All the items in the village were basically here. In addition to the white plate equipment that was free to be claimed when the game first started, this place could also issue quests to some players. This is also the place where you can issue quests to some players. But the quests are rare and the rewards are average. So, most of the players after a circle will rarely come. At this moment, on the commercial street, in addition to a little bit of trading players, and very few players to do quests, almost all NPCs. Almost all of them are NPCs. After all, the game has just begun, players also have no money, few people can spend here. Walked a few steps. From afar, he saw a corner of the street, set up a big golden screen. The bald boss in a fancy dress stared at the players with a smile on his face. Take a look and see. Dark gold equipment giveaway, 1 gold coin will let you draw once. 1 gold coin will fulfill your dream of being an expert. But the price of 1 gold coin for 1 draw directly discouraged all the players passing by. However, even if there was no business coming in, the bald boss was still wearing a Maitreya Buddha-like smile, slowly yodeling. Seeing this, Shin Han, he was ready to walk over. There was an important item that he needed next. Only, when he had just taken 2 steps, he heard a trembling voice behind him. Big brother, can you give us some time? The voice was somewhat familiar. Shin Han turned around to take a look. He saw Li Hao, Lu Maniac, and Li Ran looking at him with bated breath. But the trembling voice, and the wavering legs, revealed the trio's fearful hearts. Shin Han felt puzzled in his heart and, what were these 3 people looking for him for? Did they want to thank him for last night's incident? But it was just a trivial matter, and he didn't care. With a slight movement of his mind, Shin Han said, I'll give you a minute to tell us what's going on. When the 3 of them heard this, they threw the words they had prepared directly into the air and, stammering, and not knowing how to express themselves, seeing that time was rapidly passing, Li Ran hurriedly said, thank you for saving my life last night. This is the money from the sale of the equipment collected from those players last night. We privately took a few pieces to wear and also converted them into money and counted them in. Saying so, he handed out 32 silver coins. Shin Han glanced at the money in the other party's hands and, in his heart, he felt that these 3 people were a bit interesting. 32 silver coins was quite a lot in a novice village nowadays. If used properly, it would be enough to widen the gap with other players. These three people actually didn't get greedy and returned the money. He didn't care about this amount of money, but since the other party wanted to give it, he directly accepted the money. Alright, I've taken the money, you guys can go. With that, he turned around and left. When the three people saw this, they were in a hurry and Li Ran took a deep breath and hurriedly said, "Still, there's more. We want to hang out with you." As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere suddenly became silent. The three of them looked at Qin Han with bated breath, not daring to say another word. Qin Han was also a bit surprised. He had always traveled alone in his previous life, but he had never had any subordinates. But this life was different. Since he wanted to be the top of the heavens, he had to take into account every aspect of the game. The development of forces, the handling of trivial tasks, all require manpower. If you do it yourself, you're going to waste a lot of time. Those who are the top of the powerful, which is not under the hands of thousands of troops, under the rule of countless people. Precisely because of the subordinates more, others know more information, many things, even if sitting at home will be served with both hands. These three people can resist the temptation to give him the money for selling their equipment. Although there is a suspicion of defection. But to be able to have this kind of heart, coupled with a very respectful attitude towards him. From the point of view of using people, it is not bad. Last night, when Lu Maniac was in danger, the other two were able to put their lives on the line. In terms of character, they are also qualified. Maybe they can be trained as a team. Most importantly, the village chief gave 5 orders of increase. He won't be able to use them. The more time passes, the less it pays. If he uses them early, he'll be able to train 5 of his subordinates. Due to his loneliness, there are very few Chinese people who have made friends with him in his past life. Even if there are, they are all professionals, and can't use the increase order. These three people are now looking for the door. It is also a kind of sleepy time to send a pillow. But, increase order this kind of thing, as well as his subordinate's position, is not so easy to get. With me, it's not that easy. Qin Han's face slightly slowed down. Li Ran hurriedly said, "Then are there any more conditions needed?" Qin Han nodded, took out 5 gold coins with his backhand, and handed them to Li Ran, and use these 5 gold coins to collect 1,000 pairs of bison horns for me within 2 hours, do it and say it. When Li Ran heard this, he was immediately overjoyed. Being able to give a test is the same as having hope. As long as this is done well, it is estimated that there is a high probability of passing the test. Big brother, don't worry, we will immediately go and do it. Saying this, he pulled the other two and turned his head to run. Seeing this, Qin Han, there was also a hint of a smile on his face. It wasn't as if he had just put out this mission at During the novice stage, there was a collection task that the first person to submit it amongst the 10,000 realms would be rewarded with a generous amount of physique points. Since he wanted to achieve the goal of 100,000 ultimate physique, he naturally would not let go of any opportunity. This collection thing was trivial, troublesome, and not very technical. Handing it over to his subordinates would also allow him to alleviate a lot of the task. Taking a glance at the gradually disappearing figures of the three people, Qin Han twisted his head and toward the large golden screen. At this moment, there weren't many players passing by. The bald boss caught a glimpse of Qin Han. At first glance, the equipment on the other side is plain and ordinary, but a closer look is very sophisticated. The details are extraordinary. The arcane pattern on the leather armor is hidden in energy flow. This one is at least dark gold equipment. Look at the style or a set. Absolute fat fish. Little brother, come on, play a card drawing game. The bald man greeted with a smile on his face, full of joy. Qin Han smiled faintly, sure. This person was called Tainiao, the most famous card draw merchant in his previous life. Here one could draw cards with gold coins. There were a wide variety of prizes, miscellaneous items, equipment, elixirs and so on. On the gold screen at the moment, 10 pieces of dark gold level equipment and treasures were placed. By spending 1 gold coin, a player could potentially draw one of the 10 treasures. But the probability of drawing one was hard to say. In the previous life, someone had taken stock. If one wanted to draw all 10 of the above dark gold level treasures, one would need to spend a whole 100,000 gold coins. What is the concept of 100,000 gold coins? In the late novice stage, a dark gold level weapon usually sold for around 500 gold coins, and the body's defenses were cheaper, only needing around 300 gold coins. A full set of 7 pieces of dark gold equipment would add up to around 2,300 gold coins. In other words, 100,000 gold coins could easily buy 30 or 40 sets of dark gold equipment outside. An ordinary player who wore a dark gold set could completely fight against a junior professional of the same level with average equipment without losing. 30 or 40 sets was almost equal to dozens of additional junior professionals. As long as the player's brain is not a pit, he will not put money in the card draw this kind of losing money business. But there are always those who have money and brains. In my last life, I was already past the novice period. In the world of the heavens, in a certain intermediate area that was extremely powerful, All the money earned by the players in that world is stored in a guild warehouse. The aristocrat who kept the warehouse was a bad drunk, a gambler and a fun-loving person. Once he got drunk, he took out all the money in the guild warehouse and smashed it all into the card drawer. This 100,000 gold coins smashed in, cleared the screen. All 10 dark gold level treasures were indeed given as well. Normally speaking, for the sake of 10 dark gold level treasures, for the sake of 10 dark gold treasures, even if this person is a nobleman, I'm afraid that he will have bad luck. But, after clearing the big screen, a super event appeared that was enough to shake the heavens. After the screen was cleared of all the dark gold equipment, new treasures and equipment would be uploaded. And this time, among the 10 treasures, a supreme treasure actually appeared. It's a treasure that can be placed in the top 3, or even the top 1, amongst all the heavenly treasures, or even the number 1 super treasure. It was a powerful treasure that even a supreme god at the peak of the world would feel trembling. A truly top-notch unique treasure, the gift of the heavenly Tao, the tenfold increase card. The tenfold increase card could only be used 10 times per day. It can increase attacks tenfold. It can increase the explosive rate by 10 times. It can increase luck tenfold. The most important thing is, it can increase the attribute multiplier when players upgrade. What kind of concept is that? Even for a god-level profession like Chin Han. Even if Chin Han is a god-level professional, he only has 300 points of physique increase at one level, but if he adds the tenfold increase card, if you add the tenfold increase card, then his constitution will be doubled tenfold, reaching a horrifying 3,000 points. A novice at level 20 would be able to reach a frightening 60,000 points. If he gets this, he'll be a god. He is a god. No one can challenge his position. Only by obtaining this item could he impact the novice limit of 100,000 points of physique, a task that had been called impossible in his previous life. A tenfold increase card, even if Chin Han exchanged it with all the supreme treasures he had on him right now, he wouldn't hesitate. Looking at the large golden screen, Chin Han's heart was actually fluttering around. He didn't have 100,000 gold coins right now, but as long as he spent 100 gold coins at the card merchant's place, he would be able to obtain a card drawing machine. At that time, he would be able to draw cards whenever and wherever he wanted, and the prizes he drew would arrive in real time. And, as long as there's a separate drawing machine, his prize rotation will be separate. That way, no one would be able to rob him. This was also the purpose of his visit this time. In front of the lottery screen, Chin Han took a deep breath and, pretending not to care, he said, "Boss, first draw me the 100 gold coins." When the boss, Tainyo, saw this, his eyes were almost popping out of his head. 100 gold coins. He even suspected that his ears had heard it. This is the beginning of the game. From what he knows, not to mention the weakest newbie village. Even in the world of the heavens and the earth, in the top newbie villages, the number of people who could casually take out 10 gold coins was pitiful. This person is able to take out 100 gold coins. This is simply unbelievable. This little brother, you're not joking with my old ox, are you? Chin Han didn't explain. He directly took out 100 gold coins and handed it over. Wow! The sound of golden gold coins entering his hand. That pleasing sound could simply make the ears pregnant. Tainyo excitedly held the gold coins. The two of them made a deal, and he instantly knew the name of the other party. Chin Han, no need to think. The one who can be so generous, must be the one who has the highest rate of appearance on the world notice, and only such a character can reach out. Only such a character can reach out and take out 100 gold coins. Little brother, come on, hurry up and shake the prize. Our winning rate is very high, you definitely won't lose after you buy it. Directly Tainyo set up some settings on the screen, pointing to the button in which to shake the prize. Look, should you point, or should I point for you? I'll do it. Chin Han directly stepped forward and reached out and gently clicked on that lottery button. Following that, the big screen clattered and began to rotate. Ding! 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 The sound of ding 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 ding. Not long after, a golden object was shaken out. Dark gold night sword fragment. Gathering 10 fragments would be able to exchange the complete equipment. Seeing this, Tainyo complimented, "Little brother, your luck is really heavenly. You actually shook a dark gold item on the first try, and shaking it a few more times will make up a dark gold weapon. It looks like I'm going to lose money in this store today." Chin Han ignored him. If others don't know, he can still not understand. The odds of this broken fragment being drawn out increase 1 by 1. The first piece of 50% probability can be drawn out. The later will be more and more difficult, until the last piece, not to draw a few thousand times, want to draw out, that is a dream. That is in the dream. If it is not to get the most precious treasure must draw, he wouldn't have come to such a shitty place. Patiently, he continued to click the button. Beep 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 beep. Prizes were drawn one after another. A broom, an iron basin, a shovel, a white iron sword, a bow and arrow, a white plate longsword. On the 7th shake, a blue bow and arrow appeared. On the 10th shake, there's a piece of a dark gold greatsword, and then a pile of broken iron. Until 100 times, he only managed to pull out 5 pieces of blue equipment. 3 pieces of dark gold greatsword. The rest were all white or other junk items. This is the winning rate. The dog shook his head when he looked at it. After seeing the 100 gold coins drawn, Tainyo shook his head and sighed. What a pity, just 7 fragments short of getting the dark gold level longsword. Why don't you shake it a few more times, little brother, and maybe you'll be able to shake it out. Shinhan bristled and made a move to leave. Forget it, no more games. I still have things to do, so I'll leave first. Seeing this, the treacherous Tainyo immediately became anxious and hurriedly greeted him. Little brother, don't go off, play a little longer? It was so hard to catch this fat sheep, how could it be let go so easily? Shinhan was unmoved. I also want to play again, but I really have something to do now, next time. Tainyo gritted his teeth and endured the pain. Boss, seeing as you should be very busy, why don't you do this? I'll give you a gadget, so you can shake it occasionally when you're free. A corner of the commercial street in the novice village. Shinhan looked at the card drawing machine that had just arrived and smiled slightly. With this thing one could draw cards anytime, anywhere, and save wasting time running around. The card drawing machine was much like a tablet computer in reality. The top functioned the same as the big screen, even if the babies on it were also the same. The only difference was the addition of a progress bar. In this kind of card drawing game, everyone had a personal progress bar as long as they drew cards, and the more gold coins they drew, the fuller the progress bar became. Players who have a particularly stinky hand don't have to worry. When the progress bar is completely full, all the equipment can be obtained. More importantly, even if Shinhan empties the screen to update the treasures, it has nothing to do with others. If others wanted to update the screen, they would first smash 100,000 gold coins. After randomly pumping a few times, ding ding ding, another pile of rags drawn out. Not even a fragment of a dark gold level greatsword came out. He skimmed his lips and put the card drawing machine into his nightmare saddlebag. Then he stepped into the newbie village jewelry store. He had come here because he was prepared to find out if there was any lightning resistance equipment for sale. He had already made plans. When he was ready, he would set off to Thunder Poison Island. That place is full of gold. It's a good place to brush money. As long as you brush enough money, you'll be able to get a 10-fold increase card. At that time, you can upgrade. Inside the jewelry store, the space of nearly 200 square meters is divided into 3 areas. The 3 areas are ordinary area, mid-range area, high-grade area. Each of the 3 areas has a shopper standing. Ordinary area sells accessories without attributes, or white ornaments that only add 1 or 2 attributes. Due to the cheap price, this area had the most players. The shopper was busy ushering in and out. The mid-range area sells some blue jewelry. The price is above 1 silver coin, below 1 gold coin. With the current level of players, very few people can afford to buy, only the kind of idle nothing. Just look at the players who do not buy the sightseeing here. The high-grade area, which sells jewelry above 1 gold coin, is even more expensive, and even more no one can afford to buy it. Shinhan walked directly to the high-grade area. The high-class guide in the high-class area didn't even look at him. In her opinion, absolutely no one could afford the things she had here right now, and warm hospitality would only be a waste of words. Shinhan didn't care, staring at the goods on the counter and carefully looking past the past. Toxin ring, gold-colored equipment. Attacks come with 29 points of toxin damage per second for 10 seconds. Physique plus 5. Energy recovery plus 1. Price, 51 gold coins. Shinhan smiled slightly. The initial equipment inside the game was categorized into white equipment, blue equipment, gold equipment, dark gold equipment. As a veteran player of the equipment mechanism is very thorough. White equipment attribute attack generally hovering in 1 to 9 points. Blue equipment attribute attack generally hovering in 9 to 20 points. The gold equipment attribute attack in 20 to 50 points hovering. The dark gold equipment attribute attack is hovering at 50 to 100 points. Like this golden ring, 29 points of toxin damage, can only be regarded as a mid-range figure, is not considered strong. Selling it for 51 gold coins is really expensive. In the late novice stage, it would be worth 30 gold coins at most. He continued to look down. Healing space ring, golden equipment. Space plus 66. Restores 2 life points per second. Priced at 66 gold coins. Upon reading the attributes, Shinhan instantly smiled. It was actually a gold-colored space ring. Space-type equipment was a good treasure for players, regardless of the time period. After all, the wilderness was too huge, and in the later stages of the game, some people would need months or even years to make a trip out. Having a space equipment is imperative. Even in the novice period, there is space equipment and no space equipment, and the efficiency of the two can be even dozens of hundreds of times difference. For example, the bison outside the novice area, a space can be stacked 99 bison, can completely brush enough to come back. And no space ring, can only use the most stupid, the most primitive way of transportation, the gap between the world of difference. In my previous life, when I was a novice, the highest price for a space was 10 gold coins. This ring's 66 compartments of space would be worth 660 gold coins by the time it was resold, which could be worth more than an ordinary dark gold weapon. Hello, I'll buy this ring. Shin Han directly placed the order and counted 66 gold coins and threw it over. The shopping guide clerk was stunned, then put on a professional-like smile and immediately greeted him. "Okay, little brother, this will be taken out for you," said the shopkeeper, counted the money and then joyfully handed out the ring. Shin Han took the ring and brought it to his left hand, then continued to look at it. Sharp healing ring, gold-colored equipment. Attack plus 39. Life plus 50. Restores life value by 2 points per second. Price, 55 gold coins. This is not bad, add attack, buy it. Shin Han kept looking down, most of the equipment didn't quite meet his requirements. Furthermore, each person could only wear 2 rings, any more would be ineffective. When he was almost done looking at them, a ring with a purple-colored light appeared in his eyes. Good stuff. Thunder ring, gold-colored equipment. Attack with 36 points of lightning damage. Thunder resistance, 38. Attacks have a 2% chance of paralyzing the opponent for 1 second, not valid for monsters above elite level. Price, 61 gold coins. Shin Han immediately bought this ring and wore it directly on his hand, replacing it with the sharp healing ring. Not bad. The Thunderbolt ring adds 38 points of thunder resistance, plus the ancient leather armor's 300 points of lightning resistance. There was also the passive of the martial god's aura, which directly doubled his thunder resistance to a terrifying value of 676 points. However, a hellish copy like Thunder Poison Island required 700 points of thunder resistance. With even a little less lightning resistance, 1 point of blood would be lost every second after going in. If you're not careful, you'll die. Therefore, the full thunder resistance, imperative. We're still 24 points short. The space ring adds 2 points of healing per second. Really cannot, in a 22 points of lightning resistance equipment is also possible. Shin Han's gaze continued to look down into the inside the jewelry store. Shin Han looked all the way down, but he could no longer see a single piece of jewelry that added thunder resistance. Just when he was about to leave with some regret, but see that senior teller, and took out a colorful light, pigeon egg-sized beads. What is this? He hurriedly looked into it. Friendly detection bead, special item, unique to the heavens. Can check the friendliness of all living beings within 10 meters towards you. Put it in your backpack to take effect. Price, 1,000 gold coins. A hefty price that could dissuade all players today, I'm afraid. However, in his case, 1,000 gold coins was nothing. With a wave of his hand, he bought it directly. This is a good thing. The heavens are vast, and there are countless living beings. No one knows what kind of heart is hidden underneath someone's skin. There are many people with excellent acting skills, who seem to be kind on the surface, but inwardly they are probably thinking of how to trap you. Even if you're careful, you can't help but fall into a trap. With this in hand, you can avoid many risks. The more this thing works, the later it gets, the more immeasurable the price becomes. With his valuation of this item, at a later stage, even 100 million gold coins would be priced out of the market. This thing, controlled in the hands of high-level players, could play a role that was too great. With a mood of anticipation, Shin Han looked towards the high-level teller who was smiling towards him across the room and a thought moved his mind. Probe. Jewelry store senior teller, Shulan. Friendliness, disgust. Okay. Similarly giving the teller a gorgeous smile back, Shin Han walked out of the jewelry store with a depressed mood. The teller beckoned behind him with a professional smile on her face. Take care, sir. Welcome to your next visit. Hearing this, Shin Han's heart, once again, depressed a few points. Forget it, a sales clerk, there's no need to be general with her. However, sometimes knowing the other party's true thoughts isn't necessarily a good thing. This thing, unless necessary, it's better to use it sparingly. Walking past the jewelry store, he directly entered the clothing store next to it. This store occupies an area that is not small. It covers an area of 500 square meters. It's also divided into many areas. The clothing section, white equipment, blue equipment, gold-colored equipment. The categories range from cloth armor, leather armor to armor, and even rattan armor. Hats, masks, leggings, gauntlets, shoes, and so on, were all neatly arranged. Shin Han walked directly to the gold-colored equipment area. This time, he didn't look at it himself. Instead, he opened his mouth and asked, "Is there a hat that increases the lightning resistance attribute?" The clerk in the gold-colored equipment area was also a beautiful young lady. For some reason, the other party's smile was much better looking than the one in the jewelry store. The young lady obviously knew the things in the store very well, and introduced them as if they were her own. Yes, we have a total of 2 hats here that increase lightning resistance. One is a leather hat adding 15 points of lightning resistance, and one is a hood made of cloth adding 37 points of lightning resistance. Shin Han was delighted at his words. Bring the hood and take a look. The young lady sniffed and quickly entered the equipment area and, in less than 10 seconds, Shin Han got a black hood in his hands. This hood is black, the texture is similar to cotton. Colorless and odorless, very soft and breathable to the touch. There's even a face shield on the face to cover the nose. Attributes are also good. Shadow hood, gold-colored equipment. Lightning resistance, 37 points. Concealment +1. Night vision +1. He tried to put the shadow hood on and, hiding his face from view. In an instant, his entire person became as mysterious as the assassin who walked in the darkness. The cold coloring in his temperament was added 3 times flat. Shin Han was very satisfied. Not bad, to be able to add darkness vision, and also add concealment and lightning resistance. This is simply a treasure tailor-made for me, although it can't be compared to the ancient suit, but before the hat of the ancient suit is obtained, this item is just right for use. Moreover, covering my face will make it more convenient to walk around the village in the future. The young lady also complimented, this hood goes well with the clothes you're wearing, sir. Shin Han, how much is it? Chengwei, this one shadow hood, 56 gold coins. The young lady was full of smiles. As a connoisseur of selling equipment, she had long seen the extraordinary equipment on Shin Han's body. Any one of them was feared to be worth more than the best in the store. Naturally, she did not worry that the other party could not afford the money. Having given the money with alacrity, Shin Han was wearing a hood that, covering his face. He stepped out of the clothing store. The ancient suit added 300 thunder resistance, the thunderbolt ring added 38 points of thunder resistance, plus the 37 points added by the shadow hood. His equipment's lightning resistance came to 375 points. Adding the martial god passive, his actual thunder resistance had reached 750 points, exceeding Thunder Poison Island by 50 points. The preparation on his equipment was since then completely sufficient. Immediately afterward, Shin Han then entered another sweeping mode. This is a long way to go, and I don't know how long it will take to come back. On the road, food, clothing, lodging, and so on need to be resolved. These all need to be resolved. Thinking, he immediately went to all the places that sell things in the novice village to collect supplies. The glass jugs containing clean water, 20 liters of big guy directly to 10. Seasonings, rice, oil, salt, soy, vinegar, and tea. It wasn't a bad deal anyway, so he directly stacked up a big bag of them. Coyote meat, bison meat, rabbit and pheasant meat. Stockpile a whole bunch of them. Even pots and pans, tents, quilts and torches, all of these have bought several copies. And wild fruits and vegetables too. He was like a hamster hoarding supplies everywhere. 2 hours passed by in a flash. Without realizing it, it was almost 11 o'clock. And Shin Han also happened to walk to the south gate. At the entrance of the village, there were actually a few stalls. Beef, freshly roasted beef, burnt on the outside and tender on the inside, exclusive secret recipe, tasty, 2 copper coins a catty. On top of the primitive campfire, there is a bison leg, and a pot of white and thick beef soup is cooking on the side. The vendor boss was flipping the beef leg while hawking. Many of the players passing by were attracted to it. Beside the barbecue stall, there were also wild fruit stalls and miscellaneous goods stalls. Shin Han smiled slightly. Humans, no matter where they went, could always quickly turn their lives into something familiar to everyone. It's only been a day, and there are already people doing business. The presence of these stalls gave him the illusion of returning to the real world for a moment. Smelling the aromatic smell of meat that made the tired and hungry Shin Han instantly come to an appetite and, "Boss, give me 2 pounds of beef, and then another 10 pounds to pack." He sat directly in front of the small stool that the stall owner had temporarily made from a wooden pier, waiting quietly for the roast beef to be served. Coming. A full 2 pounds only more or less, brother, you use it slowly. The barbecue stall boss immediately smiled with joy upon hearing the big business of 12 pounds, and hurriedly chipped a plate of beef and served it up. Shin Han is not polite, immediately clamped a large chunk of charred beef block into his mouth. A gentle bite, the meat juice instantly. With a gentle bite, the gravy instantly exploded in his mouth, and the rich aroma made him nod his head. Delicious. Next, he winded up finishing the beef on his plate, and ordered another beef soup, while waiting for the beef soup to be served. But then he saw 3 people, sweating profusely, were dragging their way here. The big brother. Only Li Ran, his face red with exhaustion, barely shouted. Shin Han glanced at the 3 people and, puzzled, what's going on with you 3? Why are you tired like this? Li Ran walked to his side and took a hard breath. Then he glanced at the stall owner next to him without a trace, as if to say, can we talk in this place? Shin Han nodded his head gently. He was just afraid of trouble but not afraid of people. Go ahead, it's fine. Li Ran, after you gave us 5 gold coins, I immediately went to the fitting store to buy 3 4-compartment space backpacks and split up to buy the bullhorn. Finally, I didn't dishonor my mission and rush to buy all 1,000 pairs of bullhorns 2 hours ago. It's just that this thing is too heavy, and rushing around tightly and slowly still misplaced a bit of time. Shin Han smiled a little as he heard this. It's not your fault, I didn't tell you where to meet. It makes sense that it took you a bit of time to find me. Put your things down. The 3 of them sniffed, and hurriedly unloaded the things in their backpacks. 1,000 pairs of thick bullhorns that instantly piled up the place in front of the stall into a small mountain. Seeing this, Shin Han waved his hand and all of these ox horns were put into his nightmare backpack. 1,000 pairs of ox horns, taking up a total of 11 compartments, a total of 1,053 pairs. 53 pairs more than what he said. The three of them saw that Qin Han had collected the ox horns and was still calm and composed, as if nothing had happened at all. They were suddenly astonished. It seemed that the big brother was still only at level 1, right? How come he was not tired at all after collecting a trio of bull horns? However, they didn't dare to talk nonsense around Qin Han. Instead, it was the boss of the barbecue stall who was astonished. Little brother, how many levels are you, and how come you're not tired at all from loading so many bull horns? Qin Han subconsciously said, spatial items don't have weight, even if you put a mountain into it, isn't it the same? But after saying that, he immediately lost his smile and he immediately realized why these three people were so tired that they couldn't catch their breath. The space equipment in the Game of Eternity was also divided into levels. Unlike the space ring, which has 1 gold coin per compartment and has no gravity even if you load more into it, the white space backpack is sold at the store for 500 copper coins per cell, although it can stack up to 99 pairs of horns. But there's a big drawback. This thing is weighted. It can only weaken up to 90% of the item's weight. A pair of horns is less than 20 pounds, even if it is reduced by 90%, there are still 2 pounds. These three people will be carrying more than 330 pairs of horns, which translates to more than 660 pounds. Fortunately, the three of them have risen several levels. Physical fitness is several times higher than ordinary human beings, on these bull horns, absolutely can exhaust them. But further up, the amount of weight to be eliminated will be increasing. The blue space backpack, sold at the store for 10 silver coins a frame, can reduce 99% of the weight. Above gold color, it's gravity-free. In his past and present lives, he had never touched this kind of inferior spatial equipment. Almost overlooked this. He probably explained the spatial attribute equipment. At the end of it, he even mentioned something. Gravity-less spatial equipment, the later it is, the more popular it will be, and it shouldn't be a problem to sell it 10 times over. If you guys have money, you can try to hoard some. Hearing this, Li Ran Lu Maniac's trio immediately nodded heavily, keeping this matter in their hearts. On the contrary, it was the stall owner on the side who was bitter and 1 gold coin a grid. I'm selling beef here, plus brushing monsters, I can earn a silver coin a day as tops, a gold coin is a full 100 silver coins. The boss muttered as he served Qin Han's beef soup on the table. Qin Han waved his hand. You three sit down as well, this meal, I'll treat. Boss, another 6 pounds of roast beef and 3 bowls of beef soup. During the meal, the atmosphere was a bit gloomy. Qin Han hadn't said anything, and the three of them didn't dare to speak. The three of them were like 3 quails, sitting there with their heads stuffy, until the meal was over. Qin Han led the three of them towards the residential area. In the village, there was a special place for players to rest. Sleeping in there would allow them to quickly recover their energy and stamina. Only, it costs money to do so. The place is divided into 3 levels. The first level, the cabin. The effect of resting for 1 hour inside is as good as sleeping in the open air for 2 hours. But this place, house to house, even the toilet is common, and there is no place to wash. Very simple. The only advantage is that it's cheap, as long as 10 copper coins can be rented for a day. The second level is a small courtyard. It has its own toilet and washroom. An hour's rest can be as good as 3 hours outside. The price is 100 copper coins a day. The third level is a single house. There are only 3 villas in the whole village. The recovery ability inside is 10 times faster than the outside world, but the price was also the most expensive, requiring 10 silver coins a day. On the way, Li Ran took out the 3 gold coins and some silver coins and copper coins. Even those space backpacks were taken out. This is the balance. Those cow horns aren't really valuable, many people sell them for a few copper coins. Qin Han did not take it and, instead, he looked at the 3 people and said, you 3, being able to complete the mission, are considered to have passed my test. I can accept you all. Once these words came out, the 3 of them immediately breathed a sigh of relief and the hearts that had sunk for half a day were finally stretched. Being able to follow such a great man, their future development, they would definitely have a longer term than other players. Most importantly, they would also be able to live longer, right? However, Qin Han's words turned a bit icy cold, and, to do business with me, there are 2 things you must do. Loyalty, and doing one's best. Those who eat their words, kill. Those who act against the will and do not do their best, kill. You guys have to think it over. When the 3 of them heard these words, their faces were suddenly startled. Qin Han's words had deepened their perception of this Game of Eternity that, here, it was a place where people could die at any time. With the boss, it's not like working in reality, where you can quit if you want to, or leave if you want to. If you want to leave, you can leave. If they really do something to betray, they will die. Once they recognized the boss, it was the same as having Qin Han's label attached to them, and they would never be able to remove it again. A hint of hesitation appeared on the faces of the 3, the eyes constantly exchanged. In the end, only Li Ran clenched his teeth and was the first to say, I am willing to follow you and will never betray. Seeing Li Ran open his mouth, Lu Maniac and Li Hao also made up their minds and, no longer hesitating. At the same time, they said, I am also willing to follow you and never betray. When Qin Han heard these words, his face finally eased up a lot. Since you're hanging out with me and you're doing your best, I, as the boss, will naturally not treat you poorly. Only to see Qin Han take out 300 gold coins and 3 tokens and handed them to Li Ran. One for each of the 3 tokens, crush them to use them, and split the money. It's best to buy more gravity-free space equipment, it'll be convenient to do things for me in the future. Also, in addition to ox horns, there are also wolf teeth, eagle feathers, snake skins and other collection tasks. I'll make a list for you guys, so you can help me collect them in the future while brushing monsters. I've added your friends, so you can contact me via private message in the future. Also, my name is not allowed to be revealed to anyone. Having said that, he saw Qin Han turn around and walk towards the direction of the villa area. The original place. Only the 3 people who looked at each other in disbelief were left behind and, not knowing what to do, Li Ran, with trembling hands, divided the things and, then, following the method Qin Han said, he crushed the advanced increase order in his hand and, immediately, I only saw a flash of white light on his body. Then, only to see the corners of his mouth trembling. This increase order can actually increase physical growth by 3 times. I seem to remember that primary professional players only have a 1.5 times increase in physique, right? 3 times. What a joke. The other 2 hurriedly crushed their tokens as well. They're all in a cold sweat from fear. Lu Maniac, it's really unimaginable. I begged for that beginner's profession before and couldn't get it, but I didn't expect to reap such a treasure just because of a single decision. Li Hao, could it be that we are professional players too? Li Ran shook his head. It's not a profession, as far as I know. Professional players have passive increases, while this increase order of ours doesn't. Lu Maniac, even if we don't have it, so what? Our triple physique increase can be much more than that beginner profession's 1.5 times. Even if they have a profession passive, relying on the physique's crushing, they won't be able to beat us. Li Hao, I remember that there are only a few beginner profession players in our village. That's the same as saying that in the future, besides the boss, the 3 of us should be considered as one of the most powerful people in the village? Li Ran nodded. Yes, that's right. Li Hao, then let's hurry up and find a place to sleep for a while, then go and practice leveling right away. Lu Maniac, sleep my ass, go now. Li Ran, don't, even if we sleep for an hour, after our energy is restored, the efficiency of killing monsters can be increased. Can't you see that the boss has gone to the villa area now too? Lu Maniac, then sleep for an hour. Qin Han walks forward. Within a short time, a garden-like villa area came into view. This was the most upscale residential area in the novice village. Lush green woods surrounded the villa, and the flowers in the forest were beautiful. The privacy of the villas is at its peak. Moreover, all the residential areas, besides being able to sleep to restore energy, but also the ability to restore life force, and the repair of physical injuries. The village has a free healing place, but it's limited, and it takes time to heal. As the players are getting more and more injured, they are basically in a queue. Basically, they can't even line up. So, many players will choose to repair their injuries and restore their energy in the residential area, especially for body repair. For those low-grade cabins, if they have a broken arm or other serious injuries, it will take a month to repair them. A mid-range cabin will take 2 weeks to repair. And the high-grade villa, it only takes 1 day to completely repair a person who is seriously injured and dying. For someone like Qin Han, who often dances on the tip of a knife, having the right to live in a high-grade villa is imperative. There were only 3 high-grade villas here. One of them was still in a non-rentable state. In other words, in the entire novice village, there were only 2 villas that players could rent. Coming to the gate of one of the villas, a prompt bar immediately popped up. Whether or not to rent a novice villa for 10 silver coins a day. Rent, 100 days. Qin Han immediately responded. The rental contract has come into effect, happy housing. With a crash, the 10 gold coins in the backpack were scratched out of thin air. Qin Han smiled faintly and directly pushed the door in. Once this place was rented, other people simply couldn't enter, and there was no need for a key, so they could move in directly. The main body of the villa was a small 3-story building, the whole body made of green stone. The furnishings inside were also on the side of new Chinese style, extraordinary in its simplicity. The lights here are magic lights that can be lit up with a thought. The kitchen at the beginning of the way even has a faucet and these familiar items. It gave people the feeling as if they had returned to the modern society. Of course, the most important furnishings in the villa was still the bed in the master bedroom. Inside the gorgeous room, the temperature was constant in all seasons under the enchantment of magic. On the large soft bed, there were faint traces of light flowing around. Close to the edge of the bed, the whole person immediately became much more refreshing. Without taking a bath, Qin Han directly put on his equipment. Without taking a bath, Qin Han directly removed his equipment and jumped headfirst into the soft goose-down quilt. Soon, he entered dreamland. 1 hour later, Qin Han woke up from his 100 square meter room with a refreshed, his spiritual platform was clear, and his body state was at its peak. He took a shower and changed into a new lining, and equipped himself with an ancient suit, putting on a black hood. The entire person at this moment was like an assassin who traveled over from the ancient times, full of mystery and ancientness, bringing everything with him. He stood in the opulent living room and violently crushed the Thunder Poison Island copy teleportation order in his hand in an instant. In front of him, a teleportation portal with a purplish-red glow lit up. Without delay, he stepped in. His eyes suddenly went black, and then brightened up again. In a flash, Shin Han was standing on a vast and boundless green grassland, where countless cows and sheep were leisurely grazing. In the upper left corner of his vision, a teleportation symbol appeared. A one-time teleportation order that would return to the place of departure after use. Finally arrived. I hope this Thunder Poison Island won't let me down. Whether I can hoard enough funds or not depends on this place. But judging from the raid, there's still a long distance from Thunder Poison Island here. Hopefully I can reach the edge of Thunder Poison Island before tonight. Saying that, Shin Han summoned his nightmare and flew onto his horse and galloped towards the depths of the endless grasslands in sight. Although this copy was called Thunder Poison Island, but he knew very well that this place is actually a small world. Mountains, rivers, lakes, grasslands, deserts, everything. Even the monsters are from weak to strong. And Thunder Poison Island is hidden in the middle of this vast world. On the way, as he traveled deeper and deeper, he passed through grasslands, deserts, through the forest, up the river. The wild monsters he encountered also gradually strengthened from ordinary bison. Even with Nightmare's speed, he still ran from morning to sunset. In a golden color, he just reached a canyon. It was a bottomless canyon, about 1,000 meters wide. Looking around, it spreads endlessly. It seemed to divide the world into two pieces. Inside the canyon, the wind was gusting like a demon roaring. Even the eyes could see the terrifying wind path that, after running for a day, we finally arrived at the Brave Man's Grand Canyon. Going over here is close to Thunder Poison Island, the Grand Canyon of the Brave. As the name suggests, only those with unparalleled courage can walk across the canyon and, in order to obtain the wealth and treasures hidden behind it, Shin Han picked up a rock the size of a human head and threw it into the canyon. The heavy stone was as light as a goose feather under the gusty wind. It flew towards the downwind. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared. What a terrifying wind! Under this kind of gale, even a race that can fly can't possibly cross over. But Shin Han wasn't the least bit panicked, only to see him following the edge of the canyon and watching the wind force, running continuously, until he came across a protruding platform. The wind direction here was different from the rest. He could even see a wind channel blowing upwards. Right here. Taking a deep breath, Shin Han jumped on his horse. Then, his entire body began to lose control. A terrifying upward wind directly blew the two of them, along with the horse, 1,000 meters upwards. Then, the body began to slowly slide down. There was a snap. The sound of touching the ground rang out, only to see that at this moment, he and Nightmare were actually standing in mid-air. Under their feet seemed to be an invisible passage. Glancing down into the bottomless canyon, a sense of powerlessness from his genes passed into his soul, and, if it had developed, it would have been weightlessness, trembling, and wobbling. But the high toughness of the martial god's profession directly removes this negative effect, and letting him instantly regain control of his body. Carefully saying, Nightmare, head across the canyon, walk straight, don't sway from side to side. At this moment, Nightmare sniffed and red eyes actually revealed a hint of demonic coloration. That seemed to be excitement. This passageway that even Shin Han was a bit cautious of. Underneath the Nightmare's feet, it was actually like walking on the ground, without the slightest hint of obstruction. It seemed that in the Nightmare's eyes, it was possible to see this passageway. Not much time. One person and one horse reached the other side of the bridge, and separated by a canyon. Space and time seem to have changed. It's a 100-foot square platform. It's covered with snow. In the last rays of the setting sun, Shin Han saw the scene nearby. Nearby are dangerous peaks with thousands of feet of walls. They were also covered with snow. The platform he was on was at the top of a mountain. At the corner of the platform, a path winds towards the foot of the mountain. On the road, you can also see a snow monster that looks like a snowman is rolling around in boredom. These snow monsters are not low level, all level 20 copy monsters. Now go down. I'm afraid to go halfway to the dark. When the line of sight is blocked, it will be dangerous. Having labored for a day, it's better to repair here tonight and wait for tomorrow's dawn before exploring. Having made up his mind, Shin Han directly took out a broom and shovel to clear away a patch of snow and set up his tent. The sky gradually became dark, along with the devilish roar of the canyon next door. Shin Han huddled in his tent. Outside, a campfire was set up. A pot of beef soup was cooking on it. He picked up a piece of beef from time to time. He used a spoon to scoop up a spoonful of soup from time to time. He was eating happily. His face was full of coziness. It's been a long time since I've experienced this kind of weathered life. I really miss it. Nightmare was nestled on the side, chewing on a carrot with no flavor in his mouth, while his red eyes were staring at the pot of white and rich beef soup. The corners of his mouth were constantly dripping with saliva. From time to time, he let out a dissatisfied grunt. It seemed to be accusing the master of favoritism. Seeing this, Chin Han immediately lost his smile. You gluttonous horse, all the other horses are vegetarians, while you actually crave meat. Here, go eat then. With that, he chucked a large piece of cooked beef and threw it over. Nightmare quickly bit it with his mouth and chewed it with a face of enjoyment. Seeing that it was eating comfortably, Chin Han also hurriedly picked up his chopsticks and prepared to eat a little more. On the peak, I don't know when it started to snow lightly. The sparse snowflakes fell in the range of the dim firelight. One person and one horse ate very happily as you went back and forth. Suddenly, a notice jumped out. Congratulations to novice village player Li Fei of No. 110755 for being the first to reach level 5, rewarding him with +1 physique point. Diplomatic chat bar opened. Ranking list merged. Captain's mission opened. Captain's quest, between novice village number 110755 and novice village number 688, any player who was the first to reach level 10 will receive a captain's token. For specific rewards, ask the respective village chiefs. Faced with this announcement, Chin Han at the top of the snowy mountain froze for a moment, and, I'll go, I almost forgot about this. In the face of this sudden announcement, the entire 688 novice village was abuzz. What's the situation with this 110,755 novice village? Why is their broadcast strung to our village? Lulu, this should represent a signal. The tone of the Eternal Life game was actually stated when we entered the game, the 10,000 races competing for supremacy and fighting with the demonic beasts. That is to say, when we come here, not only do we have to kill monsters and upgrade, but we also have to face those unknown enemies in the heavens and the worlds. And this 110755 novice village, I'm afraid it's the first enemy we have to face. Enemies? Could it be that our village has to fight the other side like in ancient wars? Lulu, I guess so. That's too scary. I haven't even killed a chicken before entering the game, and it's only been 2 days since I entered the game, and I'm going to face an unknown enemy. When the time comes to really fight, can we win? Lulu, I don't know, there's a big gap between level 4 and level 5, others can be the first to reach level 5, so naturally they're much stronger than us. Big brother Lulu is right, I just looked at the leaderboards, the other party, besides the one called Li Fei who was ranked first, in the top 10, they also account for 7 of them, not to mention the back, all of them are crushing, the other party's level is significantly higher than ours. The moment these words came out, a wave of pessimism spread amongst the 688 players. Someone asked weakly, what happens if we fail? Will they kill us? If war is inevitable, once we fail, I'm afraid that the entire village of players won't be able to survive. Even if they manage to survive, I'm afraid that they will have a hard time. Imagine what life is like for a prisoner. The 3rd floor of the ancient tomb. Players were scarce here, although the monsters were harder to kill. But they have high experience. Li Ran and the 3 of them were able to kill the monsters together, and they were still able to brush the monsters and upgrade normally. They glanced at the chat section, the pessimism of the players did not affect them at all, not to mention the horrible strength of their big brother. Not to mention the terrifying strength of their family's big brother. Just based on the 3 of them's triple increase order. The further they go, the more powerful they will become, and on the day of the real war, the 3 of them will be able to make the other party drink a pot of water. At this moment, after the diplomatic chat bar was opened, quite a few words in red font kept popping up on it. It seemed like the ranking list gave these people their backbone. The tone of these red fonts was very arrogant. Your level difference is a bit much, it seems that your strength isn't good either. Look at your novice village number, 688. The number is quite small, originally also scared me a jump, but a look at the level list, really a bunch of waste. Does it mean that the smaller the village number, the weaker the strength? Is your village all made up of a bunch of pariahs who didn't practice martial arts? Look guys, in this village, there are actually players with 0 rank. This is unbelievable, even a punk can rub up to level 1. I'm really looking forward to the day when I can meet with you guys. At that time, will I be able to kill a bunch of you by myself? Originally, the people of 688 knew that their strength was not good, and no one rushed to speak inside. But the other party actually dared to publicly humiliate Chin Han. Li Ran and the 3 of them couldn't help themselves at once. Calling them names could be tolerated, but calling Chin Han names, that hurt more than punching them in the face. At that instant, the 3 of them were filled with righteous indignation and they directly scolded in the diplomatic chat area. Clean your fucking mouth, you uneducated thing. That's right, with this quality, it's really a shame. If I were his mom, I should have thrown him into a pot of urine and drowned him, so as not to grow up to be a disgrace. It's just one more level, it's nothing, it's just this small advantage, see how excited you are. Let me tell you guys, sooner or later, lousy strength will surpass yours, don't believe me, wait and see. As soon as these words came out, Red Side couldn't help themselves at once. The player who had been scolded jumped straight to his feet in anger. Good, very good. You actually dare to humiliate me in public. If you have the ability to report your name, when we meet someday, let's see how I can clean you up. Let me tell you first, I am the young master of the Lin family of the Purple Yang province, Lindong. The second in the ranking list is me. If you guys don't dare to give your names, when we really fight that day, I will kill your village cleanly. These words, which carried an endless chill, were directly transmitted to all the players of 688, causing many people's hearts to go cold. This person was also the young lord and the second highest ranked. He didn't sound like someone to be messed with, since he dares to say such words in public. I'm afraid that he can really do what he says. Seeing this, Li Rant's trio, without hesitation, they said in the diplomatic chat area. Remember, my name is Chao Azhou, watch out for your daughter-in-law. Remember well, my name is Lu Fengxian, watch out for your father. Remember well, my name is Yuan Benshu, and my sword is not unfavorable. They didn't dare to use their real names. After all, even exposing a name would put them under the gaze of everyone. In case the boss is accountable, they won't be able to take the blame. Seeing the words of the 688 novice village players subconsciously laughed. The original tense atmosphere eased a lot. The opposite side is constantly looking at the leaderboards. However, the opposite side was constantly looking at the leaderboards, but they didn't see the words of these three names as they flipped and flopped. Lin Dong was furious. Grandma, are you lying to me? If you can't find such a big name, your eyes should be treated. Hey, I also don't know how old he is, but he has presbyopia so early. Hilltop. Watching a few people spraying each other. Shinhan just looked at them for a few moments before closing the chat area. In his last life, since he was a top-tier profession, he fought his way through the monsters after switching jobs. He was the first one to rank 5th. After that, he was even more courageous. In this life, because he had to build a foundation. So having missed 2 days, I almost forgot about the captain's task. This captain thing, others might not be clear about it. But as a veteran player, he knew the benefits. When the village captain not only can be assigned the right to live in a villa in the village, the experience of brushing monsters also has a 10% increase, but also can work with the village chief to customize the player. He could also customize the rules of the players together with the village chief, and could even expel players who made mistakes. The power and benefits are very much. In addition, the 2 villages, the person who becomes the captain, to the late novice, can control the 2 villages at the border of the fortress gate, that is to say, whoever is the captain, who can control the 2 villages at the border of the fortress gate. In other words, whoever becomes the captain will be able to control the initiative of the battlefield. Of course, these are not very attractive to Qin Han. Whether it was defense or offense, those people were not in his sights. However, there was an even greater benefit to the captain's order. That was that only after obtaining the captain's title could one compete for the game's knighthood. A knighthood, one of the most precious things in the game of eternity. In a sense, it was even more coveted than a supreme treasure, because even the lowest baron has not only a salary, but also immunity from the heavens. Immunity from the heavens. Any NPC power within the boundaries of the forever game must honor the baron and have the obligation to protect him. Even if the baron commits certain crimes, he can be exempted. Any eternal game within all the boundaries of the forces, the title reaches a certain height, can be unimpeded, 100 taboo. Most importantly, even the lowest of the knighthoods will be given a fiefdom. This fiefdom is an independent space. No one can enter. Having a fiefdom is the only way to have a permanent home in the game. Only by owning a fiefdom can you build a base camp and develop your power. There is only one chance to obtain a knighthood. Qin Han was determined to get it. The further the game goes, the slower the upgrades. I remember in my last life, the one called Li Fei should have only risen to level 10 7 days after the game started. Counting up, there are still 5 days left. However, those who don't plan for the ages are not enough to plan for a moment. This life and the last life are different after all. With me as the butterfly wings stirring, the other party might rise to level 10 a little bit ahead of time too. Therefore, I can only reserve a maximum of 3 days. I must earn enough 100,000 gold coins to open the increase card within 3 days. Qin Han twisted his head and glanced at the darkened world below the mountain. A hint of tenacity appeared in his eyes. Immediately, he retreated into his tent and, accompanied by the crackling sound of the campfire, closed his eyes and fell asleep. There were no words in the night. The next day, at dawn, the snow stopped, and the chill in the air seemed to be more pressing. The snow had stopped, and the chill in the air seemed to be even more compelling. Qin Han put the tent, pots and pans into his backpack. He washed his face with snow water. After eating a red snake fruit, he mounted the nightmare. Towards the rugged path down the mountain, he leapt down, jumping on the cliff face with all his might, carefully weaving through the pack of snow monsters. Bang! A snowball the size of a fist hit Qin Han's back hard. The huge impact caused his body to lurch and he almost tumbled off his horse. You have been attacked by a snow monster, blood level -100, icy damage reduced by 10. Qin Han was freezing at this moment, baring his teeth and shivering. These snow monsters are really disgusting. They're all long-range attacks, not to mention the icy damage. Even if he dodged delicately, he would inevitably be hit. Fortunately, when he came down, he ate a red snake fruit and temporarily added 1,000 blood, or else just this one time, he definitely had to be smashed to death. And with the high toughness, he didn't have any stiffness. Otherwise, with just this one hit, he might have to be frozen. Forcing himself to endure the discomfort, he struggled to command the nightmare to continue charging downwards. Bang bang bang! In the narrow confines of the Shin Han was hit one after another. Fortunately, with the nightmare in, there were no dangers along the way. 10 minutes later, he finally descended from the peak. Below is an ice field, with sparse vegetation. It's endless. Nightmare, accelerate. In this kind of terrain, it's like Nightmare's home turf. The sea is wide enough for fish to jump, and the sky is high enough for birds to fly. Here, he can run wild. He no longer has to be careful and suffer from this kind of anger. Cranking up his horse, Nightmare's speed was pulled to the extreme, heading straight towards Thunder Poison Island. This time, after only an hour or so, Shin Han arrives in front of a large lake that is vast and wide with smoky waves. Although the water of the lake was crystal clear, upon closer inspection one could see a light purple arc of electricity continuously emerging in the water. Lake of Embracing Thunder. The outer barrier of Thunder Poison Island. The lake not only contained the power of thunder, but there were also countless thunder monsters hiding in the lake, waiting for the opportunity to devour those spirits that tried to cross the Thunder Lake. It is rumored that there is also an incomparably terrifying dragon sleeping in the depths of Thunder Lake. Looking further into the distance, at the end of the line of sight, a large central island could be faintly seen. That's the Thunder Poison Island there. In my past life, this is the first time I've gone there. I hope it doesn't disappoint me. Sinking his heart, Shin Han stepped into the lake on his nightmare. The nightmare was worthy of being a divine horse that it was born to be able to ride on water. As soon as the nightmare's hooves touched the lake, it automatically extended a ball of white energy, allowing it to travel on the surface of the lake as if it were walking on the ground. However, as soon as Nightmare's hooves stepped into the lake, the lightning elements contained in the water gathered over in a steady stream. Zip! Buzz! Light purple electric arcs converged into a force field, completely enveloping one person and one horse. Nightmare was a divine horse, immune to all damage. And Shin Han, with a whopping 750 points of lightning resistance. It makes him feel safe. Crack! Countless amazing high-voltage arcs of electricity continuously impacted his body. But the terrifying lightning elemental resistance formed an absolute defense on the periphery of his body. No matter how the electricity raged, it couldn't hurt him in the slightest. Good. Not bad. It's good to come prepared. If someone else comes, I'm afraid that he won't even be able to cross the lake. With the arc of electricity no longer a threat, Shin Han's face rejoiced as he rushed towards the distant island. During his march, there were constantly crocodile-looking, 3-foot-long, electrically charged, colorful thunder monsters constantly scurrying out of the lake. The thunder monster's big mouth fiercely cut, vowing to swallow Shin Han and the nightmare in one piece. Unfortunately, the nightmare was too fast. Not only could they not bite it, but the ferocious force shattered a few pieces of their own teeth. Shin Han's heart was happy. These thunder monsters had thick blood and high defense, but their speed was pitifully slow. It would be a dream for them to attack him with this turtle-like speed. With a light smile, he used his deicide bow to return an energy arrow as he advanced. An arrow was shot out and accurately pierced into the eye of a thunder monster. -20 yellow damage floated high. The -200 dark green poison damage floated up. There was also more than 30 points of lightning damage from the thunder ring. However, this lightning damage hit the thunder monster without breaking defense at all. It didn't even do any forced damage. The thunder monster had thick blood and high defense, reaching a staggering 50,000 plus. If an ordinary level 20 player was here, even if they tied the thunder monster to a tree and let them fight, they would have to grind for half a day. However, with the regicide bow's attribute of ignoring defense, the thunder monster's defense was like paper mache, coupled with the toxin attack of the voodoo bead. With a few swish arrows, the thunder monster's blood level dwindled down. In a short while, it was bloodied. Woo, woo. The thunder monster was in pain and actually twisted around and dug into the water. He hurriedly added 2 more arrows. But the thunder monster's diving speed wasn't slow, and it quickly reached the depths. What a pity. I almost killed it. He shook his head inside, and was about to move on when a game prompt popped up. You have killed the thunder monster, experience plus 2000. Your experience is sufficient. Do you want to upgrade? No upgrade. Shin Han refused outright. His thoughts were still focused on the thunder monster. It should be the voodoo pearl's toxin sustained damage that killed it. However, this thunder monster has a high body density, and once it dies, it will sink to the bottom of the lake. Even though my pickup range is quite far, there's nothing I can do about it, as I can't see the body of the wild monster. What a pity. These thunder monsters grow in this lake of embracing thunder. Their bodies are filled with lightning elemental resistance. Armor made from its skin can have extremely strong lightning resistance without even needing to be enchanted and refined. If you go to an extreme thunderstorm location, wearing a piece of armor made from the skin of a thunder monster will greatly increase the sense of security. There weren't many people who could come over to the Thunder Poison Island sidebook. So, at the later stage, Thunder Monster skin directly sold at a sky-high price. This thing is too tricky, its skin is thick, it has a lot of heart, when it is seriously injured, it will drill under the lake, it's not easy to get its body. If I want to get the Thunder Beast's corpse easily, I have to wait until it escapes before I kill it with a single strike. I still don't have enough attacks right now. Let's go for the money now, and come back for it when we turn the corner and improve our strength. Just as Chin Han was pondering, the water around him was tossing and turning, as if countless things were swimming towards him. Sweeping his eyes, he saw that they were all thunder beasts. These thunder beasts were now encircling him from all sides. The scene had the feeling of a stampede of 10,000 horses. The corner of Chin Han's mouth hooked, writing his nightmare, before the thunder beasts surrounded him. Before the thunder beasts surrounded him, he relied on his nightmare's speed to easily escape from the encirclement. He hurriedly traveled towards the island. As the saying goes, a horse is dead when it looks at the mountain. This Thunder Poison Island doesn't look too far, but it took a lot of time to run there, even with nightmare's speed. Even with nightmare's speed, it took half an hour to reach the edge of Thunder Poison Island. Only then did he reach the edge of Thunder Poison Island. From the distance, the island was filled with towering trees, giving it a primitive and barbaric flavor. Chin Han was about to find a suitable place to disembark. At that moment, a sharp eagle cry came from the sky above. A huge reflection swept across the water like a flooded beast. Looking up, only to see in the sky a huge eagle with a wingspan of nearly 20 meters and a golden eagle was staring at him with those icy cold eyes, seemingly treating him as prey. It's actually a golden eagle, what luck! Golden eagle, level 20 elite monster, with a blood count of nearly 500,000. Lonely and arrogant, solitary. It is rumored that this eagle lives on a cliff, and its nest is full of gold jewelry. And the probability of this guy bursting gold coins is hundreds of times higher than the average elite monster. Even the wealth deliverer is considered poor compared to him. Thinking about this, Chin Han's heart was hot, and he immediately took out his deicide bow and prepared to shoot. At this time, the golden eagle in the sky also swooped down. A level 0 human was just enough to make dinner. Seeing that the opponent dared to shoot at it, the golden eagle's eyes revealed a hint of cruelty. A mere level 0 human, a mole cricket, how dare he not run when he sees him? He really doesn't know what he's doing. At this moment, Chin Han, looking at the golden eagle's eyes, was also like seeing a pile of flying gold coins. Open the bow and draw the arrow. Whoosh! The sound of energy arrows breaking through the air. Poof! An energy arrow shot just into the gap of the golden eagle's right wing skeleton. Minus 202 damage floated up. Minus 20 poison damage floated up. Miserable damage. The dog shook his head when he looked at it. Feeling the damage like scratching an itch, the golden eagle's cold eyes flashed with a hint of smugness. It has been entrenched in the Thunder Poison Island for a long time, and carries a lot of poison resistance and thunder resistance. These elemental damage to it is not great. That 220 physical damage wasn't worth mentioning compared to its hundreds of thousands of blood. Even its own recovery ability is not weak, and in a few seconds, the blood that was knocked out was restored again. Tiny human, be a good boy and become Master Eagle's food. And that horse, it looks like it should have a good taste as well. Save it for an extra meal at night. On the surface of the water, Chin Han is unmoved. He doesn't dodge, he doesn't move an inch. He still shoots at the same spot. In the sky, the golden eagle was getting closer and closer. Even the black shadow of that huge body has already covered the sun in the sky. 100 meters, 50 meters, 30 meters, until 20 meters. Only hearing a crunching sound, the golden eagle's right wing actually sank, and even its flight became shaky. Not good. This treacherous human is actually trying to trick me. The wing bone is injured. If I continue to swoop down, I'm afraid I'll fall into the lake. With its huge body, it will surely sink downwards. The further down the lake goes, the more powerful the thunder and lightning will be, so I won't be able to carry it. There is no way. The golden eagle could only raise its swooping angle and fly upwards. This also leads to, from the original swooping angle, lifted up 10 meters. One person, an eagle. When they crossed paths, the belly of the golden eagle was just exposed to Chin Han's bow and arrow. Good chance. He raised his deicide bow and shot his arrows towards the golden eagle's abdominal vitals like a series of beads. Upwards of 2,000 yellow damage densely flashed. Desperate evil poison, use. This was the skill that the voodoo pearl had absorbed from evil healer Huabird's attack. Now that it was being used for the first time, the effect was immediate. With a snort, the originally golden-colored golden eagle's body was suddenly covered in a miserable green. 50 points of poisonous wounds kept popping up. Even its recovery ability was limited. By the time the golden eagle managed to reach the sky, it had actually lost tens of thousands of blood. Feeling the body that gradually began to weaken, golden eagle's eyes were filled with anger. Damned human, again by him. This eagle will not rest until it eats you today. It hovered above Qin Han's head, its eyes growing colder and colder as it vowed to find an opportunity to attack again. On the surface of the water, the Qin Han smiled with satisfaction. Although there is such a thing as blood in the game, if the blood is not depleted, the person will not die. However, if a person's legs have broken, then they can't walk and can only be slaughtered. This golden eagle relies on its wings to fly. Now that its right wing is injured, it will definitely affect its flight. It's not the same as just now. At this moment, the height and speed of the golden eagle's flight has obviously decreased by a large margin. It has already entered the range of the deicide bow. Only to see. Qin Han pulled the bow like a full moon. A channel of energy arrows continuously flew towards the golden eagle. One by one, the damage was once again bursting out. From time to time, there were also poison arrows that prevented blood from returning. The golden eagle's blood level continued to drop. Slowly, it felt a slight danger of death. It even had a terrifying thought. This seemingly weak human seemed to be able to kill itself. To escape or to fight? Just when it was hesitating, an energy arrow shot into its right eye in an unbiased manner. The intense pain caused it to become enraged, and all that was left in its mind was hatred that. It swooped down, determined to tear this human apart. Looking at the golden eagle that recklessly rushed over, Qin Han was steadily sitting in a fishing boat. Impulsiveness is the devil. With his wing bones and eyes injured, the golden eagle's speed had been reduced to the extreme, and he was simply no match for him. Rushing over would only be looking for death. Moreover, the closer the two sides were, the more accurate his attacks would be. This is simply a great joy. In mid-air, a high amount of yellow damage continuously burst out. The golden eagle's blood level began to plummet. However, at this time, the golden eagle was carrying the damage from the explosions and crashed over. The distance between the two was less than 10 meters. Abruptly, Qin Han lightly pulled the reins, and the nightmare quickly shifted, easily dodging the golden eagle's collision. The other party almost fell into the lake of embracing thunder, turning with difficulty with its huge and bulky body. The golden eagle even crashed towards Qin Han again, but in front of the already incredibly flexible nightmare. All it did was obviously futile. With a slight turn, Qin Han dodged the attack again, and in his hand, he never stopped shooting. With these two charges, the golden eagle's blood level was pulled down to half blood. At this moment, the golden eagle seems to have completely fallen into madness. It continues to launch suicide attacks like it doesn't want to die. Once, 2 times, 3 times. In the constant staggering of both sides, the golden eagle's blood level directly bottomed out. With a critically injured status on its head, not only was it unable to regain blood, but there was even a trace amount of blood flowing out of it. According to this situation, I'm afraid I don't need Qin Han to do anything. This guy will bleed to death. Boom! The remaining state of the golden eagle roused its last bit of sanity. This time, it no longer rushed over. Instead, it twisted its body, dragging the remnants of its body, staggering towards the island. It wanted to return to the nest, where it could recover from its injuries, or it could live. Drops of golden-colored blood spilled from the air, forming a starry path of blood. Qin Han put away the deicide bow and, no longer striking out, riding the nightmare, he slowly hung behind the golden eagle. Snapped! The nightmare leaped onto the land of the island. The dense jungle of the island was shrouded in a light mist that, before he could take a few steps, Qin Han smelled a fragrance if nothing else. His head instantly became a little drowsy, and his footsteps stumbled a little. Immediately afterward, the voodoo bead suddenly emitted a halo of light to wrap him up. Poison barrier detected, automatic extraction in progress. After a few seconds, the attributes of the voodoo bead changed once again. Voodoo bead, the only supreme treasure. Feeds on voodoo, nemesis of all voodoo in the world. Attacks come with 200 points of poison per second, lasts for 10 seconds. Skill, soul storage technique, voodoo technique, draws on the grudges of the beings it kills, can be actively released during an attack. Skill, desperate evil poison, group damage, reduces the enemy's life by 500 points per second, with a 35% life returning restraint, lasts for 10 seconds. Passive skill, poison barrier aura, when turned on, enemies within a diameter of 100 meters will be subjected to sustained toxin damage, 100 points per second, and the movement speed of enemies within the poison barrier is reduced by 50%. Qin Han smiled in relief at this. Worthy of being a supreme treasure that can always be relied upon. It's too much of a relief. And this newly born poison barrier aura is even more powerful. Although the toxin damage is a bit less, this 50% deceleration is truly a divine skill. In the future, when he turned on his poison barrier aura and fought within 100 meters, he would have the upper hand. In the middle of thinking, the golden eagle in front of him. At this time, it had already swept through several small forests, and flew towards the mountains in the distance. He returned to his senses and quickly chased after it. Time gradually passed. The golden eagle came to a steep cliff face. Here there is its nest. It looked around vigilantly, and seeing that the enemy did not chase after it, it burrowed into the nest and lay down. feeling a mysterious power inside the nest that was repairing its injuries. Golden Eagle finally relaxed quite a bit. Damn human, when this great master recovers, he will definitely make a comeback. Even if he searches the ends of the earth, he will tear you apart. I'm going to sun-dry you into jerky and tear you apart a little bit. The moment he thought of the picture of revenge in the future, the Golden Eagle's body became agitated. Its emotions became much more hyperactive. Along with that, the wound recovery was also a few points faster. Suddenly, on the entrance of the nest cave, a man and a horse jumped in. Really convinced, this cave angle is really tricky, almost fell off the cliff. Alas, waiting to go up is still a difficult task. Shin Han sighed deeply and muttered to himself at the entrance of the cave. Immediately, his gaze came to the inside of the cave, only to see a golden light in front of him, shaking one's eyes. Golden cups, golden spoons, golden pots, golden bowls. As far as the eye could see, everything was actually made of gold. Good fellow, this legend really has no empty words. This time I'm afraid I'm going to make a big profit. Abruptly, a mournful eagle cry rang out. Obviously, this was the Golden Eagle discovering him. Although the environment inside the cave was not small, but for the Golden Eagle's huge body, is small and pitiful. There is no place to move around. The only way out is the doorway. Seeing Shin Han lifting up his longbow again, the Golden Eagle's eyes reddened. The Golden Eagle's eyes were red. With his last ounce of strength, he rushed over. Now, the only way to survive was to rush out. Shin Han was fully concentrated, using his fingers like flying, an arrow attacked towards the Golden Eagle's vitals. Eyes, throat. The Golden Eagle's blood level had already bottomed out. Before it could reach the doorway, its huge body collapsed to the ground. Wow! The sound of bursting gold coins resounded in Shin Han's ears. You have killed the elite monster Golden Eagle. Experience value added 19,562 points. The experience is sufficient. Is it upgraded? At the same time, a notice popped up on the chat bar of the 688 novice area, as well as the 110755 novice village at the same time. Congratulations to player Shin Han for his first kill of the elite monster Golden Eagle, rewarded with physique +1, and since Shin Han was the first player to kill an elite monster, an additional physique +1 is rewarded. Upon hearing the notification, the chat areas of the two villages burst into life. 688 novice village. What grass, an elite level monster that our village Shin Han killed? This joke is a bit big, isn't it? I remember a player who likes adventuring went deep into the wilderness area yesterday and found a high-level monster, a gray eagle. He estimated that this gray eagle's level is at least 11 levels up. Golden Eagle, once I heard the name, I'm afraid it's not small, or an elite monster. To be able to go on the village domain's notice, it's estimated to be even more powerful. This node, able to kill such a bullish elite monster, could it be that our village's Shin Han is really the one on the world notice? Impossible, that Shin Han on people's world notices. He has long since transferred to a god-tier profession, and it's estimated that his level has long since risen to a very high level. I looked at the level ranking, and this Shin Han from our village is still at level 0. In my estimation, the reason why this Shin Han from our village hasn't been leveling up is because he must have encountered a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity under the right time and place, in a perfect location, grinding for a few days, and grinding to death a high-level elite monster. This also explains why in the past few days since the game started, this Shin Han hasn't been showing up amongst the players and why he's been level 0. No right, the experience from level 0 to level 1 is not much, even the dumbest person can upgrade by casually brushing. Elite level monsters, the experience given is definitely not low. It's estimated that it can directly allow him to ascend several levels. But you guys, this notice has appeared for a while, he's actually still at level 0, does he want to press the level? Once he refuses to level up, his experience will be zeroed out. It's simply not worth the loss. This matter, it's really puzzling. I see, this person should not have transferred, so he is deliberately suppressing his level. In my opinion, this person must still have illusions about transferring up to now, and won't upgrade without transferring, but as of right now at this node, it's estimated that all the occupation tokens are gone, and in the end, he's definitely a basket case. This person is simply the antonym of Lumaniac. When Lumaniac was blindfolded and upgraded, this Shin Han is good, go is at level 0 making unrealistic fantasies. Don't need to look brothers, this person is absolutely wasted. On the 3rd floor of the ancient tomb, taking advantage of the fact that there were no other players around. Li Hao, brother maniac, look at this, pointing at you again, but these people are also talking about the boss as the antithesis of you. Lumaniac has long since not been the somewhat lost Hulk that he was when he first entered the game. At this moment he is quite a bit more down to earth. He stopped the knife in his hand that was killing monsters and said a meaningful sentence, both the brave and the prudent may succeed, while those who are headstrong and indecisive can only go with the flow. Even though I started out as an outcast of the game, but after following the boss, I'll definitely have to develop better than all these people in the future. Li Hao nodded, that's right, we're definitely stronger than all of them. From the side came Li Rant's disgruntled voice. You two assholes, can you take care of my feelings when you're chatting? Heck, I'm carrying the monsters alone right now. Lumaniac scratched his hair awkwardly and apologized. Sorry, professional habit, I never do anything when I talk. On the other side. 110755 Novice Village. In response to this notice from Chin Han, it also boiled over. Chin Han? This name seems familiar to me. It seems like I've heard it somewhere before. Why, hasn't it appeared several times in the world notices, and I remember everyone discussing him before? No, that's not right, this time it's a village domain circular. I seem to have seen this name when I remember opening the 2 village rankings. Lindong, I saw it a long time ago. This person called Chin Han is a player from the 688 Novice Village, and his rank is still level 0 right now. Still, young Master Lin has a good memory. It's him. Young Master Lin, what do you think? Could this person be the one on the world notice? Lindong, I don't think so. After all, the number of people named Chin Han isn't small. In our Ziyangfu alone, I've heard of 3 people named Chin Han, and this time, they should have entered the game as well. It's just that they might have been assigned to other villages. Li Fei, indeed. I also learned a lot of the situation of the eternal game from the mouth of some village natives, the infinity of the universe, the endlessness of the races, far beyond our imagination. Put it this way, the world where our Ziyangfu was located in the infinite universe, small with a grain of sand in general, like a small character like me can be raised to level 5 in a short period of time. Those who are really strong in the level of I'm afraid that they have long since reached the unimaginable, far from being comparable to a level 0 player in the next village's district. Lindong, 4th Gongzi is also here. 4th Gongzi, you are the strongest in the village, you are still an intermediate level professional, you have explored farther than everyone. Do you know what this elite monster is? Is it powerful? Li Fei, I haven't seen it, but my current strength has been able to kill monsters in 11 level 2 wilderness areas, and I've seen some gray eagles. Those eagles aren't that powerful, it's easy for me to kill them. Li Fei, I think that even if an elite level gray eagle comes, I should be able to kill it. Lindong, 4th Duke's words made me somewhat wake up from a dream. I suddenly thought of one thing. If the other party raised the entire village to kill the golden eagle, and in the end, let this Chin Han take the final blow, then on the notice, naturally, Chin Han's name would be written on it. Is the other village trying to use this person called Chin Han to bluff and deter us? So that we would have something to fear? As soon as these words came out, the entire 110755 Novice Village, once again, boiled over. Young Master Lin's words have enlightened me and increased my wisdom. Young Master Lin is truly from a great family, and has easily recognized the other party's treacherous plans. Strength isn't enough, intrigue comes to the rescue. Trying to scare us with this is really barking up the wrong tree. Li Fei, gentlemen, the heavens are infinite, we don't know how far we can go, but right now, no matter what kind of ploys the other party will use in the future, we have to ignore them, and work hard to practice and improve our strength in order for us to go farther. Lindong, the 4th prince speaks well, we all listen to the 4th prince. Listening to the 4th prince is correct. In the golden eagle's nest, Chin Han stowed the golden eagle's corpse inside his saddlebag. Looking at the gold all over the ground, his eyes went straight. Worthy of being a golden eagle, an elite monster that can actually explode so many gold coins, I'm afraid that there are 10,000 gold coins at a rough glance. This is similar to the gold coins exploded by the ancient witch queen. The ancient witch empress was such an existence, I'm afraid that the golden eagle wouldn't even count as a sidekick in front of her in her heyday. Even if the ancient witch queen is weak, she is not comparable to the golden eagle. Such a small monster, burst out comparable to the ancient witch queen's gold coins, can imagine how rich the reward is. Collect. Wow. The sound of gold coins being credited rang out, and the pleasant sound seemed like heavenly music. It was too wonderful. Chin Han subconsciously squinted his eyes. Looking at the 10,000 gold coins that had been credited, he couldn't stop the smile on his face. It took a while before he detached himself from the wonderful feeling and eyes to the other gold, silver, and jewels within the lair. Like the expressions of those pirates who had come across treasures. His eyes went straight once again. Gold, his eyes were filled with gold. Looking at the color of the gold, it was definitely all good 1,000-foot gold. Looking at the shape of these artifacts, they were all used by humans. It was thought that this golden eagle had stolen them from the island's inhabitants. The days have gone by and so much has been saved. Picking up a gold cup and storing it in the spatial ring. Looked at the attributes. Gold cup, artifact. A utensil from a wealthy nobleman's house, worth a lot of money. Can be broken down into gold coins. Weight 200. Chin Han smiled at this. A normal gold coin weighs 10. A gold cup like this can be directly decomposed into 20 gold coins. Then looking at the nest full of gold items, how much should this be able to be exchanged? With excitement in his heart, he quickly picked up within the nest. Time gradually passed. After a while, he was able to clean up and decompose all the items. A total of 13,906 gold coins were obtained from the decomposition of all the artifacts here, together with the other gold coins in his backpack. He now had over 32,000 gold coins on him. He smiled once again. Thunder Poison Island was worthy of being a land of gold. Just entering the island and having such a great harvest. This made him very excited for the rest of his journey. Sweeping a glance at the nest, he prepared to leave. There was no longer a trace of gold in the empty lair. There were only some old and broken things scattered on the ground. Things like bones, rags, rotten wood, and the like. Huh, what's this? Suddenly, Shin Han's remaining light caught sight of a red wooden plaque. The wooden plaque was tattooed with the totem of the Cloud Thunder Fey beast, which looked quite extraordinary. Just now, he had only focused on finding the golden color, and had actually overlooked such a thing. Picking it up and taking a look, he was instantly overjoyed. Ancestor's Blessing, Special Rune Card. Blood Quantity plus 1000. Healing plus 10 per second. Poison Resistance plus 1000. Blessed Rune, put in backpack to take effect. It's actually a rune. This was good stuff. With the voodoo bead on his body, poison resistance was useless to him. But this plus 1000 blood would really help him out. After all, he is still level 0, even if you add just 2 points of constitution, the real blood quantity is only 36 points, a little bump will be dead. The red snakefruit although also add blood quantity. Although the red snakefruit also add blood, but that is temporary, time will disappear, and the backpack in the red snakefruit is not a few, with a less one. But it's not the same now with blood plus 1000. It was equal to a permanent 1000 blood. The margin for error is greatly increased. And the 10 points of blood recovery are not bad. Adding the 2 points of blood recovery from the spatial ring. Then he could recover 12 points of blood in 1 second. In this way, as long as he didn't encounter large battles, he would have medicine left over. What a good thing! Putting the rune token into his backpack, his blood level immediately skyrocketed. Feeling the majestic life force within his body, Shin Han felt an overwhelming sense of security. He was even more confident about the next path. After taking a closer look at the nest again and seeing that there were no more treasures that could be acquired, he prepared to leave the nest. 10 minutes later, he climbed up a vine to the top of the cliff. Just when he was about to land safely, a sudden change occurred. Only the sound of breaking air was heard. A poisonous thorn came at him at an indiscernible speed. Shin Han subconsciously rolled forward, but his back was still hit by the poison needle. The red damage of -30 immediately floated up. Fortunately, the defense of the ancient suit wasn't low, and the damage of the poison needle wasn't too great. With a blood level of over 1000 plus 12 points of blood recovery per second, there was simply no threat. Neurotoxin detected. Voodoo bead autodraw in progress. Voodoo Pearl, the only supreme treasure. Feeds on voodoo, the nemesis of all voodoo in the world. Attacks come with 200 points of poison per second for 10 seconds. Skill, Soul Storage, Voodoo Art, draws on the grudges of living beings it kills, can be actively released during an attack. Skill, Desperate Malignant Poison, group damage, reduces the enemy's life by 500 points per second, with a 35% life returning restraint, lasts for 10 seconds. Skill, Paralyzing Toxin, attack with Neurotoxin, can paralyze the opponent's action, damage 320 per second, lasts 10 seconds. Passive skill, Poison Barrier Aura, when turned on, enemies within a diameter of 100 meters will be subjected to sustained toxin damage of 100 points per second, and the movement speed of enemies within the poison barrier is reduced by 50%. Neurotoxin? Shin Han's eyes stared. Neurotoxin usually came from the highly poisonous king snake. Extraction was difficult, not to mention that it was gone after use. It was considered a relatively rare toxin damage in the game. This kind of poison could paralyze opponents and was very overbearing. The opponent dared to use this precious poison as soon as he came up, fearing that he would directly cause him to die. Whirlwind. Only to see that he pretended to be poisoned, directly lying on the ground, not moving an inch, with his eyes, but revealed a slit, staring tightly at the direction of the attack. At the same time, a man with a braid, reddish skin, and hemp clothes was walking out with a dagger. The man's face rejoiced when he saw the motionless Shin Han. Ha ha, the poison needles that have been stored for so many years have finally come in handy. Kid, you deserve a bad fate, take your life. Above the cliff, the red-skinned, hemp-clothed man was full of pleasure. He had seen this man in front of him tail the bloodied golden eagle into the nest and return safely. This meant that the golden eagle's treasure must have been obtained by this person. When he thought of this, his heart suddenly warmed up. He walked step by step to Shin Han's body and, seeing that the other party was lying motionless on the ground and life or death was uncertain, then he sneered. Kid, blame it on your bad fate, blocking Master's path to fortune. Die. The man in hemp clothes copied the dagger, crouched down and quickly wiped at Shin Han's throat. At this moment, only to see Shin Han summoning the famous sword Moon Shadow, which he had never used, the supreme treasure was sacrificed from the treasure space. Not only is it as fast as lightning, it's also like a gazelle hanging from the corner, no trace can be found. The man in hemp was unprepared, and his body was covered with a sword. The man in hemp clothes had no defense, and a few more wounds appeared on his body. Red damage of -200 kept popping up. The -150 green damage was also jumping. At the same time, the hemp-clothed man's information also appeared. Resident of Thunder Poison Island. Level 20. Facing Shin Han's attack. Fortunately, the hemp-clothed man's skin was thick, and he hastily dodged a few steps away from him. You're fine? How can you be fine after being poisoned by the king snake? The man in hemp clothes was in disarray, incredulous. Shin Han, what you should be concerned about now is whether or not you yourself are alright. The hemp-clothed man sniffed and was just about to say something when his body suddenly stiffened and fell to the ground with a thud. He seemed to have thought of something, and his face turned violently white, and the poison of the king snake. You actually have the poison of a king snake? The man in hemp clothes was confused. The poison of the king snake was so precious and rare that he had only saved a drop by chance. If he hadn't seen that the man in front of him had obtained the golden eagle's treasure, he wouldn't even be able to spare it. Shin Han did not say anything and, taking the famous sword Moon Shadow, he slashed out again. The neurotoxin in the game was still not the same as reality. Although it could paralyze the opponent, it had a time limit. Once the time expired, the enemy would have a chance to counterattack. However, another attack could continue to paralyze. Swish, swish, swish. After several slashes, the opponent's blood level had been reduced to the danger zone, and he could die at any time. Spare your life. Spare my life. Good man, spare my life, I know I'm wrong. Under the threat of his life, the man in hemp clothes finally wimped out, his mouth saying words that begged for mercy one after another. Murderers are always killed, just now you wanted to kill me, and I didn't see you give me a chance, so go to hell. Shin Han seemed to be unmoved and looked ready to kill this man with a single cut. The man in hemp clothes had an impatient look on his face. Wait, listen to me, looking at your appearance you should be an outsider. The Thunder Poison Island is full of crises. Without a local to lead the way you're afraid that you won't be able to move an inch. I'm willing to redeem myself, listen to you and help you get everything you want. Shin Han's eyes narrowed. It was his first time on Thunder Poison Island, and although he had read the guide, he was unfamiliar with many places, so if he were to bump around like a headless fly, he was afraid that he would be delayed. Having a guide might be better. This person's strength isn't high, even if he's full-blooded he's no threat to him. At this point, in his heavily injured state, it was even less worth mentioning. After pondering for a while, Shin Han continued. Let me ask you, I want to obtain gold, the more the better, do you have a way? The hemp-clothed man was overjoyed at his words. Having a need was a good thing. It also meant that this person did not have the mind to kill himself for the time being. He hurriedly said, yes, there is a gold cave 10 miles nearby. It is the richest gold mine in our Thunder Poison Island. The amount of gold produced every year is very impressive. If you go, you will definitely have a great harvest. Shin Han nodded slightly. Thunder Poison Island had gold all over the place. Gold mines were naturally very rich. The other party said that the nearby gold cave was the richest gold mine on the island, so going here, the harvest would certainly not be small. Tell me the location. The hemp-clothed man's eyes twinkled. That place is very hidden. Even if I tell you, it would be difficult for you to find it. It would be better for me to personally take you there, and it would save you a lot of effort as well. Shin Han looked deeply at him and said thoughtfully, alright, you lead the way. At this point, the neurotoxin statute of limitations had expired, and the hemp-clothed man staggered up from the ground and pointed down the mountain. Then, let's go. And so, the two men slowly walked towards the mine cave one after the other. The 10-kilometer journey took 2 hours due to the severely injured state of the man in hemp clothes. Although the speed was slow, Shin Han was quite productive on the way. Opened quite a few treasure chest jars in the wilderness, actually got nearly 3,000 gold coins. The amount of gold in Thunder Poison Island once again made him smack his lips. Finally, the gold mine has arrived. It was at the foot of a mountain. A hole that accommodated 5 people side by side came into view, and the hole stretched to the belly of the mountain, not knowing its end. Outside the cave, 30 people wearing rattan armor and holding swords and longbows were scattered and on defense. Shin Han and his 2 men hid in the bushes not far away and watched. The man in hemp clothes said, look, this is the gold mine cave. Those people outside are the high priest's guards. They are responsible for protecting the gold mine. There used to be only 10 guards outside the cave, but recently the high priestess is planning a wedding and is going to make a golden house for his future wife, so the demand for gold has increased greatly. A large number of additional diggers have been assigned, and the guards have increased quite a bit with it. Shin Han's eyes narrowed. High priest? This person was the one who had captured Sword Idiot's wife. He's actually getting married, and it looks like he's trying to get a golden house to hide his wife in. I just don't know who his new wife will be. If it was Sword Idiot's wife, that would be interesting. Thoughts turned, Shin Han said, what to do now? There are quite a few of them. Fighting will inevitably cause a chain reaction. When the enemies gather more and more, it will be passive. The man in hemp clothes, don't worry, you don't have to confront them head on. My father is an inspector in the mine. I can go in first and ask him for a miner's quota. Then you will go in with the identity of a miner in a big way. Then when you get in, what do you want to do, can't you? Shin Han did not say anything and stared at the hemp-clothed man with a calm expression. Seeing this, the man in hemp clothes said, what, you don't believe me? Ever since you promised to let me go, I've already let go of my hatred. I only have gratitude for you now, and definitely won't have the slightest bit of hatred. Along the way, the hemp-clothed man's blood recovered quite a bit, and at this time, his face was also much more rosy, and his countenance looked very sincere. Shin Han faintly and unnoticeably used the friendly probing bead. Chattering. Ma Xing. Friendliness, extreme hatred. He hates you to the bone and will break you into pieces once he gets the chance. Shin Han was outwardly impassive. It would have been reasonable for the other party to hate him. He came here, and only for the gold, and Press simply did not believe the words of the other party. Since the place is here, then the other side roll. Pressing down his heart, Shinhan pretended as if nothing had happened and said, "Okay, you go, I will wait for you here." Ma Xing was overjoyed at his words. This person could be really good at fooling. In a few words, he had fooled the other party. As long as he was near the High Priestess guard, he would be safe and, at that time, he could even dispatch the guards by virtue of his father's identity, and bring people to get the scene back. When he thought about this, Ma Xing was so excited that he couldn't contain himself. Even the smile on his face could not be stopped. Before leaving, he also kindly reminded, "Brother, you have to be careful here, don't let those guards find out, don't worry, I'll be right back, it won't take long. I'll find someone to get you killed later." Shinhan's face was calm. "Good, but you be careful too. I'm off then." Ma Xing smiles faintly, taking 3 steps and moving forward continuously. Seeing that he was about to approach the High Priestess guard, his entire body trembled and, "Safe. I'm going to be safe. Escaping from death." This feeling was simply great. But just then, suddenly, he turned back to investigate once again. This look directly made his liver and guts explode. In the dense forest outside the gold mine, when Ma Xing turned back, he happened to see an arrow flying towards him. He wanted to dodge, but it was already too late. Inside his pupils, the shape of the arrow grew bigger and bigger. Subsequently, only a poof was heard. His eyes went black, and his world fell into silence. Puff! The body smashed into the dense grass and was lost, not disturbing the guards in front of the mine. In the bushes. You have killed a level 20 resident of Thunder Poison Island, experience value plus 1,900 points. Shinhan's gaze was cold. There was actually a difference between these aborigines and monsters. Unlike monsters, although these aborigines could provide experience, but at the root, they were proper human beings. It's just that these people don't have the various functions of a player and can't kill monsters to upgrade. They are not even NPCs. General NPCs know more or less the ins and outs of the game, but these aborigines, they don't even know the ins and outs of the game. And these aborigines, they don't even know about the game and players. The entire Thunder Poison Island, afraid that only the High Priest and a few other people know about the game. Perhaps to this Ma Xing, Shinhan, was just an outsider who had stumbled into this place by accident. However, despite having killed someone, but in the world of the eternal game, killing was supposed to be the main theme, and the death of a minor character wouldn't even cause a ripple in the lake of his heart. At this moment, he was staring closely at the 30 or so guards outside the cave, pondering the strategy of infiltration. Thunder Poison Island was a level 20 copy. These guards should all be around level 20. Plus, they were wearing armor and carrying bows and arrows. Although they were the same level 20, the strength of these people was obviously much stronger than that Ma Xing. And unlike monsters, humans are organized, and with the help of dodging, tactics, hiding, and other combat skills, if they really want to fight, it will be a trouble. Moreover, the whole body will be affected. Once we kill these people, I'm afraid that the entire Thunder Poison Island will be mobilized. The reinforcements will keep coming. Unless he can kill all the people of Thunder Poison Island, or beat them into submission. Otherwise, a hard fight is the most stupid way. Once he pulls himself into a protracted battle, even if he wins in the end, I'm afraid it will take a long, long time. By then, the captain's order would be long gone. With a little thought, Shinhan suddenly had an idea. He called out his nightmare and whispered a few words in its ear. The psychic nightmare immediately understood and sped away. Half an hour later, only to hear that the ground suddenly began to shake nearby. The cries of countless monsters rang out. A 3 feet tall, mountain-like pangolin twisted its huge body and rushed straight to the guard's location. Several crocodiles with a length of nearly 10 meters also rushed over. A time outside the mine, monsters everywhere. The 30 or so guards were immediately thrown into chaos. Damn, the monsters are rioting. Hurry up and help, don't let them rush into the mine, otherwise we can't afford to be blamed by the High Priest. Thus, without exception, all 30-odd guards were thrown into battle. Beside Shinhan, Nightmare dived back unnoticed, rubbing his horse's head against Shinhan's shoulder, looking like he was begging for praise. He stroked Nightmare's head and gave an encouraging look. Well done, but he then puts it away, and then quietly sneaks into the mine while the many guards are fighting the monsters. The gold mine cave. The winding path leads to a secluded area. Inside, it was pitch black, and with the ancient leather armor on Shinhan's body originally having a concealment effect, it was as if his entire person had become one with the darkness. Following the darkness of the mine, he kept moving forward. Not long after, 3 passages appeared before his eyes. 3 passages, which one should I take? The mines were continuous, and once one made a mistake, it would be a waste of time. For a while, Shinhan had a hard time deciding. Suddenly, a sound of footsteps rang out and one of the passages flashed with light. Shinhan quickly hid behind a minecart, revealing only a pair of eyes to quietly observe. Soon, 2 guards holding torches appeared inside the cave. Just now, I seem to have heard a noise outside the cave. Should we go out and take a look? It's better to forget about it. We are only responsible for guarding the inside of the mine. Whatever happens outside has nothing to do with us. However, since there is something going on outside, it's hard to say if someone will sneak in. This batch of dug gold hasn't been delivered yet. Once something goes wrong, we can't be blamed. The most important thing now is to protect the gold safety. You are right. Let's hurry and go to the gold warehouse to take a look. Otherwise I don't feel at ease in my heart. The two finished their discussion and walked into the leftmost passageway together. Seeing this, Shinhan quickly followed from behind, tailing the two along the way. Within a short time, it came to a room fitted with a large iron door. One of the guards took out a key from his pocket and opened the door. In an instant, the gold nuggets piled up all over the room glittered under the light of the torches. The gold is fine. We were overly concerned. Let's go. The two of them observed a circle. Seeing that the gold was fine, they were ready to leave. Just then, Shinhan, who was lurking outside, decisively struck and he took out his deicide bow and shot quickly. The first two arrows were shot into the throat of two people. They couldn't utter a word. Coupled with the neurotoxin, they were instantly paralyzed. Immediately after that, he fired a few more arrows, and the two didn't even have a chance to resist. The two were killed without even having the chance to resist. You have killed the gold cave guard, experience value added 2,100 points. You have killed the gold mining cave guard, experience value plus 2,100 points. Shinhan let out a sigh of relief when he saw this. This mine cave was deep and unpredictable, and there were still an unknown number of guards inside. If the sound of the fight was too loud and attracted others, it would be troublesome. Fortunately, most of the aborigines' blood quantities weren't high, and coupled with the regicide bow's ignore defense and the voodoo bead's neurotoxin, it gave him the ability to kill quickly and silently. Throwing the two guards aside and closing the door behind them, Shinhan looked towards the small mountain of gold nuggets piled up in front of him, his eyes filled with joy. Pick up. Gold nugget rough embryo, weight 600, can be broken down into gold coins. Although these gold nuggets are all semi-finished products from the rough smelting of gold ore, and their purity isn't too high, but it can't be overshadowed by the quantity. If you do some rough math, you'll be able to refine at least a few tens of thousands of gold coins. It's a fortune. Holding back his emotions, Shinhan quickly picks up the gold nuggets and breaks them down in bulk. Time gradually passed. The gold nuggets in the room were swept away by him. All of them were decomposed. The number of gold coins on his body directly increased by 73,000 coins. Together with the previous 33,000 coins, he came to around 160,000. Good fellow, just coming into Thunder Poison Island and having such a huge harvest, simply outrageous. I'm afraid that there's no place with more gold coins than this place in the entire novice period. It seems like there's hope for 3 days to draw the tenfold increase card. And, now that we've passed 100,000 pieces, it's time to empty this first screen, isn't it? Inside the empty storeroom, Shinhan hid in an unoccupied corner and, taking out his lottery card, he took a deep breath and, staring at the screen, he kept tapping and taking. He this time, directly 10 times maximum draw. Please be patient while the batch draw is in progress. Please be patient in the batch draw. Congratulations, you have won 1 iron broom, 1 tent, 1 blue long sword, 1 white bow and arrow. Time gradually passed and prizes were constantly being drawn out. Most of them are miscellaneous items and white plate equipment. Occasionally, there were blue and gold equipment. A gold coin is an object, even if there are duplicates. But the number of draws is not enough. He has about 3,000 space compartments on his body. For the average player, 3,000 grids were a lot more, but for him now, it was obviously a drop in the bucket, completely insufficient. Before long, the space grids were filled with a wide array of equipment sundries and even food. It seems like it's time to find an opportunity to get a mega storage ring. These miscellaneous junk equipment are average, but being able to leave them behind might be useful in the future? Sighing, he could only throw down most of the drawn miscellaneous and whiteboard equipment. But even so, the storage grids were still in a state of insufficiency. The good thing. At this moment, the progress of the draw had also heckled to the top. He drew again, only to hear ding ding ding. The remaining dark gold equipment on the screen actually shook out all at once. Golden heavy armor set, dark gold grade. 7 parts. Helmet, armor, leg guards, boots, hand guards, long sword, cloak. This set of equipment was golden in color, and even the cloak was sewn with gold thread. It looked particularly eye-catching and racy. Total attributes of the set. Defense 1200 points. Blood quantity increased by 1200 points. Attack power 150 points. Ice resistance 500 points. Poison resistance 500 points. Blood recovery 50 points per second. Physique requirement 300 points. This set of equipment was a typical heavy armor. The attributes were actually quite good. After all, no matter what, it was 100,000 gold coins shaken out of it. It was much better than a typical dark gold level set. When belonging to the dark gold level excellent suit, defense is very high. The average player, only with ordinary physical attacks, almost difficult to break the defense. If in the dense enemy battlefield, wearing this set of heavy armor can rely on high defense at the front. On this set of equipment, afraid of the general junior professional players are difficult to resist. Just this thing to where the conditions are a bit high. 300 points of constitution, basically equivalent to the total constitution of a junior professional player up to level 20. Also, this heavy armor thing, bulky and heavy, after wearing it, the speed is bound to decrease. Unless in a deadly fight, if others want to run, they are afraid that they won't be able to catch up. This kind of equipment is actually a typical blood cow equipment. Although the attributes are good, wear up also enough wind, but the role of Chinhan is really not very good. But the role of Chinhan is really not great. Remove your eyes from the golden heavy armor set. Shifted his gaze from the golden heavy armor set to the draw card. At this moment, the screen of the lucky draw card was chaotic. The interface was constantly changing. It seemed like something marvelous was about to be revealed. Inside the storage room of the gold mine cave, Chinhan clenched his fists tightly, his breathing seemed to have stopped, and his gaze was firmly fixed on the lottery card screen. Having been reborn, the developments of the past few days, although everything was going according to the route he had envisioned, but things were unpredictable, and a supreme treasure could only put his mind at ease when it was actually obtained by himself. This item is the core thing for him to reach the limit of 100,000 physique points. Once it was gone, it would be troublesome. On the screen, the transformation was still going on. Abruptly, the chaotic screen suddenly opened up the dark clouds and saw the moon. The whole interface has a new look. The whole interface has been refreshed, with auspicious clouds decorating the edges and ink coloring the rhythms. Fixed prizes have also been refreshed. Still a set of dark gold equipment, accompanied by a few dark gold jewelry. Chinhan's eyes kept searching on the interface. Suddenly, his eyes stared, only to see a card appear in a corner of the screen. The ink-colored card looked simple and unadorned, and the main color of the screen blended into one. If you do not pay attention to look, it is really difficult to find. On the card was written a line of big words. Gift of the Heavenly Tao, tenfold increase card, supreme treasure. This treasure is a wisp of supreme law, possessing incredible magical powers. Obtaining it can be blessed by the Heavenly Tao and can be used wherever the Heavenly Tao reaches. Looking at the card's introduction, Chinhan's heart was about to jump out of his chest. It's really out. Draw all my gold coins. With only 6,000 gold coins left in his pocket. It's not much, but the probability of obtaining this tenfold card shouldn't be too high, judging by its placement. 6,000 gold coins, maybe he could draw it? He gritted his teeth and stared fiercely at the screen that started the lottery. The lottery is in progress, please wait patiently. The lottery is in progress, please wait patiently. Ding, 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 ding. Congratulations on obtaining a piece of dark gold armor. Obtained 1 blue long sword, 1 white cloth coat, 1 pair of blue long boots. The prizes were constantly being drawn. This time, the prizes were a bit better than the first interface, but they weren't too far off. White equipment, blue equipment were constantly being shaken out. Chinhan once again cleaned up his backpack and threw away all the useless things. Time was gradually running out. The remaining gold coins are about to run out. The last lucky draw. I must win. Must win. Sorry, your balance is insufficient for the lottery. Please try your best to get the gold coins and come back. Bang! Chinhan slammed his fist fiercely on the clutter around him. This damn probability. It never fails to disappoint. The hardest thing in the world was that the absolute treasure was in front of him, but he couldn't reach it. Forget it, even if the conditions are harsh, getting another 100,000 gold coins will definitely draw it. This is a gold cave, there's still a lot of gold, just look for it again. Forcing back his excitement, Chinhan left from the storeroom and quietly walked towards the depths of the gold mining cave. Before leaving, he stripped off all the clothes of the 2 guards, just in case. Speaking of which, although these aborigines, who were not in the NPC sequence, would not explode their equipment, the clothes they were wearing, including all their items, were trophies. Moreover, these people also provided experience, which was much stronger than the normal monsters available. Inside the gold mining cave, Chinhan left the storage room and picked a passageway at random and quietly walked inside. The mine path was winding. The more you go inside, the more guards you encounter. But the concealment provided by his ancient suit and black hood made him a ghost in the night. The mines were already dark. A few times, he hunkered down in a corner and almost brushed past the guards, but they didn't notice. Deeper and deeper he went. Gradually, inside the mine became lively. The sound of clanking and clanging as the mines were opened. The sound of whimpering and sobbing. And the sound of strutting and lecturing. After a few steps, the cave was brightly lit and clear. In the large cave, the black crowd. A dozen or so guards are standing at a fixed point with their swords. Ragged clothes, pimply-faced miners, numbly repeat the mechanical labor. Dressed in white, the inspector held a whip and watched intently. From time to time will use the whip to reward a random unlucky person, in order to show their authority. In the open space in the middle of the guards, there was also a mining cart filled with gold. Chin Han nodded slightly. Someone. That means it's the right place. This should be the location of the mineral deposit. Looking at the amount of gold inside the minecart, if it was broken down, there should be nearly 10,000 gold coins. But with the urine of the lottery, I'm afraid that 10,000 gold coins can hardly be drawn. Now is not the time to do it. It would be better to find more gold. He raised his eyes and looked behind the crowd. The mines inside were still winding. The place inside shouldn't be small. Maybe, there were more gold coins to be obtained inside. The best way should be to mix into, explore the remaining amount of gold inside the mine. The time should be faster. After all, the gold in the storeroom is all the gold. After all, the gold in that storeroom had been emptied by him. In case someone went to probe, it would be troublesome. And the lights are on ahead. It was simply impossible to sneak through. With a change of thought, Chin Han quickly retreated and he found an unoccupied corner. He changed into the clothes of a guard. For the sake of realism, he even smeared his face with some red pigment. Then, he swaggered towards the mine. But as soon as he took a few steps, he heard a clanking sound coming from the mine. He was caught off guard by the sound, which made him jump. He thought it was the other side found the theft of the gold storage room, issued a warning. Just as he was wondering, but he saw that a guard with a torch just happened to walk over. As soon as he saw Chin Han, the other party greeted him with, "Brother, going to eat? I heard that the last batch of gold will be ready tonight, and we'll be traveling back by then, so this meal has been added by the supervisor." Chin Han gave a "oh," "then we'll have a mouthful to eat." His heart was slightly at ease. It seemed that this so-called signaling sound should mean that the meal was starting. That's right, the storeroom was at the other end. Even if the alarm was signaled, it couldn't be within the mine. Pressing down his heart, he and the guard walked side by side and, slowly walking towards the mine. After walking a few steps, that suddenly sidestepped and glanced at Chin Han, and, "Brother, you look quite familiar, newcomer?" Chin Han faintly said, "Ma Xing and I are life and death friends." When the other party heard this, a hint of bashfulness appeared on his face. "Ma Xing is the governor's son. It seems that brother you have a great relationship with the governor. Ah, my name is Lai Yang." A guard seconded by the black wall. "I wonder what is your name, brother?" Chin Han's eyes narrowed. "I am Ma Chao." Li Yang sniffed, immediately said, "So it's a brother also surnamed Ma, then it seems to be with the governor or the family. In the future, you can take care of more." "Good to say." Chin Han deliberately walked very slowly. He kept on making small talk along the way. This one called Li Yang also answered all his questions. Before long, he knew quite a bit of information. It was similar to what Ma Xing had said before. The high priest is going to hold a wedding ceremony 2 days later at the base camp, the Black Wall. That fiancé, I heard, is the high priest in the outside world travel to find a woman, very water spirit. Just this woman has a hobby, is like gold. Put out the word, after she lived in the place must be made of gold. Even the toilet bowl is made of gold. The high priest seems to be very obsessed with this woman. He agreed to everything she said. So, all the gold mines on the island were working overtime. Even the high priestess mobilized countless guards from the black-walled city and dispersed them all over the place to supervise the transportation of gold. These mines, they send one batch of gold for every batch of gold they refine. That is to say, now this gold mine, in addition to the previous storeroom, there are a few gold ore in the mine car outside. There is nothing else. Nowadays, on the whole island, the only place that has enough gold. Only the high priest's place. After hearing this news, Chin Han instantly lost his motivation. He wanted to find an excuse to slip away. But at this moment, the two of them have already come to the mining area. The people here, densely packed. In the center, there are 2 long tables. The top is full of sumptuous dishes. In front of the table, a middle-aged man with a strong figure, dressed in white satin, holding a whip in his hand, was condescendingly listening to a grey-clothed old man beside him. "Lord Supervisor, that group of people from the 9th mining area are making trouble again. They said that the sound of that monster deep in the mines is screaming again, and insisted that we send guards to investigate." The inspector was holding a whip in his hand, constantly slapping it in the palm of his hand, his face filled with disdain. "The depths of the mines are all mines. Where is there any monster whistling? I think this group of people are really locked up and stupid." "Grey-clothed old man, that gang has already said several times. It really seems to be a bit abnormal." The inspector shook his head. "This gang is really troublesome. If it wasn't for the Lord High Priest's benevolence and unwillingness to kill, I would have long ago had to kill this gang." While he was speaking, his eyes, however, swept around and he suddenly saw Chin Han and Li Yang and immediately said, "You two, go with Steward Lu to the 9th mining area to take a look. If there is a monster sound, come back and report. If not, whip that gang of things 10 lashes a person to grow a long memory." When Li Yang heard this, he immediately patted his chest and said, "Lord Supervisor, please rest assured, I will not dishonor my mission. I will definitely fulfill the task you gave me properly." The inspector nodded his head. "Then it's a hard day's work." Chin Han originally wanted to run. But when he heard the grey-clothed old man say that there seemed to be monstrous beasts screaming in the depths of the mine, it made his eyes become thoughtful. Inside there, it couldn't be that thing, right? If it's really that thing, Then this time, it's probably going to be sent. Mining area. The grey-clothed old man led the duo of Qin Han and Lai Yang deeper and deeper. On the way, passing through one mining area after another, Qin Han was slightly shocked and he did not expect the depth of this gold mine cave to be so large. It was much larger than imagined. The workers inside added up to thousands of people. The guards that they encountered added up to nearly 200, I'm afraid. It was a pity that, just like what Lai Yang said, the existing gold ore within the mine was pitifully small, except for the supervisor's piece, which was more than 10,000 gold coins, the rest added up to about 9,000 gold coins at the most, I'm afraid. After walking for a while, the temperature inside the mine seems to have risen by nearly a dozen degrees. The three finally arrived at their destination. Ninth mine. This mine is located in the deepest part of the gold mine. Entrance place actually has a fine iron pouring gate. It seems that this place is not like a mine, but like a cell. Although Qin Han was puzzled about the identity of the person incarcerated inside. But in order not to arouse suspicion, he did not ask a single word. Instead, it was Li Yang beside him who asked curiously. I heard other brothers say that there is a mine sealed by an iron gate deep inside the mine. I didn't believe it, but I didn't realize that there really is this place. Steward Liu, why is this place sealed with an iron gate? Is it because you're afraid that the people inside will run away? The grey-clothed old man looked unpredictable and said if he had a point. The ninth mining area is holding some felons. These people should have been executed, but the heavens have the virtue of goodness, and the priestess lord could not bear to be implicated, and gave them a chance to survive. However, later on, all the things you see and hear must not be spoken of, and must be treated as if you don't know anything, understand? The two immediately nodded their heads. The grey-clothed old man saw that the two were on board and nodded his head slightly, and without saying anything more, he directly took out the key from his pocket, opened the lock on the iron door and then the old hand pulled hard, the iron door squeaked and slowly opened. At the same time, the people inside the mine heard the noise, and immediately stopped what they were doing. Countless eyes looked over. In these eyes, there was anger, there was fear, there was unwillingness, there was suppression. In the crowd, a strong old man with white hair and beard, his eyes on guard, greeted them first. Seeing the grey-clothed old man, as well as Qin Han and the two of them, the white-haired old man finally reveals a hint of a smile. Steward Liu has come. The grey-clothed old man sniffed and he just nodded his head indifferently. Then pointing at the two Qin Han, he said, "You guys go in, I'll wait outside." After saying that, when Qin Han and the two of them walked through the door, this grey-clothed old man even directly closed the gate with a click. It was actually locked. With a cold face, he walked to the side, inside the ninth mining area. As the gate was locked, the crowd of miners in the mining area seemed to say yes, and all of them surrounded up and staring at Qin Han and the two of them with their angry eyes. They seemed to have a deep grudge against them. Frightened, Li Yang stepped back. "What do you want? Do you want to rebel? I'm the High Priest's guard. If you guys dare to mess around, you're dead." Although his mouth said so, but on Li Yang's face, the color of fear could not be hidden. It was Qin Han who didn't care. In front of him, this group of people looked crowded, but all of them were yellow and weak. They looked like they were undernourished for a long time. This group of people was not in his eyes at all. He looked at the white-haired old man and opened the door. "We were ordered to come in to deal with the monster's cry. Take me to the cry to see." Seeing this, that old man also felt that the crowd was a bit impolite, and turned back to chide with the words, "What are you doing? All hurry back and do your own work." Those who saw the situation, only then to the depths of the mine dispersed, but one hand holding a crane hoe or something, eyes are dead staring at Qin Han, seemingly to want to eat people. It seemed as if they wanted to devour them. Frightened, Lai Yang's body once again shrank and cold sweat broke out. The white-haired old man apologized. "I'm really sorry, this group of people are like this, they rarely see outsiders, so they're a bit curious. Turn around and I'll clean them up." The two Lord Protectors, "The call is in the deepest part of the ninth mining area, you guys come with me," the old man said, took the lead and walked inside. Seeing this, Lai Yan looked a little scared. He was obviously very resistant to those people in the deepest part of the mine. He whispered, "Brother Ma, these felons look like they want to plot against us. It's probably dangerous for us to follow them. How about we go out?" Qin Han patted Lai Yang on the shoulder. The inspector explained the mission. "If we go out like this, we will definitely be in bad luck. How about this, you stay at the entrance to keep watch. Once something happens to me inside, you quickly inform Steward Liu. Don't worry, when this mission is completed, the fruits will be for both of us. I definitely won't talk about it outside." Li Yang was touched. "Brother Ma, you are so kind." Qin Han sniffs, revealing a hint of a meaningful smile, and took a step and followed. Ninth mining area. Without the constraints of Li Yang, Qin Han was much more comfortable. He walked quickly to the white-haired old man and climbed up and said, "Old man, that monster scream you said, what exactly is it screaming? Is it a whale straight, or is it a whale straight?" The old man sniffed and, after a moment's thought, he said, "Neither, I remember it was mooing straight." When Qin Han heard this, an intense surprise appeared on his face, and Now, he was 80% sure that the monster's cry from the depths of the mining area was definitely that thing, Moreover, it's still a full-bodied one. This time, it was definitely going to make a big profit. White-haired old man, every time this monster screams, the walls of the 9th mining area will have a slight vibration, and sometimes, it will also cause some small collapses. So for fear of the children getting hurt, I can only go and request you to come and investigate. Children? Shin Han's gaze stared, his attention drawn over by the old man's words. Were there still children within the mine? As if to corroborate his words, as the two walked inside, along the way, in addition to those skinny youths, there are many old and weak women and children. The older ones looked to be in their 70s or 80s. The younger ones were even in their infancy. These people are all thin and yellow. It's mealtime, but there's no food in these people's hands. There was even a child holding a smooth stone in his mouth and licking it, as if he thought this would feed his stomach. Shin Han secretly thought, the people here don't look like prisoners, but rather like people from a family. These people were imprisoned here by the high priest, so I guess there are quite a lot of secrets hidden in their bodies. Digging them out might help in dealing with the high priest in the future. However, the most important thing right now is to find the monster. Wait until we come back to talk about this. Pressing down his mind, Shin Han followed the old man as he kept walking deeper and deeper into the 9th mining area. Suddenly, a mooing sound, if any, seemed to resound from the depths of the mining area. The sound was very dull. At the same time, the surrounding mine walls seemed to be trembling slightly. However, the distance seems to be a bit far away. That sound, although familiar, but the hearing is not very real. The speed of Shin Han's feet quickened a few more points, and 5 minutes later, in front of a mining wall, the two stopped their figures. The white-haired old man touched the mining wall at the end of the mine. When we dug to this place in January, we heard strange cries, and I stopped advancing in this direction because I felt it was unstable. However, even if we didn't dig, the strange cries were getting closer and closer as time shifted. You also heard it just now. I'm afraid it won't be long before that monster breaks through the wall. A thick sorrow surfaced on the old man's face. Shin Han didn't say anything. His ear was close to the mining wall, his ear pressed against it and, quietly waiting. Suddenly, only a moo was heard. The monster roared once more, and, this time, Shin Han heard it clearly. He was instantly delighted. It's it. It's really it. The amethyst beast. The legendary demonic beast. This beast feeds on gold. It likes to eat its way through the gold veins. When it's finished with one, it'll move on to the next. Along with eating gold ore for a long time, the back of the amethyst beast will gradually grow purple crystals. This amethyst is recognized by the game of heaven. One can be directly decomposed into 100,000 gold coins. Of course, the real role of the amethyst is much more precious than 100,000 gold coins. In the late stage of the previous generation, an amethyst crystal could even be sold for nearly 500,000 gold coins in the heavens. This shows the rarity of the amethyst. When he knew about the existence of amethyst beasts before, Shin Han even thought he had heard wrong. After all, the amethyst beast taste is very tricky. General gold mine it really cannot see. In front of the eyes of this gold cave, although it is a rich mine, but in the eyes of the real big gold mine in the heavens is nothing. This kind of gold mine can attract the amethyst beast, simply incredible. In the gold mine cave, Shin Han smiled faintly. It should be that among the heavens, I was the first to come to the Thunder Poison Island replica, and that's why I was able to encounter such a good thing. Listening to that amethyst beast's cry, sounding like an old bull, it should be a complete body, with at least 3 amethysts on it. If I can get it, then the 10 times card will be in order. Thinking, Shin Han did not waste any time. In the white-haired old man's incomparable astonished gaze, he put on the ancient suit, summoned the Godslayer bow and he took 5 steps back, opened his bow and pulled the string, aiming at the mine wall. The white-haired old man was horrified. Lord Protector, what are you doing? Do you want to break through the mine wall to find that monster? This mine wall is made of fine stone. Even if there are a dozen of young and strong men who don't have a day or two of work, it is difficult to break through. I'm afraid you can't do it with a bow and arrow, can you? When the old man's words fell, he saw an arrow shot out in front of his eyes. The mine wall that was as strong as iron was easily penetrated like tofu. What is this? The old man trembled in fear. How could there be such a sharp bow and arrow in this world? Such a treasure should never have appeared on a mere guard. In an instant, he began to doubt Shin Han's identity. Shin Han, however, ignored him. Still shooting arrows at the mine wall. The deicide bow ignored defenses, and could penetrate almost anything with a single strike. He was going to use this ability to chisel through the mine wall alive. 1 arrow, 2 arrows, 3 arrows. The mine wall was gradually penetrated with a single hollow. At the same time, 688 Novice Village. On the bison grassland. The sun was high in the sky, and it was as hot as fire. After 2 or 3 days of killing, the bison on the bison grassland have completely gone extinct. A lot of low-level players are already in a situation where there are no monsters to brush. The monsters in this game won't just stop refreshing after killing them, right? Who knows? This game has no strategy at all. You have to make your own guesses. Originally I wanted to wait for the bison to refresh, and rely on killing cows to rise to the 3rd level. This is good, a cow cannot be seen. The whining tones of several players echoed in the grasslands. Suddenly, quickly look, what are these red lights? At this moment, in the line of sight of several players, only a beam of red light suddenly emerged from the entire bison grassland. If a player with a particularly good memory was here, he would definitely find that the location of these red lights was clearly the place where the bison were killed by the players. As if they were being pulled, these red lights involuntarily flew towards the center area of the bison grassland. What is this situation? Could there be some kind of treasure appearing? Whatever, hurry up and chase over to take a look. On the grassland, there were constantly players chasing the red light, running together towards the center area. Time gradually passed. The center area of the bison grassland, right near the ancient tomb. The red light that kept gathering over condensed into a huge red energy cluster. As the red light grew more and more, a bison silhouette actually appeared in the center of the red light. The shadow of that bison also became clearer and clearer, and its body grew bigger and bigger. Suddenly, the energy mass exploded violently and a bison as tall as a 2-story building appeared from the center. The reddish cowhide flashed with a demonic red light, and a pair of black eyes flashed with a cruel cold aura. The red bison twisted its head and swept a glance at the surrounding players, then fiercely roared towards the sky and moo. The dull sound of the cow's moo shook the wilderness, and the sound waves even reached the nearby wilderness area. One by one, the players looked towards the direction of the sound, trying to find the source. What's happening? What a loud bellowing sound. At this time, a message popped up inside the chat bar of the 688 novice area. The center area of the bison grassland has refreshed the elite monster Barbarian Bull Commander. Killing the Barbarian Bull Commander can obtain a large amount of experience value and a high probability of obtaining a golden suit, so please kill the players enthusiastically. After the kill is completed, the bison grassland monsters will be refreshed. What grass, elite monsters? Finally I get to see what an elite monster looks like. Look at the system tip, not only more experience, but also get a golden set. Gosh, I remember that from the opening until now. Except for the blue suit given by doing quests in the village, the wilderness can seldom explode equipment. This actually gives a golden set. It's unbelievable. Reward and difficulty must be proportional. I guess it's not that good to kill. Brother, you are a little worried. Before a player called Chin Han level 0 can kill the golden eaglet, think this elite monster is not something amazing. It's just a bison elite monster. It must not be strong. There are so many of us, we'll pile up and kill him. Charge brothers, first come first served. For a while, countless players swarmed and ran towards the bison grassland. And at this time, in the center of the bison grassland, there were about nearly 100 players who were surrounding the savage bull commander. These people, mostly players who were brushing monsters in the ancient tomb, ran out at the first opportunity after hearing the news and, looking at that huge body, everyone was a little apprehensive inside. So tall, similar to an ancient beast, can we beat it? Or, maybe, why don't we give it a try? This bull looks big, maybe it's just a bluff. Fair enough. Why don't you get on? No way, how about together? Just as the players were hesitating, the savage bull commander went berserk and it aimed at the densest group of players standing, and with a stomp of its legs, it rushed out as if it were a cannonball. Boom! Several players were unable to dodge, and were sent flying over 10 meters. Bang! 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 One by one, the players fell to the ground, splattering a cloud of smoke and dust. Most of them were 1 or 2 level players, and they didn't have much blood to begin with. This collision directly annihilated the bloodstains. They're dead. They're dead. A sharp-eyed player swept a glance and was instantly scared out of his wits. Run! Run! This bull is too strong. It can't be beaten at all. Run separately. Under the threat to their lives, the players scattered in all directions. When the brute bull commander saw the scattered players, his eyes were slightly confused before he randomly found a player and chased after them. With terrifying speed, he pressed forward at every step. Eyes were about to collide. But then he saw a man running from a distance and pushing the player away with one hand. This person then fell to the ground, dodging the bull commander's head-on collision. The bull commander couldn't stop for a moment, and jumped over this person's body. It was now this person's heart. The knife in his hand violently cut into the abdomen of the savage bull commander. This set of maneuvers was so smooth and flowing that the newly arrived players watched with their jaws dropping. It's Big Brother Lulu. I've seen him before. This operation, it's like shooting a blockbuster movie. I admire it. At this moment, underneath the cow's stomach, only to hear, ding, a sound. The hard cowhide was like steel, directly knocking the knife in Lulu's hand away. And on the cowhide, only a scratch appeared. -10 red damage floated out. At the same time, Savage Bull Commander's information also popped up. Barbarian Bull Commander, level 5 elite monster. Blood quantity, 55,000. The defense is too thick. Even if you attack the weak spot in the abdomen, you can't hit it. Elite monsters, 100 times more terrifying than imagined. Lulu's heart sank to the bottom. This bull was simply not something he could deal with. Scrambling up from the ground, he picked up his knife and decisively ran towards the distance. Just like the 688 Novice Village, the 110755 Novice Village. 110755 Novice Village, the Brute Bull Commander was also refreshed at this moment. The overall strength of their village is stronger than that of 688, so the strength of the refreshed Brute Bull Commander is also stronger. In a single glance, the opposing village lost a dozen people. The opposing village had lost over a dozen players. This horrible monster instantly became a nightmare for the Novice Village. 110755 Newbie Village. Upon hearing the bad news, Lin family's young master, Lin Dong, quickly gathered 200 of the best players. He personally led the team and confidently killed towards the Savage Bull Commander. The District Barbarian Bull Commander can't even be defeated, and so many people died. These idle players are really a bunch of rabble. On the road, while he was walking, he even had the time to holler within the diplomatic chat area again. Our village has refreshed its elite monsters, so I'm sure your place should have done the same. However, let me complete the first kill of this elite monster, young master. The Purple Sun Mansion is united and well organized. This time, let you country bumpkins from the next village see how easily Grandpa I killed the elite monster. 688 Novice Village. After seeing these words, there was a sudden panic. The chat area was about to explode. That Brute Bull Commander in our village is searching for players all over the grasslands, and anyone who shines a light on him is either dead or injured. Why is this thing so strong? It's like the fucking Bull Demon King, we can't even beat it. Isn't there a Chin Han in our village who killed an elite monster before? Why don't we find him and ask him about his experience? Ask a fart, I just sent a private message. People directly blocked the conversation of strangers, we simply cannot contact. Then what should we do now? Once the other party takes the first kill, our village will be even more unable to raise its head in the future, and moreover, isn't the reward for that first kill, the golden set, also not our share? What else can we do? Just cool it. Time, little by little, passed. 110755 Newbie Village. Bad news suddenly arrived. Lin Dong, the young master of the Lin family, led 200 players to face off against the Barbarian Bull Commander, and in just a single glance, the 200-man team suffered numerous deaths and injuries. Lin Dong suffered broken arms and 3 broken ribs, fainted, and was rescued back to the village for medical treatment. Before fainting, Lin Dong said to someone, "Don't tell the opposite side, shame on you." Subsequently, the strongest person in the Novice Village, Li Fei, personally rushed to the bison grassland to face the Savage Bull Commander. Although both sides fought for a few rounds, and even Li Fei had a slight advantage by virtue of his agility. However, the bull chief is really thick-skinned, and also has a blood recovery. He simply couldn't wear down the blood. The other party could only run away, and warned everyone to go around before thinking of a way to kill the bull. At the same time, an atmosphere of despair spread through their Novice Village. Young Master Lin is a primary profession and was almost killed. Young Master Li Fei is already a top expert and is still an intermediate profession, yet he couldn't help the other party. This elite monster, it's simply so powerful that it's perverted, but Chin Han from the next village over has already had a record of killing elite monsters before. And the other party is merely a level 0 player. Lin Dong, who woke up after being treated, saw what the crowd said and immediately chided. Don't raise other people's spirits and destroy your own. That Chin Han was able to kill an elite monster, it must have been a coincidence. If he was really capable, why didn't he kill the Barbarian Bull Commander? It's been a while now since the time passed, and I've also seen the announcement of the next village killing the Savage Bull Commander. This just shows that Chin Han is not capable at all. If you don't believe me, you guys wait and see. The first kill of this Barbarian Bull Commander will inevitably end up in our village. On the other side, the gold mining cave, deep within the 9th mining area. In front of the mining wall, Chin Han glanced at the chat area and immediately revealed a hint of embarrassment that this Barbarian Bull Commander was not present in his last life. The wild monsters refreshing are normal. After all, this kind of level 5 elite monsters, pressure is not the current stage of the players can fight against the existence. If they were placed in the bison grassland, players wouldn't be able to brush the monsters here. The same level of elite monsters, even if the top professions with a strong equipment to kill up is very difficult. The top professions below, unless you have a super weapon that can defeat the savage bulls, you don't have to think about it at all. This time, the appearance of the Bull Commander should be related to the opening of the hidden location of the tomb, and the enemy village of the Bull Commander. And the Brute Bull Commander of the enemy village should be thanks to 688's blessing. Based on the principle of fair play, the elite monsters that 688 refreshed would also be refreshed by the other party. As far as the enemy village's strength is concerned, the highest is just a mid-level profession, and it's absolutely hopeless for them to fight. It's better to wait for me to go back and then clean up this barbarian bull. Rubbing his nose, Chin Han's gaze returned to the mine wall. After a period of shooting, the mine wall was already riddled with holes and dense arrow holes, like a sieve. Another arrow shot out. Only heard a boom. The mine wall collapsed. Surprisingly revealed a deep cave. he swept his eyes. This cave was like a real-life lava cave, with all directions. At this time, the monster's figure had long disappeared. He didn't know where it had gone. Summoning Nightmare, Shin Han touched his neck encouragingly. Nightmare, good brother, look for it and see where that amethyst beast has run off to. Nightmare's glowing red eyes were heavy with red light, sweeping around and instantly locking onto a path. Good job. Let's go. The cave was very spacious and could easily accommodate one person and one horse riding. Shin Han immediately mounted Nightmare and quickly chased after it. When Shin Han left, the white-haired old man, as well as the others who rushed over behind him, immediately looked at each other. A middle-aged man asked, Uncle Lei, do you think this person is really just a guard? Elder Lei shook his head. This person's origin is a mystery, and there are too many unbelievable things about him. That bow and arrow, piercing through stone like paper, unheard of in my life, as well as that horse, surprisingly it can be summoned out of thin air as well. It's even more amazing. Such an existence, I'm afraid his identity is not just as simple as a small mine guard. The middle-aged man said. Uncle Lei, do you think this person could be related to those messages that suddenly appeared in our minds a few days ago? Elder Lei's eyes lit up. Little tiger, are you saying that he's a descender? The middle-aged man nodded. 9 times out of 10, or else those arcane things on his body wouldn't make sense at all. It's just that there are good and bad descended beings. There are also unknown. Who knows? What kind of behavior will the other party do when they know our identity? Lei Lao frowned. Our leader was killed by the High Priestess, and our entire family was also imprisoned here by the High Priestess. If it wasn't for the High Priestess wanting to force out the secrets on us, I'm afraid that those of us would have already been killed. But, with our current situation, every day there are clansmen starving to death and dying of exhaustion. Even if the High Priestess doesn't kill us for the time being, we won't be able to hold out for much longer. We've already reached this point. There's no worse outcome than this. Get close to him. Help him. Whether he is good or bad, our hope of survival can only be pressed on him. Little tiger, take 50 children with you, and by the way, take all the weapons we secretly forged and follow over to help. Yes. The cave was deep. It was so deep that the bottom could not be seen. After chasing after Shin Han for about 10 minutes, the nightmare suddenly stopped. He looked forward and only a space the size of 3 basketball courts came into view. In the center of the space, a monster emitting purple light was resting with its eyes closed. The monster looked a bit like a pangolin. Its scales were glowing with purple light, and there were even crystals like crystals growing on its spine. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There are actually 5 amethyst crystals. I've really made a fortune this time. Shin Han laughed violently. The amethyst crystals on this amethyst beast were quite a bit better than what he had predicted. Holding back his excitement, he summoned the deicide bow and equipped the attack boosting ring he had bought at the jewelry store again. Sharp healing ring, gold-colored equipment. Attack plus 39. Life plus 50. Restores 2 life points per second. 100 points of damage from the Kingslayer bow. The ring adds 39 points, plus 1 point of physical attack. A total of 140 points of attack. Martial God Aura physical damage doubled is also 280 points of attack. Nodding his head slightly, Shin Han drew his bow like a full moon while unleashing the skill, Paralyzing Toxin. A brilliant arrow shot out. It pierced directly into the amethyst beast's head. Minus 2,800 yellow damage floated out. Minus 1 neurotoxin damage floated out. At the same time, a blood bar floated above the amethyst beast's head, and a silver skull fell behind the blood bar. The silver skull represented that it was an elite monster. However, Shin Han knew deep down that this legendary monster could not be viewed as a symbol at all. The amethyst beast had been devouring gold ore for years, and its body had evolved to the point of invulnerability. The defense was frighteningly high. Moreover, this kind of monster whose body is almost energized, general elemental damage, even toxins and other injuries can hardly cause substantial damage to it. To put it bluntly, the amethyst beast in front of him, even if 5,000 level 20 senior professional players came to surround it, I'm afraid they wouldn't be able to kill it successfully. If he didn't have a divine weapon like the deicide bow on him, he would definitely run as far as he could, and wouldn't even come close to the amethyst beast. Moo! Moo! The sleeping amethyst beast was painfully awakened by the injury. Who dares to disturb my rest? Who dares to disturb my rest? The amethyst beast tried to raise its head to look for the source of the attack. However, it always felt that its body, which was usually like an arm, had become abnormally slow, and the movement of raising its head actually took several times longer than usual. Shin Han in the distance smiled. This should be the neurotoxin taking effect. The poison of the king snake was indeed overbearing. The paralyzing toxin, although it couldn't cause substantial damage to the amethyst beast, the damage against the nerve reaction still affected the amethyst beast, causing its reaction to slow down slightly by a hair. Good opportunity. Not daring to delay, he quickly pulled the bowstring and shot an arrow at the amethyst beast. The high amount of damage brushed down the thick blood bar of the amethyst beast as far as the eye could see. Inside the cave, the scales on the body of the amethyst beast exploded violently under the injury and, with both feet stomping on the ground, the huge body was as swift as a car, crashing towards Chin Han. Seeing this, Chin Han quickly wrote his nightmare dodge. Chin Han quickly dodged on his nightmare, but even so, he was almost hit. Good fellow, this thing looks bigger than huge, but its speed isn't slow at all. Moreover, this is still the performance after my attack comes with a neurotoxin that slows it down. If it wasn't for the nightmare, it wouldn't have been able to dodge it at all. Thus, Chin Han directly turned on the newly acquired passive skill of the Voodoo Pearl, the Poison Barrier Aura. When turned on, enemies within a diameter of 100 meters will be subjected to persistent toxin damage of 100 points per second, and the movement speed of enemies within the poison barrier is reduced by 50%. Hopefully this thing can slow down this amethyst beast a little more. Otherwise it's going to get hit sooner or later. In the middle of the cave, once the poison barrier opened, 100 meters in a radius was instantly enveloped in a light pink colored mist, and the amethyst beast sniffed for a while, and seemed to have no problem at all. Turned its head, once again like a big truck towards Chin Han. Throughout the entire process, it didn't even give him a chance to catch his breath. Nightmare, detour, detour. The agile nightmare, once again, managed to dodge the other party's attack. But the sharp him clearly sensed that the movements of this amethyst beast to be slower than before, once again, by a sliver. But, even if it only took effect for a fraction of a second, it was still good news for him. For him is also good news. He didn't expect the slowing effect of the poison barrier to be fully effective on this legendary monster. If he could slow it down just a little bit, at the very least, the probability of being hit. At the very least, the probability of being hit dropped by 1. Sinking his heart, Chin Han once again drove his nightmare to continuously meander around, while using his deicide bow to fire accurately. Whoosh, 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 poof, poof, poof. Countless numbers of blood reduction popped up from the amethyst beast's head. Gradually, amethyst beast's blood quantity was reduced to half. Boom! At this moment, the amethyst beast's huge body collapsed to the ground. A depressing atmosphere began to fill the air. A demonic purple light began to emanate from the opponent's huge body. Normal elite monsters can't change again. This guy looks as if he's about to enter the second stage. Seeing this, Chin Han wrote his nightmare and hurriedly pulled far away from the amethyst beast. At the same time, he hurriedly ate a red snake fruit. His blood level surged by another 1,000, and with the 1,000 added by the rune, his blood level came to a hefty 2,000. This slightly reassured him. On the ground, the body of the amethyst beast began to undergo drastic changes, and his body was constantly elongating, his claws became sharper and sharper, and antlers even grew on his head. His eyes became red. Moo! The transformed amethyst beast wagged its large tail, constantly searching for Chin Han's figure. In one turn, the two sides hit each other in the face, and when enemies met, their eyes were red. The eyes of the amethyst beast turned into an angry red color, which in turn turned into a purple color that, immediately after, 2 purple pillars of light, like 2 lasers, shot violently in the direction of Chin Han. Buzz! The place where the light columns passed through even shot out 2 deep, bottomless holes in the hard mining wall on the opposite side. If this were to hit a person, it was feared that the person could be turned into gas in an instant. Fortunately, Chin Han had already dodged when the other party cast the spell. The deicide bow in his hand was still firing. Whoosh! Poof! An arrow shot out like a meteor. Moo! Seeing that the blow missed, the amethyst beast became even more enraged and its entire body violently leapt up and violently stomped on the ground like 1,000 pounds. In an instant, an invisible shockwave toward the surrounding spread. This shockwave was extremely fast and indiscriminate. Chin Han took the brunt of it. Even with his horse, he was knocked back 5 meters. Minus 1,500 damage, high floating up. Good thing that Nightmare is a horse, did not even fall. And due to Chin Han's high toughness, his body didn't have the slightest bit of stiffness. 1 person and 1 horse instantly reacted. This amethyst beast actually has a shockwave move. It's fortunate that I ate the red snake fruit. Otherwise this would definitely trigger the martial god passive. Eating a red snake fruit again, the blood was gradually repairing and healing. Chin Han didn't dare to delay even for a moment. Opening his bow and drawing his arrows, he kept grinding his blood for a moment. At this moment, the amethyst beast, seeing that this strike had failed to take down the opponent again, it had already gone completely mad. With red eyes, it charged towards Chin Han. This time, it was different from before. When it got close, its sharp tail swept violently. Fortunately, the Nightmare reacted faster. When the other party's tail swept over, it jumped up and avoided the fatal attack. But the mine wall behind them was not spared. A divine dragon swinging its tail, hard to sweep out a deep gully in front of the sturdy mining wall. On the side, Chin Han, who had palpitations in his heart, hurriedly ran to the other side of the cave and continued kiting. A little bit of time passes again. Under the speed of the Nightmare, Chin Han dodged one attack after another without any danger. At this moment, the blood level of the amethyst beast had already been worn down by him to only a sliver. At this moment, Elder Lei actually arrived with a group of people. This group of people were holding rough swords in their hands, and their gazes were firmly fixed on the behemoth in front of them. Seeing Chin Han, who was fighting the amethyst beast, Elder Lei immediately commanded, "Boys, it's our turn." With a wave of his hand, a group of people surprisingly carried swords and daggers and rushed to surround the amethyst beast's huge body. At the same time, he rushed at Chin Han and shouted loudly, "Young warrior, we've come to help you." Inside, Chin Han was blocked from view by the amethyst beast's massive body and, after hearing the voice, he moved a few steps forward, and only then did he see the attacking crowd. He immediately said in a hurry, "Quickly go. You guys hurry up and retreat, don't help." But at this time, it was too late. Only to see that the few young and strong men, with swords and knives, had already come under the amethyst beast and, waving their hands with all their might, only to hear the sound of clanking and clanging endlessly. But the amethyst beast, even if it is weak to its lowest point, is not. These people can break the defense. Their broken brass and iron, hitting the body of the amethyst beast, was weaker than scratching an itch. Oh no! This monster's body is so hard, it actually can't be hit at all. Elder Lei, what should we do? Do we still want to fight? At the same time, Amethyst Beast's huge head had already turned around. It was staring at the group of uninvited guests in front of it with those scarlet eyes. How dare a group of ants bully it? With incomparable anger, it swept its tail violently. With a loud bang, as if the autumn wind was sweeping away the leaves, instantly a dozen of young and strong men were swept out and their bodies crashed hard against the wall and slid heavily to the ground. Seeing more out of breath and less in breath, pupils gradually lax, all perished. Lei Lao's eyes were wide with rage. Rat! Lei Zi! Chin Han was writing the nightmare. The attacks in his hands did not stop at all. He kept scolding. "Get out of here, you're no match for it. Get out of here if you don't want to die." Although he said so, but the speed of Chin Han's attack was simply extreme. The bow in his hand was drawn in a staggering manner. Arrows shot out like rain. Finally, in a wail of despair, Amethyst Beast collapsed to the ground, and a ball of white light drilled into Chin Han's body. "You have killed the elite monster Amethyst Beast. Your experience value has increased by 25,923 points. The experience is sufficient. Do you want to upgrade?" "No." At the same time, a message popped up on the chat bar of 688 Novice Village and 110755 Novice Village. "Congratulations to player Chin Han for his first kill of the elite monster Amethyst Beast, rewarding him with +1 physique." Faced with this sight, all the players in the two villages were directly confused. They had just seen an elite monster. That horrible strength, even if the whole village was together, they couldn't beat it. But this Chin Han, what kind of person is he? In the morning just killed a golden eagle, this afternoon, actually killed an amethyst beast. Listening to the name, it's more dignified than the Brute Bull Commander. 688 Newbie Village. Open your grandma's international joke, 0-level player, kill 2 elite-level monsters in a row. I don't believe that 688 has such a bullish person. Is this wall game out of BUG, or is it crosstalk? That's right, we're thousands of people, scattered in the wild area, and we haven't heard of anyone who has seen this golden eagle and amethyst beast. I doubt that this thing exists. And you guys see, this killed another elite monster. This person actually hasn't upgraded yet. It's unbelievable. 110755 Novice Village chat area. Lin Dong had a bandage tied around his chest as he looked at the notice, and his entire body almost jumped off the bed in excitement. Another elite monster. What the hell is this Chin Han? A mid-level professional player like Mr. Lee is powerless against elite monsters. What makes this Chin Han able to kill elite monsters consecutively? The horseman next to him hurriedly consoled that. Lin Xiao is relieved. This person should know some sort of method to kill elite monsters. And I suspect that this person's ability to kill elite monsters should come at the cost of not being able to upgrade, otherwise it doesn't explain why he hasn't been upgrading. But what about a level 0 player? Even if he is fully equipped with good equipment, when we level up more and more, the gap between us and him will grow wider and wider, and this person will definitely not pose a threat to us. When Lin Dong heard this, he subconsciously felt that it was impossible, but he didn't want to admit that someone stronger than them existed in the next village. After opening his mouth, he surprisingly did not retort and it seemed that he had acquiesced to the horseman's statement. Inside the cave, as the amethyst beast died, the amethyst crystals on its body all fell off. Chin Han quickly picked up the amethyst crystals and then collected the corpse. Next to the corpse, there was also a sculpture of the amethyst beast that looked like an analog version. The sculpture emitted a strong purple halo, even coloring the entire space with a touch of purple. Without consulting it, Chin Han quickly received the statue into his spatial ring. Afterwards, he quickly took out an amethyst crystal and tapped on the decompose option. Do you want to disassemble the amethyst, and will you receive 100,000 gold coins after disassembling it? Yes. Immediately afterward, a wonderful clattering sound was heard. At a second glance, in the backpack, there were 100,000 gold coins in the backpack. That horrifying amount. Sparing Chin Han's 2 lifetimes of experience, he was inevitably a bit shocked. Such a huge amount of gold coins, even in the mid to late stage, not many players can have. Resisting his excitement, he immediately took out his card draw machine and, with a maximum of 10 draws at a time, he shook it down in one breath. Ding ding ding. The sound of equipment being shaken out was endless. Congratulations, you have obtained a blue long sword. You have obtained a white long sword. 1 set of white armor. 1 blue bow and arrow. Gold sword potion 1 dozen. Energy potion 1 dozen. Ding ding ding. Congratulations on obtaining 1 tent. Congratulations on obtaining a piece of dark gold staff fragment. Congratulations on obtaining a bottle of poison. Congratulations on obtaining a bottle of mountain water. Congratulations on obtaining a piece of nut bread. In the backpack, equipment and miscellaneous items once again swarmed the backpack. The backpack, which had a total of just over 3,000 points. It was quickly filled up. He had no choice. He could only do the same as last time. He had no choice but to do the same as last time. He threw all the unwanted equipment and miscellaneous items onto the empty space next to him. On the side, Elder Lay and his group were dumbfounded. This Adventist's hand is so powerful. A lot of things would appear just by casually clicking on them. And this young warrior seems to be very picky. He threw many things away. On the ground, in just a moment. Food, drink, clothes, weapons, armor, bows and arrows, etc. gradually piled up into a small mountain. Looking at those good equipment on the ground, Lei Lao whispered, "Young warrior, if you don't want this stuff, I can help dispose of it?" Shin Han, who was preoccupied with winning the lottery. Hearing this, he subconsciously said back, "Fine, take it." Lei Lao was overjoyed at his words and immediately led his men to start taking the equipment. Speaking of which, shaking the lottery for 1 gold coin at a time. Every time, at least one thing could be shaken out, even if it's just ordinary clothes, or a pile of cooked meat, or white plate equipment. These Shin Han do not want bulk throw away, but in the eyes of Lei Lao they are simply like a treasure. Even some young adults quietly pick up a piece of cooked meat while eating, while packing equipment. There were more than 50 people, and they had already lost a dozen or so, but now there were even fewer of them. Facing the black pile of items, their bodies were soon piled up with items. Without storage equipment, they could only look at the increasing number of items and equipment on the ground and stare dryly. There was no way out. Lei Lao quietly shouted over to Tiger to go back and bring the people over. There were enough items here to equip everyone in the 9 mines. At the same time, inside the mining area, at the supervisor's office, a guard ran over in a panic. "Lord Supervisor, it's not good. All the gold inside our storeroom has disappeared. In its place is a warehouse full of miscellaneous items. Next to the miscellaneous items, we also found the bodies of 2 guards." The inspector's face instantly changed drastically when he heard this. The long whip in his hand fiercely smacked on the dining table next to him and, hard enough to whip the entire table into 2 pieces. With endless anger on his face, he twisted his head and walked towards the storage room. Not long after, the whistles in the mine were blowing loudly to signal the gathering of the men. The inspector's angry voice almost shook the entire mine. "Check, even if you dig 3 feet into the ground, you have to find the thief who stole the goods. If I let the old man catch the thief, I will definitely skin him." At the entrance of the 9th mining area, when Li Yang heard the news, his body jolted with shock. Once this whistle signaling the assembly sounds, something heavenly must have happened. According to the rules, as long as you hear this kind of whistle, no matter what the other party is doing, you have to drop everything and gather at the first time. He was hesitating whether to go in and call out to Ma Chao. But suddenly, the iron door was opened by the grey-clothed steward. The steward's cold face. "Where's the other one?" The supervisor blew the assembly order. "Not a moment's delay, all people have to go over immediately." Li Yang swallowed, still inside dealing with things. The supervisor's brows frowned. The 9th mining area was not a small place. Going in to look for someone now would take a long time, I'm afraid. His gaze condensed. Immediately pulling Li Yang out. Locking the door with a click. "No matter him, let's go and gather first." Inside the mine cave, Shin Han's eyes at the moment only had the shaking of prizes. When he drew something he didn't want, he casually threw it to his side. And that Lei Lao. Lei is actually guarding his side. He threw one, and Lei caught it on the way. Every time he catches one, he puts a smiley face on it. In this way, the two of them work well together. Shin Han draws, throws things, Lei catches them. It almost became an assembly line operation. Suddenly, a voice rang out. "Congratulations on obtaining the gift of the card Heaven's Way, 10-fold increase card, Supreme Treasure." Maybe it's a habit of shaking. Shin Han subconsciously had to throw out the card that had just arrived. His hand was just halfway thrown. Even next to him, Lei Lao had a fawning smile on his face and even cupped his hands to receive it. At this time, he instantly reacted. Scared in a cold sweat. Secretly saying, "Phew. Thrilling if I let this old man take it, once I give it to use, who will I find to reason with?" After working for so long just for this card, if it's gone, he was afraid that he would be able to regret his death. After calming down a bit, Shin Han looked at the 10-fold increase card. The ink-colored card looked plain and ordinary. It didn't have any palpitating energy fluctuations. However, it was indeed a true top-tier treasure of the heavens. With it, transcending the limits of the novice village's physique would become possible. Resisting the excitement in his heart, staring at the card, he silently said, "Use. Card in use, gift of heaven, tenfold increase card, treasure, cannot be unbound once used, card disappears upon host's death, do you wish to continue?" Shin Han nodded heavily, "Continue." Ding! Card used successfully. In the next second, an ink rhythm flickered on Shin Han's body. If one didn't pay attention, one wouldn't even be able to tell what was happening to him, but when he closed his eyes, could feel that an ink-colored card, which seemed to be hovering in his mind, card, seemed to contain an infinite greatness. At this moment, Shin Han's entire body was trembling and he was thrilled. Living a new life, even in his dreams, he didn't dare to imagine that he would actually be able to come to this point of a god-level occupation, several supreme treasures, and even this tenfold increase card. Next, it's finally time to upgrade. At the same time, a worldwide announcement that once again resounded through the heavens and the worlds. Congratulations to player Shin Han for obtaining a top-tier unique supreme treasure, rewarding him with 10 points of heavenly Dao value. The game had already started a few days ago, and the number of people who were able to make it onto the world notice wasn't exactly small. Hidden professions, supreme treasures, saint-level professions, and all of these, once obtained, could be on the notice. However, the majority of people, even if they made it to the world notices, but the majority of people, even if they made it to the world-level announcement, only received a small reward of heavenly Dao value. Except for Shin Han, the most powerful ones only have 2 points. Previously, Shin Han had been rewarded with 10 points of heavenly Dao value and an additional 10 points of heavenly Dao value when he switched to become a soul god tier profession. This was enough to shake the heavens. But now, after 2 days of subsiding, the other party had once again made a whole 10 points of heavenly Dao value to the heavens. To an ordinary person, one might not be able to perceive it. But to those other powerhouses who had obtained the supreme treasure, the mood at this moment, it could already be described as more than just heartache. Inside the novice village of Y520131, Jiang Ningxue, who was holding a precious bow and rapidly brushing the monsters at the saint level, abruptly stopped her hand movements. My treasure to obtain when the party only a little bit of heavenly Dao value, with these days, more and more feel the treasure of the powerful, Shin Han this person, this time to obtain the treasure can even reach 10 points of heavenly Dao value, the heavenly Dao by the gift, the difference of a sliver of fear are all the difference between heaven and earth, and now the difference of 10 times, which the difference of the fear of the cannot be justified counting. This person successively obtains the most precious treasure, its rising trend has been terrified unstoppable. Eternal life game, sweeping the heavens, is the heavens hundreds of millions of years, has not been the big change, this Shin Han now riding the trend, I'm afraid it won't be long, the pattern of the heavens and the world will be rewritten because of him alone. ZZ549527 Newbie Village, outside the misty forest. Feng Qianjie was dressed in rags, holding a hood in his hand, and walked out cursing and grinning. You bunch of fools, cracking a formation actually took so long, not to mention, killing that old hag inside only resulted in the release of a hood. It's still just a district dark gold equipment. But that Shin Han now actually hold another supreme treasure. And then look at this broken equipment in my hand, I'm not convinced. Behind Feng Qianjie, followed by the same 110, equally ragged demon race, Chu Xing was among them. They originally had thousands of people to go in together, but after the battle against the ancient witch, the men and women lost 90%. At this moment, Chu Xing lowered his head, his body is trembling, afraid that in front of his royal highness will kill him to vent his anger. Seemingly for self-preservation, he hurriedly said, Your Highness, my subordinate remembers that on the day the game started, the world notice showed that the ancient witch queen was first killed by Shin Han, along with the supreme treasure notice. My subordinate thinks that the only supreme treasure in this game should be whoever kills the ancient witch queen first. Who would have thought that on the first day of the game, that Shin Han would not only be able to break through such a complicated misty forest, but also kill such a terrifying ancient witch empress. When Feng Qianjie heard this, his original furious appearance instantly calmed down a lot, and even somewhat shocked. Thousands of us, as well as a great expert like this emperor, killed the ancient witch queen only after losing 90% of our men and horses. This Shin Han even killed the ancient witch queen on the first day of the game, without even having been transferred. In other words, so many of us are still inferior to one Shin Han? My old son, the first son of the demon emperor, actually lost to an unheard of kid. Chu Xing, your highness is relieved. My subordinate remembers that before that Shin Han killed the ancient sorcerer queen, there were 2 more announcements of supreme treasures, that is to say, when he faced the ancient sorcerer queen, he had supreme treasures in his hands to add to his body. That is to say, this person must have relied on the power of the supreme treasure when he killed the ancient sorceress. When Feng Qianjie heard this, his heart was slightly comforted. But then, in a whirlwind, he stopped. The supreme treasure is actually so powerful. As the first son of the demon emperor, how can this prince not have it in his hands? Go, give this prince another go to find the supreme treasure. Go, 3 days, no, within 1 day, this prince wants to see the trace of the supreme treasure, otherwise, you fools, there is no need to live. Xu Xing's face turned saucy when he heard this. This thing, the supreme treasure, there are only a few of them in the infinite universe. To find it within a day, it would be better to go home and hang yourself faster. Within the 9th mining area, Qin Han's gaze went to the statue placed in his backpack, the Amethyst Golem, special rune item. Full elemental resistance plus 1000. Passive. Alert aura, illuminates all hidden units within 100 meters. Gold seeking, will emit guidance when there are gold artifacts nearby. The more gold artifacts there are, the stronger the instructions. Special statue rune that emits a strange ability that takes effect when placed in the backpack. Seeing the attributes, the Qin Han's face was instantly delighted. Another rune type item. This thing can take effect as long as it's placed in the backpack. It doesn't take up any equipment space at all. Adding 1000 elemental resistances to the entire system, this attribute alone is comparable to a set of dark gold equipment. If you have this item, when you go to special zones in the future, it will be much easier to gather resistance. Of course, the best thing about this statue is the alert aura. In the game, there are a lot of invisible units. If you don't have the means to detect them, you might get caught that day. With this aura in hand, his protection, another layer of success. The last ability to find gold is not bad. After all, no one has a problem with money. Late in the game, there are many places to spend money. Overall, this just entered the Thunder Poison Island. There is such a big harvest. Completely exceeded their own psychological expectations. After that, we'll get the wife of the Sword Dojo master back. This trip would be complete. Gently letting out a sigh of relief, Qin Han took out the prize shaker. He threw it on the ground and crushed it with his foot. Even if there were still 20,000 gold coins left to clear the screen and harvest a new dark gold suit, he didn't give up even the slightest bit. This item, he would definitely not draw it once more in the future. Young warrior, why did you trample this good treasure? If you can't use it, it's fine to give it to me. Elder Lei looked at the prize shaker on the ground, which had been crushed by Qin Han, with a look of regret. He could see clearly that everything on the ground had been obtained from this prize shaker. Qin Han glanced at Lei Lao and didn't explain. This thing could only be used by invited players of the Game of Eternity. Aborigines like Lei Lao were not qualified to use it. But not being qualified to use it didn't have to be a bad thing. Aside from the tenfold increase card that the suspected supreme being had put in there, this lottery shaking machine was a complete and utter scam. I remember in my last life, in the middle of the game, after the news of the tenfold increase card broke out. The news of the tenfold increase cards caused a wave of raffle prizes in the heavens. Anyone with a little bit of strength wanted to be ahead of the others and win a few more times. Anyone who wants to shake out a super treasure comparable to the tenfold increase card. These people even included many of the great men of the heavens. Among them, there was even a later supreme god. What is the status of the supreme god? That is the real top of the game. How rich is such a character? Such a character is very rich. Billions, tens of billions, trillions, even endless. This high god has emptied his family's coffers and is in debt. Even his best friend, who is also a high god, has been borrowed by him, and he's afraid of it. But in the end, he didn't get a single treasure. Until Qin Han was reborn, the high god's journey to the lottery still hadn't ended. Still looking for money to shake the prize. You can imagine how pitiful this thing is. Sometimes, the power of example can even kill people. Retracting his thoughts, the Qin Han looked at Elder Lei and, did your high priestess capture a woman from outside a year ago? Do you know about this? Lei Lao's face was stunned when he heard this and, after organizing his thoughts, he returned. Alas, it is indeed true. Inside the cave, Lei Lao spoke what he knew slowly. After Qin Han heard this, his heart instantly had a bottom. These people from the 9 mining area were once the family members of the former island master of Thunder Poison Island. 2 years ago, the former island master found a man with heavenly magic power from the outside. He not only worshipped the other party as the high priest, but also obeyed the other party's words. All the guards were given to the high priest. But at first, the high priest didn't seem to do anything. But a year ago, the high priest went on a trip. And came back with a woman. Things got weird. The high priest first built a mansion for the woman. Then he staged a coup d'etat. He killed the former island master and imprisoned his family here in the 9th mining district. After that, it was the high priestess who prepared for the big wedding. Lei Lao, young warrior, that high priest imprisoned us in this place where we don't see the light of day. The food is cut in half, while the need for digging mines is increasing. Those children, every day, are starving to death. I beg you to be kind and save us poor people. Qin Han sniffed, his gaze condensed. For things like digging mines, just randomly find some young and strong people. Why bother looking for you old and weak women and children? Keeping you all is a hidden danger after all. If you don't get rid of the roots, the spring breeze will blow again. If I were the high priestess, I would definitely behead all of you, the families of the former island masters, at the first opportunity. After a pause, he looked towards Lei Lao. You didn't tell me the truth. When Lei Lao heard this, he looked a little evasive and, stuttering, he said, I actually have something difficult to tell. It's just that, I can't tell you now. Shin Han, there's no need to play dumb with me. If you don't tell me, I won't care about your affairs. There's no such thing as a free lunch. Since you want me to help, you have to show your sincerity. When Lei Lao heard this, his heart was in a quandary. But when he thought of the suffering clansmen in the 9 mining region, he fiercely clenched his teeth and said, the High Priestess trapped us people here and tortured us because he wanted to get the whereabouts of a precious treasure from us. Elder Lei's gaze was fixed firmly on Shin Han. I only hope that you, young warrior, will not kill us to silence us after you get the news of the treasure's whereabouts. Shin Han, a treasure is just a treasure. I'm not so bad as to kill you old and weak women and children. Elder Lei nods. This treasure is what has been passed down from generation to generation on our island. I heard that it can attract the thunder from the sky and destroy the world. My ancestor relied on this object to conquer the 4 directions and lay the foundation of our Thunder clan. It was a staff with a purple wood carving underneath and a purple pearl above. My ancestor stored the treasure pearl and the staff separately for fear of the treasure being stolen. Hundreds of years ago, a white 4-legged snake sneaked into the hinterland of my clan to steal the treasure bead. When this white snake was fighting with my clan first, the purple treasure pearl fell into the lake. It was also in that moment that the lake, which was originally no different from an ordinary water source, actually rolled with thunder and lightning for a split second, and has since turned into a thunder lake. Shin Han's expression was stunned when he heard this. To turn an entire lake into a thunder lake with just a single bead. Just based on that, the level of this object was at least close to supreme treasure quality. Could that bead still be under the lake? Elder Lei shook his head as he sniffed. No, that 4-legged snake followed the bead down after seeing it fall into the water. The lake was full of thunder. We didn't dare to go down, so this matter could only be put to rest. I thought that this matter would end here, but I didn't expect that 10 years later, the lake was filled with wind and clouds, and that 4-legged snake actually turned into a gigantic beast of 1,000 meters. That 4-legged snake actually found my clan's forefathers again, spitting out human words, saying that if we wanted to reclaim our treasures, we should go to that place to find it to take them. After saying that, it took off in the clouds. After the High Priest took over Thunder Poison Island, he also took my clan's staff for himself, and the reason he imprisoned us was to find out the exact whereabouts of the treasure pearl. After finishing his speech, Elder Lei kept his mouth shut and it seemed to be waiting for Shin Han's reply. Seeing this, Shin Han also understood that if he wanted to know the secret, he would have to help them out of their misery first. However, if he saved them, he would surely get into trouble with the High Priest anyway. Saving them would be a matter of convenience. Why not be happy about it? Adding one more condition, if I save you guys, apart from the secret, I might have to take that staff as well. Lei Lao seemed to have known he would say this and nodded his head, which was tantamount to acquiescing to the matter. Shin Han, seeing this, was about to chat with him a bit more about the details of the island when suddenly, he heard a group of people running over from outside the passageway. The first one was the young girl who had met him before. The girl's face was filled with fear. Grandpa Lei, the supervisor, came over with all his guards in a rage, and more than a dozen clansmen have already been killed by him. Elder Lei's face tightened as he sniffed. Young warrior, what should we do at this moment? Shin Han sniffed and was a bit surprised. It seemed that the matter of the storeroom had been discovered. Perhaps his identity had been poked and prodded as well. However, these people came at just the right time. It so happens that the Amethyst Beast's experience has been zeroed out by him. It hasn't been upgraded yet. For the first time in his life, the upgrade experience will fall on the supervisor's head. With this in mind, Shin Han took a step outside. His eyes were calm and quiet, and he was full of energy. While walking, he said, "Come on, a few people will lead the way for me, the others, do what you need to do." Lei Lao was overjoyed when he heard this. "Young warrior, I'll follow you." On the other side, inside the 9 mines area, Lai Yang followed behind the supervisor and said coyly, "That person is called Ma Chao and said that he knows young Master Ma Xing, so my subordinate doesn't dare to continue probing his identity." The inspector's complexion was cloudy. To be able to easily steal the entire storeroom's gold, it was simply impossible to rely on just one person. Unless, the other party was an Adventist. He had followed the High Priest and had heard some information about adventurers. These people were very mysterious, and their methods were far beyond imagination. If they really fought, the outcome would be hard to predict. But that gold is what the High Priestess asked for. If he didn't recover it as much as he wanted, with the High Priest's methods, he definitely wouldn't be able to survive either. This person came in hiding his identity. "I think his strength is not as high as he imagined. If I have the strength to crush this place, I can just kill the people in the mines cleanly. Why do I need to hide my head and hide my tail?" Once the thought moved, the governor's heart was slightly relieved. But, before he could avoid any accidents, he let the other guards walk at the front, while he drew closer to the center of the guards. Suddenly, in the passage ahead, the sound of breaking air came. The governor just reacted. He saw one of the guards in front of him with an arrow in his neck and green light coming out of his body. The whole person fell straight to the ground. Afterwards, a few more sharp arrows swished and flew, and stabbed a few more arrows into that guard's body. At the same time, in the darkness, in front of Chin Han's eyes, a familiar prompt appeared. You have killed the gold mining cave guard, experience value added 2,100 points. The experience is already enough, is it time to upgrade? Chin Han was filled with excitement. Use the tenfold increase card, upgrade. In the corner of the pitch black mine, as a white light rose from underneath Chin Han's feet, his entire person immediately underwent a heavenly change. The only god tier profession, physique addition, 30 times. Ordinary players who rise one level increase their constitution by 10 points. After the 30-fold increase of a god tier profession, it came to 300 points of physique, and after using the 10-fold increase card, on top of that, it was 10 times more. In other words, Chin Han, just one level up, constitution points increased by a staggering 3,000 points. And that's not all. With the abundant experience, he had risen 3 levels in a row. His physique points came to a terrifying 9,000 points. At this moment, his eyesight became incomparably sharp, even in this dimly lit cave. Even in this dimly lit cave, he could easily see everything around him. His body became perfect and natural, and every move he made could mobilize a huge body force. It seemed that the walls of the mine in front of him could be crushed by a single blow. This feeling of having power again, it's really wonderful. Since the opening, he had always been careful, and the monsters he encountered were all very powerful. Even if he was armed with a supreme treasure, he was still dancing on the tip of a knife. But at this moment, it was different. Looking at his attribute panel, Chin Han was filled with joy. Player, Chin Han. Level, 3. Profession, Martial God. Physique, 9,013. Blood, 28,089, 1 point of constitution, 3 points of blood plus passive and equipment increase. Attack, 2,080, 10 points of constitution, 1 point of attack plus passive and equipment increase. Defense, 2,402, 10 points of constitution, 1 point of defense plus passive and equipment increase. Toughness, 100%. Attack blood absorption, 50%. Blood recovery, 14 points per second. Poison resistance, supreme. Curse resistance, supreme. Thunder resistance, 2676. The rest of the elemental resistance, 2000. Treasure, voodoo bead, Godslayer bow, tenfold increase card, famous sword Moonshadow. Mount, nightmare horse. Rune, ancestors refuge, amethyst golem. Equipment, 3 pieces of the ancient set, shadow hood, sharp healing ring, healing space ring. Just at level 3, there are 9,000 points of physique. This has already surpassed Jiangningsue, becoming the number 1 deserved physique in the novice villages of the heavens. Close to 30,000 points of blood, and up to 2,000 points of defense, full of security. I'm afraid that if I encounter the amethyst beast again, standing still to stand jerking off with it will be a success. However, this was only the beginning for him. Surpassing Jiangningsue was nothing. What he would have to face in the future was the old monsters that had existed for hundreds of millions of years, billions of years, or even longer in the heavens and earth. If he wanted to trample those old guys under his feet, he would have to reach the limit of the heavens, every step of the way. The limit of the novice village was simple. It's 100,000 body mass. 20 levels of the novice ceiling level. As long as he could reach this goal before the end of his novice period. Nowadays, he could get 3,000 body mass when he rose 1 level, and at level 20, he had 60,000 points of body mass. There was still a gap of about 40,000 from 100,000 body mass. But, the toughest time had already passed. Don't look at being the first to level up. First kill an elite monster, the game only rewards 1 point of constitution. But these are just activities limited to one small village after another. Throughout the newbie period, the game officials will organize several heavenly events. The higher the rankings, the more generous the rewards, and the more physique points rewarded. With his strength, achieving a good ranking would naturally be a simple matter. Young warrior, what's wrong with you? Just as Chin Han was pondering, the elder Lei, who was next to him, spoke cautiously. In Lei Lao's gaze, it seemed that this young warrior, in an instant, seemed to have changed into a different person, and not only was he even more handsome, but the aura emanating from his body actually gave him a feeling of admiration. The supervisor's people have already touched up. What do we do now? While Lei Lao was speaking, not far in front of him, there were already 5 guards touching up. It seemed that they were afraid of the previous attack. They were a bit cautious and careful. They even raised their rattan shields in front of them to clear the way. And Chin Han raised his deicide bow. He used it like electricity. His speed was several times faster than before. Even before Lei Lao could react. I saw 5 sharp energy arrows flying out rapidly. Through the shields, the arrows flew out of the shield, accurately passed through the 5 guards' throats. In an instant, 5 yellow fatal damage as high as 20,000 floated up. The bodies of the 5 guards immediately stiffened, and with disbelief in their eyes, they collapsed to the ground with a loud bang. You have killed the gold cave guards, your experience value is increased by 2,100 points. You've killed the gold cave guard, experience value plus 2,100 points. The experience is sufficient, is it upgraded? Upgrade. The terrifying strength directly turned the battle into a one-sided massacre, only to see Chin Han's feet not stopping as he, rapidly rushing towards the front. In a moment, he saw the governor, who was being surrounded by the guards, and Lai Yang by his side. The governor did not see the scene of the 5 guards dying, but the other party came alone, and the guards were afraid that they were already in danger. But thinking that his side was outnumbered, his attitude was still incomparably tough. Humph, it's really you, I've seen you before, don't think that I won't recognize you if you've taken off the clothes of the guards, hand over the gold, and this inspector might be able to let you die a quick death. Chin Han won't bullshit with these people. Responding to the inspector, the het was a sharp arrow. In an instant, 3 sharp arrows passed through the governor's heart like a series of beads. A horrifyingly high amount of fatal damage appeared one after another. In just 3 seconds, the governor was dead. You've killed the gold mine supervisor, your experience value is increased by 300 points. Seeing this, Chin Han was somewhat disappointed. He had originally thought that this overseer was an elite-level character, but he didn't expect that not only did he kill it with 3 arrows, but he also added a mere 3,000 experience points to it. It seems like this guy is just a small character with a bluff name and a fox-like appearance. The governor is dead, we can't beat him, quickly retreat. The crowd of guards were in a mess. Thinking of running only now, I'm afraid it's already too late. Chin Han's ice-cold voice came out and lifted the deicide bow once again. He definitely wouldn't spare a single one of these people. Once he let one of these people run away and go back to report to that high priestess, it would definitely cause difficulties for the next mission. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Countless arrows whistled towards the guards. Terrifying arrows, almost every arrow could kill a guard's life. If it wasn't for the fact that the mine path was too narrow, with 9 curves and 18 bends, and the line of sight was easily obstructed, I'm afraid that these people would have been killed cleanly by Chin Han. Unfortunately, many of the guards in the back saw that it was not good. One by one, they quickly dispersed towards the mine, and Chin Han could only use his power to kill them. Chin Han could only rely on his unrivaled speed to go after them. At the same time, on the 688 ranking list, as more and more guards were killed, Chin Han's level was also rising. This scene was just seen by some players from the 2 villages. Immediately, some people exclaimed in their respective chat areas, "Something big has happened. Look at the rankings." The chat areas of the 2 villages immediately exploded. Countless players watched as Chin Han's rankings soared up the rankings. When I was brushing the rank list just now, I saw that Chin Han was still only rank 0, but in the blink of an eye, his rank rose to rank 3, and what's even more horrifying is that just after rising to rank 3 for a while, he rose to rank 4 again. The 2 villages add up to more than 9,000 people, and this just a short while ago exceeded 90% of the player level. This upgrade speed is comparable to riding a rocket. More than that, you guys see, level 4 to level 5 has a huge amount more experience. At the moment those high-end players are at this level, but the experience accumulation is different. The level rankings are also different. You guys see this Chin Han, every time he refreshes his rankings continue to rise. Now it's almost to the first rank of level 4, and then up to level 5 players. It can be the highest ranked group of people in the 2 villages. If we really let him rank up to number 1 for a short period of time, then the efforts of all of us these past few days would really be a joke. Yeah, before, Mr. Lin said that Chin Han could only be at level 0 and couldn't level up, but it's only been a short while and people are starting to power up. Someone who can kill elite level monsters is truly extraordinary. When Lin Dong saw this, he felt a fiery pain on his face. It felt as if he was being beaten up by a dozen or so big men in turn. He gritted his teeth, strained his neck, and spoke again. Lin Dong, humph, impossible, level 5 to level 6 experience steeply increased by several times, this is a heavily hurdle. Li Gongzi day and night in the high level area to brush the monsters at this moment also did not rise to level 6 it, even if this Chin Han is more powerful, but also not possible to reach level 6 in a short period of time, according to my opinion. This person cannot get to the 5th level or an unknown quantity. But as soon as Lin Dong's words fell, I saw that someone in the chat area was just exclaiming, quickly look, that Chin Han level has already reached level 5. When Lin Dong heard this, he was so excited that he almost tore the bandages on his body. He felt that his worldly reputation had been completely ruined just like that. Just when he wanted to find a crack in the ground and dare not see anyone again for the rest of his life, he saw a notice pop up. Congratulations to 110755 novice village player Li Fei for being the first to reach level 6, rewarding him with +1 physique point. Lin Dong took a look and immediately ignored everything that had gone on before and, speaking loudly in the chat area, he said, Fourth Gongzi deserves to be the number 1 expert in our novice village. Such a huge hurdle from level 5 to level 6 was actually easily crossed by Gongzi. It's really marvelous. Deep in the wilderness area, Li Fei, who was in the process of killing the Sun Python to upgrade, saw that on the rank list, his level was writing in the dust. He immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Level 5 to level 6 was a huge difficulty. In the past 2 days, there were people who had risen to level 5 one after another, and they were at the same level as him. Even though he knew in his heart that there was a huge difference in experience between the two. When he looked at the rank list alone, everyone was at the same level. People who don't know the truth will think that the gap is not that big. This makes him a bit impatient. In addition, just now the Qin Han crazy upgrade, more let him have a strong sense of crisis. Fortunately, the Emperor is not responsible for the person who has the heart, he key time, finally upgraded. He knew very well the experience of level 5 to level 6. Even if he had been looking for those high-level monsters and brushing them day and night to reach his current level, then even if Qin Han was more powerful and wanted to catch up quickly, it's not that simple, right? Hey, it's just a pity that I still can't figure out why this Qin Han has always been level 0, but now he can upgrade so easily, and even more so, how did he kill the elite monsters? No matter what, we have to work harder next, just one level difference, a little slacking off is afraid that the other party will catch up. The experience given by the Mori Python still isn't enough, it looks like we need to explore the deeper wilderness. After picking up the corpse of the Mori Python, Li Fei was about to rush deeper into the wilderness area, but not long after he closed the chat area, there was another commotion. Look, that Qin Han has risen another level and is now at level 6. He's still leveling up, he's ranked above Mr. Li. No. He's already at level 7. Sure enough, in the next second, a notice popped up in the Novice Village chat area of both sides that, congratulations to 688 Novice Village player Qin Han for being the first to reach level 7, rewarding physique +1. Li Fei was halfway across the street when he saw the notice pop up. His eyes were wide open. His whole body almost collapsed. His body was trembling. His face was full of disbelief. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How long has it been? Not even a quarter of an hour, right? He actually managed to cross such a huge threshold from level 5 to level 7? Level 5 to level 6 is already 1,000 times more difficult, and level 6 to level 7 doubles the experience several times more. All of this, why on earth? With a fluttering sound, Li Fei's entire body sat paralyzed under the tree. On the hospital bed, Lin Dong also turned off the chat area with one. Covering his head, his body trembled. In his simple values, strength was tied to level. The stronger the strength, the stronger the wild monsters that could be brushed. Naturally, the faster you can upgrade. When Qin Han killed the elite monsters, he could consider that the other party must have taken a shortcut, but now the other party's level was far higher than his. But now the other party's level is far higher than theirs. This made it almost impossible for him to find an excuse. No, this Qin Han must have found a good place to brush up his experience. He opportunistically killed 2 elite level monsters, and the equipment on his body must be very good, that's why he's acting like this. However, I'm a primary profession, the 4th prince is even an intermediate profession, this profession is incredibly rare, the other party must not be able to get an intermediate profession, the equipment is strong, it's only temporary, when the level is raised, those equipments will be useless, and at that time, the 4th prince will be able to overtake the other party once again. That's it. With his great strength, Qin Han quickly took care of all those guards, which allowed him to easily reach level 5. Then, after he asked Elder Lei to arrange for his clan to collect the guards' weapons and blockade the gold mine cave without letting a single miner go, After that, he immediately rode his nightmare to the Lake of Thunder, which was not very far away. The corpses of those thunder beasts were always on his mind. Even though he had only left the Thunder Lake for a short period of time. But his strength is not what it used to be. With his transformed strength, under the terrifying attack power, those thunder beasts have no chance to dodge. One arrow could take one away. In a short period of time. In his backpack, the corpses of the thunder beasts were stacked up in 3 spaces. His level had also reached level 7, and had even moved up a notch. But just when he wanted to continue brushing the thunder beasts, but he saw the entire lake, originally also densely packed thunder beasts, I do not know what happened, actually all to the water below the drill. Actually all drilled into the water below. Not long after, the entire lake surface became calm. It's really strange, this lake is full of thunder monsters. There are tens of millions of them without hundreds of millions, and after killing a few of them, they actually all ran away? Am I too strong, or is there a change underneath this lake that I don't know about? His eyes were fixed on the lake that was flooded with deep thunder. This lake, the further down it goes, the denser the thunder element becomes. Don't look at the fact that he had a good resistance to the thunder system. But once he dived towards the bottom of the lake, he was afraid that he would be half crippled by electricity if he didn't go halfway. Forget it, business is important. At the gold mine cave, Lei Lao's clansmen put on the armor of the guards, as well as the white plate equipment that Qin Han didn't want, and directly took over the mine after their strength had increased greatly. By the time Qin Han returned, Lei Lao was guarding the entrance with a few clansmen with him, and in front of them, there was a person kneeling in rags, tied up, with a ball of grey cloth stuffed in his mouth. It was clearly Lai Yang. You actually didn't die? Shin Han was a little surprised in his eyes. This fellow was by the dude's side at the time, and he gave the other an arrow in passing. Impression that this fellow had also fallen down with him. But now, it looks like, the state is actually still very good. Lei Lao explained, I interrogated him, this person in a look at the situation is not right on the ground, and then actually disguise mixed into the miners, if not those miners report, estimate also really let him successfully get away. Shin Han sniffed, his heart was a little surprised that he actually managed to survive in that condition. This Lai Yang is really a talent. Lei Lao. But then after this person was captured, he began to beg for forgiveness, saying that he was willing to defect and abandon his darkness. From then on, he was at loggerheads with the high priest. Shin Han, what can a small guard do? The high priestess is in the Black-Walled City, we can just go there directly. Lei Lao, young warrior, you may not understand the things of the Thunder Poison Island, this place is far from the Black-Walled City, along the way, the poison barriers are continuous, the forests are dense, if you want to go to the Black-Walled City from here, there's only one way to go. The road is full of barriers and quite a lot of people. A little bit of inattention will let the high priest get the news in advance. At that time, the Black-Walled City will surely be in great chaos, and the precious staff you asked for, as well as the woman you mentioned, may all be affected. And this person is different, he comes from the Black-Walled City, if we have him to guide us, it will also allow us to arrive at the Black-Walled City without any problems, and at that time, if we understand the situation clearly before we make our move, then everything will be fine. Shin Han sniffed and nodded slightly, sort of agreeing with Elder Lei's statement. Half an hour later, the Shin Han, Lei Lao, Tiger, and Lai Yang, the four of them, were dressed in the clothes of escorts. Listening to Lei Lao, all the guards, apart from their clothes being standardized, many of their weapons were brought with them. Oftentimes, you can recognize who they are when you see their weapons. In order to avoid accidents, Shin Han also specially will be the famous sword Moon Shadow out, hanging on the waist. They got 2 ox carts, loaded them with some gold ore. They traveled towards the direction of the Black-Walled City. Just 5 miles down the road, they encountered the first barrier that was. It was similar to what Lei said. There are a lot of guards at the barrier. Behind the barrier, you can even see many small villages, and many civilians walking on the road. Luckily, Lai Yang led the way. He made up the excuse that the furnace in the gold mine was damaged and that he was going to take the ore to the Black Village for smelting. The guards did not have any suspicion. The guards didn't have any suspicion, and they were able to get by easily. At night, the moon hangs high. It was as round as an alabaster disc. The moonlight sprinkled on the ground was like silver, and the famous sword Moon Shadow on Shin Han's waist was also covered under the moonlight at the moment. But miraculously, after the moonlight shone on the famous sword Moon Shadow, the blade actually produced a strange image. Moonlight as if alive, in the blade around a dense piece. The entire knife around, as if by a yellowish light to cover. Buzz! Shin Han, who was concentrating on rushing, suddenly felt some vibrations in his waist. He looked down and a hint of surprise appeared on his face. Famous sword Moon Shadow, dark gold grade, supreme treasure. Attack 100. Resistance weakened by 100. Full armor breaking defense plus 10. In the process of unlocking, 1% progress. He looked up at the moon in the sky and, as if pondering, Moon Shadow, could it be that the real use of the famous sword Moon Shadow is to absorb the power of moonlight? I placed it in the supreme treasure space before, could it be that I buried it? I just don't know, what will this Moon Shadow be like after it's fully unlocked? At this, Shin Han was very much looking forward to it. Time gradually drained away. The night gradually passed. The moon also gradually went down. The unlocking progress of the famous sword Moon Shadow had reached 49%, but without the light of the moon, the unlocking progress had come to a standstill. However, without the moonlight, the unlocking progress directly stagnated. 49% progress in one night, counting, at most one more night in the sun plus a little bit of moonlight will be able to successfully unlock. This speed is not too slow. Around 9 in the morning. When the sunrise was in full swing, several people successfully entered the Black-Walled City. The location of the Black-Walled City was actually halfway up the slightly spread out northernmost part of the entire island. Looking down, you can easily see a large white sandy beach. Further ahead, there is Yunlei Lake. The entire area of the village is not small. Countless hexagonal wooden houses are strewn about. The number of people even reached 100,000 people. Just enter the fortress, a glance can see the highest part of the fortress. There's a golden-colored roundhouse. The entire house in the sunlight refraction, as if the heavenly fairy palace glittering. Following Shin Han's line of sight, Li Yang explains, my lord, that house up there is the mansion that the high priest created for his future wife. Everyone calls this house, the Golden House. Shin Han, this entire house is made of gold? Lai Yang, no, although Thunder Poison Island has a lot of gold reserves, it's impossible to want pure gold to build a house that big. The main body of this house is still a stone and wood structure, it's just that the outside is plastered with gold flakes, it looks like it's pure gold. But I heard that the item devices in the house are almost all made of gold. Shin Han, so, that woman, she lives in the Golden House? Lai Yang, yes. Qin Han, what about the High Priestess, and where does she live? Li Yang, the High Priestess used to live in the former Island Lord's mansion, right near the Golden House, but the High Priestess has an uncertain trail. I heard that he would go out for a few days every now and then, no one knows what he's doing. Qin Han, I'll go to the Golden House later to take a look, you go and scout the whereabouts of the High Priest. As soon as you have any information on the whereabouts of the High Priest, you have to tell me immediately. Li Yang, don't worry, my lord, I will definitely fulfill my task. Walking through a deserted place, Qin Han directly took away the gold ore from the car. Then a few people came to Li Yang's residence in the Black-Walled City. All of Li Yang's family members are not here, and he lives alone on weekdays. The trees are thick, and the neighbors are quite far away. It's not bad for them to use it as a base for the time being. After making a plan, Qin Han and Li Yan left separately. He was more comfortable with Li Yang going out alone. He had seen his strength, and as long as his brain wasn't in a hole, he definitely wouldn't betray him. Moreover, he used the friendly detection bead to check that Li Yang's attitude towards him was fear. Lei Lao and the two of them stayed in the house, dressed as guards. Qin Han was practically running amok in the fortress. No one probed his identity. He arrived at the Golden House very smoothly. It was a circular building about 5 stories high. It's a 5-story circular building with a courtyard wall made of stones. There are many guards here. There are more than 20 of them. But inside the courtyard, there were few people. Qin Han turned to the back of the courtyard wall. He climbed over the wall and entered a 5-story building was like flat ground under his feet. With a little force, he reached the 5th floor. Since the woman is in the building, he was going to start searching down from the 5th floor. But, when he went in through the window without a sound, he saw a magnificent room. In front of the gold dresser, there was a woman sitting in front of a gold dresser. A long white dress trailing on the ground. Her skin color was white, her neck was long and slender. Her appearance is quite good. She was looking at the mirror and feeling sorry for herself. Qin Han quietly took out his friendly detection bead to check. Mrs. Lost Sword Dojo owner, Lan Xian. Friendliness, ignore. She doesn't seem to be aware of your existence, and doesn't care about you at all. It's really her. Since he had met the object of his mission, Qin Han directly got up and walked over. In his mind, this black village was a poor and remote place. It's not a good place. It's not a good place to eat or wear, and if you can't buy anything with more gold, it's of no use at all. Although Lai Yang said, is this woman threatened the high priest wants gold house before willing to get married? But Qin Han seems, this may be the woman's delaying tactics. After all, this place, the Kendo Hall, the position in the heavens, can be far stronger than this so-called high priest. As long as the brain is not in the water, who would not choose to be a suppressive wife? You. Walking up behind Lan Xian, Qin Han was about to open his mouth. However, she saw Qin Han's figure in the mirror and, only to see that she quickly got up, her body subconsciously hurried towards the door, and, while walking, she scolded. How dare you, a guard, enter my room? If the high priest knew, he would definitely kill you. Qin Han, don't misunderstand, I'm the one who saved you from returning to the sword dojo. The woman's body was stunned when she heard this, and her face kept changing. He sent you here? Humph, you go back and tell him that I've had enough of those poor days with his, I'm going to live for myself for the rest of my life. Qin Han was a bit surprised by this reply and subconsciously retorted. Is the Kendo Hall poor? Lan Xian, he's a sort of obsessed person who doesn't know how to earn money at all. Following him, I ate and lived on rough food every day, and there was nothing more than washing and cooking for him every day. Those kind of days, I will definitely not live them again in the future. Here I am under one person and above 10,000 people, meals come with my mouth and clothes come with my hands, living a life of fine clothes and jade. You go back and tell him that our relationship as husband and wife is severed. Qin Han. He still finds it hard to believe that this woman would stay for this little temptation. If you're under duress, just wink at me. Everyone on this island combined won't be a match for me. Don't worry, I can take you away safely. Lan Xian had a mockery on her face. Do you think I'm joking with you? Go back, I don't need you to meddle in my affairs. If you push me any further, I'll die for you to see, so that you can bring my corpse to meet that sword idiot. With that, she saw her grabbing the sharp hairpin against her neck with a face full of determination. Qin Han was a bit surprised. Is this position of Lady Chief so important? How about this, you don't pass with sword idiot, I'm in favor of it. I'll give you 10,000 gold coins, and I'll even pack up all the things here and take them away. In the future, you can also build your own mansion and live a life of freedom. It's much better than living under a fence. Speaking of the high priest, Lan Xian's face actually showed a trace of petulance, and, he will love me for the rest of my life. The feelings between us are not something you can imagine. You go, if you don't go, I will really die for you. As she spoke, Lan Xian's hands actually began to exert force. A touch of crimson even flowed out of her snow-white neck. Take it easy, I'll go, but I hope you won't say anything about our meeting today. Seeing this, Qin Han could only stop for the time being. Lan Xian, if I say anything about your visit, it will definitely make the high priestess unhappy. I'm not that stupid. Qin Han nodded and turned around, made a few long leaps, rolled over the window and left, and, leaving very dryly. On the way back to the Riyang residence, he had been puzzled the whole time. Judging from the mission, Genji had a very high regard for his wife. With Genji's strength, if she really wanted to live a life of fine clothes and food, she could do it with her mouth open. That half to this poor countryside, committed to a chief to seek wealth and fortune? This thing, really through the evil. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. Li Yang also came back. He brought a bad news. The high priestess went out yesterday and never returned. When Qin Han heard this, he was even more puzzled. This high priestess. He is going to get married, not stay at home, the marriage matters. Running out at this juncture to do what? Thinking about the wife of the sword idiot that would rather die than obey the appearance. Qin Han felt that there should be some kind of secret. And the friendly detection bead says, the lost man. This made him even more puzzled. Elder Lei, can there be a spell or something in your fortress that can make people lost? Elder Lei sniffed and looked a little odd as he glanced at Tiger and carefully said, back to the young warrior, the precious staff that was able to draw thunder that I told you about before, although the precious pearl was lost and the ability to control thunder was greatly reduced, the wood used for the staff was heard to be a kind of godly wood that can control people's hearts and minds, so as long as one holds the staff, one can invisibly influence the people around them. Under the accumulation of days and months, it will definitely make the people around you loyal. This is the supreme secret of my clan, I can know this, or because of my identity as an elder. It's also very simple to break it, as long as the staff owner is killed, the other party's influence will be gone. Qin Han sniffs and suddenly comes to a realization. No wonder the wife of the sword-obsessed wife was so perverse, together this was being used as a means to an end. Good, in that case, let's wait for the high priest to return, I'll kill him with my own hands. Time passed quietly. That night, the moon was very full. Qin Han placed the famous sword moon shadow directly on the roof of the room, basking in the full moonlight. The night passed. The progress of the unlocking process had reached 97%, only a hair's breadth away from being fully unlocked. The next day, the high priest did not come back during the day, but I heard that the wedding will be held tonight. The wedding will be held tonight. At that time, the high priestess will arrive as scheduled. The whole Black Village knew the news, whether they wanted to or not. Every house is decorated with lights and colors. At the altar of the Black Lodge, a red carpet has been laid out early, and offerings were laid out. Night. It's finally here. The moon was high in the sky. Almost all the people of the entire fortress gathered in the square in front of the altar. The heads were gathered and densely packed. Qin Han this time, directly removed the disguise. He stood in the dark, blending into the night. Beside him, Lai Yang was still dressed as a guard. Remember, when I make my move later, you guys have to stand beside Lan Xin. If she makes a move to harm herself, don't hesitate and directly control her. Understood. Go on, you guys don't need to bother with me here. Somewhere in a hidden treetop, Qin Han took out his famous sword, Moonshadow, and continued to absorb the moonlight. Not long after, the progress reached 98%. At that moment, the crowd parted. Sword Idiot's wife, dressed in red, with her red dress trailing on the ground. In the company of a large group of guards and maids, she walked towards the altar. But when she walked to the altar, and even waited for a while, the high priestess still didn't come. Time passed once again, and the progress of the famous sword Moonshadow. It's at 99%, just one step away from being fully unlocked. Seeing that the time is getting late, some civilians even whispered that the high priestess might not return. But then, in the lake of thunder in the north, suddenly, thunder and lightning erupted. Thunder raged like rain, turning the night sky into day. Abruptly, a middle-aged man dressed in expensive clothes, with a purple staff stuck on his waist, with his hands behind his back, appeared from the thunder. His feet were in the air, stepping on the thunder and, step by step, he walked towards the altar. Coming closer, people got a good look at his face, and I don't know who shouted out, "It's Lord High Priest, Lord High Priest has returned." Immediately, I saw the square fall to its knees. Lan Xian also looked forward to the altar, her face showing a trace of shyness. In the treetops, looking at this scene, Qin Han's heart was a bit strange and, in his heart, he recalled what he had encountered at the Lake of Embracing Thunder the previous afternoon. The anomaly of those thunder beasts, it couldn't have been caused by this bastard, could it? On the other side, as the high priest walked, the thunder on his body gradually disappeared. When he reached the altar, his breath was instantly hidden, and when he looked at him, he was no different from an ordinary person. Lan Xian was full of joy and went over to him. Said angrily, "I thought you wouldn't come back." The high priestess said gently, "How could I? This is my wedding day, how could I not return? It's been a long time, let's start here." Saying that, he waved his hand. He saw the old master of ceremonies, who had long been guarding the side, stood out. The old man faced everyone under the altar and said in a loud voice, On the night of great joy, the heaven and the earth rejoice together. Tonight is not only the wedding day of our clan's high priest, it is also the day that my high priest is inaugurated as the island's master. On this auspicious occasion, the high priest has decided to reward all the people present with 1 or 2 taels of gold and 10 pounds of fine meat per household. I hope that the people of my tribe will be of one mind with the new island master and create the glory of my Thunder Poison Island. Upon hearing that there were benefits, the people present immediately shouted for the high priest's benevolence. Even the high priest on the stage was filled with smiles and a look of enjoyment. Seeing this, that master of ceremonies immediately added, "Next, the grand wedding ceremony will officially begin. Now, please invite the new couple to sacrifice to heaven." But these words just came out. I heard a cry break through the air. I oppose this marriage. Although the voice wasn't loud, all the people present could hear it clearly. Many people shrank their necks in fear. "Grandma, who is this person? Who is this man? He dares to disrupt the high priest's wedding. Do you want to die?" On the stage, after hearing the familiar voice, Lan Xian's face instantly became embarrassed. She never thought that that person, who had been quiet for 2 days, would actually dare to appear at this time. Just one step away, she would have become a veritable island master's wife. The high priest's face was also very unhappy. Just now, he deliberately appeared like that, just to deter the small fry. However, he didn't expect that even after he had already demonstrated his strength, there was still someone who dared to be a headbanger. The high priest looked around and said loudly, "Who is it? If you have the ability, give me out." In the treetops, a silhouette carrying a long sword quietly stood up. The whole person was bathed in the moonlight and appeared very mysterious. Shin Han ignored everything, with only the high priestess in his gaze. "Tonight is the night you die." After saying that, the deicide bow was instantly summoned and, raising the bow and pulling the string, the attacked brazenly. The speed was so fast that it didn't even give the high priest a chance to dodge. The whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several energy arrows directly pierced through his chest, even if they didn't count the vital attacks. But the power of these arrows. Each arrow took away more than 4,000 points of damage from the high priest. In the next second, the high priestess's information was also revealed. Mysterious demon of transformation, level 30 demon beast, with a golden skull as its suffix. The amount of blood had clearly come to 90 million. In the face of this sight, Shin Han couldn't help but tremble with emotion. Generally speaking, all monsters are monsters, and it's only after the novice village that such an existence as a demon would appear. The mysterious demon of transformation means that this high priestess is transformed by a demon, but the exact type of demon is not exhibited for the time being. Even the most trashy demon is comparable to a normal elite monster. But this demon, with a golden skull hanging behind it, this proved that the high priestess's main body was most likely a level 30 alpha demon. It's really worthy of being a newbie held difficulty copy. Its hidden boss was actually this powerful. This kind of monster, with few weaknesses, if there was no fatal damage, standing still and letting him fight, it would be best to shoot more than 20,000 arrows to kill it. It doesn't sound like much, but know this, it's only 3,600 seconds in an hour. Even if he shot 5 arrows a second, it wouldn't be enough. On the altar, facing Shin Han's attack, the high priest's face instantly turned cold. "Descendant? Your bow and arrow damage is so high that even my body defense can't withstand it. Could it be a supreme treasure?" The high priest's gaze moved slightly. "A supreme treasure has a spirit, although I can't obtain it, but it's nice to be able to kill a descender who possesses a supreme treasure." As he spoke, I saw the high priestess rise up in the air and, hurrying towards Shin Han to kill him under the moonlight. Shin Han tapped his toes and used his strength to gallop towards the beach not far away. But the high priest's speed was obviously faster than his. When his toes just touched the beach, high priestess was already less than 10 meters away from him. The other party raised his hand and slapped it with a palm containing thunder. At the critical moment, Nightmare, with a swish, a horse that seemed to have been born from the demon realm stood out of thin air and, boom, with a bang. The force of that palm slapped hard on the horse's buttocks. There is actually a mount, but so what? The world's mounts are mortal, how can they block my palm? But immediately after, High Priest's eyes went straight, the nightmare of having received a slap in the face. Disgruntled, he kicked his horse's hooves backward. Then it ran towards Shin Han. "It's actually fine?" The high priest froze for a moment, then marveled, could this be another supreme treasure level horse? Shin Han didn't say anything and quickly mounted the nightmare. What responded to the high priestess was a sharp arrow that broke through the air. Attached to it were the various skills of the voodoo pearl. The desperate malignant poison reduces blood flow, neurotoxin, paralyzes the opponent's reaction, poison barrier aura, deceleration. But unfortunately, this high priestess's original form was definitely one of those monsters with high resistance. Under the poison, it couldn't even weaken the opponent's strength by 10%. On the contrary, these poisonous techniques dyed the high priest's body in red and green, making him even angrier. The frequency of his attacks even accelerated by a fraction. Good thing The speed of the nightmare at this moment is much faster than before he upgraded. Nightmare horse, the only growth horse. The most lonely horse in the world. The most lonely horse in the world only recognizes one master in its life. If the master dies, it will follow and blow itself up. Base movement speed increases as the master improves. 100% speed bonus. Unlimited energy. Can ride on water. Cannot die unless he blows himself up. The faster his base speed is, the faster the nightmare is. Before, the high priestess was a hair faster than him, but after riding the nightmare, his speed, however, increased by a large margin. Instead, he far surpassed the high priest. The beach was wide open. He had plenty of space to maneuver. After not worrying about being caught up by the high priestess, he raised his hand and started to return fire. The arrows in his hand poured out like no money at all. The high priest's blood level slowly began to drop. On the beach of Lake Yunlei, the high priest kept getting hit by arrows and getting angrier and angrier. Do you think that, shooting from a distance, I have no power to fight back? Today, I'll show you the power of thunder. As he spoke, I saw the high priestess violently raise his hand. A black cloud rose under the moonlight. Electricity appeared in the black cloud. It clicked. In an instant, I saw a thunder towards Qin Han split down. The thunder was as thick as a small tree. When it came down, Qin Han's position was instantly occupied by a blinding purple thunder. After the thunder, the spot was even blown out. A large crater was even blown out of the spot. At the altar, countless people were watching with bated breath. The high priest's move directly caused the crowd to exclaim, "Lord Priest is really strong, being able to summon thunder and lightning. It's truly no different from a godman. Yes, that provocateur is really out of his depth. He actually dares to go against Lord Priest. With this strike of thunder, I'm afraid that this person will be turned into flying ashes." The two of them, Thunder Tiger Z, were filled with worry. They knew that the high priestess was powerful before, but they didn't expect that he was actually this strong. That young warrior who killed guards like chickens, could he not hold his own? Li Yang's gaze kept changing, and even subconsciously looked at the two Lei Lao, seemingly giving birth to some other thoughts. Suddenly, I saw a person exclaimed, "He's not dead, he's actually intact," only to see that on the beach, a few dozen meters away from the place where the thunder fell, Qin Han was riding a nightmare, his expression unable to see a trace of surprise. "High Priestess, you actually managed to dodge my thunderous wrath? How can a mortal be faster than lightning? Not even a supreme treasure." Qin Han did not explain and raised his hand to continue shooting. In his heart, he lost his smile. Bullshit thunder shocker. It's nothing more than an intermediate thunderbolt art. If he, as a gray level player, couldn't even dodge this small spell. If he couldn't even dodge this small spell, then he might as well die. Since you can dodge thunderous wrath, I don't believe that you can still dodge this next move. Die. Only to see the high priestess ignoring the rain of arrows that ushered in, and raising his hands high in the air. The sky was once again covered in dark clouds. This time, even the moon was completely covered. That fast and super large dark cloud even exceeded 1,000-meter radius. Then, I could see thin electric flashes in the dark clouds. Immediately after that, countless thunderbolts the size of fingertips, like rain, falling densely. You can dodge a heavy blow, can you still dodge endless thunder? Die. Crackling. Countless small thunderbolts bombarded the ground in the dense rain like lightning, from the moment it formed. It blocked Qin Han's path of retreat. As expected, in an instant, his body was struck by several small lightning bolts. Afterwards, up to -10 points of purple lightning damage emerged from the top of his head. Seeing this, Qin Han didn't even bother to take medicine. The 14 points of blood per second from his own recovery instantly replenished his blood. With a high lightning resistance of 2,676 points, his resistance to lightning had reached a high level of. Against someone with high lightning resistance like him, it would be best to use a high-level lightning spell that. Otherwise, with this amount of damage, might as well tickle him. He glanced at the damage and continued to shoot with a calm demeanor. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The high priest's blood level continued to drop, not far away, using such a large area spell that, making the high priest's face turn pale and, after just a while, he was a bit overwhelmed, but seeing the other party as if nothing had happened. This made the high priest angry and place impotent rage, but in the end, he seemed to think of something, actually turned his head, actually began to run towards the lake of contained thunder. When Qin Han saw this, his eyes tightened. This high priest looked like he was going to run into the water. If the other party dives into the water, that would be troublesome. So, he raised his hand and shot several arrows towards the back of the other party. One of them hit the back of his head at the occipital bone. Immediately after, a yellow damage of up to 40,000 points floated up, and the body of the high priest actually also appeared as short stiffness. This made Qin Han instantly excited and, "I found it, no wonder I've been shooting normal attacks for half a day, this guy's weakness is at the back of his head." Seeing that he had found the key point, his attack power increased tenfold. This time, Shinhan no longer held back. He took out the rare Hua bird's life potion and used a bottle of it. Following that, a green light began to emanate from his body. He could feel an unprecedented special energy reaching his body at this moment, he even felt like he was an immortal body, the source of all evil. Immediately after that, he opened his bow and drew an arrow. At the same time, he also used all kinds of stunts. Desperate poison, neurotoxin use, poisonous barrier aura used. Right after that, a super poisonous barrier spanning over 1,000 meters spread out from him. Inside the barrier, poisonous chi surged, shocking the heart. The high priest who was enveloped in it, his body speed directly slowed down by 50%. And the next second, an arrow with brilliant might struck the high priest's occipital bone. A super yellow damage of minus 40,000 floated up high. The paralyzing toxin completely took effect. The high priest's body immediately stiffened and began to fall towards the ground. At the same time, the three combined terrifying toxin damage of over 100,000 damage per second continued to emerge. In the face of the scene, Shinhan was somewhat surprised that, is this the strength of evil Dr. Hua Bird? At the time of the peach source, Hua Bird's strength was dynamically weakened, and the other party didn't look that strong, but now that he used the other party's original medicine bottle, it was equal to having 50% of Hua Bird's true strength, and just 50% of his strength is so powerful. Taking advantage of his illness, Shinhan leapt forward on his horse and, towards the back of the high priest's head, firing desperately and, every few seconds, he would take turns to replenish his poisonous techniques with several arrows a second. The arrows dealt fatal damage. Together with the poison skill, his combined damage per second even exceeded 300,000. In just over 2 minutes, the high priest's blood level was half-blooded. Suddenly, the sky and earth centered around the high priest seemed to change color. Countless thunderbolts came out of nowhere. In the lake of thunder, countless lightning bolts also surged towards the high priestess. On the ground, the high priest's body suddenly began to expand, revealing something like a crocodile skin. Ka-ching! His original skin was completely torn into pieces like a papier-mâché. A monster exactly like those thunder beasts in the water broke out. That monster contact lightning body began to grow wildly. Not long ago, surprisingly turned into a 10-meter-high, humanoid, head like the thunder monster of the demonic beast. And at this time, the other party's information also changed. King of Thunder Beasts, 30th level demonic beast, leader level. Blood, 90 million, half-blood. In the face of this scene, Shinhan was fine with it. He'd seen a lot of demonic beasts. At most, he would marvel at it, but he had no other thoughts. But at the altar, the densely packed civilians from above were terrified. The high priest is a demon. The high priestess is actually a demon. It looks like the thunder beast inside Lake Yum Thunder. Have we been ruled by a monster for the past 2 years? Lan Xayan's face was full of disbelief. Impossible, impossible, he won't be a demonic beast. Even if it's true, I'll still follow him. Some of the guards around her sniffed and sked. This high priestess, her tastes are really heavy. On the contrary, Lei Lao and the others knew something and were currently guarding the side, keeping a close watch. Tall building like demonic beasts, proudly standing on the sandy beach by the Yunlei Lake, seems to have been publicly poked and prodded. It seems to have been poked and prodded in public. There was no way to face the gazes of the crowd. A trace of imperceptible timidity flashed through the eyes of the high priestess. But soon, that timidity was replaced by endless anger. It looked down on Shinhan, who was as small as an ant. It spat out human words. You forced me to this point, I want you to die without a burial place. Shinhan rarely opened his mouth. You have to have strength to talk big. Demonic beasts, it's not like I haven't killed them before. The words fell. He raised his bow and shot. However, the high priestess who revealed his original form seemed to have gotten a lot more skinny. Before, the poisonous wounds that could be more than 100,000 per second have now dropped to about 20,000, and the opponent is facing him head-on. Moreover, when the opponent is facing him, it's difficult to shoot from the occipital bone position. Even the other side even began to be immune to the paralyzing toxin. Even under the support of many buffs, it could still barely walk. This is obviously not a good sign. If the other party escapes into the water, I'm afraid I won't be able to kill them today. He has even thought about using the 10 times increase card that can only be used 10 times a day to strengthen the damage of the paralyzing toxin. After all, the high priestess is not a fool. Really, to the moment of crisis, the other side must run. Good thing. At this moment, the high priestess does not seem to have the intention to run away. Only to see it that pair of eyes suddenly exudes a stream of intense purple light. Those purple light, in front of it dense, finally turned into a complex spell formation. Immediately after, see the whole lake seems to start trembling. Looks like there are countless things ready to break out of the ground. At this moment, the high priestess continued. If I had met you 2 days ago, I would have run as far away as I could. But now, it was a mistake for you to meet me. Since my true body has been discovered by you, you will definitely die. And those mole crickets on the island, anyone who has seen my true body must die. As the high priest's words fell, I could only hear the sound of countless water splashes tossing and clattering in the lake of embracing thunder. Shinhan fixed his eyes on it and he instantly felt his scalp go numb. Thunder beasts! Endless thunder beasts! Those thunder beasts were one by one. Along the shore of the lake, for miles, they climbed upwards in groups. Not long after, they've taken over the entire beach. There are even countless thunder beasts climbing up behind them. If they can't stand in the place, they climb on the bodies of their companions. At a glance, they are densely packed. There must be tens of millions of them. Shinhan secretly thought, this is the entire Thunder Lake's thunder beasts are summoned out? No, it's not right. Very wrong. Because although he was observing the situation, the bow and arrow in his hand did not stop for a moment. But ever since the high priest's spell appeared, the opponent's blood level seems to have stopped dropping. No matter how hard he tried, the opponent's blood level did not decrease by a single bit. Moreover, he noticed a difference. The original thunder beasts all had glowing eyes. Obviously, they were all very shrewd and possessed a low IQ. But now these thunder beasts, their eyes are hollow, glowing with purple light. The body also seems to be a bit illusory. Not very real. Could it be? Shinhan's eyes snapped coldly. This is a puppet blood spirit. You refined all the thunder beasts in the entire lake of embracing thunder? No wonder, a level 20 map actually has a level 30 alpha level demonic beast. You're using the lives of your entire clan to fulfill your ambitions. The high priestess sniffed. There was a flash of a different color in his eyes. Good insight. You actually know about puppet blood spirits. Seeing that he had been poked and prodded, the high priestess didn't hide it anymore, either. That's right, you descendants are now in the world, and we monsters are destined to become your sustenance. To tell you the truth, in your words, I was just a level 20 elite demon before. If I didn't possess this refining skill, how could I have the strength I have now? The growth speed of you descendants is truly astonishing. It's only been a few days, and even now mine has been forced into such a field by you. If I had seen you 2 days ago, I'm afraid that I wouldn't have lasted more than a few hits before I died. However, you can only go so far. Since you know about the puppet blood spirit, you should naturally understand that these thunder beasts have now become lifeless puppets, and they are all my sustenance. Unless you can kill all of these tens of millions of thunder beasts, otherwise, you won't be able to hurt me in the slightest. You should even know that the puppet blood spirits are not naturally afraid of poison. This poison barrier of yours is not bad in terms of power, but it's skyrocketed by the puppet blood spirits. Now, what can you do? Shinhan sniffed, but he also had a headache. Refining a puppet blood spirit was a very insidious method that the core of it was to take the person or beast that had a bloodline relationship with the other party, and refine the essence for him to use. In the end, the body of those who have lost their essence will be changed into a puppet that is invulnerable to all poisons. What's even more disgusting is that the blood of these puppets will be linked to the caster's blood. Tens of millions of thunder beasts, their blood count is over 10 billion. His only group attack is the poison barrier. He can only rely on his arrows. He couldn't scrape a single drop of blood even if they stood still and let him shoot. If I had known, I would have looked for another group attack before coming. But who would have thought that such a terrifying leader demonic beast actually existed on Thunder Poison Island? Even if he was unpredictable, he would have to have read the strategy guide. But in his last life, the High Priestess of Thunder Poison Island didn't seem to have clashed with players. What can we do? It seems like you're at your wit's end. Now it's my turn to attack. The High Priestess smiled smugly and his claws were raised high and towards Qin Han, including the civilians behind him, he swung his hand violently and children, kill! Kill everyone you can see in front of you. Kill all of Thunder Poison Island. With the High Priest's command, on the coastline, the densely packed thunder beasts that started advancing towards the front. The horrible scene scared the civilians on the altar so much that their scalps went numb and their legs trembled. Qin Han took a look. He was in a hurry. He was able to run. He could even forcefully take the Swordidiots's wife away. But if he left like that, the most precious staff would be gone. Seeing the puppet blood spirit getting closer and closer, suddenly, the moon shadow on his back began to vibrate. At the same time, the moonlight in the sky tore through the clouds. It poured straight into the moon shadow. Seeing this, Qin Han quickly took out his famous sword, the moon shadow. At a glance, the whole body was stunned. Name sword moon shadow, supreme treasure, full body. Attack, immense. Defense, unlimited. Attack range, 1 boundary. Supreme skill, moonlight slash. Under the moonlight, all are ants, and there is nothing that can't be chopped as far as the mind is concerned. Looking at that terrifying attribute, Qin Han's body was trembling and his hands were shaking from his. In his past life and in his present life, this is the first time he's seen a full-bodied supreme treasure. Such attributes. It's simply horrifying. Taking a deep breath, he gripped the hilt of the famous sword, Moon Shadow. The moonlight in the sky continued to pour down. His entire body was bathed in the endless moonlight. Suddenly, His eyes looked towards the moon. At the altar, those people who were originally going to escape, all of their gazes looked towards where Chin Han was. Including that high priest, a hint of fear of the unknown flashed in his gaze. This descendant, his methods were endless, and he really didn't know what killing tricks the other party hadn't used yet. On the beach, Chin Han, who was bathed under the moonlight, his body actually slowly flew up. He flew faster and faster. Suddenly, he seemed to be standing on top of the moon. In everyone's eyes, I could see, at the white jade disk in the sky, surprisingly, there stood a silhouette with a long sword. Abruptly, everyone heard a voice that seemed to come from the heavens. Moonflower chop. When the voice fell, they saw a blade shadow that was so gorgeous that it was unimaginable slash down from the sky. This blade seemed to be able to cleave through space. It seemed to be able to cleave the world in front of him in two. Even if there was a god or goddess standing in front of them, it seemed that they could be chopped to death with a single slash. On the altar, Lan Xian seemed to be sensing that her beloved was about to face a life and death crisis. With an endless bleakness on her face. Wherever I go, I will accompany you. After saying that, she even pulled down her hairpin and stabbed her neck fiercely. This scene happened very unexpectedly. Even though Lei Lao and Tiger Z were both very close to Lan Xian, their gazes were attracted by the light of Chin Han's blade, or else would they have the time to care about this woman? By the time they saw it, it was too late. At the critical moment, a big hand held Lan Xian's wrist in time. She grabbed the hairpin. Lai Yang, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and tie her up. If we really let her kill herself, we won't be able to explain. Lei Lao heard the words and immediately came to his senses, quickly stepped forward, took out the rope that had been prepared long ago, and began to tie her up with 5 flowers. The other guards in the neighborhood saw this, but they didn't dare to come forward. After all, the high priestess has become a demon, now who still has the heart to care about other people's family matters. Binding Lan Xian, Lei Lao breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Li Yang, his face full of admiration. You kid is not bad, I will ask the young warrior for credit for you. Li Yang was also relieved, I should. Previously, when the high priestess had the upper hand, he had wanted to change his mind, but then when Chin Han had the upper hand again, he changed his mind back end, considering Chin Han's mandate at all times. On the sandy beach, the high priest's eyes watched the blade light fall and an unprecedented despair arose within him. He can't stop it. He can't stop it. No, why is there such a powerful weapon in the world? It's impossible. I have tens of millions of blood spirits. No one can kill me. Absolutely no one. Suddenly, the blade light in the sky actually produced a change halfway across the sky. That saber light actually instantly split into an endless glow that, sweeping across the earth like moonlight, sweeping over the high priest's body, sweeping over the bodies of the infinite thunder beasts on the beach. Then, the high priestess, including all the thunder beasts' heads, a moonlight symbol appeared like a full moon. When the high priestess saw this, once again, a hint of despair arose in his heart. An unprecedented crisis of death made him feel uneasy. A clenched teeth, it even ran towards the lake of thunder, as if it thought that as long as it escaped to the lake, it would not be able to escape. It seems to think that as long as it escapes to the bottom of the lake, it will be able to escape death. But the next second, even if it had just taken a step away, it saw countless terrifying blade lights in the sky, seemingly suddenly killing out of nothingness. The blade lights cut through the high priest's huge body, crossed the bodies of all the thunder beasts, noiselessly, without even a hint of movement. But immediately after that, it was then that the high priest's huge body, which was more than 10 meters tall, was directly separated from the center and collapsed to the ground with a loud bang. The wounds were neat and very regular, and around the tens of millions of thunder beasts, they all followed in the high priest's footsteps. In an instant, on the entire beach, there were corpses scattered everywhere. Above the sky, Chin Han's figure, riding on the power of the moonlight, he was floating down. The entire person was like an exiled immortal in the dust, making people not dare to open their eyes. You've killed the alpha-level monster, the king of thunder beasts, experience plus 503,026 points. Experience is enough, is it time to upgrade? Use the 10-fold increase card to upgrade. On the sandy beach, Chin Han's body was constantly flickering with white light and, from level 7, it rose to level 8, and then to level 9. Finally, it even reached level 10. But he was a bit depressed. Although the puppet blood spirit thing was plentiful, the experience could only be counted as one with the controller, otherwise, this time he would have been able to directly ascend to level 20 more than enough. However, to him, upgrades were just incidental, he could upgrade anytime he wanted to. The most important thing was the harvest. This was the key to victory in the future. At this moment, in front of the players of the two villages, notices were constantly jumping around. Congratulations to player Chin Han for killing the alpha-level monster, the king of thunder beasts, rewarded with plus 10 physique points. Due to Chin Han being the first player from this village to kill the alpha monster, an additional plus 10 physique points are rewarded. Congratulations to player Chin Han for being the first to reach level 10 and obtaining the captain's token. 110755 Novice Village. Deep in the wild area, Li Fei, with his strength that far exceeded that of an ordinary player, was fighting to upgrade by killing level 15 monsters. After these few days of battling and countless times of escaping from death, his experience has progressed continuously. But just when he was about to step into level 7, the announcement in front of him made him despair. An alpha level monster? The elite level is so strong, how powerful should this alpha level be? He's level 10, and he's even gained the position of captain. Could it be that he... At this moment, Li Fei finally began to truly face himself. He seemed to have thought of something that seemed completely impossible before. That person on the world notice, could it really be him? All along, he has been the first person in the 2 newbie villages. In his heart, he had a sense of pride that defied all people. But at this moment, he realized that, compared to Chin Han, he was just a clown. A stupid clown who couldn't be any more stupid. Facing such a big enemy, they actually dare to taunt others in the diplomatic chat group from time to time. Do they think they're not going to die fast enough? The game of the heavens connects the 2 villages. Even if he was stupid enough, he could have guessed that there would be a battle between the 2 sides in the end. But now, before the fight, his heart has already been cowed. Inside the chat area. Instead, Lin Dong continued to speak loudly. There's a possibility that the game might go wrong. It might be something that Chin Han from another village did and counted inside the opposite village. Everyone relax, it's fine. Other than this Chin Han, our overall strength crushes the other side, the advantage is mine. And 688 Novice Village. Within the chat area, the shock brought about by Chin Han was not 1 or 2 times already. From the initial disbelief to the later doubt. Now it's back to square one again. And this time, the tone of voice seems to be a little more determined. You guys say, if this Chin Han in our village is the one in the world notice, how should it be? What can be done? People are powerful, and I have nothing to do with it. You stupid this game, 10,000 worlds fight for supremacy. Sooner or later we have to fight with the races of the heavens. Before, I think, we may even the next village cannot beat will die. But now, there is such a strong person in our village, and he is still the captain. How far do you think we can go? Brother, I don't seem to understand a bit of what you're saying, huh? Understanding really low, so tell you, when the Pei County Liu Bang took advantage of the situation, when he became emperor, Pei County, that group of class bottom are not all feudal lords and worship ministers, and such as when the Nanyang Lu Xiao, follow his old subordinates, which one does not occupy the light, Nanyang those folks, how many court officials appeared in the royal relatives? Chin Han is like Liu Bang and Lu Xiao back then, and we are the ministers from the dragon. Your words seem to be a bit familiar. Oh, I know you. When you poison milk Lu Maniac, and turned your head Lu Maniac was unlucky, and then you poison milk Lulu. I heard that big brother Lulu once again fought with that barbarian bull commander when he passed through the grassland this afternoon, and broke bones all over his body, and almost didn't die. You'd better shut up now. It's not easy for a real big brother to appear in our village. We can't let you poison again. This bastard is a godly clown. It is recommended to be blocked. Right, break the feudal superstition, protect our big brother Chin Han, bounce 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 bounce. I'm willing to bear the karma for big brother Chin Han, all the bad luck come at me. Above the beach, Chin Han swiftly arrived in front of the high priest's corpse and, waving his hand, he pocketed the other party's gigantic corpse. The value of a 30th level leader class demonic beast was not low, so it might come in handy in the future. After collecting the corpse, the first thing that caught his eyes was a pile of gold coins. It was 10,000 gold coins. On the pile of gold coins, 2 objects emitting purple and red light were lying quietly. The purple one was a staff. Chin Han quickly picked it up and looked at it. Purple Soul Thunder Staff, a broken treasure. Thunder damage plus 1000. Skill. Thunderbolt, draws a thunderbolt to attack enemies within 1000 meters with 500% thunder damage. Mana cost 100 points. Thunderstorm, 100% lightning damage to enemies within a 100 meter radius. Mana cost 300 points per second. Passive, mind response, your every word and action seems to gain the complete trust of others, which can make you unbeatable in interpersonal interactions. Only works on NPCs and aborigines. This treasure seems to be an object from a supreme treasure, and if another object can be found, the full power of the staff can be activated. Sure enough, it's a supreme treasure accessory. It seems like it's worth it to stay this time. As long as we get the beads on the staff, we can be considered invincible when it comes to lightning damage in the future. People aren't invincible. Without the famous blade Moonshadow, this high priestess I can kill. The more it gets to the later stages, the more various immune monsters there will be. Without getting some more means on the side, the path taken will be very limited. Eyes flickering. Chin Han turned his sight to another piece of equipment that emanated a red light. This was a piece of armor. It was dark red in color, with 2 spikes on the shoulder peaks rising high, and a hideous dragon's head at the heart mirror that wanted to come out of the armor. The body of the armor is covered with various complex runes, and purple currents can be seen flowing on it. Red Jiao Magic Armor, Epic Grade. Defense, 2300. Thunder Elemental Resistance, 5000. Blood Increase, 10,000. Blood Return per second, 110. Physique Requirement, 500. Passive. Thunder Pool, constantly absorbs the power of thunder and stores it in the armor. Charged at 49%. Note, available after 50% recharge. Skills. Thunderfield, the thunder stored in the armor is released, pulling 10,000 meters in a radius into the thunder pool, and the damage is determined by the power of the stored thunder. This armor seemed to be built with scales from an augur dragon that contained the bloodline of an ancient demon dragon, and there seemed to be some kind of terrifying power hidden in the armor. It's actually an epic level armor. This is a rare thing. In the previous life, apart from the very few lucky ones who could have a super weapon like a supreme treasure by their side, for the rest, epic grade armor was almost always the strongest equipment that many people could reach in their lifetime. Like him, in his last life, he was a top professional, and before he was reborn, he had 2 pieces of epic level equipment on his body. With his 2 pieces of epic level equipment, he was able to defeat most of the professionals of the same level, as well. The attributes of this epic equipment can progress with the owner's strength, although their attributes are only 1 step higher than the average dark gold equipment. However, the most powerful part of epic equipment is the skills it carries. The key time to use out, enough to change the situation on the battlefield. Therefore, in the previous generation, there were many people who jokingly referred to epic equipment as a small supreme treasure. Thunderfield? This kind of energy storage type of skill isn't much, and it's more troublesome to use, but the more it is, the more powerful its skill is, and it just so happens to be in the lake of embracing thunder, so let's charge it up first, just in case. Shinhan picked up the red Jiao magic armor and pocketed all the gold coins on the ground. Then, surprisingly, he got a strong rope from his backpack to tie up one end of the armor. The other end was tied to Nightmare's horse's leg. Nightmare, I'm going to give you a task. Take this armor to the Lake of Thunder and try to let it fully absorb the power of thunder. Understand? Upon hearing this, Nightmare's red eyes radiated a strong sense of dissatisfaction. A humming snort escaped from its nose. It seemed to be saying, I'm an extraterrestrial horse, isn't it a drop in price to walk this kind of low-grade equipment? Shinhan, well done, I'll treat you to some beef with soy sauce later. Oops, you don't know the aroma. TSK. Before he could finish his words, I saw Nightmare running away. It looked like he was afraid that Shinhan would back out if he ran slowly. Shinhan touched his nose and laughed dryly. Immediately, he changed into a dignified stance and turned around and walked towards the altar. At the altar, when those civilians saw him coming, they immediately began to panic. After all, this was an existence that could kill the high priest. The civilians, were not enough for them to stuff their teeth. Countless people turned their heads and wanted to go home. At this time, Lei Lao took off his helmet, wiped off the camouflage on his face, and shouted, Folks, old man Lei Aotian is the elder of this clan. I believe many of you have seen me before. I had known that this high priest was a demonic beast, intending to poison the foundation of my Thunder Poison Island, so I invited young warrior Qin to help. Now that the high priest has been exterminated, my Thunder Poison Island has been peaceful ever since. Now, shouldn't we welcome our great hero, young warrior Qin? Next to him, Lai Yang saw this and clenched his fist and, raising it with all his might, he was the first to shout, Long live the young warrior Qin! Long live young warrior Qin! When the civilians saw this, they actually shouted, Long live the young warrior Qin! Long live the young warrior Qin! When Qin Han, who was about to walk in front of the people, saw such a scene, somewhat frightened, he could only walk up with a stiff upper lip. He waved his hand. The scene suddenly quieted down. He glanced at Ri Yang, who hadn't lowered his fists. He said, You always can give me some new tricks. Li Yang also thought that Qin Han is in praise of him. In his heart, he thought to himself, Do you want to think of some other words in the future to please Lord Qin? Qin Han swept a glance at the crowd. Elder Lei and Lan Xin stay, the rest of you leave. Nowadays, Qin Han's words, in the hearts of these Thunder Poison Island populace, were feared to be more effective than the holy decree. In a short while, the entire altar, the people have all left. Only Mrs. Kendo Pavilion Master and Lei Lao were left behind. At this moment, Lan Xin has been untied. The high priestess was dead, and the effect on her mind was gone. But when she thought of the absurdity of these days, she was so ashamed that it was hard for her to look at herself. Qin, young Master Qin, can I not go back? How can I still have the face to face my husband after doing such a thing? Qin Han, you're mind-controlled and can't help yourself, but you can't be blamed, your husband will understand. What's more, the high priest is dead, you don't even have a dependency here, you'll definitely have to move out from that golden house, and those who used to serve you will not be able to serve you anymore. Do you want to go hunting in the mountains with these people or marry a rough-handed hunter to have children with them to do the laundry? Lan Xian's face turned white as soon as she heard the consequences of staying behind. Many horrific scenes instantly surfaced in her mind. Then fine, I'll go back with you. Shinhan, isn't that right? Alright, you go back to the Golden House for a night first. When it's time to leave, I'll naturally go find you. Lan Xin left. Only Lei Lao remained on the altar. Shinhan, it's over. Once the high priest died, his forces naturally toppled from a sinking ship. After I helped support you tonight, I believe no one will dare to mess with you again. It's only a matter of time before you take control of Thunder Poison Island. Can we talk about the whereabouts of the treasure pearl now? Elder Lei clasped his fists towards Qin Han and made a genuine bow. This time, I'm grateful to young Master Qin for saving the lives of my family. I'll never forget the great kindness. Then he said, back then, that white four-legged serpent once again found my ancestor and said, if we want the treasure pearl back, if we have the guts, we should go to the Thunder Yuan realm, the abyss of the falling gods, and look for it. It also said that as long as my clan members bring the treasure staff over there, it would come out to meet with us on its own. Thunder Origin Realm? Falling God Abyss? Upon hearing these two place names, Qin Han's gaze condensed. The Thunder Yuan realm was the gathering place of thunder in all realms, with numerous species of extinguishing thunder inside, and it was a notorious dragon's den in all realms, with the falling god abyss being one of the most treacherous extinct places. As far as I can remember, there are countless ancient demons in the abyss of the fallen god. Even in the late stage of the game, not many players dared to go there. He didn't even dare to think about going to this place. Don't look at him, he has a lot of lightning resistance. But in the thunder elemental realm, he is afraid that even the weakest thunder can't withstand it. However, even if he has a full thunder resistance equipment, it would be impossible to get by without a heaven-breaking shuttle. Let's wait a little longer. When he has the sky-breaking shuttle in the future, I'll have a good time. After we send back Swordsman's wife and get the heaven-breaking stones, we'll be a few days away from combining them into a real heaven-breaking shuttle. It won't be long before we can combine them into a real heaven-breaking shuttle. Remember, during the novice stage, there is a chance to get the rest of the shuttle body and the core. Lei Lao sensed his words and carefully asked, young warrior Qin, could it be that this place is also difficult for you? Qin Han sniffed and turned back to his senses with a wave of his hand. It's a small matter, since you've already given me the information, it's considered clear between us. Go about your business. Saying that, he turned around and walked towards the direction of the Golden House. It was night. Qin Han sat on the roof of the room with his famous sword, Moonshadow, and letting it continue to draw on the power of the moonlight. It was a pity that, although the power of the famous sword Moonshadow was strong enough after it was fully unlocked, but once it's used up, it'll fall back into a blocked state. It can only reabsorb the power of the moon. This guy is now his most powerful move, so naturally he has to prioritize recharging it. With a sword in hand, in this novice period, no matter what dilemma he faced, he would be able to slice through it with a single slash. If only this guy's moves could be used infinitely, then with just this hand of stunts, he would be able to laugh at the world. I remember that a high-level map called Moon God's Palace seems to produce moon essence in the later stages. If I use moon essence to feed the famous blade Moonshadow, would the unlocking progress be a little faster? Without realizing it, the night was gradually getting deeper. Qin Han closed his eyes and gradually fell asleep. Gradually, some dew stained his body. The sky began to dawn. On the eaves of a nearby family's house, there stood a proud rooster. With its neck held high, it chirped towards the sky. On the lake of Yunlei, a stallion, seemingly tirelessly dragging a rope, runs back and forth across the water. Finally, the equipment under the water seems to have some changes. The steed's red eyes suddenly lit up and swiftly turned the horse's head and ran in the direction of the black-walled city. Qin Han had a dream, dreaming that he seemed to be pressed under a huge mountain and unable to catch his breath. He was desperately trying to escape, but to no avail. The feeling of being suffocated was very hard for him, and he woke up abruptly from his dream. When he opened his eyes, he saw a heavy armor thrown on his body. Next to the armor, the nightmare was staring at him with red eyes, looking at him curiously. On this scene, a different person would be scared to death. Fortunately, his mental quality was extremely strong and quickly adjusted his mood. Wagrass, this is the roof, how did you get up here? And this armor is filled up? His gaze came to the red Jiao magic armor. Seeing the passivity of its thunder pool, it was clear that it had reached 100%. Seeing this, Qin Han put away the magic armor with satisfaction and, with a wave of his hand, he also put away both the nightmare and the famous sword Moonshadow. With everything completed, it's time to bring this trip to Thunder Poison Island to a close. It's time to go and meet the Kendo Hall master. Turning over and going back to the house. However, he saw that Lan Xian had already packed her bags and was standing in the same place waiting for him. Is it time to go? Qin Han glanced at the bag behind her and, at the moment, the amethyst golem's indicator mark, glowing yellow, was. Obviously it was filled with golden things. It seemed that even if the high priestess was gone, there were some desires that would not disappear once they were aroused. This time when she went back, the Kendo Hall would probably change. Let's wait a little longer, and before we leave, we'll meet with Elder Lei again. Lan Xian sniffed and nodded gently, carrying her bag and sitting back in front of the opulent dresser. Looking at the gold jewelry, there was reluctance inside her eyes. Shin Han pushed the door and prepared to go downstairs, but saw Lei Lao but came to meet him. As soon as they met, they exulted, "Young warrior Qin, old man you're here, that's really great. I was really afraid that you would leave without saying a word. There are a few things that I'm giving to you on behalf of the entire Thunder Poison Island." Shin Han was a bit surprised. "What things? Is it important?" Elder Lei smiles and leads the way. "You'll know if you take a look." With that, he headed downstairs first. Behind him, Lan Xian saw this and also smoothly carried her bag and followed. The three of them went all the way downstairs and finally arrived in the hall on the first floor. As soon as they entered the room, Shin Han was shocked by the scene in front of him. In the middle of the hall, there were a bunch of big boxes. The lids were all open. Inside, there was a gold brick that had already been smelted. "These yellow and white things, on the island is a lot. Stay in our place is also useless. In the spirit of making the best use of things, these things, you can take it." Lan Xian looked at the room full of gold bricks and her face was full of envy. She had secretly taken so many things, but others didn't even open their mouths. But others, without even opening their mouths, had sent so many gold bricks. Shin Han didn't pay attention to Lan Xian's expression. "This thing, gold, is very useful. In the game, it's a kind of hard currency. There are too many places to use it in the future. He doesn't mind if there's more." Without any hesitation, with a wave of his hand, he took away all the gold. After decomposition, the backpack was filled with millions of gold coins. Lei Lao saw Shin Han accept the gold, his old face wrinkled into a chrysanthemum with a smile. It's good that he took it. This young warrior Qin is powerful, but he's very clear about his grudges. Accepting the gold is equivalent to a layer of good karma between them and Shin Han. In the future, if something happens to Thunder Poison Island, for the sake of this gift, young warrior Qin will be able to keep his hands off, right? With this strong man's help, the great things of the day, that is also a small matter. Alright, time to go, you guys take care. Collecting the gold, Shin Han waved his hand. He had already spent a lot of time on this Thunder Poison Island. Novice village, but there were more important things waiting for him to do. Lei Lao, young warrior Qin, that I wish you a bright future and smooth sailing in the days to come. Shin Han nodded. "You're old too, take care of your health, maybe we'll meet again in the future." With that, he took out the teleportation order and, with a pinch, in the next second, the familiar purple light door appeared in front of him. "Let's go, it's time to go back." Shin Han looked towards Lan Xian. Lan Xian nodded and stepped into the portal. Shin Han followed suit and entered. However, when he had just stepped in with one foot, he heard Elder Lei suddenly say, "However, before you leave, can you tell me what to do with that Liang? If you don't open your mouth, I don't dare to move him." Shin Han did not look back. He put down a sentence and went through the door. "No killing, no need." Looking at the disappearing portal, the Elder Lei repeated Shin Han's words in obedience and he couldn't help but nod his head repeatedly. Lai Yang leading the way in probing for news is atonement. Saving someone in danger is meritorious. But this person is insidious and cunning. His mind is hard to gauge. If he really uses it, it's easy to backfire. It's best if he doesn't use it. Well, give him a big mansion as a rich man. It is not a loss to him. Novice village, inside the villa. Shin Han and Lan Xian returned. Afterwards, he didn't go to the village chief's house and directly rode the nightmare and hoofed Lan Xian to the Kendo Hall. At this moment, since the transfer order was long gone, the originally bustling transfer site was not even filled with players. 2 disciples of the Kendo Hall with swords were guarding the door with boredom, yawning from time to time. Suddenly, the sound of horses' hooves rang out. A horse and 2 people roared to the door. The 2 disciples immediately woke up. Sweeping their eyes to look at the person on the horse, they exclaimed, "Madam! It's Madam!" Immediately after, one person went forward to receive the guide. One quickly went in to pass on the message. When Shin Han dismounted from his horse, just walked to the door, but saw a dozen Kendo Hall disciples walk out of the door. The person in the lead was holding a tray in both hands, on which was placed a gemstone emitting colorful light shaped like a drill, and a simple token with the name Sword Lodge written on it. He came to Shin Han's side and he opened his mouth and said, "Mr. Shin, our pavilion master already knows about the request you made. The pavilion master went out for a trip 3 days ago and left us here just to wait for you. The pavilion master said that if Mr. Shin is able to come back with his wife, he will let us hand over the heaven-breaking stone to you, and now, the heaven-breaking stone is here, so Mr. Shin can take it himself." Seeing this, Shin Han gently took the heaven-breaking stone from the tray. The heavy feeling in his hand caused him to be in a bit of a trance, and he had thought that the difficulty of obtaining the heaven-breaking stone would be very great. Even he had long been prepared to fight with the crowd of scholars, but did not expect this thing just so to hand. Heaven-breaking stone, the remnants of a supreme treasure. This is a 7-colored golden stone casting. In front of it, all the space barriers are virtually null and void. It is rumored that a great man used this item as a foundation, sifted through incomparably rare materials, and crafted a super treasure that could traverse infinite space. If the other components could be obtained, it might be able to revive its former glory. Looking at the heaven-breaking stone, Shin Han's heart couldn't help but feel excited. The treasure that no one had ever obtained in his last life was actually really obtained by him. With it, the days were not far away from forming a true skybreaker shuttle. On the side, seeing Shin Han receiving the heaven-breaking stone, that disciple added, "Sir, our pavilion master also said that if you are interested, you can take the other token down, and you can go to the Sword Lodge to look for him in the future, and there will be a great chance waiting for you then." Great chance? Sword Lodge? Shin Han's heart was startled again. This place, the Sword Lodge, was a scene after the novice period. Remembering that in his last life, there was never a single NPC to be seen there. Even players think that this place is just an ordinary scene only. But listen to the meaning of this disciple. Took this token, that plain and ordinary sword hut will produce chance. And that disciple especially emphasized a big word. This would have to make Shin Han look forward to it. Perhaps there really would be great benefits waiting for him at that time. With this in mind, Shin Han immediately took the token into his hands. On the side, the disciple nodded at him when he saw him accepting the 2 treasures, and, "Sir, I won't bother you then." With that, he led the crowd to flock Lon Xin back to the house. Outside the door, it was soon empty, and Shin Han rubbed his nose. This Sword Dao Hall's people, their style of acting, so strange. At the same time, a world notice popped up. Congratulations to player Shin Han for completing the epic level quest, rewarding him with 1 point of heavenly Dao value. As Shin Han is the first player to complete an epic level quest, an additional 1 point of heavenly Dao value is awarded. Shin Han glanced at the announcement and, in addition to the heavenly Dao value, he gently nodded his head and 2 more points of heavenly Dao value have arrived. Not bad. Speaking of which, players who can complete epic level quests in the novice stage are afraid to be rare. Let's not talk about anything else, just the intensity of that high priestess alone. If you don't have the Moon Shadow Sword, or any other high strength treasure, there's no way to fight. Even if others are fortunate enough to receive an epic quest, I'm afraid they won't have the strength to complete it. The thought flashed by. He mounted his nightmare and turned around to gallop towards the village chief's house. But when he had just arrived at the north of the village, he saw the village headman waiting on his crutches from afar. As soon as they met, the village headman revealed what he thought was a kind face. "Son, have you finished this time?" Shin Han. Isn't this a clear and obvious question? If the village chief didn't know the news, he could have run his ass to the north of the village to wait for him. You know, the north of this village, except for the days when the transfer was made. Nowadays, dogs don't even come. Patiently, Shin Han said, "It's done, I've got the Skybreaker stone, when are you going to the Blackstone domain? I'll break the spacetime barrier for you, so you guys can save your granddaughter. But you'd better be quicker time-wise, I'll give you a maximum of 2 hours, I can't spare any more." The village headman sniffed, then some difficulties. This. Child, truth be told, the time to go to the Blackstone domain may have to be postponed later. Shin Han froze, not saving your granddaughter? The village chief for the sake of it, hey, this is also something that cannot be helped, before we go around to people looking for experts, now have important things cannot get out of the way, so the manpower is insufficient, go and also not sure to save people. Before the village chief could even finish his words, a quest pop-up suddenly appeared in front of Shin Han. Epic quest, Chapter of Destiny, enter the Blackstone domain and rescue the village chief's granddaughter. Shin Han. Good lord, another epic level quest. Doesn't this epic level quest cost anything? What about the promised scarcity? However, even if the epic level quest in front of him was current, he didn't have any thoughts of taking it. He was already level 10, and had successfully obtained the captain's token. He could start the competition for the title. He had been delayed for a few days on Thunder Poison Island. According to the time estimate of his last life, the mission for the title competition should start at noon today. And that mission is the second super event after the transfer. The first place in the world. Not only will you get a high-ranking title, you'll also get a reward of 10,000 physique points. This mission is one of the things that Shin Han must accomplish. Not to mention an epic level mission, even if it was given in exchange for a supreme treasure, there was no way he would agree to it. Shin Han, isn't your son the master of the Blade Hall? Isn't he quite powerful, so why is he looking for foreign aid? Could it be that he still can't beat a walker? Seeing that Shin Han had no thoughts of taking the quest, the village chief became a bit anxious. Truth be told, with the information I have received, that walker is not very powerful, but the owner of that walker is a very powerful existence. Just the little child and those people from the sword pavilion are no match at all. Shin Han spread his hands, if your son can't even beat them, then there's nothing you can do, good luck. Looking at Shin Han's appearance, the village chief clenched his teeth and, how about this, son, just show some kindness and help out, this time, I can gather enough 100 gold coins to give you, okay? Shin Han. He's now raising the level of this village chief's stinginess once again. Nice guy. It's the same epic level quest. The other Kendo Hall master not only gave the super treasure component, but also a great opportunity. And look at the village chief. He didn't even finish his sentence, he just wanted to let himself be hooked, and he was afraid that in the end, he wouldn't give a penny. This person, for the sake of some benefits, is completely remembering to eat but not remembering to fight. Shin Han, I'm very busy, to tell you the truth, from now on, I guess I can't get away, later we'll be more and more busy, really don't have time to help you this favor. What's more, your son can't even manage to beat it, I'm afraid I can't do anything if I'm just a novice. You'd better hire someone else. The village chief was in a big hurry. Child, you are a god-level professional, besides it is estimated that people can do it. It doesn't matter if you are busy, this matter can be slowed down for a while, when you are empty later, then it is not too late to save Shin Han. At this time, he was very skeptical, to save is not the village chief's own granddaughter. Saving people is like putting out a fire, this kind of thing can actually be delayed? Seemingly seeing Shin Han's mind, the village chief explained, Child, I won't hide it from you, I've sent someone to inquire, someone has seen my granddaughter's figure in the devil's sacred ground in the Black Stone domain, so for the time being, there shouldn't be any accidents. Shin Han sniffed and secretly thought, Magic Holy Land? Another out-of-the-way term, I don't seem to have read any similar strategies in my last life, but listening to the name it should be a high-level map. It might even be possible to obtain something good. Since the village chief said there's no rush, let's take it and try it out first. It would be fine to go over and take a look when you really have some free time later on. However, the village chief's stingy behavior. It was really hard for him. Clenching his teeth, he resisted the temptation. Refuse. On the side, seeing Shin Han directly rejecting the mission, the village chief suddenly turned into a bitter melon. But he suddenly thought that he had 100 gold coins left. His face actually revealed a trace of joy. But then he thought of his granddaughter. The village chief's face immediately turned into a bitter melon again. Looking at the village chief's repeated horizontal jumps, Shin Han felt a sense of discomfort. This old man is a bit abstract. In the end, it seemed that the village chief still realized that his granddaughter was more than the object before he actually took a deep breath. Seems to have made a major decision. Looking at his expression, he seemed to want to cut off a piece of meat on his body. With difficulty, he said, Child, how about this, I'll give you 1,000 gold coins, plus a dark gold level equipment. This is already all I can offer, any more and I won't have any more. Have mercy on this old man of mine, and help me reluctantly, okay? As the village headman performed with a look of pain on his face, Shin Han, however, looked uninterested. Just this? Even a few tiles on Thunder Poison Island would cost more than this. Even a dog wouldn't want this kind of money. However, if the village chief could give some more treasures like the last high-level increase order, then he could reluctantly agree to it, but looking at the village chief's appearance, he could give some more treasures like the last high-level increase order. However, looking at the village chief's face, giving 1,000 gold coins and a dark gold level equipment is about to kill him, and he's afraid that he won't be able to force anything out today. I'm afraid he won't be able to force anything out today, since the mayor of the village took advantage of him last time. Then this time, you have to take the village chief a good pinch. He would like to see what good things he can force out of this old man's hands. Touching his nose, Shin Han said, Village chief, why don't you reconsider? Tell you what, I'm short on time, so give me the captain's welfare for a while, I have things to do later. The village chief sniffed, and seemed to have an idea. This captain's welfare, isn't it possible to countertake it? But Shin Han simply didn't give him a chance. If you don't want to give it, forget it, I won't force you. The captain's order, the game has long been rewarded to him. The captain's position is not much smaller than the village chief, and the multiple parties can't control his head. The so-called welfare. The so-called benefits are just the right to use the villa, the monthly salary, and other miscellaneous items. But with or without these things, he doesn't really care. As long as he has a captain's order, he can fight for his title. The rest is just minutiae. Shin Han turned around and mounted his horse. Seeing this, the village chief immediately came to his senses and he could not be stingy at this time. Son, I'll give you the captain's benefits here, and the matter of the mission's remuneration, we still have room for negotiation. You quickly come back. But this time, Shin Han walked away decisively and pressingly ignoring the village chief. With the speed of a nightmare coming and going like the wind, he quickly disappeared from the village chief's line of sight. In the original place, only leaving behind the village chief, who would be very hard to be. He stomped his feet fiercely and kept hitting his left and right hands, and, what's wrong with me? Why am I guilty of being stingy again? For the sake of my granddaughter, I can't be stingy again. Think about what to pay him. Poor thing, the little family belongings I've worked so hard to save are going to be less again. On the other side, Shin Han rode his nightmare and sped towards the south of the village. His destination was in a place called Qingyun Peak in the level 10 wilderness area. Coincidentally, that place was just a little bit ahead of the Archer test point. On the road, when he passed by the bison grassland, I saw that the grassland was quiet. There was not a single player. Suddenly thought of something. opened a private message and sent a private message to Li Ran. Where are you three? In the middle of the sheep graveyard. When Li Ran saw this message, the tears almost flowed out of his eyes. Boss, you've finally spoken. If you're free, can you come and save us? On the grassland. Shin Han watched Li Ran's complaint and immediately cried and laughed. Ever since the Savage Bull Commander was refreshed, it has been coiled in the grasslands, has been entrenched in the grassland. Moreover, the location. It was right at the entrance of the sheep tomb. It just so happened that when it was refreshed, a large number of players had gathered in the sheep tomb. Once these players left the tomb, they would be attacked. After a few more unlucky players died, the players no longer dared to go out. The rest of the players spent their days in the goat tomb like years. They drank sheep's blood when they were thirsty and ate raw meat when they were hungry. The people of Peak Cave had tears in their eyes when they saw them. Boss, there's that Lulu, that's really miserable. Was beaten by the Savage Bull Commander with half of his life left. If it wasn't for Lumaniac and I stepping forward to lend a hand to save him, he's afraid that he would have already become that old bull's dish. However, because of the injury and the lack of timely treatment, that Lulu's bones have grown deformed. I'm afraid that even if he recovers from his injury, he won't be able to change back. On Nightmare. Shin Han returned a sentence. Alright, I know, I'll be there in about 5 minutes, you guys hurry up and come out, I have something to explain. Li Ran was overjoyed. Boss, you're really coming, then we're saved. Closing the private message. Shin Han quickly sped towards the front. This grassland that was so large for normal people was now pitifully small under the iron hooves of the Nightmare that had increased its speed by a large margin. In the blink of an eye, he had almost reached the center of the area. From afar, Shin Han could see a savage bull perched in the wilderness with a house-like tall body, very appalling. At this moment, Savage Bull Commander also saw Shin Han. His eyes instantly showed a strong killing intent. These two-legged beasts really don't have a long memory. After killing so many of them, they still dare to come forward. I'll take this guy in front of me. Let's take this guy in front of us as today's lunch. Dang, 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 dang. A sound of the ground shaking resounded. The Brute Bull Commander stood up and, towards Shin Han's direction, he charged sharply. Judging from its speed, it was afraid that it wanted to smash the other party into mush. According to its past experience, when those two-legged beasts saw it charging over, they would definitely have to run away at the first moment. It has already thought of the scene of the other party fleeing for their lives. Hunting the two-legged beasts, just think of it as a small activity before lunch. But the next second, it saw that the other party was not only not afraid, but the next moment, it saw that the other party was not only not afraid, but also raised its longbow. Aiming from a distance, the Bull Commander was disdainful. He has seen the arrows of those two-legged beasts. They couldn't even pierce his skin. He dared to shoot when he was charging. He really doesn't know what he's doing. But, immediately after that, the bow and arrow in the other party's hands condensed into a ball of energy arrow. Whoosh! The arrow flew towards the Savage Bull Commander. In its eyes, the arrow's flight path was reflected in its eyes. Poof! The Savage Bull Commander didn't even have time to react. An arrow was inserted into its left eye. In an instant, a terrifying damage of up to 60,000 points floated up. The Savage Bull Chief's head was instantly emptied of blood. Its eyes went black. Its huge body collapsed to the ground. You've killed the Savage Bull Chief. Your experience value has increased by 7,861 points. At the same time, the chat area of the two villages also resounded with announcements. Congratulations to player Shin Han for killing the Savage Bull Commander, rewarded with +1 physique point. As soon as the message came out, the next village was in mourning. The elite monsters and chief monsters that Shin Han had killed before, they hadn't seen them before, and they could even develop the spirit of ostrich and speculating that the other party had used a special method to kill it. But the Savage Bull Commander is different. This thing has been roaming the grasslands. No one in the village is a match for him. They've tried everything to kill it. But now, reality has finally hit them in the face. The elite monster that was incomparably terrifying to them was finally killed by that Shin Han. This time, no one had any more flukes. Shin Han was able to kill the Savage Bull Commander while we couldn't defeat the Savage Bull Commander. Doesn't that mean that he alone was able to exterminate our village? As soon as these words came out, the entire 110755 novice village chat area instantly fell into a deathly silence. An unprecedented fear lingered in everyone's heart. Unlike the next village, 688 novice village was in a state of jubilation. The Savage Bull Commander has been killed by Big Brother Shin Han, the novice village's one evil has finally been eliminated, and we low-level players will be able to continue to brush monsters and upgrade in the bison grasslands from now on. Speaking of which of you witnessed such an important moment? Aren't there so many players trapped in the sheep tomb? They're the closest, so they should have been able to witness Big Brother Shin Han's valor when he killed the Savage Bull Commander, right? Players in the goat tomb. This is embarrassing. Just missed it. Yeah, you guys are really trash. You don't dare to go out and look at such an important moment. No, you guys wait, since the notice was just triggered, isn't that the same as saying that Big Brother Chin Han is in the grasslands at this moment, or even near the sheep tomb? As soon as these words came out, the entire sheep tomb saw the players suddenly go crazy and they rushed out of the area like they didn't want to die. The Savage Bull Commander is dead. They could go back to their village and have a look at Chin Han's heroic appearance. No matter what, it's a fatal attraction for them. It wasn't long before almost all the players from the sheep tomb poured out of the cave. On the first floor of the sheep's tomb, only Lulu, whose wounds had not yet healed, stretched out his hands in despair. His mouth muttered, "Why no one to save me?" Outside, by the time everyone had gone out, Chin Han had long since collected the barbarian bull commander's corpse and the things that had burst out, and sped forward a distance, and he then put away his nightmare and dismounted his horse. Sitting behind a piece of long grass half a person high, he completely hid his figure. Not long after, 3 greasy-haired, bearded men appeared in front of him and, seeing the handsome Chin Han, 3 people were immediately filled with excitement. "Li Ran, I haven't seen you for a few days. Boss's elegance is even better than before. I'm really happy for you." "Li Hao, I remember from the time we came out to now, it's only a few minutes. The boss can even kill the Savage Bull Commander that gives everyone a headache in such a period of time. The strength is really heavenly." Lu Maniac saw that both of them were kissing ass. He also wanted to form a word, but he didn't have any ink in his stomach. After opening his mouth, he finally said, "Good day, boss." Chin Han stood up and glanced at the 3 of them. "There's no need to flatter. Now that the webtoon crisis has also been lifted, you guys should hurry up and practice leveling in the future, as well as the things I explained. Always remember to collect them. In addition to the previous tasks, there is another important task that you guys must complete within January. The list I will then send to Li Ran. This mission is very important. Make sure to complete it." When the 3 of them heard this, their bodies instantly tightened. Since the boss had said so, then it must be something super important. The 3 of them immediately said, "Don't worry boss, I guarantee to complete the mission." Chin Han, "Good, I'll wait for your good news. Also, you guys split these things. Remember, after taking the things, in terms of rank, you must surpass everyone in the next village." Saying that, just as Chin Han waved his hand, a bunch of flowery and green equipment appeared on the ground all of a sudden. The eyes of the 3 of them went straight as they watched. "Boss, are these for us?" Only on the ground. The most inferior ones were all blue equipment. There were even some golden jewelry and other equipment. What's even more exaggerated is that there are actually 500 gold coins on the side. There is also a whole set of golden suits stacked on top. Look at the attributes, simply make people greedy. Brute set, golden set, divided into helmet, armor, knee armor, boots, and weapon. 5-piece set. The overall attributes were very tantalizing. The attack, 50. Defense, 300. Blood, 500. Blood recovery per second, 10. Movement speed increased by 10%. Attack speed increased by 20%. Physique requirement, 50. These things, in Chin Han's opinion, were no different from garbage. Could be the strength of the player right now. This set of equipment is simply crushing. Players have 10 points of constitution to have 1 point of attack power. The average level 5 player, the attack power is only a poor 5 points only. White plate weapons give attack, generally within 10 points. Blue equipment is within 20 points. Gold equipment is in about 50 points. If you have a black face, some players have even less than 30 points of attack power from their gold equipment. This set of equipment is almost the limit that a level 5 golden equipment can reach. With the brutal explosion rate of the everlasting game, this equipment, even at the end of the novice, in the average player group, could be considered an extreme product. However, for Chin Han, with the increase in goodies, the storage grids were becoming more and more insufficient. Sooner or later, if these things were left behind, they would be material to throw away. Giving a few of his men some strength to replenish their strength would also allow them to work better part-time. This money you guys keep to collect materials, equipment pick and choose. If you've been given the stuff, you'll have to work hard for me. After speaking, Chin Han summoned Nightmare, flew onto his horse, and galloped towards the depths of the wilderness area. Looking at Chin Han's faraway back, Li Ran sighed, "Boss can be really busy. It seems like every time I see him, he has something going on." Lu Maniac, that's for sure. How else could he be so powerful? The old one's business is not something we can guess blindly. Li Hao, right now, how are we going to divide all these equipment given by the boss? There's only one golden set. Which one of us is going to use it? Lu Maniac, how about drawing lots? Whoever catches it will use it? Li Hao, that's good. I always have good luck. Lu Maniac, hee, my old Lu family has several hundred years of royal luck. Can my luck be bad? The ancestors will bless me. Li Ran, on the other hand, winks, doesn't matter. Anyway, the 3 of us are upgrading together. The experience is almost equally divided. Whoever wears the equipment will be at the top as a meat shield to resist pressure. Lu Mania, I think it's better to take turns. All experience what it's like to be a meat shield. Li Hao, brother Lu is right. On the other side, Qin Han, who was riding on his horse, suddenly remembered that he still had 2 high-level increase tokens on him. He was thinking of finding 2 new subordinates when he has time, but recently, he has been so busy that he forgot about it. Forget it, let it be. Anyway, this increase order can be used even in the middle and late stages of the Dao. 3 subordinates will be enough for now. In the middle of the wilderness, Qin Han passed through several wilderness areas in succession. Level 2, Level 3, Level 4, and even Level 5 wilderness areas could see some players brushing monsters. Although it was a struggle for the players to kill one monster at a time, and if they weren't careful, they would be injured and die, these people were still tenacious and strong. But these people were still fighting tenaciously. It reminded him of the days of his last life, when he was a novice. Humans' ability to adapt can be really fast. In the previous modern society, people who didn't dip their fingers in the water abounded, and there were even people who fought from a young age to the point where they hadn't even killed a chicken, but now they were able to fight against those fierce beasts. Continuing along the wild area, the further in you go, the higher the level of the monsters. Gradually, the players could not be seen either. Slowly, he arrived at the halfway point of the mountain where he was assessed when he entered the game. The archery training ground was still there, but the archer instructor was nowhere to be seen. The surroundings were empty, without a trace of popularity. After completing the novice assessment, the mentor became a free agent, and should have gone to some advanced map now. A thought flashed through his mind. Qin Han continued to walk forward, but when he had just taken a few steps, he saw a few words written on a nearby green stone. Don't forget your promise, we will meet again in the coming day, board gourd. The corner of Qin Han's mouth hooked into a smile and, it seems that the tutor knew I was coming. But don't worry, I, Qin Han, will never give up on a mission I take on. In the future, I will definitely reunite you two. Anyways, you're also my future subordinate. Riding the nightmare, he arrived in front of the welcome pine. At this moment, the sky was clear and crisp. The mountains in front of them were rolling. The top of the mountain where the archery test was conducted can only be considered moderate among them. But if you look straight ahead, you can see a mountain that is sticking straight up into the sky, standing proudly amongst the mountains, looking like a crane, standing out from the rest. It seemed to stand out from the rest and was extraordinary. There it is. The location of the title fight. The title fight. Usually when a player gets a captain's position, the village chief will give the captain's benefits. The village chief would then give the player the benefits of being a captain, and the village chief would give him information and locations to fight for the title. But as he was reborn, he naturally didn't need the village chief to mention it. This place gathers all the captains of the strongest villages in the heavens who have reached the 10th level. It can be said that any one of these people is an elite amongst the 10,000. In his last life, when he went in, he was ranked around 90 million. And in this life, his goal must be the first place. Eternal life game title, Imperial Duke, Marquis, Uncle, Son, and Male. This time, the title competition. The third degree is released. Earl, Viscount, Baron. First class, Earl, with only one position, ranked first can obtain. Second rank, Viscount, with 10 positions, 2nd through 11th place can be acquired. Third gear, Baron, 50 positions, ranked in order. In other words, the knighthoods released by the heavens this time were only 61, so it could be said that they were incredibly rare. But the rarer it was, the more it emphasized the importance of the knighthood. As the saying goes, village boy, town, city uncle. This is not only about power, but also about territory. The lowest level of Baron can be given a piece of territory by the game that exists in high latitude space and is absolutely safe. This type of territory, incomparably safe, hiding inside, even ordinary supreme gods had no way to get in. The Baron's territory was roughly the size of an ordinary village. Don't look at it as a small place, but for this tiny territory, it was impossible for someone to even think of exchanging it for a supreme treasure. In terms of power, even a small Baron would be able to walk across the board in the game units of the heavens. A small character at the level of a village chief would be as humble as a mole in front of a baron. Not to mention viscounts and counts. One step to the top of the knighthood, not only the territory expansion, power and some benefits, are incomparable. There is also a very important point. Once you have a knighthood, it's the same as being recognized by the game and having the right to independence. Let's say for example, even if all the Blue Star players perished at this moment, including the 688 villages that were destroyed, but as long as they have a title, they won't be penalized. This is the same as plucking out the knighthood owner alone and becoming a separate power. However, following the game progression of most players, the benefits received would be much greater. Even if he got the knighthood, Qin Han wouldn't easily use his independent rights. Looking at Qing Yun peak in the distance with a glance, Qin Han put away his nightmare and, leaping down towards the mountain, Green Cloud Peak, standing tall and lofty, straight into the clouds. From the foot of the mountain, it is simply unattainable. The good thing is that from the foot of the mountain, there is a spiral upward path for people to walk on. Only, sweeping his eyes, every few steps along the way, he could see a minotaur holding a wolf tooth stick. These minotaurs were not big. These minotaurs weren't big in size, and were only about 10 centimeters taller than the average person. These minotaurs are not that big, and are only about 10 centimeters taller than the average person, but they have a full body of tendon meat, which makes them look very bad. These minotaurs are level 10 monsters. These minotaurs were all level 10 monsters, typical monsters with high blood and thick defense. In his last life, he thought that there might be a benefit to being on the path. So he foolishly took his sword and killed all the way up. But this Qingyun peaked top, then he imagined a lot higher. That day, he from the early morning, has been killed until the sun sets, only to arrive at the top of the peak. Although the experience given was quite rich, allowing him to rise 1.5 levels. But that miserable experience of not blinking and mechanically hacking and slashing all the time almost made him depressed. In this life, wouldn't go back to doing something like that kind of fool. Raising his head, he glanced at the sky, only to see Qin Han make a sprint and his body jumped up high and, like a cannonball, he scurried to a position of more than 20 meters. Swiftly continuing to use his strength to stomp, he once again went up more than 20 meters and, it wasn't long before he was halfway up the mountain. A thin cloud had begun to appear in the surroundings. The air also suddenly lowered. Looking back down, the earth seems to have become so small. Taking a deep breath, Qin Han continued to climb hard. He was getting closer and closer to the peak. Suddenly, he turned over. He arrived at the platform at the peak. It's a 100-meter square circular platform. There is no guardrail around it. In the middle of the platform, a minotaur, nearly 3 meters tall, wearing a silver armor, with 2 big braids. Behind him was tied a thick iron chain, the other end of which was hung on the iron buckle in the center of the platform. At the moment, it was holding a stone axe, and with a pair of bull eyes, it was staring curiously at Qin Han. Finally, someone has come. I've stayed up here long enough, old ox. Come on, let's fight, either I get you killed or you get me killed. As the words fell, an old ox charged up. This bastard is extremely fast, he doesn't even think about breaking, he has his own chains to protect him from falling down. But Qin Han didn't have any chains on him. If he was really hit, he would fall directly from the 10,000-meter high sky. Even with his current blood level, if he falls from such a high place, I'm afraid that if he doesn't die, he'll be half mutilated, and may even trigger his professional passive. At the critical moment, he dodged to the side. The Minotaur saw that he missed. Grinning, hey, dodge quite fast but you can dodge the first day, can still dodge the 15th? Qin Han. This one's a certified monster for the knighthood competition. The only way to officially enter the test is to kill it. It's not a high level, a level 10 elite monster. It's not difficult for a top professional player of the same level to kill it. But, the worst thing about this place is the unprotected platform. If you're not careful, you'll fall. In his last life, he suffered a lot of losses on this old bull, and he escaped death several times before he was able to kill it. But now, it was different. Only Qin Han narrowed his eyes and, staring at the iron chain with great interest. What would happen if I cut off your chains? The Minotaur sniffed, emboldened. This iron chain is made of 1,000-year-old basalt iron. It's not that I'm looking down on you. As far as those broken copper and iron on your body are concerned, I'm afraid that you can't even make a white mark. As he spoke, he even charged up again. Is that so? In a split second, he saw Qin Han open his bow and, that defense-ignoring deicide bow, worthy of being a divine weapon, only heard a ding. The so-called 1,000-year-old iron was as brittle as paper. It broke right away. The Minotaur who was charging turned his head and looked. He was scared out of his wits. The whole body slammed down on the ground, with an extremely strange posture sliding forward. In the end, it stopped at the corner of the platform. At this moment, it, no longer the arrogance of the previous. Eyes closed, the entire body of the bull, shivering. Behind him, Qin Han said with a smile, why don't you stop fighting? Where did the might of just now go? Get up. I've heard that your Oxhead clan are all fearless warriors. What's wrong with you? Paralyzed with fear? How about I push you down? The Minotaur sniffed, and waved his hand in fear. Don't, I'm wrong, please don't push me. While saying that, its body started to move towards the center of the platform while its mouth was still chanting the words, I'll clean you up when Grandpa I get to safety. Seeing this, Qin Han copied up his bow and arrow and 2 more energy arrows accurately pierced through the Minotaur's back heart. 2 lines of horrifying damage of up to 60,000 points popped up. This is because the blood quantity of this thing is not low. At this moment also to silk blood, this is still Qin Han did not use voodoo. This is still the case that Qin Han did not use the voodoo beads. Otherwise, together with the toxic damage, 2 arrows down, this guy must be hiccups. Finally, under the fear of heights and the threat of death, Minotaur completely gave in. I'm wrong, I really realize my mistake, I admit defeat. I'll give you what you want. Qin Han's gaze suddenly turned cold and, I can get it just as well if I kill you. The Minotaur trembled, no, I can give you other benefits, please don't kill me. Qin Han, that depends on your sincerity. Minotaur, I can give you the treasure I got by chance, I believe you will definitely be satisfied. With that, he saw the Minotaur digging around on his body for a while and, in the end, surprisingly, he took out a token. And a black-colored bead. Take it, take it. Seeing this, Shinhan quickly stepped forward and took the two things into his hands. The token was a teleportation order, which could directly arrive at a copy of the knighthood contest. The blackened beads, on the other hand, it's a treasure. Water-resistant bead, a special item. With this bead, you can walk on 3,000 waters as if they were flat. Put it in your backpack and it will take effect. Seeing the bead, Shinhan finally nodded with satisfaction. This Minotaur was actually the title fight, one of the more important links that, if you kill it, you will at most get a teleportation order, but chopping off its chains, making it afraid, and then cripple it so that the other party admits defeat, you'll get a water-repellent pearl. This pearl is very important in the test. It can give the possessor an advantage at a critical time. Seeing that Shinhan took the item and didn't leave, the Minotaur worriedly said, I've already given you the item, why don't you leave? Do you want to change your mind? Shinhan glanced at him and directly crushed the token. A bronze door appeared. He didn't delay and quickly stepped inside. This Minotaur was a quest monster. He had already gotten the item. Killing it would at most give him some experience, not much benefit. The key is, the real identity of the Minotaur is a map in the middle and late stages, a key NPC in the beast race. Let it go today, and then encounter it again in the future, to be able to trigger a hidden map. There can be a lot of benefits in it. This water-resisting bead was said to have been gotten from that hidden map. Passing through the portal, Shinhan arrived in a familiar passageway. This passage was 200 meters wide and 5 kilometers long. In this depth, at a glance, one could see monsters with various weapons scattered everywhere. Minotaur, goat-headed monsters, centaurs, dog heads, and so on. There are about 1,000 of them. At this moment, a small screen appeared in the upper right corner of Shinhan's line of sight and the knighthood scramble has begun for 15 minutes. Kill the monsters, get the treasures, and earn points for passing the test. The event lasts for 10 days, the list will be finalized after 10 days, and the higher the ranking, the more likely you will receive a knighthood. Please work hard to gain points and succeed in obtaining a knighthood. Subsequently, the screen transformed and a points ranking appeared. It showed the points of all the players who had entered this place, according to the information that he knew from his previous life. After the finalization of the ranking, as long as the players ranked in the top 61, they would all be able to obtain a knighthood reward. At this moment, the player who ranked first was called Dusty Tide, with 900 points. This person is known to Shinhan. One of the 6 pinnacle forces in the universe, he was born with a sword body, a saint-level profession, and has a supreme sword in his hand. In the final battlefield, this person overpowered a number of veteran powerhouses and became a supreme god. Ranked second is Jiang Ningxue, with 899 points. In third place is Serena, with 898 points. This person is from one of the top magic families in the universe, and was born with an extremely high affinity for magic, and is rumored to be a reincarnation of the god of law. Her last life was also very good. Shinhan looked down the leaderboard. The ones in the front of the list were all a holy level profession, and hidden profession gainers. There was no difference from his last life. However, in the 30th place, there was someone who caught Shinhan's eye. Feng Chenjie. This person didn't even make the list in his last life, right? It seems like this person wasn't famous at all in the late game. The only thing that made him famous was his father, the Demon Emperor, one of the later supreme gods. Back then, after the Demon Emperor became a supreme god, he had looked for the ancient witch queen to do a battle, and that battle was very dark, but in the end, no one was able to help anyone. But I heard that the reason why the Demon Emperor was looking for the ancient sorceress to fight seemed to be because Feng Chenjie was suspected to have been killed by the ancient sorceress in the novice village. Oh, I see. Shinhan suddenly reacted. It should be because he had killed the ancient witch empress in this life, causing the other party's strength not to grow. That's why Feng Chenjie was allowed to escape. Counting on it, I even saved him. I'm his savior, right? If I'm lucky enough to meet him, it wouldn't be too much to collect some protection money, right? Narrowing his eyes, Shinhan continued to browse the leaderboards. He was currently ranked a billion places away with a figure of 0 points. It's time to move. If we delay any longer, the ranking will go even lower. Only to see Shinhan summon the nightmare and hurriedly killing towards the opposite side. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Wherever he passed, the various monsters in front of him all collapsed. None of them could hold on to an arrow. A copy of the knighthood test. There are only 9 levels in total. 9 maps. This is the first level. Inside the map are ordinary monsters. One monster is 1 point. If you clear the first map, theoretically, you can get 1,000 points. This is also the easiest level. As long as you don't have bad eyesight. You missed the monsters. Almost all of the participants were able to get full points. The speed of the nightmare, coupled with Shinhan's shooting speed, the monsters in front of them fell like wheat. The monsters here almost didn't explode equipment, except for some special equipment and items. However, the experience they gave was rich. Together with the experience gained from killing the savage bull chief earlier, Shin Han was halfway to the top. Halfway there, Shin Han had risen to level 11. The killing continues. His ranking was also rising. 1 billion, 100 million rankings, 10 million ranks, 1 million places. By the time he reached the end of the level, the ranking had come to within 10,000 places. The number of points was also fixed at 1,000. The same as him. The points of the top 10,000. All of them had reached 1,000 at this moment. This was another feature of the title points. This is another feature of the title points, the same points, the first to reach the top. In the previous generation when the list was set, there were many people whose points almost overlapped. Ahead is a light door. Once inside, we're at the second level. After repeating that the points were determined to be 1,000 full points, the Shin Han rode the nightmare and directly rushed into the second level. This is a place. An endless desert. A stone monster was lying on the ground like a puddle of rubble. Shin Han raised his hand and shot an arrow. A red damage of around 6,700 appeared. On the ground, the original puddle of rubble suddenly began to gather and it slowly formed a 5-story tall, gray-colored stone monster. On its flattened head, eyes shaped like green beans were staring at Shin Han. Boom! 2 giant hands like sledgehammers clasped together, ruthlessly smashing towards Shin Han. Shin Han detoured with his horse and, raising his bow and arrow, he kept firing. More than 6,700 points of damage continued to appear. Stone Crystal Commander, level 11 elite monster. Blood quantity, 3.6 million. A normal elite monster's blood level is more than 100,000 at most. But this kind of replica monsters, they were all dynamically enhanced according to his strength. With his god-level professions passive, this thing was estimated to have been enhanced about 30 times. Stone Crystal monsters, immune to toxin damage. Normal physical damage is also greatly weakened. Luckily, he has the regicide bow that ignores defense, so it's not that hard to fight. The only weak point of the Stone Crystal Commander is in the core behind him. Only by hitting that place will he be able to deal fatal damage. Shin Han quickly circled around his body. The crystal monster is very slow. By the time he got behind him, Rock Crystal Monster only turned half a circle. Behind the Stone Crystal Monster, there was a round crystal that was emitting a ghostly blue light. This is the moment. Only to see him raise his hand and fire continuously, his hands were almost pulling out residual shadows. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A dozen arrows in a row. Each arrow hit the crystal. A horrible yellow damage of about 67,000 kept popping up, and the monster's blood level began to fall rapidly. The monster's blood level began to drop rapidly. Under the pain, the Stone Crystal Monster wanted to counterattack, but under the speed of the nightmare, the monster had no power to fight back. The regicide bow that ignored defense, coupled with the super speed of the nightmare, and the terrifying attack power of Shin Han. In less than a minute, a wailing sound was heard. The entire monster's corpse collapsed. On the spot, leaving behind 1,000 gold coins, and a piece of core emitting an ethereal glow. You have killed the level 11 elite monster Stone Crystal Commander. Your experience has increased by 18,623 points, and you have gained 1,000 points. The bountiful experience was even close to that of a level 20 golden eagle. Coupled with the experience given at the back of the first level, directly allowed him to rise another level. Experience is sufficient. Is it time to upgrade? Use the 10-fold increase card to upgrade. At the same time, Shin Han's ranking on the scoreboard. Hurricane came to the first place. Shin Han, 2,000 points. And below him, everyone else's points, the highest was only 1,000 points. At this very moment, his great name was once again displayed in front of these heavenly prides of the major powers in the universe. Congratulations to player Shin Han for being the first to level up to level 11, rewarding him with +1 physique point. Congratulations to player Shin Han for being the first to kill the elite monster Stone Crystal Commander, rewarded with +1 constitution. Congratulations to player Shin Han for taking the lead in leveling up to level 12, rewarded with physique +1. Within the chat areas of the two villages, Shin Han's announcements rang out one after another. 688 village, the players became more and more energized but felt that it was only natural that Shin Han's presence had set a superb example for them. Everyone's morale was gradually rising, even if none of them had actually seen Shin Han's face. But the other party's status in the hearts of the 688 village players continued to climb. There was an episode. After collecting the equipment given by Shin Han, Li Rant's trio passed by the sheep tomb and happened to see Lulu. They brought him back to the village. This action, directly while Lulu touched by the clatter, and volunteered to wait for him to heal his wounds, and took the initiative to say that when he healed his wounds will definitely bring 3 people to practice. The 3 of them laughed and didn't take it seriously. They have a high-level increase order, plus the boss to give the golden suit. Lulu, if you add in, that is not to add to the chaos. It's nothing to delay them, but delaying the boss's business, it's over. After that, the correction is finished. The 3 of us who have returned to the wild area, especially Lu Maniac, who has been hiding his name. Especially has been hiding the name of the Lu Crazy in the wild area, put on the gold suit given by Chin Han. Burnt bag look, making a few passing players think he was Chin Han and they asked for his autograph. Lu Maniac explained again and again, people also firmly. The reason is very simple, on your equipment, absolutely can be proud of the entire novice village, you and hide the name, in addition to the big brother Chin Han, I cannot think of who can still be so powerful. Lu Maniac didn't dare to reveal his name, so he could only sneak out of the way. When he arrived in the dark, he directly took off his golden suit and said he didn't want to wear it again. And 110755 Novice Village. Ever since Chin Han started upgrading, he has been out of control. Now he has far surpassed the first place Li Fei. These people, from the arrogance of the past, they've fallen straight to the dust. The village chat area is no longer as lively as it used to be. However, these people are from a martial arts civilization and have their own arrogance. Nowadays, a lot of people have started practicing hard, and even stayed in the field for food and shelter. This also led to the fact that on the leveling list, apart from Chin Han and his 3 subordinates, as well as those few professionals, the leveling gap between the rest of the people was widening instead. Knighthood scrambling replicas. Among the countless copies of, looking at Chin Han's name on the leaderboard, many people's faces changed abruptly. Dust Tide had long since entered the 2nd level and, after a fierce battle, he finally killed the Stone Crystal Commander and, finally killed, with my strength, and the Supreme Treasure, the 2nd level, I should still be number 1, according to this knighthood competition, I will definitely be able to overwhelm all the heavenly talents and become number 1. This title battle, I have spent a lot of money to buy NPCs, know a lot of news, once you get the first, that reward is rich, far beyond imagination. I just don't know if that Chin Han has come in at this moment. Inwardly, he had always been unconvinced by the name that had appeared the most times in the world notices. Even if the other party had gotten the unique occupation, he still wanted to have a real fight with them. When he passed the first level, he specifically looked at the top 100 names in the rankings, many familiar names, but Chin Han's name was not among them. Chin Han, if you miss out on this competition, you will surely regret it for the rest of your life. Muttering a few words to himself, the Dusty Tides raised his head and called out the scoreboard. But after taking a look, the eyes were abruptly startled. It's Chin Han. He's actually number 1 in points? Obviously coming in after him, yet he was able to rush to number 1 so quickly. It seems that this god-tier profession really lives up to its name. The shock in Dust Tide's eyes flickered slightly, and was replaced instead by a fighting spirit that was high. Since the opening, this is considered to be my first fight against the geniuses of the gods, and Chin Han's arrival has finally made me feel a hint of pressure. Let's fight. Let's see which one of us can be the first to get first place. Collecting the items that had exploded, Dust Tide continued towards the next level. After him, those heavenly talents of the gods, they killed the Stone Crystal Commander one after another. The 3rd place was Jiang Ningxue. 4th place was Serena. There weren't many variables, except for Chin Han, who was a variable that caused their rankings to collectively drop by 1 place. But unfortunately, because of the dynamic enhancement of the monsters, being physically powerful on their own was no longer an advantage here. The only thing that can be of use is the career increase and equipment increase, and combat experience. Even if Feng Qianjie came in early, in the first level of Desperately Rampage, coupled with the first level of monsters are not strong, so he was lucky to be among the first level of the monsters. The first level of the monsters are not strong. That's why he was lucky to be among the top. But this time, when he encountered the elite monsters, he was defeated. Even though the good equipment of the entire novice village was piled on top of him, he faced the Stone Crystal Commander, which was a tough opponent, but also made him burnt out. In the end, although he killed it, his speed was much worse. Ranking he dropped to over 130. Grandma, too humiliating. Old me at least is also a demon emperor bloodline. If this matter spreads out, my old man is afraid to get me killed. It's all because of that bunch of stupid low-level demons. If they give a little bit of effort, this emperor can at least get a saint-level profession as a pawn. As the saint-grade profession powerhouses at the front of the line had killed the stone crystal monsters, after the points came to 2000, the rest of them had gradually powered up. With Feng Qianjie as the start of the top professional players, after some drawn-out battles, had killed the stone crystal monsters. But when it comes to the advanced professions, they're not so lucky. Those who are able to come here are all geniuses in their home world. Their natural constitution points are much stronger than other players. But because the monsters here are all dynamically enhanced, their innate strength is useless. In the game of eternity, in the dynamic copy, the strength of novice players, ordinary top professional players, able to face elite-level monsters without losing the wind, have the strength to single-handedly kill elite monsters of the same level. Ordinary senior professional players, want to defeat elite monsters, must risk their lives to have a certain probability of killing. Therefore, from this level onwards, the advanced profession players started to die. However, there were also more people who, in the face of danger, managed to kill the Stone Crystal Commander. After this group of people managed to pass the level, There was also a group of people who were facing the terrifying stone crystal leader as if they were facing an insurmountable gulf. These people, they were all intermediate-level professional players. Outside, they could rely on their native talent that exceeded most people's, put together some high-level equipment, or even find someone to help them, and barely manage to kill the elite monsters. But here, the original talent was useless, and without help. Those of them who faced the Stone Crystal Commander were like facing an insurmountable monster. It's like facing an insurmountable gully. This battle can't be considered a deathmatch. It's like a world-class champion fighting a first-grade student with his bare hands. The probability of passing. I'm afraid I can't even pick one out of a billion people. 99.9% of the intermediate professional players stopped here and chose to give up. Their points were stuck at 1,000 points. There were only a few lucky ones, who had spent all their luck in their lives to, dodged countless attacks, and managed to grind the Stone Crystal Commander to death. But even so, their path had completely come to an end. Because the third level was another boss, an alpha-level boss, another chieftain-level boss that increased dynamically with the player's own level and strength. It was a golden boss standing on an endless green grassland. It was a golden centaur with a silver bow and arrow. This centaur's body wasn't very big, only 2 or 3 times larger than a normal person. At the moment, it was slowly strolling on the grassland. It looked harmless, but when Chin Han saw it, a trace of undetectable fear rarely appeared in his eyes. In his last life, with his top-tier profession, he had heckled his way to this level, and this centaur, with its fast speed, or long-range attack, was extremely difficult to deal with. In a one-on-one situation, it was the alpha monster that players were most reluctant to face. Back then, he used every means at his disposal and tried his best to grind for a day and a night. He had to grind for a day and a night before he was able to kill this monster. But after killing the centaurs, his body was also severely injured and the last healing medicine in his hand was gone. He could only retreat in despair. This is where his path ends. His ranking was only 90 million. That battle was one of the most impressive battles in his memory. At that time, he hadn't been in the game for very long, and his combat experience wasn't as good as that of the heavenly powers. In terms of equipment, he was also no match for those people. Countless times, under the attack of the centaurs, he faced life and death crises. But this life is different. The path that was impossible in the past. This time, I must go to the end. Chin Han's sharp gaze looked towards the centaurs in the distance. The other party seemed to be attracted by the murderous aura in his eyes. He also turned his head to look over. 4 eyes met. In the next second, both sides tacitly attacked. A series of arrows, staggering past. This time, Chin Han chose to fight head-on. His body didn't even dodge. His eyes were sharp and his fingers flew like flies. On the contrary, the centaur, after receiving several times of high damage, a hint of fear appeared in his eyes. He started to dodge. Chin Han didn't move a muscle. His hands did not stop at all. The more chaotic the enemy was, the more holes there were. This gave him many chances to attack his vitals. On the grassland, yellow fatal injuries kept popping up. The centaur dodges left and right. But his blood level is still dropping fast. Not long after, the centaur's blood tank was half-blooded. It collapsed to the ground. In an instant, its body began to mutate, emitting a thick light of fire. The grass around it was burned. Immediately, its body began to gradually expand. A limb began to come out of its body. Finally, surprisingly gave birth to 3 heads and 6 arms. In each hand, there was a weapon. Wolf tooth stick, war hammer, war knife, great sword, scythe, and a short spear. The original bow and arrow was discarded. After his transformation, centaurs filled with fire, like lava monsters coming out of the flames, rushed towards Chin Han. Chin Han stood still and didn't even blink his eyelids. Foolish, although the second stage of the centaur's defense is enhanced, but changing from long range to melee combat, in turn, limits the strength. With such a bulky size, it can only be kite. In my last life, if it hadn't changed into its second form to fight even better, I'm afraid that I wouldn't be able to beat him at all. Raising the deicide bow, he kept shooting towards the thick joints of the centaur, and when the centaur rushed to about 50 meters in front of his eyes, only hearing a click, his entire body instantly lost weight. He directly fell to the ground with a gnawing on the ground. While he is sick, want to kill him. The deicide bow in his hand immediately turned its head towards the centaur's head. He kept shooting. Not long after, the centaur's blood stripe was depleted, and he let out a final, unwilling scream. Letting out a final, unwilling scream, the centaur collapsed. It collapsed to the ground with a loud bang. You have killed the leader boss Great Bow Centaur, and have gained 123,396 experience points. At the same time, Chin Han's points increased by another 1,000. Came to 3,000 points. Continuing to reign supreme. The centaur's death left behind 10,000 gold coins and a red crystal. It looked to be the same shape as the blue crystal that the stone crystal had exploded. Fire Spirit Crystal, quest item. Attributes? Rumor has it that this is the key to unlocking the door to an unknown area. keep it safe and you may be able to benefit from it. And what that stone crystal burst out was clearly a water spirit crystal. Shinhan pocketed it, including the gold coins and the centaur corpse. Moving on. After the centaurs died, a teleportation portal appeared ahead. Shinhan stepped inside and came to the 4th level. Once inside, the temperature around him plummeted. It was a white world, and it was snowing heavily. The snow on the ground could even reach the nightmare's knees. I haven't been here in my last life, I can only get a glimpse from the guide. This 4th level should come to the real life and death level. He knew from reading the guide for the knighthood scramble that there were a total of 9 levels in the duplicate. The first 4 levels were battles. At the same time, it was also a process of screening out weak strength players. The first level, the transition level, let people adapt. The second level, the elite level boss, screening out senior players below. The third level, the chief level boss, screening out the top players below, even the top professional players. In the third level will have to face life and death battles. This level would screen out almost all of the high level players. The fourth level, on the other hand, was 2 chieftain level bosses. Even if the top professional players could pass the third level, most of them had already run out of gas. It was almost impossible to continue to fight the 2 alpha bosses. Therefore, in the previous generation, those who were able to pass this level, there were only very few top-level professional players. The rest were all saint-level professional players or above, and even many saint-level professional players were not good at fighting. Even many saint-level professional players who were not good at fighting would stop at this level. In other words, the number of players who could really pass this level, there were probably less than a few hundred of them. In the snowy sky, the line of sight was obstructed. Shinhan could vaguely see that. Hundreds of meters to the left, there was a pine tree covered in snow. And to the right, hundreds of meters away, there is a small mountain-like things, snow-covered, cannot see the face. He raised his hand and shot an arrow. Soon after, he heard a scream from the snow. A huge and ugly clay monster, shaking the snow on its body, stood up, letting out a strange sound. Jia jia jia. The slime monster looked at the tiny dot in front of it from afar, and with slime continuously flowing from the corners of its mouth. You're the one who disturbed Grandpa Clay's sleep, so it seems you'll just have to make it up to me with your life. Although humans don't taste good, but they can also fight for my teeth. Jia jia jia. Shinhan glanced at him and he then lifted his bow and arrow and shot another arrow towards the right side, and at that instant, the pine tree monster also awoke and on the trunk of the tree, a pair of crescent eyes and a half-moon mouth were revealed, emitting a strange and ear-piercing sound. Jia jia jia. You're the one who disturbed Grandpa Pine Tree's sleep. It seems you can only compensate me with your life. Although the human's flavor isn't good, but it can also beat my teeth for me. Jia jia jia. Listening to the beaten and similar voices from the left and right sides, Shinhan scratched his ears. Cut the crap, Grandpa, I'm in a hurry, you two go together. Sometime later, Shinhan was unharmed and easily killed 2 alpha-level monsters. This time, having directly gained 1,000 points. His points, he came to 4,000, continuing to dominate the top of the list. His level had risen 1 level to level 13. Other than him, the second highest ranked person was still at 2,000 points. In other words, they hadn't killed the centaurs until now. Go for it, kill the centaurs, it'll be harder later. I wish you guys good luck. Muttering to himself, Shinhan collected the corpses of the 2 alpha-level monsters in his hand and, at the same time, he harvested 2 more spirit crystals. They were the Earth Spirit Crystal and the Wood Spirit Crystal. By now, he had 4 spirit crystals in his hands. Wood, water, fire, and earth. If a player who knew the theory of the 5 elements saw these 4 spirit crystals, he would naturally realize that there was still 1 gold spirit crystal left. Even more will think, collect all 5 elements spirit crystal will have unexpected benefits. But in reality, this thing is a big pit that the game purposely arranged for the knighthood competition. The test is not just about strength. A qualified lord is bound to have force, courage, perseverance, luck, compassion, wisdom, and determination all rolled into one. The existence of the 5 spirit crystals is a test of the player's decisiveness. The 5th spirit crystal does exist, and even opens up a hidden map when obtained, the reward of the most precious treasure. But the probability of obtaining it is pitifully low. Once the desire arose, it would be pulled into an endless search, not only delaying the acquisition of points, but even ending their lives as a result. However, that's only for ordinary players. He had the raiders with him, so he wasn't afraid of that. Mounting the nightmare, Shinhan continued to advance and, after passing through a portal, the screen turned again. He came to the 5th level. This is a platform. It's gray and yellow, 10 meters square. When you look up, all around is endless black water. Only an island can be vaguely seen in the extreme distance to the north. He stood on the platform, can vaguely feel, under the feet of the platform is slowly moving. The direction seems to be towards the location of the island. However, if he looked closely, he felt that the platform had not moved and was still in the same place. If you look carefully on the platform, you Can also find that in the south of the platform, the edge, engraved with an image. It was a golden-colored crystal. In front of the crystal, there is an arrow pointing straight into the water. It seems to be guiding people to explore downwards. This is a test of patience. If the player can sit on it for a day and a night, he will naturally arrive safely at the island and successfully enter the next level. But if the player is attracted by the golden-colored crystals, jumped into the water, what would greet him would be a horrible nightmare. The black water in front of him is highly poisonous, and goose feathers don't float. Once you go down, not only will you be attacked by the poison every moment, you will never come back up. You'll also encounter those horrible creatures under the water. If you're not careful, you'll die. A son of $1,000 is not fit to sit in the hall. A reckless man does not deserve to be a lord. Taking a deep breath, Chin Han jumped violently into the water in the direction indicated by the arrow. There was no splash, not a single ripple, and his body fell straight towards the bottom of the water as if he was weightless. The toxins in the water began to erode his body. Immediately after, the voodoo bead activated. Toxin detected, voodoo bead automatically drawing. The voodoo beads have changed. Voodoo pearl, the only treasure. Feeds on voodoo, the nemesis of all voodoo in the world. Attacks come with 200 points of poison per second, lasts for 10 seconds. Skills, weak water field, group damage, will be surrounded by thousands of meters pulled into the weak water, so that the enemy to lose the ability to resist, elite boss above the proportion of abatement, incidental damage 500 per second, duration, a minute. Skill, soul storage, sorcery, draws on the grudges of killed beings, can be actively released during an attack. Skill, desperate evil poison, group damage, reduces the enemy's life by 500 points per second, with a 35% life returning restraint, lasts for 10 seconds. Skill, paralyzing toxin, attack with neurotoxin, can paralyze the opponent's action, damage 320 per second, lasts 10 seconds. Passive skill, poison barrier aura, when opened, enemies within a diameter of 100 meters will be subjected to sustained toxin damage, 100 points per second, and the movement speed of enemies within the poison barrier is reduced by 50%. At the same time, the water-resisting bead in his backpack activated. A circular barrier directly enveloped his body, and the descending speed was immediately stopped. In the black water, visibility was very low. He couldn't see the direction. He didn't move around, and focused on falling down. Slowly, he descended deeper and deeper. 100 meters, 1,000 meters, 5,000 meters, around 10,000 meters. He finally touched the ground. The ground was covered with water plants, and all kinds of plants that glowed with light. The water was much clearer, and seemed to have the texture of normal water, allowing his eyesight to see clearly for about 100 meters. Suddenly, a dark shadow flashed by beside him and reached him in the blink of an eye. This one, in the shape of a mermaid, had a black tail and a pair of black tentacles on its head. After the monster stood still, a huge water bubble instantly appeared around him, enveloping Chin Han and himself. Within the water bubble, there was actually air. The monster revealed an evil smile. "I guess, you should be here to find the golden spirit crystal, right?" Chin Han sniffed and said without moving. "Yes, do you know the whereabouts of the golden spirit crystal?" "Monster, of course I know, I can show you the way, but you have to pay me 100 gold coins as a reward before I will take you there." "Chin Han, how do I know if you'll show me the way after receiving my money? Why don't you take me there first, and when we get to the location and I'm sure, then I'll give it to you." The monster seemed to be thinking. "Yes, but you have to take out 100 gold coins to show me first, to prove that you have the ability to give money before you do so." Chin Han took out the money in a big way, and the monster took a look and it was instantly filled with excitement. "It's good to have money, you pull my tail, I'll lead you to swim over." Chin Han followed what the other party said and did as he was told. In an instant, a torrent was created around the monster, and the two of them drifted as fast as they could, flying quickly towards the distance. Half an hour later, they arrived next to an underwater house. From the outside, the house was brightly lit. On the table in the center, a golden crystal ball was being placed. "Go ahead, it's right there, go over and get it. But before that, you give me the 100 gold coins first." "Chin Han, that won't do, wait until I get it. Who knows if that thing is real or fake?" The monster narrows his eyes. "You are cautious, yes, I'll fulfill that request, go ahead." Everything seems to be going very well, it seems. There didn't seem to be any holdups, except for the spending of 100 gold coins. Chin Han also treated it as if he didn't care and he stepped into the room in a few steps. But when his hand touched the golden-colored crystal ball, the crystal ball suddenly exploded. Countless souls flew out from inside. The winds in the room were fierce. All the doors and windows were closed in an instant. Only left inside the room, countless ghosts with horrible faces devoured towards Chin Han. Outside, a string of saliva flowed out from the corner of the monster's mouth. "It's been a long time since I've eaten human flesh, I must have a full meal this time." Inside the house, Chin Han temporarily hid the voodoo bead protection function and instead, he took out his deicide bow and he kept shooting at the ghosts in the surroundings. But even though the arrows ignored defense, They couldn't do a single bit of damage after passing through these spirits. The monster outside hemmed and hawed, "It's useless, how can a physical attack hurt a spirit body? You're such an idiot. Don't bother dying, hurry up and tie your hands and give your life to me." Inside the house, Shin Han's expression remained calm. He just wanted to try to see if the current stage of the deicide Bao could do any damage to a spirit body. After all, a full-bodied supreme treasure is basically an existence that ignores all attributes and annihilates everything. But from the experiment just now, current stage of the dark gold level regicide Bao, it was obvious that it didn't do any harm to spirit bodies. It seems that specialized things still need specialized things to do. Only to see that he unblocked the voodoo bead without any panic. With a loud boom, a light shield appeared in front of him. All the spirit bodies that touched it instantly dissipated. Spirit body damage detected, automatic extraction in progress. 2 complementary sorcery skills detected, can be fused and upgraded, confirm? Shin Han sniffed and immediately said, confirm upgrade. Skill fusion upgrade, voodoo bead update in progress. Soon, the attributes of the voodoo bead changed once again. Voodoo pearl, the only supreme treasure. Feeds on voodoo, the nemesis of all voodoo in the world. Attacks come with 200 points of poison per second, lasting for 10 seconds. Skill, weak water field, group damage, pulls the surrounding kilometers into the weak water, making the enemy lose the ability to resist. Elite boss or above scale abatement, incidental damage 500 points per second, duration, 1 minute. Skill, soul surgery, kill elite level boss or above, can absorb the soul of injustice, released when attacking. At the same time, the soul of injustice can actively devour other spirits to strengthen themselves. Skill, desperate evil poison, group damage, reduces the enemy's life by 500 points per second, comes with 35% life return restraint, lasts for 10 seconds. Skill, paralyzing toxin, attack with neurotoxin, can paralyze the opponent's action, damage 320 per second, lasts for 10 seconds. Passive skill, poison barrier aura, when turned on, enemies within a diameter of 100 meters will be subjected to sustained toxin damage of 100 points per second, and the movement speed of enemies within the poison barrier is reduced by 50%. Outside the house. Seeing that the other party had something that restrained the spirit body, the monster stomped its feet in anger. This is the wrong souls I've accumulated for many years, so many of them died in this one go. I'll make you pay in blood. But even though it was screaming like this, it commanded the remaining unjust souls to run outside, fearing that if it ran slowly, it would be annihilated by the other party's means. Inside the house. Shin Han, if you want to run now, it's too late. Imperial Soul Technique. However, a rumbling sound was heard. All those boss souls that had been killed over these days jumped out. High Priestess, Centaurs, Tree Demons, Slime Monsters, the Brute Commander, and so on. The stronger the monster was in life, the stronger the soul resentment, the more powerful the soul spirit body born. These horrible guys swarmed up. In no time at all, they devoured each other's souls. Even the high priest spirit directly targeted the monster. A claw will be the other side of the soul from the body grabbed out, sound swallowed into the mouth. Chewed twice and swallowed it beautifully. Good guy, this soul defense technique is actually so domineering? But after a little thought he was relieved that those sorcery spell together players that he had seen in his last life, the low-end and middle-end players, it would be good to be able to store one boss soul. The better ones only have 3 or 2 bosses. But the Voodoo Pearl is a treasure with 2 points of heavenly Dao value. The amount of boss souls that can be stored is almost unlimited. And it's even very convenient. After killing the monster, the Voodoo Pearl automatically absorbs it, so he doesn't have to worry about it. If this continues to develop and is used at critical times, it's definitely another great killing move. Nodding his head in satisfaction, Shin Han put away all the bosses. Glancing at the corpse of the mermaid monster on the ground, stood in place and waited quietly. Not long after, a mermaid swam over from the distance again, looking very similar to the previous one. It looked very similar to the previous one. Only this one's tail was white, and the tentacles on its head were also white. The white mermaid had a kind face. It looked very trustworthy. It came in front of Shin Han. Concernedly, it said, I heard that Little Black had lured people to the house and was preparing to kill them, so I rushed over. But after rushing, I'm still too late. But it's good that you're fine, that's really great. Shin Han was silent. The other party continued. It's possible that you won't believe me, after all, having just encountered a calamity, anyone wouldn't be able to easily trust others again. But don't worry, I'm really a good person. My name is Little White, we are a race that lives under the black water, guarding a golden crystal for generations. Xiao Hei is the betrayer of our race, he has learned insidious spells, not only will he seduce outsiders, he will also secretly strike down our clan members. If you can kill him, the clansmen will be grateful to you. Shin Han seemed to be moved by the other party's words. I want the golden crystal, can you give it to me? Shabai, I can't give it to you, this golden crystal is in the hands of our Grand Elder. If you want to get it, you have to pass the test set by our Grand Elder before you can do so. Shin Han, then take me there. Little White, alright, our village is just ahead, welcome to my home as a guest. I can give you a taste of the delicacies I've made. Chin Han, sure, let's go then. Little White, I'll lead the way for you in front. Seemingly hearing Chin Han's promise, a cheerful and simple smile appears on Little White. Anyone who looked at it would feel that this was a simple and kind mermaid. Following behind Little White, Chin Han silently used the friendly scrying bead. Virtual spirit, Little White. Friendliness, extremely coveted. Your body seems to have a magical power that deeply attracts the other party, who wants to chop your body into mincemeat and make it into a delicious dish to enjoy. Chin Han. Forgive him for having read the strategy guide, but when he really encountered these void spirits, he still felt some physical discomfort. In his last life, no one had ever passed through this place. Those who mistakenly entered either ran out of resources and were poisoned to death by the highly toxic black water. Either they were poisoned by the poisonous black water, or they were killed by the traps set by these spirits. The game guide for this place was officially released. The game named this place, very purely, the Land of Falsehood. In the background of this place, a mermaid race living in this place was invaded by void spirits. The void spirits have taken over the mermaid's land, took over the mermaid's bodies. They transformed the waters. These void spirits, they don't have a word of truth in their mouths, even if it looks good on the outside. Inside, they have a bloodthirsty heart. No one who enters will have a good ending. Chin Han and Xiao Bai returned to each other's habitat. This is a world filled with blue light. Corals grew in abundance, and exotic treasures were everywhere. A house that was like a shell was beautiful. Just inside, we saw 2 rows of shell houses, out of a resident. A grandmother carrying a basket of red fruits. This is a child from outside. This is the child from outside. Thank you for killing Blackie for us. To express my gratitude to you, child, come and taste this fresh fruit. It's sweet and savory. It's delicious. Chin Han waved his hand. I'm not thirsty. It's not easy for you to pick fresh fruits. It's hard work. Keep it for yourself. Everything here can't be trusted. He wouldn't dare to eat what others gave him. Seeing this, the old man at the side also brought over the freshly prepared fish and meat. Child, why don't you try this fish? It's smooth and tender. It tastes good. You've done us such a great favor. If we don't repay you, we really can't bear it in our hearts. Chin Han waved his hand again. No, I'm not hungry for now. If you want to repay me, then please tell me the location of the golden spirit crystal. Upon the utterance of these words, all the onlookers present at the scene immediately froze. A flash of impatience passed by, but in the end, they all endured. The old man smiled and said, no hurry, the golden spirit crystal is in the hands of the great elder. He is out on something. He may have to wait until tomorrow to come back. Why don't you come to my home first to rest, or let me repay you? No, I'll just wait here for the grand elder to return. Chin Han shook his head slightly and, finding a deserted place, he directly sat down on his knees. Immediately, he closed his eyes. Looking at the oily Chin Han, those people behind him finally revealed a hideous and twisted face. They transmitted their voices in a secret language that only they could hear. What to do? This person seems to be very cautious. It's all Xiao Hei's fault. He was the first to go on even though he wasn't skilled in deception. Now it's a good thing. Not only did he lose his life, but he also aroused the vigilance of others. Then what should we do? This person doesn't eat or drink, and his strength can still easily kill Xiao Hei. It seems like we can't beat him even if we go on together, right? The spirit bodies on him are powerful, but there is a place that can easily get those spirit bodies killed. You mean the Abyssal Cave? Yes. You're crazy. That's where that bitch is imprisoned. If you really bring him there, aren't you afraid that you'll botch it? Other than that person, I can't think of anyone else who can deal with him. Besides, the door to the cave is incredibly sturdy anyway. Even if that bitch can't beat him, we can still shut the door outside and starve him to death. It's just that if we really lock him into the Abyssal Cave, even if we starve him to death, we won't be able to enjoy his body. It's such a shame to have such fresh and delicious flesh. It's this time of the day, and you're still thinking about eating meat? This person's temperament is unpredictable and very difficult to deal with. If you can get him killed as soon as possible. Alright, let's seduce him for a day. As long as he hasn't taken the bait yet, we'll lure him to the Abyssal Cave. They seem to have reached a consensus. One by one, they dispersed. A little bit of time passed and there were constantly people bringing food and placing it in front of Chin Han's body. Secretly, countless pairs of eyes were staring at him. At night, there were also wonderful young girls disguised as human beings who came to strike up a conversation with Chin Han. But they were all ignored by him. Early in the morning of the following day, Chin Han felt a lot of people coming around him. He opened his eyes but he saw an elderly fish with a white beard and hair coming forward with the people he had met yesterday. Child, are you looking for me? Chin Han, yes, I want the golden spirit crystal. The old man hesitated for a moment. This thing is an object inherited from my clan, and traditionally, it is not something that would be shown to outsiders, but since you killed Xiao Hei, you have saved us by removing a pest for us. That's fine, this item is not of much use to stay with us anyway. Since you want to use it, child, then I will give it to you. Then, many thanks to the great elder. It doesn't matter. The Grand Elder waved his hand and, waving away the crowd, led Shin Han out of the village. Once again, he stepped into the endless waters. This time, it took a full hour for the two of them to reach the bottom of an underwater mountain. The two only managed to reach the bottom of an underwater mountain. Underneath, there was a heavy iron door made of brown metal. Looks very heavy iron door. There was not a single gap on the iron door, sealing the inside tightly. The Grand Elder took out the key and pushed the door open with great effort. A deep cave appeared in front of his eyes. From the outside, it was impossible to see the end. My child, this is my clan's ancestral land, the stuff is inside. Let's go, I'll take you down. On the side, Shin Han heard the words but returned a sentence. No need. The Grand Elder was puzzled. Why? Don't you want to go in? When the Grand Elder's words fell, what greeted him was a blade as fast as lightning. Put! The sharp blade of the famous sword Moonshadow, coupled with Shin Han's terrifying attack power, surprisingly, it triggered a decapitation effect at once. The Grand Elder's head immediately rolled to the ground. But the next second, a hideous transparent spirit body flew out of his body in a smooth manner. The Grand Elder's face showed horror as, what exactly are you? Could it be that you already knew about our identity? Shin Han's voice chilled. You don't deserve to know who I am, all you need to know is that you're going to die. He's been waiting for this moment for a very long time. Although the guidebook said where the golden spirit crystal was located. But the underwater world is huge, and he has no navigation. If he is looking for himself, I am afraid that even if he is looking for death, he will not be able to find this place. He had worked so hard to accompany them in the drama, just to let them lead him here. Imperial Soul Technique. There was a rumble. High Priestess, tree spirits, clay spirits, centaurs, and other boss souls were once again pulverized, scrambling to pounce on the High Priestess. In the end, it was the High Priestess who had the upper hand. He devoured the Elder in one bite, enjoying it beautifully. You wait here, whoever comes will eat who. The door give me a good guard, a water bear bug are not allowed to run in. These spirits, without a body, their consciousness is only instinctive. They don't understand human language at all. Seeing this, Shin Han could only summon the nightmare. He repeated these words. Not to mention, this nightmare is smart. With a flash of red light in its eyes, the horse's head nodded slightly. Then it kicked the spirits with its hooves. The horse's mouth muttered a series of unintelligible words. It seemed to be lecturing. But not to mention, the other spirits really obeyed. One by one, they were like loyal dogs. They sat in a row at the entrance of the cave. They seemed to be very honest. The nightmare, on the other hand, blocked the center of the cave entrance, holding his head high, waiting to be praised. Shin Han touched the key of the Grand Elder. Before entering the cave, he touched the nightmare's head. Not to mention, you're really a versatile kid. No say, when we go out, I'll give you 10 more pounds of groundnut roast, no, beef. Nightmare hears this, and is filled with delight as the horse's head rubbed hard against Shin Han's shoulder. I'll be back as soon as I go. Shin Han patted Nightmare's head once again and turned around and walked towards the depths of the cave. This cave was very winding and sometimes it went down, sometimes it went up, and it went round and round. Suddenly, a glimmer of light appeared before his eyes. At a second glance, on a platform, there was a spirit crystal with a golden glow. It was exactly what he was looking for, the golden spirit crystal. This was a room of about 500 square meters. On the ceiling overhead, there was a crystal emitting a faint white light. On the stone table below was the golden spirit crystal. The light of the two crystals washed against each other, and it was quite a bit of a reflection of each other's flavor. On the cold ground next to it, there was also a blue-haired girl who was sitting on the ground with her knees wrapped around her and motionless. Shin Han walked towards the room. Perhaps the sound of his walking startled the girl. The girl quickly turned around and, in her hand, she was holding a short sword with a blue jewel. Looking in his direction, her face was full of caution. But when she saw Shin Han's face, the girl was a little surprised. Human? How could a human appear in such a place? No, you should have become a bad person as well. Humph, I won't be tricked out by you guys, you vain spirits. You are most afraid of the yang essence on my head. As long as you let it irradiate, you'll absolutely go up in smoke. Come in if you're capable. The girl's words were a bit colorful. Shin Han did not move and took a step and walked into the room, letting the light from the yang essence above shine onto his head. He was still. You're actually fine? You're really human? The girl's face was full of surprise. If you're human, why did you come here? Where are those void spirits? Didn't you see them? Shin Han looked at the girl, and for the sake of safety, he used friendly detection on the other party. Mermaid Princess, duo. Friendliness, amazed. She thinks you're a human, but she's afraid that you're a bad guy, and she's very apprehensive inside. Seeing this, Shin Han's face finally eased a bit. They saw that I'm powerful and tricked me in, presumably because they want us to kill each other so that they can reap the benefits in the end. The girl was a little shocked and uncertain. I'm not powerful either, otherwise, I wouldn't have been invaded by those false spirits in my homeworld. I couldn't protect my clan. Seemingly thinking of something, the girl was surprised. Could it be that your means are also of the spirit type? The yang essence here in my place is specialized in restraining spirit bodies. As long as a spirit body is exposed to the yang essence, it will continue to be scorched and eventually go up in smoke. Shinhan glanced at the yang essence on the ceiling above his head. This thing's original name was called Sun Gold Essence. It's considered a relatively rare treasure. Weapons made from it, Heavenly Gram Spirit Life. If one were to bring it, it's not bad. Duo, but why did you walk in if you knew they were going to trick you? The gate of this abyssal cave can be cast in one piece using 1,000 years of metaphysical iron. Not only is it sturdy, even spirit beings can't run out. Now that you've come in, they must have already locked the gate. You, a human, without food or water, will soon starve to death. Aya, why are you so reckless? Shinhan, do you think I'm that stupid again? I only came in to get the golden spirit crystals. It's not like I came in to die. Gold spirit crystals? You actually want gold spirit crystals? Could it be that you're an Adventist? Duo was filled with surprise. This golden spirit crystal was suddenly descended to our clan land, and at the same time, a message also descended that as long as there is a descender coming, this item will be given to the other party. It's just that not long after this golden spirit crystal descended, void spirits appeared within our clan. They killed our clansmen, disguised themselves as our clansmen, and struck in the dark, and we weren't even able to resist. If I hadn't ended up hiding here with the golden spirit crystal, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to escape death. I only ask for the arrival of the descendants to help me kill the void spirit and return my clan domain. Shinhan gently nodded his head. It can be done. It's just that apart from the golden spirit crystal, I also want to take the yang essence on top of your head. The girl's face turned pale when she heard this. If the yang essence is taken away by you, in case those void spirits aren't cleared out, they will definitely still seek revenge on me. Why don't I trade you for something else? Shinhan was silent for a moment. Then he said, take a look first. The girl sniffed and ran to a corner and tinkered with it for a while and came back again, actually holding a set of equipment with a blue halo in her hand. Shinhan swept his eyes and he immediately saw a bright light in front of his eyes. Domain Emperor's leather armor, epic level set, disabled. There were 5 sets in total. Helmet, leather armor, leg protectors, shoes, and hand protectors. Defense, 1,500. Water elemental resistance, 6,000. Blood increase, 6,000. Blood return per second, 130. Physique requirement, 300. Skill, rapid swimming. When turned on, you can move underwater at 5 times the running speed of the player. Duo, it's just a pity that there was originally a water repellent bead at the heart protector of this set of equipment. If we could find a water repellent bead to plant in it, its effect should be greatly enhanced. When Shinhan heard this, he looked a bit odd, only to see that he directly took out the water repellent bead with a click, pressed it at the heart protector mirror. Immediately afterward, the entire set of equipment glowed brightly, and the blue light emanating from its surroundings became 3 times more colorful. The blue light emanating from the body was 3 times more colorful. At this moment, the attributes of this set of equipment changed once again. Domain Emperor's leather armor, epic level set. Defense, 1,800, 3,600 underwater. Water elemental resistance, 7,000, 15,000 underwater. Blood increase, 7,000, 15,000 underwater. Blood return per second, 150, 300 underwater. Physique requirement, 300. Passive, Underwater Overlord, can move through any treacherous waters and can breathe easily in any waters. Passive, underwater speed increased by 200%. Skill, Divine Speed Swimming, when turned on, can move underwater at 10 times the running speed of the player. Passive, underwater water elemental damage increased by 100%. Passive, underwater vision increased by 1,000 meters. Looking at such delightful attributes, Shinhan was filled with delight. This set of equipment was completely made for underwater combat. Although it doesn't come with any powerful super skills, but with these passives alone, it's practically like being able to run rushshot over the water. To put it politely, even for a god-level professional like him, once he put on this set of epic-level equipment, his combat power underwater would be more than doubled. With a thought, Shinhan directly put on this set of epic-level equipment onto his body. The ethereal armor, coupled with the blue glow that set off his entire person like a god walking underwater. I didn't expect you to have the water-resisting bead as well. It seems like this equipment is very close to you. And you really look good in this suit, much better than when my father wore it back then. Duo was also sparing no effort in praising me, fearing that Shinhan would beat his attention back to Yang Jing. However, she had underestimated Shinhan's measure. This thing, although rare, but there are still many ways to get it, it's not worth it for him to cross the river. It's not worth it for him to cross the river and tear down the bridge. What's more, he has voodoo beads in hand, with or without yang essence for him, all the same. Let's go, it's getting late. After exterminating the void spirits, I'm leaving. Waving his hand, Shin Han turned around and headed out. Having been delayed for a day at this place, if the others were faster, they should have passed the 5th level and gone to the 6th, passing through the deep cave once again. When Shin Han arrived at the entrance of the abyssal cave, he was immediately filled with surprise. What is this situation? Outside the abyssal cave, At this moment, there was a pile of corpses lying. At a glance, they were all mermaids. The spirit bodies led by the high priestess were smacking their mouths with interest and it seemed that they were not finished. Only the barbarian bull commander was drooling with envy in his eyes. Hee, all of these are clansmen whose bodies have been appropriated by the false spirits. Did you kill these bad guys a long time ago? Duo followed and walked out. Little face filled with astonishment. 1, 2, 3, 97. I was under the impression that there were a total of 98 people in my clan, and there's still one more to go. Shin Han's complexion was also somewhat surprised. Looking at the appearance of the field, it should be that when he and the Grand Elder came over on the front foot, those void spirits followed them on the back foot and it just so happened that they were wrapped up by nightmare. Don't look at these false spirits' devious tactics. Without the means of Tianko, it's difficult for players to deal with them. But in the hands of a level 30 chief demonic beast spirit like the High Priestess, they were nothing. This is good, since they are all dead. It would also save him the time and effort of going back to kill them. There is another one that I killed a long time ago. If you can be sure that there are only 98 void spirits, I'm done with this favor of yours. Duo nodded. I remember every one of my clansmen clearly, I can't be wrong. Thank you for helping me take back my home. In the future, I will guard these waters with my life, and won't let the invaders invade again. Duo's voice was suddenly a bit despondent. She walked over to an elderly corpse, silently squatted down and cupped the other's cheeks with both hands and fell into silence. On the side, Shin Han saw this and, without speaking, directly collecting the spirit body and the nightmare, with the point of his toes, the body swam towards the top like an arrow. Everyone has their own path to follow. Duo had to protect her hometown. He, on the other hand, had to continue to advance towards the set goal, 10,000 meters deep, in waters where no goosefeather can float. Not long after, a blue figure broke through the water and leapt up high. Just as he was about to fall into the water again, a divine steed appeared right underneath him, turning over onto the horse. One person and one horse stood smoothly above the terrifying waters. Shin Han looked around and, locking onto the location of the island, riding the nightmare, he quickly galloped. Not long after, the figures of one person and one horse gradually disappeared from sight. On the other side, a day had passed, and someone had already taken the platform and came to the top of the island. The ranking on the scoreboard had changed again. The first place has changed back to Dusty Tides, with 5,000 points. Second place is Jiang Ningxue, 5,000 points. Shin Han was in third place with 4,000 points. At this moment, Dusty Tides was walking on the island, some disappointment in his eyes. When he arrived at the platform and noticed that the water was highly poisonous and that he couldn't float, he immediately chose to stay still. As a top elite of the 10,000 realms, he was able to guess the choices of the other contenders just by watching the movement of the ranking data. During the day he watched from the platform. Many of the players at the front of the rankings were directly removed from the rankings. Obviously, these people must have gone under and met an untimely end. Shin Han's speed was much faster than his, and he should have been on the platform long ago, arriving at the island first. Now that he had passed the 5th level and had successfully arrived at the island, Shin Han's score was still not as high as it should have been, but Shin Han's score remained unchanged. This means that Shin Han definitely also jumped into the water. Common-wise, is the basic qualities of a strong person, facing the horror of the unknown waters dare to jump, on this kind of character, even if this time by chance does not die, in the future will certainly also fall into other desperate situation. The person who originally had a great advantage is now ranked after 100, it's really lamentable. If a person is lucky and takes many benefits, but if his virtue is not worthy of his position, the heavens can't suppress his wealth. Luck will always run out that day, judging the time and situation, smart and bold to go farther. Shaking his head slightly, Dusty Tide held his breath and, heading towards the inside of the island. The entire island was densely forested. There was no place to land in all directions. There is only a stone path that winds towards the island. He followed the stone path, and kept moving forward. He soon came to a stone door. A young man dressed in green, carrying a long sword, with the word void emblazoned on his body had been waiting in anticipation for a long time. Seeing Dusty Chao-Shi, the young man immediately greeted him. The newcomer who has finally waited to enter the sect, please follow me. Dust Chao-Shi's gaze moved slightly and, silently following the other party to the stone door, the youth pointed to the winding path behind the stone door. The youth pointed to the winding path behind the stone door and said, going inwards here, after 10 miles is where the mountain gate of my Taishu sect is located. If you successfully walk to the mountain gate, the test will be completed. Dusty Chao-Shi pondered in his heart that this is the only road on this island. Could it be that this test to enter the sect is the content of the 6th level? Brother, at the risk of asking, next, should I have any precautions? The young man sniffed, his complexion moved, but shook his head in a feigned manner. This may involve the sect's regulations, it's really inconvenient to inform all. Listening to the other party's tone, the Dust-Tide immediately took out 10 gold coins from his storage bag and handed it over. I'm new here, and I'm afraid of breaking the rules, so I'd like to ask you to give me some advice. Seeing this, the young man took away the gold coins without a trace and, then pulling Dust-Tide to the side, he quietly said, the presiding officer of this examination is the sect's elder by, this person's nature is as fierce as fire, his eyes can't rub sand in them, but his heart is very kind. After you pass through this door, what you do will be received by elder by with the 1,000-mile mirror, so be careful. After hearing this, Dust-Tide's heart was greatly relieved, and returned a grateful smile at the young man. Afterwards, he took a step towards the inside of the stone door. At this moment, 10 miles away, the Taishu sect. 10 miles away, at the gate of the Taishu sect, an old man with white hair and beard heard the words of the two men. He was so angry that he stomped his feet. What a speculative generation. The reason why this world is rotten is because this kind of people have corrupted the atmosphere. Inferior. The old man took a large pen and drew a hard line on a small book on the road. The seemingly unaware Dust-Tide, still pondering over the young man's words and thinking about how to respond, walked for a while. The road suddenly rained heavily. In this rain, there seems to be poison. It made his blood level drop. He was so scared that he ran away in a hurry. Luckily, he didn't have far to go. He saw a broken Taoist temple in front of him. He quickly hid inside. At this moment, in the Taoist temple, there are still 5 or 6 people, both young and old. All are dressed in rags and beggars. These beggars' bodies are as thin as wood, holding a broken bowl in their hands, lying in a pile of straw, eyes closed and resting. When they saw Dust-Tides come in, several people quickly opened their eyes. With a flash of light in their eyes, they reached out their broken bowls and began to plead. Do me a favor, have mercy on this old beggar, give me some food. Yes, sir, have mercy on us. Dusty Shio's eyes moved slightly. These beggars are most likely one of the tests. Could it be that this is a test to see if he has a kind heart? A turn of mind, only to see him pull out a bunch of fresh fruits from his body, respectively threw to the beggars inside the bowl, felt not enough, and pulled out a dozen more. Feel not enough, and pulled out a dozen gold coins, in turn threw over. At the mountain gate, Elder Bai, who saw the scene through a 1,000-mile mirror, was, once again, he blew his beard and eyes out in anger. What hypocrisy, this is clearly done for old man. But he also do not think, this wild mountains, which beggar begging will run to this kind of place. Also dare to give so much money, really do not know what is called, wealth is not white? What's more, even if it's a real beggar, he gave so much money, once the person is gone, the other party will definitely kill each other for money, then it's another human tragedy. Poor review. Just as Dust-Tides was assessing the stalls, Shin Han, too, arrived on the 6th level island. Congratulations on passing the 5th level, plus 1,000 points. Taking a glance at the points ranking, without speaking, Shin Han, he quickly walked towards the island. The next test was very important. It wasn't just a simple test for knighthood. If he could gain the full approval of the person taking the test, he would gain great opportunities and, in the future, the benefits would be endless. Sinking his heart, he walked towards the inside. Just like Dust-Tides, met a young man. Finally, I've met a newcomer to the sect, please follow me. The youth guided Shin Han to the stone door and, same as he told him to traverse a 10-mile journey to reach the mountain gate to complete the examination. While Shin Han sniffed, he shook his head and, I'm sorry, I'm not prepared to join your clan, I came here to prepare to pass the examination. When the young man heard this, he said, then you have come to the right place, joining the sect is both a passing test. I see, thanks for telling me. Shin Han clasped his fists towards the young man and then walked towards the stone door without being humble. But when he had just taken a step forward, but was stopped by the young man calling out, Brother, the way the test is conducted is very difficult, don't you want to know the content of the test in advance? Shin Han righteously refused, and, no, I believe that there exists a heavenly justice in this world, no matter how difficult the examination is, it will surely give people a chance to pass, thank you for your kindness, I will leave you alone. The youth's tone was a bit anxious, are you sure you don't want it? For just 1 gold coin, I'll tell you all the details of the test. The opportunity is not to be missed. Shin Han was full of righteousness and waved his hand and, toward the front, he took big steps. 10 miles away at the Taishu sect's gate, the same white-haired old man, this time, was pinching his beard, his face full of smiles, and, this child is not bad, high in character, firm will, a good seedling really looking forward to his next performance Continuing forward for a while, the heavy rain arrived in an instant. Shin Han also arrived in the broken temple and, he saw a group of beggars. Master, do us a favor and have mercy on us. We have not eaten for 3 days. Shin Han swept a glance at the beggars. took out 2 pounds of beef from his spatial ring and threw it in the beggar's bowls. Afterwards, he walked to another corner of the room and sat down with his knees crossed. A few beggars wolfed down the beef and finished it. Afterwards, they continued to ask for more towards Chin Han. Master, still a little hungry. Can you give us some more to eat? Yes, just a little bit more. Since you're a good person to the end. Chin Han's eyes went cold, insatiable. Roll back and stay honest, don't bother me. As he spoke, the famous sword Moonshadow was instantly sheathed with a clanging sound, it was directly inserted into the hard ground around him. Closed his eyes, a look of a stranger. A few beggars saw this and, with a horrified look on their faces, one by one, they cowered in the corner, not daring to move. Taishu sacked. Elder Bai continuously nodded his head. The old man said with great relief. Have a good heart, but not generalized, more in the key time to deter beggars, absolute each other uneasy heart, this heart, really rare. It seems like this little guy is still a god-level profession. TSK, this heart alone, can completely match this achievement. Not bad. Really good. On the other side, Dusty Tide gave money and food to they. After a few beggars ate and drank their fill, their eyes were green. They all surrounded him. Master, do you have any money left in your pocket? This money is not enough for us to share. That's right. You're so rich, give me some more. Look at the few of us, we don't have a daughter-in-law yet. Why don't you just be a good person and give us some more, so that we can also spend money to get a daughter-in-law and live a good life? Dusty Tide's gaze went cold. If he had encountered this kind of goods in the past, I would have chopped them off with a sword. But today this is after all an examination. The young people said that Elder Bai is a kind and upright person. If you kill each other. If I kill him, I'll be disgruntled. But if you don't kill him? Then Elder White is as cynical as he is vengeful. Wouldn't he be disgruntled again? As his mind turned, the color of Dusty Shio's face became torn. Dusty Tide's expression became torn. Just outside the rain also stopped. He pushed away the beggars. He fled in a mess. When he ran for a while, but he saw a woodcutter coming in a hurry and, as soon as he saw him, he quickly went forward and, eagerly said, Little brother, looking at the direction you're going, is it the Taishu sect? I'm the woodcutter responsible for delivering firewood to the Taishu sect. My daughter-in-law is about to give birth. I need to hurry home. Can you help me deliver this bundle of firewood to the Taishu sect's door helpfully? Dusty Tide's gaze wrinkled slightly. Could this be part of the examination again? Delivering firewood, it doesn't seem like much of a big deal. In that case, it would be better to take it. Alright, put it down, I'll help you. The woodcutter put down the firewood and left with 1,000 thanks. On the firewood, there was an iron axe crookedly standing on it at the moment. Dusty Tide hesitated for a moment, but still carried the firewood on his back and continued to walk forward, and, not long after, he came to a wooden bridge. I don't know why. When he reached the middle of the bridge, the axe on the firewood happened to slip off and fell inside the water. Could this be part of the test again? Do I have to go into the water to look for the axe? Just as he was pondering, waves tumbled inside the water. A golden scaly dragon with golden light emanating from its body emerged from the water. The auger dragon looked at Dusty Tide with wide eyes, and in its left hand it held a golden axe that, Oh young woodcutter, did you drop your axe inside the water? Dusty Tide nodded, yes. Is that this golden axe then? Jialong shook the golden axe in his hand. Dusty Tide glanced at it, and his mind instantly shook. This was actually an epic level axe. Looking at the attributes, although it wasn't as excellent as the supreme treasure in his hand, it was still enough to make him salivate and, if he were to obtain it, his strength would definitely have to take a step forward. But when he thought that this could be a part of the test, knighthood could be more important than this axe. Gritting his teeth, he said, no. Oh, then is it this silver axe? Jialong flipped his right hand and actually turned out another axe. Only this time, the axe was a little worse. It was a dark gold grade extreme axe. He fixed his mind and firmly said, no. The dragon blinked its big eyes and, then since neither is, could it be that your axe is this iron axe? Just as the Jialong's words fell, the water underneath slightly churned, and an iron axe rose up from underneath the water. Seeing this, Dusty Tide nodded his head and, confidently, he said, this is the axe I threw. The dragon sniffed and, surprisingly, he put the 3 axes together. Oh young woodcutter, your honesty has touched me. As a reward, I will give you all of these gold and silver axes. When Dusty Tide heard this, he was filled with excitement and, luckily, I didn't choose just now. This thing is really a pitfall. This augur should be testing his honesty. If he had chosen any of the gold and silver axes just now, I'm afraid that he wouldn't be able to get any of them now. Sure enough, giving 10 gold coins to that young man was really worth it. Thank you for the gift. Dusty Tide moved his hands forward ready to receive the gift peacefully. But the moment his hands just touched the gold and silver axe, suddenly, the winds on the river rose and a golden light enveloped him. A golden light enveloped him. The dragon's body suddenly grew tens of times bigger. A bloody mouth came biting fiercely towards his. Oh greedy woodcutter, you will pay for your desires. Dust tide. Taishu sacked. Elder Bai skimmed his mouth and face full of mockery. Idiot, how in the world can there be such a good thing? Saying 2 honest words can get you a big favor. Bad review. And at this moment, as the rain stopped outside, Shin Han also met the woodcutter and had likewise taken up the task. Unexpectedly, he even stuffed the axe hard on the firewood to fix it solidly, and, before continuing on his way, the same bridge, even though Shin Han's axe was tied very firmly, but walking on the bridge, it was as if he had been violently yanked. The axe was jerked away by a strong force, and with a snap, it fell into the river. Immediately afterward, the golden auger made its appearance. Oh young woodcutter, did you drop an axe in the water? Shin Han, yes, it was an iron axe. If you see it, give it to me, thank you. With these words, directly straight away, the Jiao Long would not be able to straighten out the golden axe hidden in his left hand. It was neither a good idea to take it and not to take also not. For a time, the color of embarrassment was overflowing. But in the end, Jiao Long still made a hasty decision and said, as we all know, the eyesight of the dragon race is defective. I can't tell the colors. Naturally I can't tell the type of axe. A lot of axes have fallen under the river over the years. Why don't you see if this axe in my hand is yours? Without blinking, without even looking at the properties of the axe, Shin Han casually said, no, look at something else. Then is this silver? Oh, this axe? No. Oh, is it this axe? Yes, this is the one. Give it to me, please. The auger's eyes narrowed as he sniffed. You're an honest woodcutter. You didn't take advantage of the fact that I couldn't recognize the color and lie about it. For this rare honesty of yours, I'll give you all 3 axes. Shin Han was silent for a moment and said, since you can't tell whether the axes are real or fake, why are you able to determine whether I'm telling the truth or a lie? Once again, the dragon was speechless and stammered for half a day and found an excuse. That's because I wanted to test your honesty. Actually, I already knew when your axe fell. The other 2 axes are the reward for you. Shin Han, no reward, I just want my axe, you give it to me and I'll leave. Jiao Long, you really don't want it? Shin Han's gaze suddenly turned cold. In broad daylight, in this deserted mountain, a monster suddenly appears to give you 2 treasures. Do you want them or not? Bold demon, I can tell at a glance that you're no good. Say, are you here specifically to victimize passers-by? Seeing that the other party was demoralized and full of righteousness, the Jiao Long's figure actually began to wither, his head shrinking. It actually prepared to run away. If you want to run, there's no way. Soul Imperial Art. With a rumble, the High Priestess and a few other bosses chalked up that as soon as they saw the auger, they scrambled to pounce on it. Within a short time, a small, thumb-thin, golden 4-legged snake crept at Shin Han's feet, with 3 axes placed beside it. The small snake shrank its head and trembled. Don't kill me, I'm just sent by the sect to test you. I really don't have the intention of harming anyone. Shin Han narrowed his eyes. This little snake is called the snake of lust, and it's quite rare even amongst the heavens. It specializes in living on lust. As long as a person has a desire, as long as a person has lust, it will boost the snake's power. But if the person who meets it is righteous and has no greed, the snake will shrink and lose its strength. In short, this is a special kind of demonic beast that is evil when it meets people, and when it meets evil, it is evil. When it's weak, ordinary people can handle it. When it's strong, even those top-level powerhouses in the heavens can compete with each other. Look at the looks of this snake. It should not be adult yet, saying that it is growing to its full size. In utilizing the weakness of some strong people, this snake to seduce. I'm afraid that it can be of great use at critical times. But, this snake is obviously something from the Taishu sect. If you hit it at this moment, it might lower your rating. With a change of heart, Shin Han said, alright, you go back. Take the axe away as well. Saying that, he left without any attachment. At this moment, within the Taishu sect, the elder Bai stroked his beard repeatedly and said with great relief in his old age, good, what an eye-opener, a person who can combine prudence, decisiveness, insight, and uprightness into one, truly a good seedling that is hard to find in the ages. Excellent. Upper class. Make sure to give him the top grade. On the other side, Dust Tide was in a sorry state. He didn't expect this tiny auger to be so difficult to deal with, and he was at a disadvantage right away. He gradually fell into a disadvantage. He could only make a break, and at the cost of being injured. He could only make a mistake, and at the cost of his injury, he fled in a mess. Fortunately, a few miles out of the road, the dragon did not chase over. Just as he took some medicine and slowly moved forward, there was suddenly a carriage traveling in front of him. But the carriage just came in front of him, and one of the wheels actually fell off. Afterwards, a young man also wearing the clothes of a disciple of the Taishu sect walked down from the top of the carriage. Upon seeing Dusty Chiusher, quickly stepped forward. Dare I ask if you are the one who was participating in the sect entrance examination? Dusty Chiusher gave the other party a prudent look and finally said, yes. Young disciple, that's really great. Since you were able to walk here, you're pretty much a disciple of my sect. I'm sure you've seen that the wagon wheel fell off, and it was carrying the sect's supplies on it. How about this? I'll go back and find someone to come and repair it. Would you help me look after it here? Dusty tied. Good. Young disciple, that's really good. I'll take care of you after joining the sect in the future. With that, this person quickly left. Dusty Chowsher sat on the ground, his heart a little apprehensive. This motherfucker shouldn't have another problem later, right? Along the way, encountered the broken thing is not less? Only to see his thoughts flashed. Suddenly, a shout rang out from the woods. There is a disciple of the Taishu sect here. I am a senior sister of the inner sect. I have encountered a thief attack. Quickly save me. Quickly save me. Humph, little lady, no one will save you even if you scream your throat out. Be good and familiar with your hands. Dusty Tide's face was torn. When encountering this, is it a matter of saving or not saving? If you save them, you don't want them? What if we don't save them? What if it's true? Inside the woods, the miserable cries of women gradually began to appear. Dusty Shio's scalp tingled when he heard them, but he remembered what happened before. In the end, he clenched his teeth, closed his eyes. I can't see the heart is not disturbed, as if nothing has happened. At the sect, Elder Bai saw the situation and cursed. Encountering a disciple of the clan asking for help and not going to investigate, but instead guarding next to a pile of rags, humph, really incorrigible. Poor evaluation. On the other side, Shin Han also encountered such a scene. Only, he had Nightmare take the High Priestess and the other spirit bodies to guard the side, and, while he quickly ran towards the source of the sound, when he arrived at the location, he saw the snake of lust that he had just let go, hanging on a tree branch. It was holding its voice as a snake, and, help me, help me, help me, help me, help me, Aya. Four eyes met. The atmosphere was a bit awkward. Didn't you leave? Little Snake awkwardly spread his claws and said, where the mission lies, there's no way. If I hadn't been broken by you just now, with my strength, I should have been able to detect you coming over and avoided it earlier. After Chin Han went back and collected the nightmares in them, that disciple came back with someone. The visitor quickly finished repairing the carriage and, they were about to rush towards the sect gate. It so happened that, Shin Han was on his way, so they went on the road together. It wasn't long before I arrived in front of the mountain gate. This is a winding upward staircase. It looks like it's about 1,000 levels. At the mountain gate, at this moment, there is a burly old man sitting on a chair. In front and behind there is a small boy, is huffing and puffing to lift up. Maybe the big old man is too heavy. The two boys were so tired that they were huffing and puffing. Not paying attention, there is a person kneeling on the ground, almost overturned the chair. Almost lifted the chair over. What's wrong? Did not eat? Not even this much strength. If it gets out, people will think that this elder is fat. What a disgrace. The burly old man curses a few times and, his eyes suddenly looked over to Chin Han's side, and he said in a commanding manner, you two, replace them and carry me up. Hearing this, the disciple next to him whispered to Chin Han, this is the clan's miscellaneous elder, he has a lot of power, the consequences of offending him are very serious. These steps aren't that high, the two of us make a little effort and we'll be able to cope with it soon. The miscellaneous elder urged, hurry up, be abrasive, this elder still has to return to the sect to meet the sect leader. On the side, Chin Han turned a blind eye and, stepping towards the ladder, he simply ignored this. The angry Chor's elder jumped straight to his feet, impotent and furious. Who is he? What's his name? This elder will definitely give him small shoes in the future. I'll make him regret entering the sect. On the steps, Chin Han suddenly turned back, revealing a smile. It's been a long time since I've killed anyone, why don't I start with you? The handyman elder's fingers tremble in anger. Great, bold, do you know who I am? Utility elder, your god of fortune, understand. Shin Han, who cares who you are, I'm not from your clan, fuck me. You. The miscellaneous elder was angry for half a day, but finally came up with, oh, not from our clan, then forget it, then I can't hold you. You go. Shin Han stepped away, but after a while, that elder actually froze over. He's not a disciple of our sect, but why is he able to go up to the mountain gate? Quickly, stop him. It's only a pity that Shin Han had already walked to the platform halfway up the Taishu sect at this moment. Elder Bai, whose hair and beard were all white, happened to be here to greet him. He smiled broadly as he stroked his beard. Good, not afraid of power and nobility, not afraid of difficulties, what a good boy, now I announce that you have passed the examination. The words came out. The points list changed once again. Shin Han's points suddenly came to 6,000 points. Once again, he was ranked number 1. In the face of Elder Bai's praise, Shin Han slowly said, I only did what I should have done, it's not worth praising. Elder Bai nods his head once again. His eyes were as bright as a light bulb, and, good, not humble, not overbearing, not spoiled, very good. Child, I won't hide it from you, I am the supreme elder of the heavenly clan of the heavens, Taishu sect, and I came here this time to examine the hearts of you newcomers. So far, you are the child that satisfies me the most. If it were any other occasion, I would definitely accept you as a close disciple, but unfortunately, today's situation is special, and your status is that of a descender, so I can only barely hold back the impulse in my heart. Child, if you're not in a hurry to leave, can you have a chat with the old me? I haven't seen a junior like you that pleases me for a long time. Elder Bai looked at Chin Han, really the more he looked at him, the better he looked at him. Chin Han nodded, Elder bestowed, I dare not resign, Elder please. Good, I'm very happy that you can endure the heavenly temptation in front of you and stay to chat with an old man like me. Elder Bai cheerfully said, don't worry child, chatting with the old man will definitely make your trip worthwhile. You descendants, you are afraid that you still don't have a clear concept of the heavens and the worlds, whereas the old man, it so happens that he knows a bit more. Whatever you want to know, old husband can satisfy you. Just as Chin Han and Elder Bai were having a long conversation, Dusty Tides had also arrived at the sect a long time ago. When he encountered Elder Clutter at the foot of the mountain, he decisively chose to refuse and could have just not ushered in Elder Bai's smiling face. When the two finally met, the Elder White's cold face, without even meaning to chat a single word. You have passed, hurry up and leave, save your eyes. With a wave of his hand, not far ahead, a teleportation portal appeared. Dusty Tide was dumbfounded. Where had he offended Elder Bai? Along the way, he had tried his best to follow the information given by the youths and give better choices. How did things completely change when it came to Elder Bai? It feels like, copying the answer, copied to the bottom of the list. The next second, with the update of the scoreboard, he saw his points. 5,300 points. At this moment, it was like a thunderbolt from the sky hit him head-on. He couldn't believe this score. He couldn't believe this score. The previous 5 levels were all full points. In other words, this level only gave a mere 300 points. This was hard for him to accept. He wanted to go back and ask Elder Bai what he did wrong. But just as he turned back, he heard Elder Bai curse harshly. You're a sight for sore eyes. Why don't you go? Do you want me to drive you away? Dusty Tides, with an incomparably depressed mood, he walked into the teleportation portal. Immediately after, the scene in front of him, however, it gave him a sense of déjà vu. The same island, the same stone path. It was exactly the same as the 6th level. With an inquiring mind, he walked forward. Time gradually passes. The sun rises and sets, and the stars shift. The light and shadow of time kept skimming over the mountainside. An old man and a young man, but they don't realize that time is passing, and they are chatting very happily. In a flash, it was the next morning. At this moment, in Elder Bai's gaze towards Chin Han, it had gradually changed from the appreciation he had previously, to marveling at the during this day and night, although he had been the one doing most of the talking. However, Chin Han's occasional pointing out of some key always made his eyes light up. This kid, not only is his character beyond words, his qualifications seem to be top-notch as well. On the side, Chin Han had also gained a very large amount of. The heavens were endless, and there were too many unknowns. Even if he had entered the final battlefield in his previous life and he had browsed through endless strategies, but compared to the entire heavens, the ones he knew were only one side. Elder Bai's insights had opened his eyes. Alright, little cold it's almost time for you to conduct your examination. It's just that before you leave, old me has one more thing for you. Saying that, I saw Elder Bai take out a white jade pendant. That shape seemed like one of the Taiji yin-yang fish. This yin-yang fish is a good thing. When you are able to travel in the heavens in the future, remember to bring this item and come to the Taishu sect to find me. There will be a great opportunity waiting for you. Chin Han did not make any pretense. He smoothly pocketed the young fish. After delaying here for a day, he was here for this item. Please rest assured, Elder Bai, my junior will definitely go to you. Elder Bai was greatly relieved. Good boy, I believe you. Go on, continue your business. Elder Bai waved his hand. A teleportation portal appeared near the two. Chin Han cupped his fists in salute towards Elder Bai and took a step and was about to head inside. But before leaving, Elder Bai suddenly felt a little reluctant to leave. Oh yes, this axe you also take it. Anyway, for the old man is useless, perhaps for the current you can be useful. Chin Han was silent for a moment, then silently took the axe down. Turning around, he was about to enter the door of light here. But at this moment, however, he heard the old man continue, if you can obtain the yin fish in the hands of the other old thing later on, by then, your future is something that I'm afraid the old man wouldn't even dare to imagine. It's just that the test set up by that old thing might not be suitable for you. With your kind character I'm afraid you won't be able to do those things. Forget it, pretend I didn't say it. Chin Han is full of sincerity. Thank you Elder for your advice. I will definitely do my best to obtain the yin fish. Elder Bai, silly child, although you are smart, upright, and unyielding, your heart is still too kind. There are some things that even if you know what to do, your kind nature, it's still hard to lay your hands on. No matter what, you are someone I value. No matter what the outcome is, in the future, you must go to the Taishu sect to find me. Take this axe, it's a treasure for you now. Seemingly unwilling to let Chin Han go, Elderby pulled out the epic ranked axe that the Serpent of Lust had tricked Shin Han with earlier. Shin Han took it. Thank you, Elder. Elder latecomer is leaving now? Hey, don't, wait a moment. Elderby opened his mouth, his face full of reluctance. Shin Han was puzzled. Does Elder have something else to command? This. Elderby hesitated for a moment and then said, oh yes, this snake you also take away. This snake is insidious and cunning. A child as kind as you, take it with you. When it matters, it's also a help. Elderby took out the snake of desire, and pulled out a lavender crystal, handing it to Shin Han along with it. If you crush this control crystal, you will gain control of this snake, and in the future, it will be eternally loyal to you, and if it dares to betray you, it will be directly destroyed by its divine soul. The snake of desire blinked its big eyes, its face full of innocence. This is the change of master? Will it have to mix with this person in the future? But it always felt that this person wasn't as good at cheating as Elderby? Thank you senior for the heavy gift. Shin Han solemnly received the item and crushed it as requested after. Bid farewell to Elderby once again. This time, was really gone. Elderby looked at the disappearing portal and, disappointed. Good seedling. In a flash of white light, Shin Han arrived at the 7th level and, holding the warm jade-like yang fish in his hand, he finally let out a sigh of relief. The Knighthood Scramble, the 6th and 7th levels, tested the players' on-the-spot responses and human nature tests. The ones in charge of invigilating the test were the two super sects that would appear later in the game, the Taishu Palace and the Taiyin Sect's Supreme Elders. Countless years ago, the two clans were originally a family, but later, due to philosophical differences, they split up. At the same time, they also split the clan's supreme tokens, the Yin Fish and the Yang Fish, one for each family. It is rumored that by combining the Yin Fish and the Yang Fish into one, the mysterious location, the Heavenly Dao Palace, can be opened. Entering it will allow you to obtain the supreme inheritance. Players wishing to obtain these two treasures must get a perfect score on the 6th and 7th levels. It doesn't sound difficult, but in reality, it's as hard as heaven. The two elders have opposite personalities. Without knowing the strategy, they're bound to step in the pits. If the two elders are dissatisfied, there's no hope for a perfect score, and there's only one piece. Even if you get a perfect score by chance, you have to wait for the other players to finish the test and make sure that no one else has gotten a perfect score before you can get it. Throughout the entire process, if one said a wrong word, one would not be able to get the Yin and Yang Fish in this lifetime. The reason why he had waited for a day and a night was because he was waiting for the other players to assess. Now that all the players have come to the 7th level, those at the top should have entered the 8th level long ago. It's just that the situation of the 8th level is a bit special. The last player must have entered before it can be opened, so there's no rush. Let them wait. Glancing up at the road to the island, while walking slowly, Shin Han. While doing so, he opened the points leaderboard. At this moment, his points had clearly come to 7,000 points. He was still in first place, even though he hadn't completed the 7th level. With this score, he had surpassed the 2nd place by 500 points. The extra 1,000 points. The extra 1,000 points are the reward for the young fish. In the title test, there are 3 ways to get reward points: killing monsters, obtaining treasures, and completing the test. The treasures, on the other hand, refer to heavy treasures like the Yin and Yang Fish, and the supreme treasures in the hidden levels. Epic equipment, here, was not considered a treasure and did not count for points. Speaking of epic equipment, Shin Han quickly took out his newly acquired epic ranked axe and lucky golden axe, epic great object weapon. Attack power, 2000. Armor break, 1500. Total elemental weakening, 2000. Heavy injury strike, enemies below half-blood, attack power is doubled additionally. Physical requirement, 500. Active skill. Maximum luck, after use, luck increases tenfold for 10 minutes, cooldown 1 day. This axe is good, although it doesn't have an attack skill that's too unbelievable. The active increase in luck by 10 times is very useful. The explosion rate of the eternal game, or certain lottery probability, moving is 1 in 10,000, or even 1 in a billion. Even if you add the 10 times increase card stacked into 100 times luck, it's still no good. However, if it is in a small range, a few hundredths of a % probability under the lottery, once stacked, it's a sure thing. Used properly, this is a divine technique. Narrowing his eyes, Shin Han swayed. Suddenly, the snake of lust that had been coiled on his shoulder emerged and, with glowing eyes, he said, "Master, I can smell what seems to be a special odor ahead. It seems to be the smell of desire." Shin Han's gaze moved slightly and, sweeping his eyes, vaguely, the stone gate of the 7th level of examination could be seen in sight. However, the disciple on guard was nowhere to be seen. "Master, inside the grass on the left, I can see that it's a man and a woman doing something meticulous." There was a flash of golden light in the eyes of the serpent of lust. A mirror image suddenly appeared in front of Shin Han's eyes. He saw a young man wearing a black Taoist robe with a Yin character embroidered on it, doing something indescribable with some woman wearing the same clothes. The snake of lust's eyes filled with light and, Master, I've heard that the Tai sect's disciplinary rules do not allow its disciples to form Taoist couples, much less do illicit affairs, and once discovered, they will be severely punished. A light case would be abolishing cultivation and expelling them from the sect, and a heavy case would be the destruction of their form and spirit. I've saved all these images, Master, why don't we blackmail them? Shin Han sniffed and was likewise somewhat moved. According to the strategy guide, on the 6th level, Elder White preferred kind and upright people. On the 7th level, Elder Black liked people who were devious and cunning and did nothing. This is a threat that was sent to the door, not to be used for nothing. Moreover, this was definitely one of the parts of the test. With a flash of thought, only Shin Han pretended to be ignorant and took a step towards the stone door. At this moment, at the 7th level, at the mountainside of the Tai sect, the Elder Black was holding the fish in his hand and, with a face full of despondency, each and every one of these descendants is a waste, either pedantic or stupid, no matter if it is the one who was being assessed or the one who has already finished the assessment, there is not a single person who meets the old man's heart. I had thought that I would be able to take a look at this future geniuses of the heavens in this examination and find a suitable candidate. Now it seems that there isn't much hope. Now there's still one last person left. Looking at the information, it should be the one with the greatest potential amongst this group. But this kid hasn't come over until now. Either he's overly cautious, or he's just stupid as hell, a stupid pig with only luck. It seems that the treasure in the old man's hand, I'm afraid that I won't be able to give it away. Just as the old man was muttering to himself, but he saw in the mirror image in front of him, at the stone door, the hurricane came a young man wearing blue armor with a handsome and extraordinary appearance. The appearance is not bad, there is the old man back then a few points of elegance, just do not know whether this heart is in line. At the stone gate, when Shin Han walked close to it, he saw the young man who had just been carrying his pants, running over in a hurry. Vaguely, Shin Han could still see a woman's face hidden in the grass. You're here to conduct the examination, right? Go 10 miles ahead and walk to the mountain gate and you'll be considered to have passed. Getting into character, the youth's demeanor became condescending and, holding his head high, words seemed to come out of his nostrils. But let me tell you, this test is extremely difficult. If you want to know some information, then show some sincerity. Master, look at this person's arrogant appearance. It's me, I can't bear it. Why don't you let me make a move? I'll make sure to make him lose his pants. At this moment, the snake of lust, hidden within Shin Han's armor, transmitted its voice and drummed. But Shin Han simply ignored it, only to see him smilingly taking out 100 gold coins and stuffing them into the black-clothed disciple. I'm new here, so if there's anything I don't understand, I'd like to ask senior brother for more guidance. The black-clothed disciple glanced at the number of gold coins. The corner of his mouth moved lightly, and he casually perfunctorily said, "If you go here, there might be tests on the way, take it easy on yourself and work things out. This is good for you, go." What was the difference between saying this and not saying it? However, Shin Han was not the least bit impressed and, once again taking out the small backpack containing 1,000 gold coins and handing it over. "Senior brother, I may be rather obtuse, please reveal a little more information." The black-clothed disciple looked at the amount of money, his face warmed up a little and, surprisingly revealing a smile. "Your kid is also on the road, then I will not hide it. The person who presides over this entrance examination is Elder Black. Elder Black is eccentric in nature, but is quite fond of the sinister way you do things, and must not be pedantic. The more sinister you are, the happier his old man will be. Remember, after passing through this stone door, you will enter the scope of the supervision, then it is up to you. Go!" Shin Han sniffed and nodded his head gently. Afterwards, surprisingly, he once again took out a backpack, which was clearly filled with 10,000 gold coins. That black-clothed disciple took a look at the gold coins that were full of gold coins and, his expression was suddenly excited. He wanted to reach out and take it, but when his hand reached the halfway point, but suddenly stopped, he thought about it. A small amount of money can be said to be a little, but so much money. I'm afraid the purpose is not pure. Really wait for fear is not good to end. Contemplating for a moment, the black-clothed disciple boarded his face and asked, "You are afraid of this money is not good to take it? Tell me, what do you need me to do?" Shin Han smiles bashfully. "Senior brother is joking. It's only 10,000 gold coins, it's nothing to me. I'm only giving this amount of money because I want to make good karma with senior brother. Get to know the sect in advance, and find a backer like senior brother. If senior brother doesn't believe me, take a look at this." Saying that, Shin Han simply revealed the amount of gold coins on his body to that black-clothed disciple. This look directly straightened the other's eyes. Good lord, the amount of gold coins in here, it's like a small mountain. He had never seen so much money in his life. If it wasn't for the fact that he was at the place of examination at the moment, he really wanted to rob the other party. However, this kid is so rich, maybe there is no potential need. But really stupid money? The eyes moved slightly. The black-clothed disciple looked at Shin Han's eyes again, just like seeing a relative. "Brother, you really don't treat me as an outsider, then I won't see any outsiders. What do you want to ask? Just ask. Brother, I know everything. I'll say everything." Shin Han said smilingly, I really do have some questions I want to ask senior brother. What are the rules of our sect? Should you tell me in advance so that I can be prepared? Then how exactly is Elder Black's specific style? Please can you also tell me a little more? Although the black-clothed disciple had a springy face on the surface, inwardly, he was actually always on guard. But hearing that the other party was asking about superficial things, the heart was a few points less wary again. Good to talk, good to talk. Let's talk slowly. What you want to know, senior brother will tell you. 10 miles away, Elder Black saw this in the mirror and stroked his beard and contemplated. It's a bit resourceful, knowing to use money to open up the road. In this way, it's possible to know some information in advance, or to make the road behind you a bit smoother. But just these cannot be enough. This Chin Han does not know the disciple's temperament, so he dares to continuously increase the code and show his financial strength. It must be known that wealth does not reveal itself. The more money given, the more it will provoke the other party's greed, which will be unfavorable to himself. Moreover, giving so much money, but merely wanting to know some crude things, these things, after entering the sect, randomly find someone can know, this is unwise. People like him, in the sinister and deceitful world of the heavens, I'm afraid that he won't be able to live for long. With this performance, I'll give a passing grade at most, no more. After a period of time had passed, at the stone gate, the black-clothed disciple had a smile on his face. However, his mouth merely said something furtive and, even after saying a few more sentences, he looked towards Chin Han's hand. Seeing the meaning, is to want to ask for more benefits out. Chin Han narrowed his eyes. Senior brother, listening to what you said just now, our sect prohibits dual cultivation and improper relationships between senior siblings. Once it is known there will be heavy punishment. The black-clothed disciple subconsciously said, that's right, our sect leader had once suffered from a love injury, so we made this rule, which no one is allowed to transgress. Chin Han nodded. When I came here just now, I saw two people in the bushes next to me who were performing illicit acts, which happened to be recorded by me. Looking at their clothes, they seemed to be dressed in the same way as senior brother. When the black-clothed disciple heard this, his smile stopped in his complexion instantly turned cold. Looking at Chin Han with a very unkind gaze, you might have misread it. I've been here the whole time, it's impossible for such a thing to happen? Chin Han swept a glance at the other party's expression and his feet silently stood towards the stone door and, emboldened, he said, I don't have any other advantages as a person, just a good memory. Things I've heard and seen, I definitely won't forget. Why don't I memorize one for you? No fornication within the clan, or else the light will abolish the cultivation and be expelled from the clan, and the heavy will be heavily punished, and the spirit will be destroyed. What does senior brother think? How is my memorization? The black-clothed disciple's heart grew colder and colder. At this moment, he had long since realized that this person had been counting on him from the very beginning. Seeing his scandalous deeds, and then coming up to lure him in, and then threatened. He has a deep heart, If he were in another place, he would have killed him on the spot. But the other guy is standing at the stone door right now. Once he moved, he was afraid of the consequences. The killing chance in his eyes flashed. Forcibly resisting the urge to kill, he said in a deep voice, say it, what exactly do you want? Chin Han revealed a kind smile and, I haven't thought about it yet, why don't you watch and give it to me, senior brother? The black-clothed disciple's eyes narrowed. The other party wants favors? If that's the case, there's still room for maneuver. As long as we stabilize this kid first, and when we have the chance to kill him in the future, this secret will be preserved. Thinking about it, the black-clothed disciple took out his spatial backpack and returned all the money Chin Han had given him earlier. Subsequently, took out his own storage bag. He searched around. Seems to be thinking about what is appropriate to give. But at this time, Chin Han said something that almost didn't choke him to death. Senior brother's storage bag is not bad. I don't have one yet. Why don't you simply give me the things inside as well? The black-clothed disciple sniffed and, teeth clenched and creaked. Murderous eyes stared hard at Chin Han for a while and, in the end, with a disheveled sigh indeed, with a cross heart, he took the storage bag off his waist and, directly handed over to Chin Han. Said the most heartless words in his life. Since senior brother likes, this storage bag will be given to you. He never imagined that the disciple of Taming sect. In the past, he was the only one who was shady, but now he was being shady by a kid who was taking the test. Chin Han took it with a smiling hand. Then how embarrassed it, this storage bag space is quite large. There are 7 or 8 houses so big, can be loaded with a lot of things. It's just that there are not many things, are some bottles and cans, and I do not know what to use. After rummaging around for half a day, he snapped his head up and, nonchalantly, he said, Senior brother, is there anything else? Upon hearing this, the black-clothed disciple gritted his teeth and said, this is all I have in my hand, this is already all I have. Being a man leaves a silver lining, and we will meet again in the future. Senior brother, things cannot be too extreme. Chin Han but as if he did not hear. Senior brother why don't we continue to talk about what we just talked about, I still have a lot of things to ask you. The black-clothed disciple's fists clenched and creaked. His complexion was constantly changing. At this instant, he even had tens of thousands of thoughts of wanting to kill the other party. But in the end, he glanced at the stone door and he clenched his teeth and he turned his head and ran into the grass. Not long after, he came back. In his hand was a jade rui that was like white jade. This is the Yunling rui. It can allow even mortals to use spells. This is the most valuable thing I can take out. If senior brother is still not satisfied, then you can go ahead and denounce me. I can't take out anything anyway. Shin Han pocketed the jade ruin and, looking at the black-clothed disciple, there seemed to be some probing in his gaze. There's really nothing left? Don't you lie to me? At these words, the black-clothed disciple's emotions almost collapsed, and he almost couldn't help but make a move. Even the woman who had been hiding in the bushes next to them and not coming out, at this moment, she couldn't help but run out, her face full of anger. Killing people is just a headache, don't bully people too much. Inside the sect, when the black-clothed elder saw this situation, his eyes were about to pop out. Is this still the same dumbass who only knew how to smash money just now? His eyes were filled with admiration. From the very beginning, he should have known the handle of the two disciples, yet he pretended to be innocent and approached the other side to pry for information. Once he caught the handle, he immediately flipped. This cunningness is like a ruthless old fox who has been mixing with the heavens for many years. What's even more frightening is that this son clutches a toad and wants to squeeze out the urine, turning his head and squeezing others to the bottom line. He actually doesn't let it go, a bit of my generation style. Not bad. Not bad. It's a good seedling. At the stone door, the serpent of desire quietly transmitted, Master, I see that they are facing a breakdown in their emotions, and I'm afraid that it will be difficult to ask for new favors. If we really push the two to the brink of extinction, I'm afraid it will backfire. How about forgetting about it? Shin Han mused. Inside the storage bag given by the man just now, they were all just bottles and jars, and they all showed mission items. This meant that the matter of getting the other party's storage bag was already within the assessment test. These things should be used later on. If you can do this, it's a pass at best. But the spirit-embracing Rui that was given afterward was an epic level item. It's unlikely that something at the level of a supreme treasure would appear in this kind of test. If you can get an epic level item, that should be the limit. The score of this session should be able to reach full marks. But to be on the safe side, he had to do something more. As his eyes flickered, Shin Han was full of innocence. I also believe in the sincerity of the two of you, but hearts and minds are separated, so who knows if you guys are hiding anything? What's more, after taking your benefits, you must hate me to the bone. In case you secretly find me trouble, what can I do? While speaking, he held onto the pillar of the stone door with one hand and was ready to run at any time. The woman sniffed and, shellfish teeth biting cackling. In the end, she swore to the heavens. I swear to the Tai insect's supreme ancestor that I have absolutely no hidden agendas, and will definitely not look for your trouble in the future, and if there is half a word against it, I will be called to die from heavenly thunder. In the armor, Little Snake narrowed his eyes. Master, this is the highest oath of the Tai insect disciples. Once violated, they will surely have their heart demons messing with their body and will not live for more than 3 days. What she said should be true. Shin Han nodded his head without any trace. His eyes went back to the man in black. What about you, senior brother? The man in black saw his beloved making a heavy oath. The killing intent in his eyes surged out as if it were substance. His body trembled with anger. In the end, clenched his fists fiercely and made an oath word by word. When the two of them finished their vows, Shin Han smiled with a wide-eyed smile and, well, all our fellow disciples, what's the point of saying these out-of-the-ordinary words? Of course I believe in the two senior brothers and sisters. Alright, you guys are busy. Senior brother, I'll go first. The two men heard that. Their bodies were almost out of breath. But with the oath in front of them, they didn't dare to make a move. They could only be like lovebirds in distress, full of misery. Woman, you go. I hope you keep your mouth shut in the future. Originally, Shin Han had already stepped into the stone door. But when he heard these words, he immediately retreated back and, narrowing his eyes, he said with a smile, that's for sure, I have no other advantages in this person, but this mouth can be very strict. Besides, you guys this secret, I can eat a lifetime. The words fell, leaving the two with an innocent and brilliant smile, stepping away. And behind them, the woman heard that last sentence and, surprisingly, she could no longer tense up and, with a wow sound, the woman heard the last words, but couldn't hold it any longer, and with a wow, she cried out on the ground. At the mountain gate, Elder Black's face was full of excitement. Genius. Normally, when people push each other to that level, they would just take what they can get. But this kid, in the end, even dared to let the other party make an oath to eliminate all future problems. This kid is definitely born bad. Bad to the bottom of the foot pus kind of. Old man inheritance is expected. The Tai sect will have a successor. On a deserted mountain road, the little snake poked its head out of the armor and a pair of small claws gripped the edge of the armor and, staring with big, innocent eyes. Master, why do I feel like all that kindness and righteousness you had before was all feigned? You seem to have been born to be a bad guy. However, master, how do you dare to conclude that they will swear in the end? Shin Han looked calm and very different from his previous appearance. Don't you know about sunk costs? The more one pays, the lower the bottom line is drawn. They've already paid the price of their storage bags in epic treasures, making another vow isn't much of a big deal. With that said, he immediately took out the epic level item and, scrutinizing it carefully, staring at the attributes of the Jade Ruin, he was very happy inside. Embodied Spirit Rui, epic rank item. Mana value, 100,000 points. Mana recovery, 2% per second. Put it in your backpack to take effect. The attribute of mana was something that only came after novice. Like the Thunderbolt skill cast by the High Priestess before, it had to consume mana. Even the several skills carried on the crippled Supreme Treasure Staff, the Purple Soul Scepter, all of them required mana to cast. Moreover, the recovery of mana is troublesome. It's just gone. With a strength like the High Priestess, it was impossible to continuously output spells. So, don't look at the simple attributes of this thing. However, when the game is in the late stages, the value of this item is afraid to be comparable to the price of 2 epic weapons. Putting away the spirit embracing Rui, Shin Han continued to walk forward. It wasn't long before the sky began to rain poisonous rain. And not far away, a dilapidated Taoist temple appeared, and the looks of the previous level were almost exactly the same. Only this time, he didn't choose to enter easily. Instead, he chose to hide in the window outside the door, cautiously watching. In the Taoist temple, there were 6 big men with swords. One of them with a goatee narrowed his eyes. Brothers, not far ahead is the mansion of Mr. Wang. I heard that this person's family has a treasure, put on the body can be invulnerable to swords and spears, not immersed in water and fire. The black market has called the bounty for this treasure to a sky-high price. Brothers, are you interested in doing him a favor? The remaining few heard this and their eyes glowed. Then what's the point? Fuck him. Good, then let's wish us a smooth and rich ride this time. Several people chatted for a while. Seeing that the rain had stopped outside, one by one, they picked up their knives and left in a huff. Seeing this, Shin Han hung behind the other party and he slowly followed them. Not long after, several people came to a mansion. Mansion door is half closed, written above the word Wang Fu. These people are really hasty. They pushed the door in so loudly, but when they walked into the courtyard door, the clothes in front of them directly let them dumbfounded. Only see the large courtyard. Set up 2 rows of long tables. The table is full of guests. There are 20 to 30 people. These people, one by one, a fierce face, with a variety of blades, a look is not to be messed with. Mr. Wang was sitting directly opposite the courtyard door. Seeing several people come in, Mr. Wang was actually not surprised. He got up and responded. Are you also here for my treasures? Quickly take your seats, we will naturally let you see it later. Several people were instantly confused. A junior brother lowered his voice, Big brother, what now? The goatee's face scrutinized, there are a lot of people here. First press on and do what he says. Subsequently, several people took their seats and, just enough to fill all the remaining seats, on a tall and dense tree outside the door, the Shin Han stared at the situation inside the courtyard and he pondered in his heart. This should be the second examination location set by that Elder Black. These people all look like villains who have come to seize the treasure, so there's definitely going to be a big change here. It's just that Elder Wang, facing so many people, yet he is able to look unmoving and talk with a smile on his face. He obviously has a bottom line inside. How should I start? Since that Elder Black set up this barrier, he naturally has his true purpose in mind. Elder Wang has a treasure that is invulnerable to swords and spears and immersible in water and fire, and with Elder Black's character, he is bound to want the examiners to be able to snatch it. Do you want me to sit back and watch the tigers fight, wait for them to lose both of them, and finally reap the benefits? Shin Han pondered for a moment. Suddenly, he thought of those bottles and jars in his storage bag. Since it was written on them that they were mission items, it's very likely that they're guiding him to use them later on. He opened the storage bag and looked carefully. On these bottles and jars, there were labels written on them, and even their usage. Very detailed. Bone transformation scatter, only 3 drops are needed to turn a person and their belongings into blood and water. All poison, colorless and tasteless, melts in all kinds of food, after half an hour will die, the gods cannot save. Antidote pill, can cure all poisons, take it in advance to avoid injury. Staring at the poison pills, Shin Han's gaze moved slightly. Giving so many poisons, Elder Black must be asking me to take the initiative and strike first. Since that's the case, let him have his way. With a hoot, he jumped down from the tree and circled around to the back of the mansion and rolled over and entered. Dodging shadows along the way, he came into the neighborhood. The large kitchen door was open. Inside has long been full of all kinds of dishes, neatly arranged on the board. In the pot, also rolling white meat soup. 5 or 6 cooks were waiting on the side, waiting to pass the dishes. At this time, an old man in the shape of a butler entered the room and He drove all the cooks away, not allowing them to take a step near the kitchen door. With a creak, he closed the door. Seeing this, Shin Han quickly jumped to the top of the kitchen. He looked inside through the skylight. He saw that the housekeeper took out a large gourd. The steward took out a large gourd, which was filled with some light white liquid. He was evenly spreading it on the dishes. When all the dishes were sprinkled with the liquid, the butler breathed a sigh of relief, wiped his sweat, opened the kitchen door, and headed outside. Taking advantage of this critical point, Shin Han decisively changed into his ancient suit, rolled over and went down, like a spirit cat, and walked in silently. Even the butler at this moment had just taken a few steps out of the room. He went into the kitchen, took out the carefully selected poison, quickly poured it into the broth and other soup dishes. Afterwards, he dodged out of the kitchen and hid in a dense laurel tree in the yard. At this moment, Butler also happened to call the cooks back. You guys remember, don't say anything or ask anything later. After serving all the dishes, all of you return to the inner courtyard for me. Today, even if a heavenly noise occurs outside, you all have to act as if you don't know. If not, don't blame my family law for being harsh. The cooks were all coy and obedient. The courtyard was filled with a wide array of dishes. Many people's throats trembled as they watched, and they couldn't wait to bury themselves in the meat immediately. However, these people are not simple. All of them did not move their chopsticks. All of them didn't move their chopsticks. They all looked at Mr. Wang. Seeing this, Mr. Wang smilingly picked up his chopsticks and took the lead in moving his chopsticks. Come, this good food and wine should be eaten while it is still hot. Everyone eat as much as you like. If there is anything, wait until you finish eating. Saying this, he nonchalantly pinched food around. Even the wine, also unintentionally mixed around. Seeing this, those people gradually lowered their guard and they took their time to enjoy the meal. Gradually, the field of drinking and everyone ate happily. When everyone had eaten to the sound, Mr. Wang got up and raised his glass. Ladies and gentlemen, I am here to ask you for one thing. After eating this meal, I will give you all 10 taels of silver money, and in the future, everyone will not hit my baby. What do you all think? As soon as these words came out, immediately, someone spoke out sarcastically. Officer Wang is so calculating, a mere meal of wine and 10 taels of money, just to get rid of us. Where do you think there is such a good thing in the world? Yes, there are so many of us, at least no one will pay 1,000 taels, or this won't be over. 1,000 taels? With so many of you, how can I afford to pay? When Officer Wang heard this, his complexion sank. You guys are asking for my life. I'm afraid that you have the life to take but not the life to spend. As soon as these words came out, the sound of countless knife handles being pulled out in the arena was endless. What, old and dead, this can't be held back. I thought you belonged to the tortoise and could hold back all the time. Anyway, I put my words here. Today, if you don't hand over the treasure, the entire mansion, chickens and dogs will not be left behind. Mr. Wang's face became even more somber, and he slapped on the table with a snap. That depends, how much weight your excellency has. Brothers, what's the point of wasting words with him? Just kill and seize the treasure. When we get the treasure, we people will discuss how to divide it. As he spoke, several people went forward with their swords. But just after taking 2 steps, their bodies began to shake. Finally, with a surprising snap, he fell to the ground and personnel unconscious. Old thing, you actually poisoned the wine and food. I'm going to pull you as my back even if I die. The rest of the people, in a frenzy of excitement, all got up and grabbed their weapons. All of them got up and picked up their weapons, ready to fight for their lives. Many of them just took 2 steps and followed in the former's footsteps. But there were also those with strong resistance that succeeded in getting close. They raised their swords towards Mr. Wang. But when these swordsmen just touched about 1 meter in front of Mr. Wang, they were blocked by a single light shield. With a bang, those swordsmen were all broken. This is your treasure? Mr. Wang coldly, looking at the remaining few people. You're not worthy of robbing my treasure. You really don't know what you're doing. If it wasn't for the fact that I saw that you guys were outnumbered and feared that you would escape, I wouldn't have needed to use the poison ploy. Killing this group of you is enough to deter the rest of the curmudgeons. In the future, I'll see who dares to hit my treasures idea again. The moment these words came out, the blood chi of the rest of the people churned and, within a short time, they actually died one by one. Mr. Wang looked at the corpses on the ground, slowly and methodically took out a handkerchief and wiped his hands. He turned around and prepared to go back to the house, but at this time, a voice rang out. Don't be in a hurry, Mr. Wang, I am also very interested in your treasure. Mr. Wang sniffed and, turning around, he saw a mysterious man wearing a set of leather armor with his face shrouded in a hood had walked a few meters in front of him at an unknown time, but boasting of having a treasure to protect his body. Officer Wang was not afraid in the slightest. With you, I guess you don't have the ability to do that. Even if the old man sits here and doesn't move, you can't do anything about me. Shin Han, it seems that your treasure is quite powerful, then I want to see it all the more. Only, I would like to ask, if a person dies, can your treasures continue to protect you? Joke. You can't even break my defenses, so who are you to kill me? With a mocking expression on his face, Officer Wang. Just as he was about to fire back a few words, his body suddenly convulsed. Blood actually started to come out of his mouth. Poison? You poisoned me? Mr. Wang's face turned pale, as if he had aged 20 years in an instant. The mantis is catching the cicada and the yellow sparrow is at the back. I didn't expect that I would be pecked by a goose after spending all my days hunting geese. Who exactly are you? Tell us your identity, or let the old man die in peace. Shin Han sniffed and said without hesitation, remember, the one who killed you, Dust Chow Sure. Dusty Tides? Good, good, good. Mr. Wang said 3 good words in a row, as if he wanted to memorize the 3 words, Dusty Tides. In the end, he died of gas. Looking at the corpses all over the yard, Shin Han quickly touched the corpse and he found a storage bag on Mr. Wang's body. Inside, besides tens of thousands of gold coins, there were a bunch of clothes and miscellaneous things. Among them, there was a jade disc that stood out. Bloodshed Body Protection Formation, Epic Item. An evil formation passed down from ancient times. When activated, it creates a bloodbane formation within 1,000 meters. Feeds on blood and flesh, constantly drawing energy. The more flesh and blood you absorb, the stronger the formation will become. The more blood and flesh you absorb, the stronger the formation and the stronger the protection. If the formation is not broken, the body will not be damaged. Current defense value, 5090. The defense value can counteract all elemental and physical damage. With just a glance at the array disc, Shin Han's eyes erupted with intense joy. In his last life, there was a long-rumored saying about epic items that, the more single the attribute, the more useful it was. The more single the attribute, the more valuable it is. Nowadays, it seemed that sincerity did not deceive me. A specific formation like this one, once it accumulated enough defense value, had a heavenly effect when it mattered. But this formation also has a downside. Without the defense value, it's a useless paper tiger. This Officer Wang made such a big battle to poison these people. I'm afraid that the purpose is impure. 9 times out of 10, it's because he wants to energize this object. The news of these people getting the treasure is also likely to have been released by Mr. Wang himself. Stowing the array disc and the gold coins into his storage ring, Shin Han turned around and prepared to leave. But before leaving, his eyes moved slightly. This part of the test should have been completed. But he was afraid that Elder Black had buried other ambushes here. With a sweep of his eyes, he quickly collected the corpses of the 5 people he met in the broken Taoist temple, then quickly left. When he came to the dense forest, he threw away the bodies of the 5 people, took out the bone melting powder, and melted all of them. Even apart from the array plate and gold coins, along with the storage bag of Officer Wang, he also threw it in a river. After doing all this, only then did he carefully return to the road. Just as he was walking on the road, suddenly, a dozen black-robed disciples came with swords and, seeing Shin Han, the leader of the disciples immediately interrogated, "Stop, what are you doing here?" Shin Han pretended to be puzzled. "Entrance examination, what's the problem?" The head disciple's eyes were scrutinizing. "Have you ever passed by the king's mansion?" Shin Han froze. "What's a royal residence?" "I don't know." Lead disciple, "Humph, whether you really don't know or you're just pretending not to know, that's something you'll have to talk about after you go back with us." Shin Han, "I think you've misunderstood. I'm really just testing. My sister Chiu can prove it for me." "Chiu?" A disciple quietly said. "Senior brother, Chiu. Senior sister Chiu is an inner disciple. Her status is not low, and this person is an examination disciple. I'm afraid that the relationship within the sect is very shallow, so we shouldn't move lightly. Moreover, according to our intelligence, 5 people who attended the banquet have disappeared. Perhaps the person who committed the crime is related to those 5 people." The head disciple nodded his head gently as he heard this. Finally, glancing at Shin Han, his voice softened quite a bit. "Since you're a senior disciple of the test, you're all your own people, you can go." Shin Han, "Thank you senior brother then." He grasped to leave and, walking up some distance, his heart finally let out a sigh of relief and, so close. It seems that Elder Black really did have a backhand. Just after he left, someone was searching for the murderer. It was clear that he was giving himself a hard time. The good thing is that there is no danger. The mountainside. Elder Black had a smile on his face. "It's this flavor. When my master taught me, he said that when you encounter treasures, you should have the heart to fight for them. It's not easy to survive in the heavens. Grabbing a little more treasures will give you a little more substance and you'll be able to go farther in the future. And this kid is very resourceful. He didn't let his guard down before the enemy died, and used a fake name to fool around. In the end, he actually guessed the old man's backhand, and got a borrowed knife to kill at a critical time. Those stupid disciples, they were really led by the nose by others. Not bad. Not bad. Old me is very satisfied." On the other side, Shin Han continued to move forward and, suddenly, a black-robed disciple drenched in blood rushed out from the side of the road and, when he saw Shin Han, he immediately cried out, "Save me! Save me!" When Shin Han heard this, his feet did not stop, but instead, he walked faster. The disciple was filled with despair and, using his last ounce of strength, he quickly said, "I'm the Thai insect law enforcement elder's own nephew, Zheng Chong. I've been attacked by a fellow disciple, Majia. If you can help me deliver the news, my uncle will definitely have a generous reward." At these words, the disciple instantly died of gas. Shin Han turned a deaf ear and continued to advance. Not long after, he encountered a line of carriages. Several servants were carrying a sedan chair. There were banners hanging around the perimeter. On it was written the Law Enforcement Hall Elders Law Rack. Shin Han still turned a deaf ear. He was about to leave at a fast pace. But see the sedan chair curtains open, revealing an old man with an amiable face. The old man waved his hand at him with a kind smile on his face. "Little friend, come over and talk." Hearing this, Shin Han could only walk forward and, sincerely, he said, "Good day, senior elder. Looking at the direction you're going, you're heading to the Taiyin sect?" Shin Han, "Yes, for the sect entry examination." "Elder, at such a young age, to be chosen by the Taiyin sect, you have a bright future ahead of you. Seeing you reminds me of my nephew Zhang Chong. Back then he was also the same age as you to enter the sect, now in the blink of an eye, but 10 years have passed." Thinking about that year, the old man began to reminisce. Most of the narrative was about how much he favored his nephew, Zhang Chong. The two of them walked all the way to the Taiyin sect, walked to the mountainside, until the moment they parted. Shin Han also just as a qualified listener. He didn't say a word about Zhang Chong. When the law enforcement elder walked away, an old man in black walked over. The other party had an odd look on his face and, "Kid, if you tell the other party about Zhang Chang's death by a fellow disciple, it will definitely make the other party close to you, which will be of great benefit to you. The benefits are current, if you don't even take them, wouldn't you be a fool?" Shin Han looked at the other party suspiciously and, "You're joking, old man, I've never heard of this matter you're talking about, so how can I talk about informing?" Black-clothed old man, "Ha, your kid still won't tell the truth until now? For your information, I am the elder in charge of your examination this time, and that Zhang Chang's matter was arranged by me. People are born in heaven and earth, since they should be sharpened to move forward, there are favorable things or not on. What can you have in this life? At this point, you disappoint me." Shin Han swept a glance at the scoreboard. The points on it hadn't shown any changes yet, indicating that, with all this in front of him, he was still in the middle of the examination. The next answer that might be the key to his final score in the 7th level. With a slight movement of his eyes, he said, back to the elder, "To go on when there are benefits, that's true. But to go on at the sight of an advantage, that's just stupid. Just like a fierce beast pouncing on food, one should distinguish what is a trap and what is prey. Striking out blindly will only cause one to die faster." Elder Black's complexion lit up. "Oh, would like to hear about it?" On the mountainside, Shin Han faced Elder Black directly and, he said without being humble, "Who is Zhang Chong? The law enforcement hall elder's own nephew. With this kind of relationship, the other party still dares to attack him. This shows that either the other party has a bigger force behind them that is not afraid of Zhang Chong, and if they rashly get involved, they are afraid that they won't be able to get the benefits and end up as a scapegoat. Either that, or the relationship between that Zhang Chong and the law enforcement hall elders is not as harmonious as it seems to us on the surface. Even, it's likely that the mastermind behind this attack is that elder." Making an assumption, Zhang Chong knows the hidden secrets of the law enforcement hall elder, and the other party is afraid that things will be exposed, so they can only kill their nephew to survive. Make another assumption, this Zhang Chang's family has a change of heart. For example, Zhang Chong is not his father's own child, and he carried the wrong baby back then. The elder of the law enforcement hall is not good at doing it openly, so he can only send someone to kill him. It was just a coincidence that allowed Zhang Chong to escape. So, no matter which hypothesis, I don't have a good ending, so why should I get involved in this? Elder Black sniffed and, stroking his beard and laughing. Inwardly, he was shocked. Good lord, Zhang Chang's link was designed by him personally. When he made the design, he really added the previous reason that Zhang Chong was the wrong child back then. Such a tricky reason. Just by Zhang Chang's words, this kid guessed it. I really don't know whether this kid is lucky, or more intelligent than a demon. As his mind turned, he asked the final question. You little fellow, your mind is quite deep. Just for a moment, you can actually think of so much. Just that, haven't you thought about the fact that in case this matter is true, wouldn't you be missing out on an opportunity to attach yourself to a strong person? Survival is already difficult for my generation, you don't dare to gamble on such a big matter? Shin Han, I don't dare. It's better to die than to live. As long as you live, everything is possible. If you die, you'll lose everything. After saying that, he closed his mouth, waiting quietly for the arrival of the final score. Better to die than to live? Only by living, everything is possible? Elder Black sniffed and pondered carefully. Look, but suddenly felt a bit sad. If Master had this kind of mentality back then, he wouldn't have suffered a great disaster. He gave Shin Han a deep look and finally said, "Not bad, you passed." Upon these words, Shin Han quickly looked at the scoreboard and, in a split second, his points changed. He had increased by a whole 1,000 points. He reached 8,000. He's still in first place. Inside his heart, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. He's been working hard for half a day. He finally passed the test. He executed a bow towards Elder Black with the etiquette of the cultivation world. Thank you, Elder, for your leniency. Elder Black waved his hand. I didn't let go of the water. This is what you deserve. Suddenly, Elder Black's expression became extremely grave. Kid, I'm asking you, if there was a heavenly opportunity placed in front of you, would you fight for it? Shin Han's expression shook with, here it comes. He quickly said, may I also ask Elder to clarify? Only to see Elder Black flip his hand and take out a blackened jade. This item is the secret key of the Heavenly Palace, a missing piece in the yin-yang fish. It will bring you benefits that you can't even imagine in your lifetime. As long as you possess it, your future is destined to become incomparably greater. Only, if you wish to obtain it, you must promise me one condition. Shin Han, Elder, please speak. Elder Black, if I give this item to you, you must promise me that when you are strong enough, you will take over the position of my Taiyin sect leader and protect my sect. Shin Han's mind was frozen. Elder Black's purpose was actually this. As one of the topmost sects in the game, the Taiyin sect's might wasn't weaker than those 6 peak powers. If he were to become their sect leader, it would be equal to instantly having a huge additional power to back him up. As for protecting the clan, he will handle what he can. If he encounters an enemy that he can't defeat, avoiding the front line for the time being would be. How to calculate is also not a loss. A little thought. Shin Han said, back to Elder. Elder Jr. is willing to fulfill this promise. Upon hearing this, Elder Black immediately placed the yin fish in his hand. Then he let out a loud laugh and, the old man has long seen that the gluttonous snake on you was raised by that old thing in the last level. The fact that he was willing to give this item to you means that you must have obtained the young fish. Now with the addition of this yin fish of mine, yin and yang have merged, and when the time comes, all you need to do is to make a trip to the Heavenly Tao Palace, and your future accomplishments will surely shake the heavens and earth. And you, who promised to be the head of my Taiyin sect, this game, old man wins. If that old thing knew, he would be afraid that he would die of anger. Shin Han. The treasure was current, he didn't think too much about it, and, in a moment of inattention, he actually entered Elder Black's trap. Elder Black was overjoyed and patted Shin Han's shoulder and affectionately said, little cold nah, I as the Taiyin sect's supreme elder, high status, in the future when you come to our clan, I will personally accept you as a disciple. At that time, even if it is the current head of the sect also have to address you as a senior brother. At that time, I will personally arrange a best cultivation place for you. Don't worry, absolutely no worse than the current sect leaders is. With me covering you, in the future, you will be able to walk horizontally in the sect, and if you see anyone who doesn't see eye to eye, directly go up and step on them a few times, and guaranteed that no one will dare to say a word of no. Shin Han. He reminded, Elder, isn't it a bit too early for you to be talking about this? I'm still competing for a knighthood right now. Elder Black nodded awkwardly, that's right now it's important for you to compete for this knighthood, with your strength, strive to win the first place, and in the future, it will be of great use. Alright, I won't delay you anymore, hurry up and continue. Saying that, with a wave of his hand, he summoned the teleportation portal. Then the late generation will take their leave first. Shin Han's gaze burned. Go go go. Elder Black was filled with joy. Really leaving? Hurry up, it's important to do the right thing. Elder doesn't have anything he wants to say to the late generation? No what should be said has been said, the rest is too early to tell you now. Alright. Shin Han rubbed his hands together and stepped into the portal. The scene in front of him changed violently and he came to a place that was incomparably magnificent vast hall. Inside the hall, a small river was sparkling, slowly flowing around the center of in the water, every few seconds, countless fountains would shoot out. An incomparably gorgeous arch bridge, as if cast in gold, extended to the center. Shin Han was, at the moment, standing above the arch bridge. Snake of Lust, Master, that old man is so stingy, he sounds like he's generous, but when you're on your way out, he won't even give you a single hair. With that, he still wants to be your master. Bah! What an unashamed person. Disrespectful for an old man. Shin Han did not pay any attention to him. Instead, he looked towards the center of the hall. At this moment, in the center of the entire hall, there were more than 300 players standing in the center of the hall. They were, of course, the people who had taken part in the knighthood competition this time. Previously, he had said that the 8th level was very special, because this level was no longer in the mode of 1 copy per person. Instead, it brought all the players together to fair competition. As long as you pass this level, the situation of the knighthood competition will be completely clear, whether it's a success or a failure. Here is the most crucial link. In the center of the hall, more than 300 players were gathered together. Shin Han swept over them with a glance. Many of them were strong players that he had heard and seen in his previous life. Almost all of the 20 to 30 saint-level professions had arrived. Hidden professions also came with more than 90 of them. The rest were all top-level professions. These people From the standpoint, it was very interesting. Dusty Tides, Jiang Ning Shui, Serena, and the three of them occupied the center position. Behind them, there were actually 3 to 5 players carefully accompanying them. These accompanying players were all subordinates of their forces. Among the heavens, forces were almost tied to battle power. The stronger the power was, the stronger the combat power of its subjects, the greater the more powerful the power, the stronger the fighting ability of its people, and their combat awareness and combat experience are almost all at the top of the heavens. The probability of generating a top or even saint-level profession among them is very high. From this, we can also see how powerful these peak forces are, and on par with them. Feng Qianjie, the prince of the demon race. Behind Feng Qianjie, there was even a saint-level profession and 9 top-level professions accompanying him. The devil race is born with a battle body, battle consciousness, and battle bloodline, which is the best in the world. In the area of physical combat, the devil race had a head start on all races. In terms of overall strength, Feng Qianjie's party could be considered the highest. Feng Qianjie just entered the game, did not converge to get the information before the hasty upgrade, and then hasty transfer. From the occupation, it is shorter than others. In terms of occupation, he was a head shorter than others. Therefore, he subconsciously stood outside the core circle and seemed unwilling to communicate with the remaining few. Apart from the people from the 6 peak forces, outside, there were nearly 270 players from the rest of the heavenly forces. These people did not know each other, and were almost all lone warriors like Qin Han. However, taking advantage of this opportunity, there were quite a few people who took the initiative to gather together and exchange experiences. Saint levels looking for saint levels. Hidden professions looking for hidden professions. It looked like a small circle was forming. At the core, Dusty Tide stared at the scoreboard from time to time, and, since he was a child, his personality had always been relatively stable. At this moment, he was a bit annoyed. As the first person to come to the 8th level, not only could he not take the advantage of being the fastest to grab a head start, instead, he could only wait here for other players. That's alright. But because of his poor decision-making on the 6th level, and his fearfulness on the 7th level, the result is that his points, in the end, only 5,700 points. He's in the middle of the pack. If he can't improve his score, if his final score doesn't continue to improve, he'll definitely not be in the running for the knighthood this time. What was even more eye-catching was that Qin Han, who ranked first, had a superb advantage of 9,000 points, overpowering everyone and becoming a unique presence. This caused him, who had surpassed Qin Han several times, to suffer inwardly. With some impatience, Dusty Tides asked his left and right, "Are the people still not all here?" "Back to your excellency, there's still one person who hasn't arrived." But looking at the scoreboard, the number 1 ranked Qin Han's points have changed just now. He should have already passed the examination and will be coming in soon. As soon as this person's words fell, I heard the venue begin to clamor. Many people's gazes were directed towards the entrance arch bridge. There was a mysterious person wearing an ancient suit and a hood standing. From the exposed eyebrows alone, many people felt that this should be a young man with outstanding looks. Qin Han is here. For this man who, since the beginning of the game, had obtained the most supreme treasures, had been on the world announcements the most, and even the player who had obtained the only god-tier profession. Curiosity permeated everyone's gaze. On the arch bridge, Qin Han unconsciously straightened his back end. He walked towards the center of the bridge without slanting his eyes. When he reached the center, only to hear an untimely voice from the crowd. "Feng Qianjie, Qin Han, are you cheating? We all passed 7 levels, each level is 1,000 points, even if you get a perfect score for each level, you can only get at most 7,000 points. But you have 9,000 points, this is very wrong." These words had asked the doubts of the crowd. Everyone was curious as to what this Qin Han had done to get such a high score. Qin Han. At this moment, the gaze he looked at Feng Qianjie, this dilettante, was very unkind. "At least I indirectly saved your little life, to actually repay me like this? Getting something is a personal secret. Can it be said in a place like this? These people will at least be the backbone of various forces in the future. To put it politely, they represent his half of the heavens. If they really reveal their secrets, if we reveal our secrets, I'd be asking for trouble. But with hundreds of top people in front of us, if you don't say anything, it wouldn't be good for everyone's face." Slightly organizing his thoughts, Qin Han laughed. "Didn't the rules for breaking through say that apart from killing monsters, obtaining treasures can also increase points? I was lucky and obtained some treasures. As for what those treasures are, this belongs to personal privacy and is not convenient to tell." When these words came out, drew nods from quite a few people. After all, the people present, more or less, had their own top secret equipment on their bodies. These things were all used as killer weapons at critical times, and no one would be stupid enough to divulge them. If Qin Han didn't say anything, they could all understand. "Feng Qianjie, then, even if you have a treasure, but why did you get perfect scores in the 6th and 7th levels?" This time, Qin Han quickly said, "Who told you that I got a perfect score on those 2 levels? What score you can get on those 2 levels depends entirely on fate. Those pitiful tests, I just don't believe anyone can get a perfect score. 6 or 7 levels of perfect scores were related to the secrets of the yin-yang fish and the heavenly Tao Palace. He wouldn't reveal a single bit of it. Of course, with how smart these people were, most people should not believe it. But, this is just to make a roundup. If you really get to the bottom of it, the one who will lose face in the end will be the one who asks the question. Jiang Ningxue even opened her mouth. You're right, after passing the barrier, I also carefully inventoried the 2 old men guarding the barrier. One likes to be good and straight, one likes to be deceitful. Want to get a full score in those 2 levels, unless you know the answer in advance, otherwise it is impossible. If I'm not wrong, the score you gained from the 2 levels should add up to 1,000 points. And the place where you obtained the treasure should be in that poisonous water in the 5th level, right? Qin Han smiled kindly at these words. These words were obviously looking for a replacement for him. It was an obvious act of showing goodwill, but he also understood it well. Although peak forces were powerful, they weren't absolutely set in stone. Now that the universe was undergoing a great change that hadn't been seen in billions of years, it was time to make good friends with himself, the only god-level professional. Befriending himself, the only god-level profession. This is a wise move. He was about to respond. When he saw that the environment around him in the hall suddenly began to change, and in the blink of an eye, the surroundings turned into a cosmic universe. In the blink of an eye, the surroundings turned into a cosmic starry sky. It gave the crowd the feeling as if they were standing amongst the stars and under the Milky Way. At the same time, a giant light screen appeared on one side. The rules of this level were displayed on it. The screen displayed a line of large words in a dragon's flight. The heavenly Tao is constant, all things revolve, all cannot escape the word fortune. There are 2 links in this level. The first link was betting on luck. Every 5 minutes, there would be a points bet. All players can put some of their points into the fortune board. After the deadline, a lucky winner will be drawn. This lucky person will get all the points. Points betting, a minimum of 50 points of points, the maximum unlimited. The higher the proportion of points betting, the higher the probability of becoming a lucky person. This time, there were a total of 5 chances to bet on luck. As the rules manifested, many of the players present had their eyes straightened. Feng Qianjie happy, this prince is the son of the devil emperor, born with great luck. The day I was born, the dragon and the phoenix, from childhood no matter what I do or smooth, outside casually by a broken sword or dusty absolute treasure weapon. Hey, this bet on luck, is not to give this prince to send points well. This thought Qin Han 9000 has been enough, but this moment this prince only understand, what is called a good meal is not afraid of late. I see that, this final highest points winner, must be this princess. Serena, the son of the devil emperor. That point of luck counts for what? This young lady was born on the day of heaven and earth with the congratulations, all things are the same joy. I was in the magic academy, casually took a book, or all the level of the treasure code of the god of the law, on the luck of the air, you can be compared to me? Besides, this is a game. What qualifications do you have to talk about luck when you're a district top profession? When Feng Qianjie heard this, he was a bit stifled. This top tier profession just doesn't have the backbone in front of someone else's saint level profession. He said sourly, it's not certain who will win or lose, why don't we compare? This Feng Qianjie is also very powerful. Just after saying that, he directly threw in all his points to the tune of 6,000 points. Seeing this, Serena did not follow blindly. Her mouth was the fastest, but her points weren't low, within the top 20, so she wasn't in a hurry for the moment. Rather, it was some of the surrounding players who were ranked lower who couldn't help themselves. Anyone who could make it this far, that person was not a person with good luck. They have never been convinced to gamble on such things as luck. What's more, with the current points, the title is hopeless. It would be better to bet on it, only to see on the screen. A number of players' bets quickly appeared. As few as 50, as many as several hundred, but the one who wrote first, was still Feng Qianjie. By the end of the day, the number of players involved had reached 93. The final accumulated points were as high as 13,000 points. Then, the screen changed. The names of all the players were written into a circular carousel. The more points a player had, the larger the area they occupied. Feng Qianjie, who had bet 6,000 points, even occupied one half of the area. The rest of the players occupied the rest of the area. As the dial pointer turned, everyone's hearts were hooked. Click, 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 click. The pointer changed from fast to slow, and finally stopped at the area occupied by Feng Qianjie. Congratulations to player Feng Qianjie for being the lucky winner to gain all the points. In the next second, the scoreboard changed again. Feng Qianjie was in first place with 13,000 points. He had 4,000 more than Qin Han. In the face of this scene, everyone's eyes turned to Feng Qianjie. Many people's gazes revealed a hint of surprise. This demon prince, who was always known for his rashness, why is he so smart now? Is this a blind cat encountering a dead rat, or is there a meticulous plan? This made everyone puzzled. After all, if Feng Qianjie is really smart, with his talent, definitely not just a top profession. Fearfully, there was someone behind this who was guiding him. Sure enough, just as the crowd was speculating, Feng Qianjie arrogantly said, "See, this prince has said that I'm lucky and easily came to first place." After saying that, he patted the shoulder of the saint-level professional subordinate behind him, and, "You gave a good offer, much better than those fools in our village. I will promote you well in the future." "Thank you, Your Highness, for your appreciation," this person responded without being overbearing. The moment these words came out, quite a few people's gazes looked towards that saint-level profession. Even Qin Han, the eyes also revealed a flash of appreciation. Feng Qianjie's points were originally in the middle. It was impossible for him to obtain a knighthood if he continued normally. This person was able to decisively let Feng Qianjie do it. He took the useless points and exchanged them for a one-half chance. This decisiveness is indeed extraordinary. The second round of betting was opened again. With Feng Qianjie's example in front of them, the players thoroughly understood the rules. This time, the betting was even more enthusiastic. Many people raised the amount of points they bet. However, those who were already at the top of the list with high scores did not make a move at this moment. Even Dust Tide, a low score, surprisingly held back. Within a short time, the results of the second round came out. A hidden profession player named Zhang Qi became the lucky one, and with a high score of 23,000 points, he pressed Feng Qianjie and becoming the new number one. Such an exciting scene. It was obvious that more and more people were participating. In the third round, a player named Blade became the lucky winner, with a score of 31,000 points. In the fourth round, a player named Qini became the lucky winner, with a high score of 39,000 points, becoming number one again. Immediately after that, the first session came to the final round. At this moment, there were still many people who hadn't placed any bets at all. Seeing that the final moment had arrived, many of the low-scoring players who were hesitant to bet on the final round have completely lost their minds. The number of people who bet a few hundred or more is increasing. Nearly to the time of the betting deadline, the accumulation of points has reached 50,000 points. The moment before the roulette wheel closes, the name of a person instantly pops up on it. A person's name instantly popped up. Qin Han, betting 9,000 points. In the face of this scene, Qin Han once again became the center of attention. Many people's gazes were filled with puzzlement, doubt, or even pity. Serena was even surprised when she exclaimed, "Qin Han, are you crazy? 5 rounds of betting on luck will, at best, only be able to corner 5 high-scoring players. The other players are crazy enough to vote because they are ranked low and have no hope of getting a knighthood. But you're different, you have 9,000 points now, even if you don't do anything, you're still conservatively 6th. You put in 9,000 points this time, and there's only a 1 in 6 chance of getting lucky." Dusty Tide even said, "The son of heaven's destiny, who does not involve himself in danger, the strong, never leaves his fate to the so-called luck. Those who achieve great things must plan and move, plan for the whole situation, plan for the ages. You're disappointing me too much with such a hasty move." On the contrary, Jiang Ningxue, who was on the side, looked at the axe that suddenly appeared in Qin Han's hand and pondered. At this moment, Qin Han was holding the lucky axe in his hand and secretly used 10 times luck, and at the same time, before he could avoid any surprises, he used the 10 times increase card to stack his luck again. Hearing the words of the crowd, he did not comment and did not respond. At the same time, the huge roulette wheel also began to rotate rapidly. In the center hall, everyone's gazes were firmly fixed on the screen. As the pointer continued to rotate, countless people's hearts were about to jump out of their voices. Click, 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 click. Finally, as the pointer settled on the center of the area where Qin Han's name was located, not the slightest difference. Congratulations to player Qin Han for being the lucky one to receive all the points. Immediately after that, there was another change in the scoreboard, and Qin Han's score became number 1 with a super score of 59,000 points. He was far ahead. At this moment, everyone's gazes towards Qin Han were filled with shock, envy, or fear. Dusty Tide frowned. "My thinking is correct. The son of heaven's destiny doesn't enter dangerous situations. Gambling on luck is something like this, even if you can show off for a while. But success is also gambling on luck, and failure is also gambling on luck. No one can go smoothly this time around, and one day, the gambler will be able to bury everything for his reckless character." Next to him, Jiang Ningxue was shaking her head. "Heavenly justice, this statement is naturally justified. Just, what makes you think that Qin Han is gambling?" At the side, Serena sniffed. A trace of fear appeared on her delicate face. "Empress, you mean, Qin Han, he has full certainty?" "Jiang Ningxue, I don't dare to guarantee it, but Qin Han has made it this far. Do you think that if we can think of things, he won't be able to think of them? Don't underestimate the people of the world. Mind you, he's acquired more than all of us put together nowadays." At this moment, Qin Han's heart was also relieved. Even if he knew that with a 100-fold increase in luck, no one would be able to compete with him for it, but was still nervous. Fortunately, the result was destined. "Hello brother Qin, my name is Qin Yi, I am a direct descendant of the long-hate Sky Qin family. you are also surnamed Qin, are you also a member of my Qin family? Only to see the current second in the points list, the young man named Qin Yi, walking up to Qin Han, with a greeting like a spring breeze. Long hate sky Qin family? Qin Han's expression moved slightly. This everlasting hate heaven was one of the more prosperous subdimensional realms among the heavens, with a vast area, endless population, and many powerful people. The Qin family was one of the top 10 recognized families in the entire long hate heaven. The strength of the Qin family, although not compared to the peak of the race, but within the heavens, can also be ranked, is not a weak force. It was not a weak force. In the last life, this family is more famous for the saint-level profession Qin Yi, and the old ancestor behind him, Qin Yong. This family has a problem. That is to protect the shortcomings. As long as they are surnamed Qin, no matter what their origin is, no matter where they come from, they will treat them as their own family. Back then, a player with the surname Qin was bullied by a big shot. Even if Qin Yong Qin Yi's family and the other people cannot play the relationship, but dare to personally dead in the other side of the house to ask for a statement. In the end, the other person could not do anything but bow his head and admit his fault. Since then, the reputation of the Qin family to protect the shortcomings of the reputation, a battle became famous. It's a pity that in his last life, Qin Han was so preoccupied with cultivation that he didn't have a chance to communicate with the other side. Later, when he wanted to make friends, he heard that the Qin family had discovered a superb map of an ancient tomb. When the family was exploring it, they accidentally leaked the information and were targeted by a greedy powerhouse. As a result, the family suffered heavy casualties and the benefits were snatched by the other party. Later, the greedy man became a god. Rumor has it that this person received super benefits from that ancient tomb to become that successful. Before the start of the last battle in his last life, he had also heard that this kid Qin Yi was regrouping and preparing for revenge. With a slight movement of his mind, Qin Han laughed. Truth be told, even though my surname is Qin, I have never heard of the Long Hate Sky as a place. I guess it has nothing to do with your Qin family either. Most of the Blue Star's Chinese surnames had their roots in the 8 great surnames of the past that had been passed down and branched out. The entire 100 family names added up, tracing their roots back to the roots of those family names. So, his Qin surname, with that Long Hate Sky Qin family Qin surname, not half a penny relationship. He also can't be because of the coincidence of the same surname, on purpose to draw close to the relationship. Everything, just go with the flow. When Qin Yi heard this, not only was there no disappointment on his face, instead, it became more excited and, the world's Qin surname is one family. Back then, my old Taishang ancestor traveled from other worlds in the heavens only to the Long Hate Heaven to lay down the foundation of the Qin family. So maybe we were family a long time ago. Brother Qin, not to mention anything else, just for the sake of us being people with the same surname, in the future, we'll have to move around more. Seeing Qin Yi's boldness, Qin Han also nodded. Good, when I have the chance in the future, I'll go look for you. Definitely. When you get to my place, I'll be sure to entertain you with the best wine and the best food to eat. Qin Yi patted his chest and laughed cheerfully. Just as the two were chatting, however, they saw a clear and graceful voice ringing out. Qin Han, when we have the chance, we should also walk around more. The two of them glanced sideways, but they saw an absolutely stunning woman walking in a graceful end. That dazzling look almost caused people to involuntarily fall for it. Seeing this person, Qin Yi shrunk his neck and quietly said to Qin Han, Brother Qin, this woman is the Pinnacle family, the new female emperor of the Great Xia dynasty. If it is in reality, even if our family's old ancestor personally visits the door, we don't see her face. Anyway, this woman is not to be messed with, don't be mesmerized by her. Saying that, once again shrinking his neck, he arched his hand towards Jiang Ningshui and rushed to escape. Qin Han bristled, looking at Qin Yi's appearance. He kind of doubted if the rumor that Qin family members were protective of their shortcomings was true. This is all in the game. Qin Yi is also a saint-level profession. Jiang Ningshui is also a saint-level profession. Everyone is the same. So what's there to be afraid of? But when the other party came, he was like a mouse seeing a cat. It is not righteous. The mind slightly turned. Qin Han faced Jiang Ningshui directly and pretended to be puzzled. You are? The corners of Jiang Ningshui's rosy mouth hooked up a trace of arc. Didn't that Qin Yi say just now? Great Summer Dynasty, the new female emperor. Jiang Ningshui. Qin Han sniffed. Not a trace of emotion could be seen on his face. Oh, hello. Jiang Ningshui reveals a hint of curiosity. Seeing your reaction, you don't seem to have heard of our Great Xia Imperial Dynasty? Qin Han, then what should my reaction be? When Jiang Ningshui heard this, her pretty face suddenly revealed a smile. Other people hear the name of my Great Xia Imperial Dynasty and all of them are scared to death, while you, Qin Han, see me, a female emperor, standing in front of you, yet you are not tattooed, and this composure is indeed far beyond ordinary people. Qin Han was not salty and said, overpraise. Jiang Ningshui's face suddenly turned serious. Truth be told, as today's Tao changes, the heavens are facing unprecedented changes, and no one in the world can guess what the future holds. At this moment, what we need to do is to save for a rainy day, and I sincerely invite you to make an alliance in my capacity as the Empress of the Great Xia Imperial Dynasty. From now on, we will watch each other's backs. If your side is in trouble, I will go and help. If our side is in trouble, I hope that you will help as well. By helping each other, we can go farther. What do you think? In the face of the olive branch thrown out by Jiang Ningxue, Qin Han thought carefully about his future path. There wasn't much conflict with the Grand Xia Imperial Dynasty. In normal development, both sides would not become enemies. Since they're not enemies, it's not a bad idea to become friends. In the final battlefield, the Grand Xia Dynasty has produced many capable people, and in the end, there was a supreme deity. I heard that Jiang Ningxue is also striving to become a supreme god. An ally with this kind of strength would definitely be useful in the future. With a slight movement of his mind, Qin Han nodded, yes. Seeing Qin Han agree, the Jiang Ningxue's face finally filled with a smile, and, good, with your help, I believe the road ahead will be smoother. She then nodded slightly at Qin Han and then left in a graceful manner. Coincidentally, at this moment, there was suddenly another change on the big screen. The second link is open. This session is the final session of this level, and the player who gets the first points at the end will decide the choice of the next level. The name of this session is Athletics. There are a total of 5 items, participation points, 1000. The person who gets the top 3 will be rewarded with 50%, 30%, and 20% of the total points. The first project, Crossing the Water. All participating players will come to a 10-kilometer track, and those who arrive first will be ranked first. As the rules were displayed, quite a few players immediately jumped at the chance. If the previous first session was considered a gamble on luck, this session, it's all about hard power. Many players who were talented in swimming across the water were the first to sign up. Within a short time, the points had accumulated to nearly 50,000. Seeing this, Dusty Tide, the sulkiness that had gathered this day was finally swept away. I was born with a sword body, and at the age of 8, when I watched the tide, I realized the tidal wave sword intent, so I changed my name to Dusty Tidal Wave. I will definitely bear the brunt of the district water crossing. Participate. In addition to Dusty Tide, the Saint-level professional demon player who had instructed Feng Qianjie also participated. And again, the final joint. Qin Han, this time, actually participated as well. The points accumulated, just barely reached 50,000 whole. As the only god-tier profession and the current number 1 ranked player, many people's eyes had been focusing on Qin Han. Qin Yi did not participate, and he came over to Qin Han's side and carefully said, according to the tip-off, that Dusty Tide is a natural sword body. He comprehended the tidal wave sword intent at the age of 8. This year he's almost 30 years old, right? His strength must be even stronger. Are you sure you want to compete with him? There's also that holy level profession of the demon race. I heard that there's a Jiao human bloodline in the water that's considered to be back home. There's also a few others. None of them are oil-saving lights. Brother Qin, you have to be careful. Just after these words were said, the enrollment time completely closed. All of the players who had enrolled were instantly transferred to an ocean of a track divided by floating balls, snaking endlessly. The participating players each occupied a track. The race did not prohibit any aids. Qin Han directly changed into the Domain Emperor leather armor, and a countdown appeared in the sky at this moment. 3, 2, 1. With a snap, as the 2 words of start surfaced, the participating players, each performing their own stunts, desperately sprinting. At this moment, Dusty Tide's soles of his feet actually surged a huge, churning wave that his entire body actually stood proudly on the surface of the sea, rushing forward. Almost instantly, he lost 90% of the players, not far from his side. That demon saint-level professional player, at this moment, actually had fins growing out of his back and flippers growing out of his feet. His body was like an arrow breaking through the water. His speed was so fast that he could not believe it, closely nipping at Dust Tide's feet. Qin Han, on the other hand, indeed, he couldn't be seen at all. He dived into the water at the beginning of the match. No one knows where he is at the moment. On the contrary, in the hall. At the moment, the players on the big screen saw the scene of Qin Han at the moment. At this moment, Qin Han was wrapped in a transparent light film. His body was covered in a transparent film of light, and he was dripping with water. The air surges around his body. The entire body was like a lightning bolt swimming rapidly in the water. That speed, anyone who looks at it will feel numb. And that Dusty Tide, even with the tidal wave sword intent, the speed, but not even half as fast as Qin Han. Qin Yi, brother Qin is just too powerful. Even Dust Tide can only eat foot washing water behind him. Such a realm is truly a model for my generation. Serena, luckily I didn't participate, or else this time it would be a real shame. Feng Qianjie bristled. What did you participate in? After entering the 8th level, I haven't seen you move a bit. Serena, still talking about me, why don't you participate? Aren't you devils quite capable of swimming? Feng Qianjie, this prince loves to participate or not, you can't care. Anyway, my score is stable. On the contrary, you, TSK, whether you can get a knighthood or not that's hard to say. When you see this sir in the future, you'd better put some respect. Bah, lazy to care about you. The match continued. But the ending was doomed from the start. While Dusty Tides and the others were still halfway through the race, the first place was contested. Without a drop of water on his body, Chin Han. He lightly returned to the hall. Awesome, brother Chin, I was sweating for you just now. Chini rushed forward to kiss his ass. A fluke, just a fluke. Chin Han waved his hand smilingly. He now had 59,000 points, and even if he didn't compete, his potential to get first place was still high. Just that. He knew one thing. These points can be exchanged for rewards after the knighthood is contested. The more points you have, the bigger the reward you can exchange. He seems to remember that an epic space equipment was exchanged. So far in the game, he's suffered enough from the lack of space rings. If he could have an epic level spatial equipment, it would be a lot easier. Therefore, now points, more is better. Time passes quickly. Not long after that, the Dust Tide in that saint level demon race, one after the other, came back. The top 3 were officially competing. The rest were also instantly summoned back. Congratulations to player Chin Han for getting the first place in the water crossing competition, gaining 50% of the points. Congratulations to player Dusty Tides for winning second place in the water crossing competition, earning 30% of the points. Congratulations to player Li Chaoga for getting third place in the water crossing competition, earning 20% of the points. The points list changed once again. Chin Han continued in first place with 83,000 points. Dusty Tides gained 15,000 points this time and immediately took a big step up to the top of the rankings. Li Chaoga's had 10,000 points and was also closely following in Dusty Chaoshi's footsteps. Congratulations Duke, ranking at the top. This time the title should be secure. Dusty Tide's subordinate complimented. Dusty Tide breathed a sigh of relief, his gaze glanced at Chin Han and did not say anything. No matter what, he had finally turned over a new leaf and wouldn't end up without even a knighthood. Gentlemen don't fight for the shortest time, as long as there are benefits. Feng Qianjia patted Li Chaoga's shoulder. You're not bad, you didn't disgrace our demon race. As Dusty Tides and the others moved forward in points, the pressure was instead given to Zhang Ningxue and Serena. In terms of status, Zhang Ningxue was the highest. Serena was the next in line. They were also the center of attention. If they don't get high points this time, if they didn't get a high score this time, even if they got a knighthood, they wouldn't be able to afford it. The game continues. The rest of the program is coming up. As the screen changes, the items appear one after another. The second item, speed.